Here's Artistry in Rhythm, styled by Stan Kenton and his orchestra. Vocals by Ray Winchell and June Christie. To open the show, here's a fast-moving new version of the Kenton theme, Artistry Jumps.
Bringing his trauma down here is going to do a little bit of singing too, and it's a famous jazz song, I Can't Get Started.
I've flown around the world in a plane. I've fought the Germans in Alsace-Lorraine. At the North Pole I have charted. Still I can't get started with you. On the golf course I'm under par. Metro Goldwyn has asked me to star. I've got a house that's a showplace. Still I can't get no place with you. 'Cause you're so supreme. Lyrics I write of you, I dream day and night for you, I scheme for the sight of you. Baby, what good does it do? I've been consulted by Harry T. Clement Attlee has confided in me. Still I'm mighty broken-hearted, 'cause I can't get started with you.
That was Ray Wetzel, featured on trumpet and also singing I Can't Get Started. And now a song you've heard many, many times before, and a swell tune at that. A recorded version sung by June Christy and the boys in the band as Stan Kenton plays Tampico. June Christie and Tampico. And now we feature tenor sax, played by Vito Musso. The song, Body and Soul.
This has been music by Stan Kenton and his orchestra with songs by Ray Wentzell and June Christie. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Is there a Lee-Mac in the house?
It's the Bob Hawk Show, brought to you transcribed by Camel Cigarettes.
Here's your Lee-Mac man, yes, your Lee-Mac man. And if it's fun you're after, with questions, jokes, and laughter, be sure to ring the topmost after Bob Hawk, your Lee-Mac man.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our Camel Quiz. Tonight, there's a prize of $250 for the Lee-Mac of the week. Lee-Mac is camel spelled backwards. I'll tell you more about that later.
How mild can a cigarette be?
Smoke camels and see.
Yes, prove for yourself how mild camels are.
In a recent coast-to-coast test of hundreds of men and women who smoked camels and only camels for 30 days, noted throat specialists reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking camel. Charlie Stark, who's our first contestant?
Bob, this is Miss Ruth Hopwood.
Hello, Miss Hopwood.
Hello.
Where are you from?
Manhattan.
Manhattan, and would you tell us what you do, Miss Hopwood?
I'm a registered nurse.
Where, here in New York?
Yeah.
Which hospital?
No hospital, a surgeon's office.
Oh, a surgeon's office
Yeah.
here in New York. You are a registered nurse. Fine, I'm glad to have you here. Do you prefer being a nurse to men or to women? Which are the easier the patient?
Are you kidding?
I'm not kidding, no. Why?
I prefer the men.
Why? Could you tell me?
They're more cooperative, and besides, they're men.
I see. And they may take a sudden turn for the nurse. I know that one, too. All right.
I was going to avoid that.
Well, it was a little old. Though. I was reading the other day about a man who swallowed a spoon. He never stirred again. They didn't know. They didn't know what to do with it. Okay. Now, my uncle just had an operation, but it was not very dangerous. It cost him $40, and you can't buy a dangerous operation for $40. That's what they tell me. That's what they can have. Now, Miss Ruth Hopwood it is. Hopwood. Is that right? Hopwood. Mm-hmm. Were you born here in New York?
Mostly. Well, practically, then.
There's one question I thought could be answered yes or no. We'll try it again. Were you born here in New York?
Yes.
Is there a doubt in your mind, Miss Hopwood?
Well, I mean, not in Manhattan. In Greater New York, is it?
Oh, Greater New York. I see. Not right here in New York. I thought maybe you were born on the borderline between the Bronx and Manhattan or something. You couldn't quite. All right, Miss Hopwood, and you're a registered nurse. I'm going to give you an opportunity of lighting up a camel tonight. I'll give you a series of questions which can light up the camel. If you get them all right, you'll get a seat in the Lee-Mac box. You'll get the chance later to win $250 and become the Lee-Mac of the week. Is that fair enough?
That's fair enough.
Let's give you a chance to start tonight. Here are a group of questions on a subject which we call letters. I'll show you what I mean. The postman, this is very difficult. The postman is always known as the letter what, starting with the letter C?
Carrier.
The letter carrier. The postman. Everybody waits for the postman to come by. Little town I was born in, the postman in our town was also the dog catcher, the vegetable man, the carpenter, and a songwriter. He had a sign that read letters, litters, lettuce, and lyrics. Here we are for the A for $10 and 2 cartons of Camels. When you find XYZs in your soup, you are probably having what kind of soup?
Alphabet.
Alphabet soup. Did you ever have any alphabet soup?
Yes.
I'm boring you, aren't I? I forgot to pay for mine the rest of the other night, but I left some IOUs, so it was all right. Here we are for the A, for the M, for $15 and 3 cartons of Camels. In most tall buildings, there is a what on each floor, starting with the letter M. Can you think of it? In most tall buildings, there is a what on each floor. Remember, we were talking about letters to start with. Mm-hmm. So in most tall buildings, what is there on each floor, starting with the letter M, that has to do with letters? Could you tell me?
Yes, but...
I know what the answer to the L is going to be. Now, this has to do with letters. This has to do with letters. People are going out and mailing letters all the time, aren't they?
A mailbox.
A mailbox. Well, a mail chute. Well, we got out of that one all right. Oh. That's right. It's a mail chute. Okay. You have lit up the M. I know what I think of those answers before I ask those questions. You lit up the M for $15 and 3 cartons of Camels. Now, another word for a formal or an elegant letter is a what, starting with the letter E? Can you tell me? People might write a very formal letter, starting with the letter E. What would an elegant word for that be? For example, you might study about it in school, very formal letters.
An essay?
Well, an essay is not a letter, no. But they might write a very formal letter starting with the letter.
Epistle,
An epistle, that's right. That's very difficult, and you did very well with it. Okay. You got it, didn't you? Okay. All right, here we... Like, for example, if someone writes a formal letter of acceptance or a formal letter of thanks, that's an epistle. Like some friends of mine got married, and they were writing their formal letters of acceptance of their wedding gifts. I got a letter from them that said, "Dear Robert, our little one-room apartment is so small and so cozy and so cute, but it would have never been complete without your St. Bernard dog. Here we are for the L for $25 and 5 cartons of Camels. A famous newspaper column to which letters are sent is known as advice to the what?
Lover.
You have lit up a Camel. Thank you.
C-A-M-E-L.
Yes, Miss Hapwood has $25, 5 cartons of Camels, and now...
You're a smarty, what a smarty. Take your seat in the Lemac box.
Thank you, and now, our gentry. Who's next, please?
Bob, this is Joseph Power.
Hello, Mr. Power.
Howdy do, sir.
Where are you from, sir?
Well, I'm from New York, Bayside.
And would you tell us what you do, please?
I'm a salesman.
And what do you sell?
I sell automatic typewriters.
Oh, what do you mean by automatic typewriters, sir?
Well, they're called autotypists, and they're a piece of office equipment which is attached to a typewriter and works from a record roll like I play a piano.
Oh.
So the girl just puts the letterhead into the typewriter and presses a button, and the thing goes like crazy.
Oh,
Takes the letter.
Does the letter, and she can go on and have her coffee like she would be doing anyway, and everything is fine. Is that it?
That's it.
Oh, it automatically types. That's quite
it.
an invention. Well, my girl, my secretary, I should say, could want to use that. She's quite a typist and a lovely-looking girl. She has a royal carriage. I used to use that, what is it, the peck system, they call it? Yeah, that's right.
Hunt and peck.
A hunt and peck system, that's right. A friend of mine used to do it, too. What's the gag? I can't think of it. What was his name? Underwood, that was his name. He was an Underwood pecker. I remember that. That's not the gag. All right, Mr. Power, let's give you an opportunity of lighting up a Camel tonight and see what you can do. I'm going to give you a series of questions, sir, about a subject which I think that all men should be familiar. I think you'll know this one. This is about men. These questions are all related to men. Edward Everett Hale wrote a story in 1863 about the man without a what, starting with the letter C. Can you tell me, sir? The man without a what?
Country.
The man without a country. Here we are for the A. An officer of any legislative body who helps in keeping order is called a sergeant at what, starting with the letter A?
Arms.
Sergeant at arms, like they have at a convention, for example, a sergeant at arms. Do you know what a delegate at large is? Someone just told me. A delegate at large is the one who doesn't have to bring his wife to the convention. Here we are for the M for $15 and 3 cartons of Camels. A well-to-do man is often called a man of what, starting with the letter M? Can you tell me, sir?
Man of means.
A man of means. And here we are for the E. No minstrel show could get along with 2 what kind of men, starting with the letter E? Can you tell me? Remember when you used to go to minstrel shows? They had 2 men. What would they be called?
Endmen.
Endmen, that's right. They always say Mr. Bones, or the interlocutor. That's the guy in the middle, isn't it? He says, Mr. Bones, is it true that pigskins make the best shoes? Mr. Bones says, I don't know, Mr. Interlocutor, but banana skins make the best slippers. Yuck, 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 yuck. Here we are for the L. A learned man is also known as a man of what, starting with the letter L?
And of letters.
You have lit up a Camel. Thank you.
C-A-M-E-L.
Yes. Mr. Power, you had $25, 5 cartons of Camels, and now...
You're a smarty, what a smarty. Take your seat in the Lemac box.
He made it. How mild can a cigarette be? Just smoke Camels for 30 days and you'll see. In a recent test, hundreds of men and women from coast to coast smoked Camels and only Camels for 30 days. They smoked an average of 1 to 2 packs a day. Each week, noted throat specialists examined the throats of these smokers. After completing 2,470 careful examinations, the doctors reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels. That's how mild Camels are. Smoke Camels and see for yourself. If at any time you're not convinced that Camels are the mildest cigarette you've ever smoked, return the package with the unused cigarettes to the makers of Camels, and you'll receive its full purchase price plus postage. Okay, Charlie Stark.
Bob, this is Mrs. Irene Pepper.
Hello, Mrs. Pepper.
Hello.
Where are you from?
St. Louis, Missouri.
It's a lovely hat you're wearing. I hope you don't mind my saying so. A little closer to the microphone. What do you do, Mrs. Pepper?
Oh, I'm a comptometer operator in the daytime and a housewife by night.
A housewife by night and a comptometer operator by daytime. How you go over figures during the daytime? Is that
That's
right?
right.
That's right. So does my brother. He It's a rubber in a Turkish bath. He goes over figures in the daytime. What a masseur I made out of that. Okay, Mrs. Pepper, let's give you an opportunity of lighting up a camel and see what you can do. Here are a series of questions for you on various subjects, and the first one for you is this one. The opposite of clockwise would be called what?
Counterwise.
What?
Counterwise.
Counterwise or counterclockwise. Here we are for the A. A member of a school or a college class that has been graduated is a what, starting with the letter A? Can you tell me? A member of a school or college class. In other words, if you graduated when you graduated.
Alumni.
Alumni or alumnus. That's right. You lit up the A. And here we are for the M. A person whose wealth is estimated with 6 zeros is known as a what?
Millionaire.
A millionaire. Yes, sir. That's a lot of zeros. A lot of money. Well, people make so much more money than they did years ago. I don't know what my grandfather got when he married grandmother, but he didn't either. Here we are for the E. The departure of a player from the stage is known as his what, starting with the letter E? The departure of a player from the stage. The actor leaves the stage. He makes his what, starting with the letter E? Can you tell me, Mrs. Pepper? What happens when he goes out? What is it, audience? Exit. But you still have $15 and 3 cartons of Camel. Okay, Art Gentry.
Bob, this is Mr. Newbold.
Hello, Mr. Newbold.
Hello, Bob.
Where are you from, sir?
Brooklyn, New York.
And what do you do, Mr. Newbold?
I'm unemployed at present.
And what did you do before that?
Milkman.
A milkman? You
That's
delivered
right.
milk here in New York?
That's right.
I see, sir. What, in the early morning hours, is that
That's right.
Did you like those hours?
Yeah, I did it for 32 years.
Is that right? What, climbing steps, I
Climbing
suppose?
stairs, and in alleys, and dumbwaiters, and what have you.
Do you, did the customers ever ask for unusual requests that you had to do, or did you just...
Well, no, the usual routine.
I see. I knew a midget who used to deliver condensed milk all the time. No good. All right. Mr. Newbold, let's give you an opportunity for lighting up a camel tonight and see what you can do. Here are a group of questions for you, which we call, well, they're on the various subjects, too. And here is the first one for you, sir. The point where 2 sides meet in a room is called the what, starting with the letter C? If the 2 points meet in a room, what is it called, starting with the letter C? Can you tell me, sir?
2 points in the room.
Yes.
The corner?
The corner, that's right. And here we are for the A. When you're up in the mountains, you're generally spoken as being up in the high what, starting with the letter A?
Area.
High area? I was thinking of altitudes, but yours is good enough, isn't it? Okay. And here we are for the M. The sign indicating subtraction is called the what, starting with the letter M? In other words, if you're taking one number from another number and you write it down on your figures, what is the sign that indicates subtraction? Can you tell me?
Minus sign.
The minus sign. And here we are for the E. What is the exclamation that means I have found it? It's the motto of the state of California. Can you tell me? What is it? The motto of the state of California. It's a word used by a Greek philosopher, I think, when he lost the soap in the bathroom, and then he found it. I found it. What was it? You know? What is it, audience? Eureka, but you still have $15 and 3 cartons of Camel. Thank you. Okay, Charlie Stark.
This is Mrs. Bernice Minkoff.
Hello, where are you from?
Newark, New Jersey.
And do you have a family, Mrs. Minkoff?
I have a darling little boy,
I'll bet he's a darling little boy. How old is he?
a year and a half,
Oh, isn't that, what is his name?
Paul.
Paul. I suppose he's gone to bed by now, hasn't he?
Well, I hope so.
Yes,
Daddy's
sir.
taking good care of him tonight.
Yeah. Oh, his daddy is home taking care of him?
That's right.
That's the way it should be. Children now like to stay up, though, of course, I guess as late as they can. But, of course, at that age, he doesn't care. He likes to go to sleep all the time.
Well, he really doesn't have much to say in the matter.
I see. He hasn't started to talk yet. Herkimer, my nephew, ran away from home the other day. We were a little sad about it. He ran away from the house. A policeman found him 3 blocks away and said, Herkimer, why did you run away from home? And he said, well, Daddy got into a fight with Mother. Daddy said she was spending too much money and that he couldn't afford to pay the mortgage and he wasn't going to be stuck with it, so he was going to leave. And Mother said, well, I'm not going to pay the mortgage, so she left. So Herkimer said, you don't think I'm going to stay there and be stuck with that mortgage? All right, Mrs. Minkoff, let's give you an opportunity of lighting up a camel and see what you can do. I'm going to give you I love these children. People don't believe these stories about a Herkimer. The other day, his mother said to him, she started washing his face with soap and water. And he says, Mother, do you have to wash me every day? Couldn't you just dust me once in a while? Here we are. Thank you, Clyde McCoy. Now, Mrs. Minkoff, let's give you an opportunity of lighting up a camel tonight. There's a series of questions which we call the number game. A four in hand is drawn by four horses. And what is a four in hand is a what drawn by four horses? It was used in the early days, a four in hand. In other words, four horses, and it was called a four in hand. What is another name for it, starting with the letter C? Can you tell me? It was a form of a carriage, but what particular type of a carriage would it be called, starting with the letter C? No coaching.
I'm not sure. Caravan?
What? No. No, I want no coaching. It's a form of a carriage in which the people sat rather formally. Grandfather used to...
Coach.
A coach, that's right. Okay. You have lit up the sea for $5. What happened to grandfather? Here we are. Name one of the 7 seas starting with the letter A. Can you tell me?
Atlantic.
The Atlantic Ocean is one of the 7 seas. You're right. The 3 B's belong to what field of art? Can you tell me? The 3 B's belong to what field of art? Starting with the letter M. In other words, it isn't the theater, and it isn't science. What field of art is... Music, that's right. Okay. And here we are for the E. The 5-foot bookshelf was made up by a Doctor Who, starting with the letter E. You've seen it advertised in many magazines and newspapers. The 5-foot bookshelf. Can you tell me who it is, Dr. Someone?
I think it's Dr. Elliot.
Did you hear it from the audience?
No.
Okay, Dr. Elliot, you're correct. And here we are for the L. The 5 large bodies of water between the United States and Canada are called the Great what, starting with the letter L? The Great Lakes. You have lit up a camera. Thank you. C-A-M-E-L. Yes. Mrs. Minkoff, you had $25, 5 cartons of Camels, and now...
You're a smarty, what a smarty. Take your seat in the Lemac box.
Thank you. Okay, Arch Entry, who's next, please?
Bob, this is Mr. Dodd.
Hello, Mr. Dodd.
Hello, Bob.
Where do you do, sir?
Well, I'm in the transportation department of a company.
The transportation department of a company?
Yes.
A company here in New York?
Yes.
And what is the company? Do you mind telling
I
us?
don't suppose you heard of it, the A&P.
Oh. Heard of it. I've walked those wagons through.
Well, I've been with them for 34 years, which I got used to it now. Expect they're going to throw me out soon.
Oh, I don't think so. You've been with the A&P for 34 years?
And I hadn't expected to be up here tonight, only I guess you saw the bow tie. I was at the back there, and I'm kind of out of place up here.
You feel out of place?
Yes.
I don't see why, sir. You look
it's
very
the
much...
first time in my life I've been on the stage.
Well, that's fine. Mr. Dodd, we're delighted to have you up here, and I want you to know that it's a real pleasure for us to have you up here, okay?
It's mutual.
Oh, that's fine. No, it's Columbia. Do you have any hobbies, especially, Mr. Dodd?
I have to tune in with the wife's hobby. She likes to listen to these programs all the time, the quiz programs. And incidentally, I asked one of the boys to get me buy the tickets for this show. And I only got them this morning, so I brought it down here.
Oh, I see. That's
why I'm here.
I see. Your wife wanted to come to the show, and that's why you came.
Yeah. Wife wanted to come.
I see. Well, supposing that she hadn't wanted to come to the show, you wouldn't have been here tonight. Is that right, Mr. Dodd?
I believe not. I'd have been listening, though.
Oh, that's fine. You got out of that one all right. Okay, Mr. Dodd, I think it's all right. As a matter of fact, I don't blame you in the slightest. I really don't. Mr. Dodd, do you have any children, any family?
Yes, I have, you see, 3, and I have a grandchild.
And what do your children do? Are they in the same line of business?
Well, there's a boy, he's with the eldest boy, he's married, he was in the Navy 4 years, he's with the New Jersey thing. There's a daughter at the back there, she has a husband with him, he wears a uniform in the daytime and a gun in his back. And
What does he do? What does he do?
Well, he's an officer of the law, a gendarme.
Oh,
other daughter.
Go ahead. Yeah.
No, the other baby you wanted to hear, she's in the convent. She's
I see. So she's in the convent, and your son-in-law is an officer of the law here in New York?
Yes.
I see, sir. Okay, I think...
It's getting time.
It's getting...
Not your mercy, though.
What do you mean, time for you to go home, or for me to go home, or for both of us to go?
Anything you want, I'm here. I'm on this spot here.
Oh, well, that's all right. Thank to God, we're enjoying every hour of it. We really are. And I want you to stay right here until we get through with it and see what happens here. Look, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask you some very simple questions about some people that you've known and seen, either in the motion pictures or the pictures in the newspapers, or that you've heard about them. I'll tell you what I mean. What English prime minister always carried an umbrella? Can you remember? Starting with the letter C, he always carried
I think it was Chamberlain.
Chamberlain, that's right. He always carried an umbrella. You see, that's the idea of this thing. Here we are for the A. What radio comedians make a lot of people laugh at their antics in the fresh air taxi cab company? They used to have the fresh starting with the letter A. Can you tell me who it is?
Abbott and Costello.
No. It's
Amos and Andy.
Amos and Andy, that's right. You remember, the fresh air taxi. And here we are for the L. What comedian wears a painted mustache and spectacles, and his last name starts with the letter M? Can you tell me? A painted mustache and spectacles. Remember, he said to the beautiful blonde, "You're ruining my son. Why can't you do the same for me?" Groucho someone.
Groucho Marx.
That's right. You have lit up at the end. Now, what English statesman... What did you say?
Say he's got a quiz program.
What's this, a hot dog stand? He's not only got a quiz program, he's got one of the best quiz programs. Okay, sir. What English statesman always wears a Homburg hat starting with the letter E? Can you tell me that, sir?
Eden.
Eden. Anthony Eden. Okay. And here we are for the L. What old-time movie comedian, I don't think he has a quiz program, what old-time movie comedian always wore horn-rimmed glasses? His last name starting with the letter L. Can you tell me, sir? His first name was Harold. Can you tell me what it is? Harold
Lloyd.
Harold Lloyd.
C-A-M-E-L.
Yes, Mr. Dodd has $25, 5 cartons of Camels, and now...
You're a smarty, what a smarty. Take your seat in the Lee-Mac box.
And now it's time to see if we can find the Lee-Mac of the Week. Tonight there's a prize of $250 for the Lee-Mac of the Week. You people in the Lee-Mac box have been given cards with the letters L-E-M-A-C printed on them. You must write only one answer for each letter. If no one gets all the right answers, $250 more will be added. And next week there'll be a prize of $500 for the Lee-Mac of the Week. Only those in the Lee-Mac box are eligible to win this prize, but you people at home get your papers and pencils while Hank Silvern and his orchestra are playing Love Walked In, and see what you could have done with the Lee-Mac question. Now here's the question. Listen closely, because I cannot repeat it. Your answers to this question will be checked with the latest international edition of the Rand McNally World Atlas. Portland starts with the letter P and ends with land, L-A-N-D. You are to give me any city, town, or village in the United States that ends with L-A-N-D and starts with each of the letters L-E-M-A-C. Are you a Lee-Mac? You have a minute and a half. 1 minute to go. Seconds left to work. Seconds to become a Lee-Mac. is up. Now, while Art Gentry and Charlie Stark are collecting the Lemac answers from the contestants, we'd like to remind you that
Each week, the makers of Camel cigarettes send free Camels to servicemen's hospitals from coast to coast. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Coatesville, Pennsylvania, USAAF Station Hospital, Selfridge Field, Michigan, U.S. Naval Hospital, Portsmouth, New Hampshire, U.S. Marine Hospital, San Francisco, California, Veterans Hospital, Bay Pines, Florida. That makes a total of more than 187 million cigarettes that the Camel people have sent to servicemen, servicewomen, and veterans.
How mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test, and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
For the best in popular music, listen every Saturday night over most of these CBS stations when the makers of Camel cigarettes present the Camel Caravan, starring Vaughn Monroe. And now, here again is Bob Hawke.
as we told you, you are to give me any city, town, or village in the United States that ends with L-A-N-D and starts with each of the letters L-E-M-A-C. Several of the contestants did not fill out all of the answers. Mr. Joseph Power has filled out all the answers. For L, he has Leland, correct. For E, Eastland, correct. For M, Moreland, correct. For A, Ashland, correct. For C, Cortland, correct. You are a very smart person, Mr. Power. You've won $250. You are the Lemac of the week.
You're a Lemac now. Yes, the Lemac now. $250. You're up among the scholars. Bob Hawke will pay you as he hollers. Yes, you're a Lemac now.
Congratulations, Mr. Power. You have $250. You are a salesman, sir, of typewriters. Is that right? Now, what do you expect to do with the $250?
Well, gotta buy an Easter bonnet for the wife, and a little something for the mother-in-law, one or two things for the kids.
I see.
I get the cigarettes.
And you get the cigarettes. Okay, Mr. Power, it's a lovely gesture, and if you didn't think of it, your wife would have probably thought of it anyway. Congratulations to you. Thank you.
Pipe smokers, if you haven't tried George Washington pipe tobacco, you've missed something. You'll like its rich, hearty flavor, its mellow mildness. George Washington is the great American buy in pipe tobacco. Means more tobacco for your money, more pleasure from your pipe.
This is Bob Hawke, ladies and gentlemen. Good night and good luck to all our listeners. Till next Monday when I'll be back looking again for the Lemac of the Week with a prize of $250 for the correct answer. Good night, everybody.
Listen in for more laughs again next Monday with Camel Cigarettes and another in the series of Bob Hawke Shows with Hank Silver's Orchestra.
This program was transcribed in New York.
And now, the Goldbergs, radio's most lovable family, brought to you by the makers of Oxidol. But before we hear the Goldbergs today, let me remind you to make your spring house cleaning easier and faster by using Oxidol for every task that calls for soap and water. Oxidol is a new improved soap. Gives 28 to 60% more suds than other popular soap tested. Cuts grease 25% faster. Woodwork, walls, fixtures come clean without back-baking drudgery on your part. In scrubbing floors, the thick, rich Oxidol suds get down into the very grain of the wood. They get down in there and flush dirt out so that floors come clean with a simple mopping. Oxidol saves you hard scrubbing on this job of washing floors. It saves you a lot of time. And when you're finished, the floors look cleaner and newer than you thought they'd ever come again. That goes for every kind of floor, painted and unpainted, varnished or waxed. Use Oxidol before applying the wax. Just mop the floor, let it dry, and wax. You'll say it takes on a higher gloss, looks far brighter than when you use an ordinary soap. In washing woodwork and walls, take a pail of good Oxidol suds, apply to the spot being washed, and the dirt's gone. Wipe again with a clean cloth dipped in clear water, and you're through. You save yourself hard scrubbing here also. You'll be cleaning out the pantry and the china cabinet, so remember, Oxidol is used for dishwashing by millions of women 3 times a day. They say the suds it gives the way it cuts grease 25% faster than ordinary soap, cuts dishwashing time almost in half. So put Oxidol on your shopping list right now. Don't start house cleaning without it. Ask for Oxidol, Oxydol, the box with the orange and blue circle. You owe it to yourself to use this soap that saves labor and time. And now, the Goldbergs. Today's the day the whole town of Glastonbury and the Goldbergs have been waiting for. They celebrate the opening of the Glastonbury Mill today to be run by the town and for the town. Jake Goldberg has been given the most responsible position in the new company, chairman of the board of directors. Now, he and his fellow townsmen are down at the town hall waiting for the parade to begin. Molly and Rosie are at home. Rosie was still too weak to leave the house.
I look forward to this day for so long. Now that the mill's opening, I have to be in bed. And you have to miss the parade too, Mom.
No. If I close my eyes and you close your eyes, you'll see it, darling. You'll see everything in our mind's eye. See everything that's going on in the front of the mill, darling. You'll see it.
But you won't hear the speeches. Papa's going to make a speech too, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. He'll tell us everything when he comes back. And Sammy will also tell us everything. And when Sammy will tell, darling, it'll be like a composition.
I wish I could speak too.
Well, next year, Rosie. There'll be another year. Next year we'll all go. You and me will all go together, and you'll be well, and you'll feel well. We'll go.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Surely, it's going to be a holiday from now on. It's going to be a special holiday in the town. In Glastonbury, every year, the opening of the mill is going to be a celebration.
But I wish I could go this year. Today.
No, Rosalie, please. You know you can.
I know, Mama, darling. I know I can't go. And this morning when you weren't in here, don't get mad if I tell you, Mama, darling.
So what is it?
Well, when Papa was getting dressed to go to the parade, I tried to get out of bed.
Rosie.
Mm-hmm. And when I stood up, I felt awfully weak.
Rosalie, what?
It's only because I've been in bed so long, Ma. I feel wonderful now.
You sure? I'm sure.
Ma.
Yeah.
At least we'll hear the whistle.
Yeah, darling. We'll hear the whistle. And that whistle, Rosalie, will be like music. Music played not by one man, but the whole town.
A symphony, I know.
Yeah, Rosalie, a symphony. A symphony of hearts, of human hearts. Yeah, 7 months it took to learn that symphony. Now it's all over, Rosalie. I mean, the struggle to get everybody to act together. Well, they did it. They wanted the mill, and they got it. It's wonderful. Wonderful. I don't know, it makes you feel like there's something that, I don't know exactly. It's hard to say. That there's something in each person that's the same in everybody else. No, Rosalie, people are not different from each other. They only look different. They act different. But water looks different from steam oil, and steam and water different from ice. Such a long thing with chemistry. But it's water nevertheless. Yeah, Rosalie. Took men a long, long time to find out that they're the same. Deep down, Mommy, where it counts. That's the way I feel about the mill and the people that made it come true. Before we had the idea, everybody was looking out for themselves. People seemed so different that it looked like they never could do anything together. But they did. They came together because down deep, they're the same. Poor human beings, all of us, weak and foolish, and everything he tries to hide. He tries to have, how shall I say it, an appearance in the world so people will think he's something very great. We all try to do it. So what happens? They do cruel things sometimes, stupid things, foolish things. Each one tries in a different way. That makes people look different. Yes, Mama, cover yourself. But when people realize that they need each other, that only together are they good and happy and wise, then things become different, because men see that they're all the same, and they admit it. Yes, Mama, yes. Now I'm only wondering about one thing, how they shall have the mill. Yes, Rosalie, the problem now is... The problem now?
The problem is how to keep ourselves united in this great effort. Today is a day of celebration, and it is only right that it should be. We have crowned a great effort with a great success. But success is not a point that you reach. It is a state that you maintain. Are you willing to continue as we have these past months, working shoulder to shoulder? Pushing private hopes and personal ambitions away for the sake of the town, of our town. Then we will never fail. In our combined efforts will we find happiness, and the town's happiness will be each man's, and each man's the town. Thank you. And now I should like to introduce the man who first thought of the mill for us all. You all know who I mean.
I bet he means me, Pa. I bet he does. Look, he's going to cry. Henry, don't be foolish.
Mr. Goldbergs.
Go on, Pa. Go ahead. Hurry, come on. Here, I'll hold your hat, Pa. Make it good, Pa.
But also I say, fellow townspeople, after what the mayor said, and what Mr. Kenton said, I have nothing to say. The mill is yours, and no one can ever take it away if you want it bad enough. The town is yours. I hope for only one thing. As we are gathered here and wait for the whistle of the middle to blow, when I raise my hand, when I finish, and the middle whistle blows, it'll mean one thing that I continue to hope for, that the faith and the hope and the trust we have in each other will continue.
Try to do. Only one thing will ever remain, Nancy. The real trust everybody had in each other. Because without this trust, Rosalie, nothing good in the world can be done, Mommy. And nothing good there is can be kept. Nothing good can be kept. Oh, Rosalie! The whistle, Rosalie! Rosalie, Mommy, the whistle!
And so the mill's whistle blows again. Rosie and Molly, waiting at home, hear it. They know Jake's fight to make the mill the property of Glastonbury has come to a successful conclusion. Now, a new, more personal element enters the lives of the Goldbergs. Be sure to listen Monday. And now, why not phone or send out for a box of Oxidol? You'll make your work less exhausting, less nerve-wracking by switching to Oxidol. It's the extra cleansing power, the suds it gives, and the way they cut dirt and grease faster than old-style soap. Make it better for washing bathtubs and sinks and refrigerators, gas stoves, walls, and woodwork and floors. Just as important, it's also better for your hands. If you're going to do house cleaning, you may be keeping your hands in water for hours. They may become red and sore if you use ordinary soap. Well, Oxidol is safe for hands, leaves them as soft and smooth and white after using as before. Always remember, too, that Oxidol is economical to use. Gives 3 times the suds, cup for cup, you get from less energetic soap, so goes farther, does more work, cup for cup. Use Oxidol for dishwashing over the weekend. Use it for the laundry Monday. Use it for house cleaning and the daily work. I'd suggest you get the big package of Oxidol. You'll be needing it and wanting it. Tune in for the Goldbergs again this same time Monday. There's an entirely different excitement awaiting them. Don't miss it. Until Monday, this is Ray Saunders wishing you a pleasant weekend for the makers of Oxidol.
Life Can Be Beautiful, written by Carl Bixby and Don Becker and brought to you by Spick and Span. Yes, Spick and Span, the new cleaner that cleans with no rinsing, no wiping. Today, my voice comes into your home with good news for fall house cleaning. It's about Procter & Gamble's marvelous new cleaner, Spick and Span. But you know, I'd really like to bring Ann Bradley to your home in person and let this charming home service expert of ours demonstrate how Spick and Span cleans dozens of things, like painted walls, woodwork, and linoleum, to gleaming perfection with no rinsing and no wiping.
Oh, Don, I certainly wish that were possible, what you suggest. I mean a personal visit.
Why, sure, and then each woman could show you exactly what fall cleaning job she dislikes the most.
That's it. Suppose, friends, that you just hated to tackle the hall woodwork, especially around those banisters. It's been very hard to clean with soap and water, hasn't it? Well, I would say to you, all right, let's try something made to do this kind of job easily and in half the time. That is, Spick and Span. And then I would dissolve some Spick and Span in hot water, and I'd wring out the cloth well, following directions on the package, take a few easy rubs, and the clean section of woodwork would be gleaming like a mirror. You see, Spick and Span doesn't just push the dirt aside. It carries the dirt right away at the first touch of the cloth.
You don't rinse and you don't wipe dry.
Oh, that's right. And Spick and Span's grand for all your heavy fall cleaning.
Like floors and window frames, smoky kitchen walls, they'll sparkle.
And that, of course, means the daily cleaning jobs are a breeze, too. From the kitchen sink to tub and tile, you do each job quickly with no rinsing and no wiping.
And Spick and Span is safe for paint and safe for hands. And Spick and Span has been granted the Good Housekeeping seal. At your grocers or other dealers, Spick and Span.
And now, life can be beautiful. Just before Police Officer Dennis came to the bookshop to question Phil Crawford in connection with the strange death of Roy Graham, Rose Brown, Phil's assistant and once engaged to Graham, begged Chi-Chi not to mention that she, Rose, had seen Graham alone just before his death. Rose was in a state of panic. But shortly after, she appeared in the doorway of the small kitchen at the rear of the bookstore and said,
I'm the one most concerned, and I'm the only one who can tell you everything that happened. Why? You see, I had a long talk with Roy last night just before he died. I'm sure I was the last one to see him alive, and I think I can clear up the whole thing for you. Anybody want more coffee?
No one did. Chi-Chi put the pot back on the stove and waited for the detective to speak.
Well, that's fine, Miss Brown. It'll save me a lot of work.
Rose, before you say anything, I hope you understand that Lieutenant Dennis is from the Homicide Bureau.
And that he suspects that Dr. Graham was murdered.
That's perfectly ridiculous. Roy took his own life.
I'm sure he did, Rose. But can we prove it? If you've got something to say, it'll save time, Miss Brown. If you just go right ahead, tell me all about it, instead of waiting for me to ask questions.
I've known Roy Graham for almost a year. At first, we went out together quite often. I never loved Roy, but he was good company, and he didn't drink too much, and well, in certain moods, I may have given him some reason to think that I cared for him. He loved me, but it was a strange kind of love. He became possessive. He was always in a frenzy. He was insanely jealous. I hardly dared to smile at a waiter because Roy might think I was flirting with him. He asked me to marry him. I refused. Then he said he would marry me anyway. And in his distorted mind, that made us engaged. He announced it, told all our friends. No one else would date me because they were afraid of Roy. Whenever he'd become jealous, he'd drink. Drinking made him depressed and ugly. When I had a chance to come and work for Dr. Crawford, I was glad because it would let me get away from Roy. At least I thought it would. But he came down here to see me and was obnoxious. I told him to stay away, but he wouldn't. Last night he was in a particularly quarrelsome mood, and after a scene he went out making threats.
Against whom, please?
Dr. Crawford and me. I knew that Roy was dangerous in that mood, and I asked Chi-Chi, Mrs. Hamilton, to see if she could calm him. She went after him. Then I became worried about her, and I went out and found them. I sent Mrs. Hamilton home, and I tried to talk some sense into Roy. He commanded me to love him. He said that life without me wouldn't be worth living. If I didn't do something to prove that I loved him, he'd kill himself. He even said how he would. He said he'd jump in the river and have it over with. I tried to get him away from the river. We went to a small waterfront restaurant and had a few drinks.
You knew that drinking depressed him.
Then I was frantic, Lieutenant Dennis. I thought I could make him relax. But it became so much worse, I didn't know what might happen. So I left him. It was very late. I thought he'd follow me, but he didn't. This morning, when I read the newspaper, I realized why. He said he would kill himself, and he did.
I see.
By the way, just as I came to the door, I heard you say that if Dr. Crawford were jealous, he would have a motive for killing Roy. Well, I can assure you that Dr. Crawford wasn't jealous. He doesn't care for me at all. Roy's quarrel with Dr. Crawford had nothing to do with it.
What quarrel was that, Miss Brown?
What? When Phil...
Rose, that had so little to do with it that we hadn't even mentioned it.
Oh.
I'd like to hear about it, Dr. Crawford. Why did you and Graham have a quarrel?
Phil, I didn't mean to say something I shouldn't.
That's all right, Rose. Lieutenant, Roy Graham came up to my flat and became abusive. I asked him to leave, and when he refused...
Wait a minute, Phil. I must warn you. You're not required to give information which may be distorted or misinterpreted and used against you.
That's right, Doctor. You don't have to answer.
Oh, I'm sick of dodging questions and giving half answers. When he refused to leave, I hit him, and he fell down the stairway.
Was he bruised?
If he wasn't, his hide must have been thicker than I thought it was.
That could account for the bruises that were reported in the newspaper item.
Doctor, you still haven't told me why you fought with Graham.
He was abusive.
Lieutenant Dennis, there's a matter of ethics involved. Only a few days ago, there was a professional disagreement between Dr. Crawford and Dr. Graham. Dr. Crawford was the surgeon Dr. Graham assisted. The patient didn't survive. Based on some hospital gossip, the patient's husband accused Graham, and Graham turned on Dr. Crawford.
There was an inquiry, and Dr. Crawford was held blameless. But Graham had a grudge against Dr. Crawford.
I see. Did he threaten you in any way, Dr. Crawford?
Why, yes, he made some wild threats.
And did you threaten him?
Yes, I believe I did.
You only said what you did because you were angry, Phil.
That's when people usually make threats and carry them out, too.
Well, Doctor? So you don't have to answer that question. Why shouldn't I answer it? This officer is no fool. He knows much more about all this than we think he does. I didn't kill Graham, and if my answers to the policeman's questions are going to incriminate me, I may as well face it now instead of later. I don't know why you asked that question, Lieutenant, but the answer isn't good. Yes, I threatened Graham. I remember standing at the head of the stairs after I'd hit him and saying something to the effect that if he annoyed me anymore, I'd kill him. It was said in a fit of temper, of course. Perhaps even that is a damaging admission, because you may say that having a hot temper, I might have carried out the threat. What size handcuffs do you have?
Phil, there's no use sticking your neck that far out.
I wish you'd take your own advice and not talk so much.
Phil, I've told the officer that Roy killed himself, and I know he did.
Can you prove it, Miss Brown?
Prove it? What? No, I don't see how I can, but he told me. He even told me how he would.
Well, Lieutenant, as you know, I'm an attorney, and we both know that Miss Brown doesn't have to prove it. If the state accuses a citizen, the state must prove its case. If Crawford's statement that he might kill Graham is going to be taken seriously, Graham's statement to Miss Brown that he'd take his own life must be credited. And another thing, Dr. Crawford's threat was based on the contingency that Graham continued to annoy him, a condition which was not fulfilled, because Crawford didn't even see Graham again. Whereas Graham's threat to take his own life was conditioned only by Miss Brown's refusal to love him, and that contingency was met. Miss Brown did refuse to love him.
I never did love him.
Dr. Crawford, where were you last night between the hours of, say, 2 and 3?
I've told you, I have no alibi.
Where were you?
I had a personal problem to work out, Lieutenant. I was upset, and I walked for quite a while. It was after 3 o'clock when I turned in.
You were alone all this time?
Yes. Except when I talked with Jerome and Mike Reardon at his restaurant. Jerome is the man who helps Mr. Hamilton.
Where is this restaurant?
Down on the waterfront.
What's the name of it?
Crescent Restaurant.
Miss Brown, what did you say was the name of the restaurant you and Dr. Graham went to?
Crescent. I didn't know Dr. Crawford was there.
Jerome told me that Miss Brown and Graham had left shortly before.
Then you knew that Dr. Graham was or might be in the vicinity.
I suppose he had taken Miss Brown home.
But Miss Brown says he didn't. What time did you leave the restaurant?
I don't know, Lieutenant. I wasn't there long.
Did you have anything to drink?
Yes.
Then what did you do between the time you left the restaurant and the time you went to bed?
I walked. Sat on the wharf.
Alone?
Yes.
Dr. Graham must have been nearby. Did you see him?
No.
Does anybody want some more coffee?
No, thanks. Dr. Crawford, a few minutes ago you said that the police might know more than you think we do. You're right. We have reason to believe that Dr. Graham did not take his own life. I think you'd better dress and come to headquarters with me.
No, please. Roy did kill himself. I know he did.
And what does that mean, going to headquarters?
Yes. What does it mean, Lieutenant? Am I being arrested?
Yes, Dr. Crawford. I'm forced to place you under arrest on a charge of murder.
As the evidence closes in on Phil Crawford, even we who know him are forced to wonder if he is guilty. And if Phil has courage enough to believe that his life can be beautiful.
Perhaps Perhaps you've heard of Spick and Span's Happy Mrs. Haley, who doesn't wait for weekends, but gets things shining daily.
Very cute, Don. And no jingle was ever truer. Procter & Gamble's new cleaner, Spick and Span, is making daily cleaning easy for thousands upon thousands of women.
No rinsing, no wiping. That's the reason.
Oh, really, friends? There's nothing like Spick and Span. Try it on some painted surface that you'd like to do in a hurry. Just dissolve some Spick and Span in hot water, wring out your cloth, and take a few easy strokes, and that dirt is gone. The colors that were dingy and gray are bright and vivid again.
And remember, in half the time, with Spick and Span, there's no going back for leftover streaks, no going back to rinse or wipe dry.
Imagine, Spick and Span cleans beautifully at the first touch of the cloth. So why not let Spick and Span work its wonders on your woodwork? Let it make cleaning linoleum a thrilling new experience. Why not have Spick and Span handy for all your cleaning jobs, big or small? Because, friends,
there's no rinsing, there's no wiping when you clean with Spick and Span. There's no rinsing, there's no wiping when you clean with Spick and Span. Things get clean to beat the band when you clean with Spick and Span. So, friends, be sure to ask for Spick and Span today. This is Don Hancock.
And Ann Bradley.
Thanking you for listening. Life Can Be Beautiful is presented by the great new cleaner, Spick and Span.
September 20th, the news of Europe. At this time, and each evening at 6:45 Eastern Daylight Time, Columbia calls in its correspondents abroad for direct reports from the European capitals. Today we'll hear from Eric Severide in London, our correspondent in Berlin, and a report on developments in the nation's capital by Albert Warner. But while we're waiting for the shortwave report of Mr. Severide, here's the news from other points. In Rome, Germany's Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop will have another talk today with Mussolini. The pair had a first discussion yesterday, but so far there is no information as to what they discussed. Rome newspapers said that in talks between von Ribbentrop and Italy's own foreign minister, Count Ciano, southeastern Europe was a chief subject. Meanwhile, a communique in Rome says that British planes have staged intensive raids on major Italian bases in North Africa, but adds that in counterattack, the Italian planes sank a British steamer and a submarine. In Cairo, the British say that no major engagement has yet taken place with the Italians, but that British tanks are causing sharp losses in the ranks of Italian mechanized forces. In the Far East, new tension has cropped up. Japan has made sudden and unexplained demands on French Indochina for bases which geographically have no importance in the war with China. There are reports that the French government will refuse these demands. And now for the report of Eric Severide in the British capital. Go ahead, London.
This is London. The sirens have gone only once so far this morning, and I haven't heard yet any bombs or shooting. Some fighters were up over the city for a time, and we've just been informed by the ministry that German raiders were driven back before they reached the city. We had pretty bad weather over London most of the night, so we didn't take as heavy a bombing as we usually get. It was bad weather down on the Channel also, so the invasion ships were idle, while the RAF gave them another very severe punishing with high explosive. Reports from Dover now say the rough weather there shows some signs of getting worse in the next few days. That's about all that can be said of the expected invasion, of which Britishers talk less and less as the days go by. One thing is certain, if the Germans don't come, many British Army officers are going to be very disappointed men. They are sure they could beat it, and fairly sure that if they did, Hitler would go down. The Air Ministry communique just issued reported that RAF bombers successfully attacked communications in Germany, including the Dortmund-Ems Canal, besides several ports and aerodromes in enemy-occupied territory. We haven't got the whole picture yet of last night's raids over London. There were fewer planes and longer intervals between shelling from the ground. But as usual, all clear did not sound until dawn. I heard about 5 high explosives in my neighborhood, and a number of incendiaries were whooshing past at intervals. They sound like a branch falling to soft ground. One landed on the roof opposite my bedroom window and made no sound at all when it landed. Unless they hit highly inflammable material, they're quite easy to put out. It took just 3 buckets of water for this one with a hand pump and 1 bucket of sand. This bomb was lodged in those sloping roof tiles. When we could pick it up, it turned out to be just a thin cylinder about 1.5 feet long and 2 inches wide. Those bombs, I think, were dropped in clusters. 2 landed in the street, 1 in my courtyard, another on a second apartment house, and 2 or 3 1 street away. And the difficulty about these light fire bombs is that very often people, who are mostly underground anyway, don't hear them fall. And while they may be gazing at one fire across, another is secretly building up behind them. So far as I can see this morning, all fires in London are now out. At least one of the raiders was brought down last night in Surrey, and it crashed on a housetop next to a hospital. As it came screaming down in the darkness, one of the crew bailed out and was immediately captured. An anti-aircraft shell had made a direct hit on the plane. One factory in the East End was set on fire, and that was about the most important damage of the night. In the North End of London, a high-explosive bomb landed squarely on the emergency escape door of a public shelter, and a number of sleeping persons were instantly killed. It's reported this morning that the London raiders last night came in from a new direction, the northwest, and it was obvious that they were flying very low. There was a searchlight barrage from central London, and we're told night fighters went up for a time. One hospital in Essex was set on fire by an incendiary. Another bomb started small fires in the Surrey woods, which were much too wet last night to burn very readily. One report says a raider machine gun streets in a northwest suburb. Every morning now we hear a time bomb going off somewhere around the West End. One exploded 80 yards away from the Duke of Kent yesterday when he was sitting in his car, on which the dirt and rubble descended, but he wasn't hurt. Every day trucks speed through the streets carrying a time bomb to the open country. I know a traffic policeman near my house who stopped one of those trucks on its perilous errand. He's a big policeman who learned how to silence even the toughest truck drivers years ago with a few well-chosen words. But he tells me now that he has lost all confidence in himself after that experience, and if it weren't for the war, he'd think about retiring to the country. I return you now to CBS New York.
That was London. Here in New York, a dispatch from Honolulu. Admiral James O. Richardson, Commander-in-Chief of the United States Fleet, will leave for the United States Monday in the battleship New Mexico, it was understood today. And the battleship Idaho and several other ships were expected to leave also. And next, the report from the German capital. Go ahead, Berlin.
This is Berlin. Again last night, we had no air raid here. Whether the British bombers attacked other places in Germany last evening has not yet been made known. But they did not visit Berlin, though it was a fairly clear moonlight night, one of those nights when there's nothing you can do to hide a great city from enemy airmen. Everyone I know in Berlin has now caught up with his sleep. For about a fortnight, the British did come over almost every night, and you did lose sleep. But there has been no alarm since Sunday, so everyone is feeling normal again. 2 weeks ago, the chief air warden suggested that the population of Berlin set their alarm clocks for around midnight. Then when the bombers arrived and you had to make for the cellar, you didn't feel as bad as when the screaming siren suddenly awakened you, and you had to hurry, or the British would be over your rooftop. But the last few days, as one evening after another has passed peacefully, most people, I think, have given up the idea of that midnight alarm clock and have simply slept the night through. The German press this morning is still full of indignant headlines and articles against the British for the bombing of the children's hospital at Bethel night before last, when 9 children were killed and 12 injured. The official party newspaper, the Völkische Beobachter, has this banner headline this morning: "We will pay back without pity." The Berlin am Mittag carries this front page headline this noon: "It will be mercilessly revenged. Churchill's night of murder at Bethel was carefully planned." This paper, in an editorial, calls the British flyers barbarians and their deed a shameful act of murder, and warns that the reprisal of the German Air Force will be a hard one. The Svalbard remarks this morning that it is well known that there are many more important objectives in the West End shopping district of London. It says, quote, "The shopping district of London's West End, in which, as is well known, there are many more important objectives, is being continually hit with bombs. A bomb crashed through several stories of a West London hotel," unquote. The German radio this morning says that H.R. Knickerbocker, whom it calls a notorious German hater, had to report from London that the English were gradually losing their cheerfulness as a result of the German bombings. I guess I'll have to refer you to Rome for concrete news of the results of Herr von Ribbentrop's visit. We have no concrete news of it here. But the Berlin press does lift the veil enough this morning to indicate that two subjects were paramount in the talks. The Völkische Beobachter, for instance, tells us that the talks were mainly concerned with discussing the problems which will arise in Europe and Africa after Great Britain is beaten, and also the reconstruction of what it terms the new order, which the Axis powers count on setting up. The Völkische Beobachter also tells us, in connection with Ribbentrop's talks with Mussolini, that the attitude of the Spanish people in the decisive phase of the struggle with England amounts to a Spanish declaration of solidarity with the Axis powers. News of last night's German air attacks is scanty here this morning. We're told that London was again bombed, and that German attacks were also made on armament factories and industrial works in southern and central Britain last night. This is William L. Shirer in Berlin. I return you now to CBS in New York.
That was William L. Shirer in Berlin. And now, the report of Albert L. Warner in our nation's capital. We take you now to Washington.
There is now reaching the point of decision within the administration, the transfer of some 40 flying fortresses to Great Britain. The wholesale German bombing of London and the destruction of civilian lives and property have given momentum to the proposal. There's plenty of indication here that War Department opinion already has been sounded out, and that the National Defense Commission has been consulted, and the potential reaction of isolationists in Congress taken into account. At present, the Army has on hand or immediately available 50 to 75 of these huge bombing planes. The flying fortresses can travel some 4,000 miles with a good-sized load. Their speed in the original models was 250 miles per hour. Now it's been brought up to over 300 miles an hour. There's no doubt of their value to the British Air Force. They could leave Newfoundland one evening and be on British soil the next. They could range the whole extent of Germany, striking even at arms factories in Czechoslovakia. But it takes 2 years to build a flying fortress. Some officers in the War Department have raised the question of whether it would be wise from the standpoint of our own defense to send these planes to Britain. The old issue arises, and the same answer which has been made on previous occasions is again set forth. Namely, that the maintenance of British sea and air strength forms the best initial protection to the United States. Several administration senators already have taken the lead in publicly supporting the transfer of flying fortresses. Now the Assistant Republican Leader of the Senate, Warren Austin, indicates his sympathy. He tells me there are two questions to be answered. Would those airplanes serve our own objective of self-defense more in Britain's hands than if we kept them here? And can we spare them, taking into consideration the possibility of sudden need? Those are matters of strategy, he said, matters for the General Staff. But, said Senator Austin, we ought to seize upon every opportunity to defend ourselves. We are on the defensive as we have never been before. The emergency is great. To the isolationists in Congress, the proposal seems one more step in what they think is a long series leading to involvement. Yet, the voice of isolationism was weak when American destroyers were transferred to Britain. These flying fortresses may also be connected directly or indirectly with a proposal to let the United States share Britain's naval bases in the Far East. Such American access to Singapore would be another gesture to restrain Japan as it penetrates into French Indochina. But to isolationists, any linking of flying fortresses and Far East bases would merely serve to double the liability. The large-scale preparations for handling conscription continue in Washington, although no selective service director has yet been named. Two persons have been mentioned for the command of the draft machinery, Major General Gullion and Lieutenant Colonel Hershey. From Republican quarters in Congress, there comes some muttering over the White House silence on a draft administrator. Representative Ditter, chairman of the Republican Congressional Campaign Committee, says, after all the pressure and clamor for speed when the measure was before Congress, it seems strange there should be a delay in selecting a man for the administrative job. There's a copy here of the questionnaire which the registrants in the draft have to fill out. The Census Bureau, by the way, says there are 16,404,000 men in the ages 21 to 35 who will be due to register October 16th. The questionnaire runs 8 pages. Your physical condition, your dependents, all the details of your occupation are required. The Selective Service headquarters is being swamped with questions. They say that although it has been made clear only single men are likely to be taken in the first draft, there are some wives writing in wanting to know how they can keep their husbands out, and others asking how they can get them in.
CBS has brought you reports from its correspondents in London, Berlin, and Washington. This morning, Eric Severide reported from London, William L. Sharer reported from Berlin, while Albert Warner was heard from Washington. George Bryan speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
When a Girl Marries. Sure Gel, the famous powdered pectin product for making jams and jellies, presents another absorbing chapter in the true-to-life radio drama, When a Girl Marries. A story of young married life dedicated to everyone who has ever been in love. Before we start today's episode, there's something I want to discuss with Elizabeth Palmer, our jam and jelly making expert.
I know you, Charlie. You'd like more of that Sure Gel story, and I don't blame you. Jams and jellies made with Sure Gel certainly taste delicious.
And think how Sure Gel saves time, Elizabeth.
Yes, sir. When you follow Sure Gel recipes, you're parapetting glasses 15 minutes after preparing fruit. What's more, Sure Gel gives more jam and jelly from every cup of sugar.
And don't forget that you can use light corn syrup to replace half the cups of sugar called for in any Sure Gel recipe.
Right, Charlie. And remember, if you can't find the fruit you want, you can make delicious jams and jellies from any available fruit with Sure Gel. Just follow the recipes that come with every box. There's a separate tested recipe for each fruit with Sure Gel.
Right. And Sure Gel not only saves time and sugar, but it also gives you half again more glasses than you get with the same amount of fruit in long boil recipes.
You're sure with the 65 home-tested recipes in every Sure Gel box, because you get separate recipes for each fruit.
Yes, for more and more delicious jam and jelly, follow the recipes in every box of time-saving, sugar-saving Sure Gel. And now, When a Girl Marries, the story of Joan and Harry Davis. Suddenly, the cool beauty of a summer day is gone. The happiness of a moment is past. And the sheer reality of suffering in a man's face has topped a world. That happened to Irma Cameron just a moment ago. Just a moment ago when Kathy, helping her mother house clean the kitchen, upset a bucket of water rather than face Steve Skidmore coming up the road. And now Steve is standing before Irma, silent, belligerent-looking, as Irma repeats.
Steve, there's something wrong.
Irma, hadn't you better mop up the water?
No, Steve, let it go.
The bucket Kathy upset?
Kathy...
In her hurry to get out of the room?
Steve, let's go on the porch. You're tired.
Tired.
There wasn't much water in the bucket.
Here, I'll get it up.
No, Steve.
Well, I'll help then.
I don't know what got into Kathy.
I do.
It was such a beautiful day, I wanted to clean the kitchen thoroughly. I've been canning the last few days.
Your house is always clean, Irma.
Oh, Steve, I was so happy this morning when John gave us an estimate of our potato crop. Well, we're going to have a surplus, Steve. It'll mean a nice little nest egg.
Let me have the mop.
Oh, it's all right now, Steve. Yeah,
I'll just put the bucket outside, and then we can sit down.
I want to talk to you, Irma.
Yes, Steve. There. What is it, Steve?
I'm not going to be able to come over here anymore.
Steve. Oh, no.
It wouldn't be safe.
Not coming here anymore?
No.
Well, I thought you always considered this a second home.
That has nothing to do with it.
Now that you're alone,
I'm not coming over here again. Not while there's a likelihood of Harry Davis being around.
What has Harry to do with us?
It wouldn't be safe for me to meet him.
But, Steve, this is my home. Regardless of the fact that Joan is my best friend, I don't see why that should affect your coming here.
Irma, I've made up my mind.
Well, suppose you don't see eye to eye with Harry.
I don't want to talk about it.
Suppose you should meet him here.
I'd be liable to kill him.
Steve.
That's why I'm not coming.
Steve, this isn't you talking. This isn't the Steve I've always known.
The Steve you've always known doesn't exist anymore.
Oh, yes, he does.
The man you see standing before you has nothing to live for. Nothing at all.
That isn't true, Steve.
Goodbye, Irma.
Don't go, Steve. I won't let you go. You came here to talk to me. You said you did.
Goodbye, Irma.
You can't do this to me, Steve. I've always been fair to you. I've always listened to you. You have no right to leave me. Not until you've talked to me. Not until you tell me what's happened.
Nothing's happened that hasn't already.
Yes, it has, Steve.
No.
You're better, Steve. I know you are. I've seen you progress since you left the hospital.
Yes. Since I lost my arm.
You've discovered you can still work. You discovered that didn't really matter.
The loss of my arm is unimportant.
But then what else is there?
My self-respect.
Oh, Steve, what do you mean by that?
I'd better go, Irma.
No. Not until you've talked to me. I have a right to know. I demand that right. Steve, I saw you when you were really sick. You came back here. I saw you find yourself again. I saw you go back to your job.
Yeah. For what?
For yourself, Steve. For the same self-respect you're talking about.
There's only one thing I can do for myself. For what's left of myself. And that is to make Harry Davis pay for the destruction he's caused.
Steve.
Make Harry Davis take over a little bit of the responsibility, the havoc he brought into Betty's life.
Always Betty.
Yes.
Hasn't she done enough damage to you already?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about a woman who would marry a man and not live up to her contract. And not care for him at all. Only insofar as she can advance herself in her own selfishness.
That's enough, Irma.
All right, Steve.
You're like everyone else. You're influenced by Harry Davis.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. He has a way with women. Any man can see that.
No.
He can wrap them around his little finger.
Steve, listen to me. Harry Davis has nothing to do with the trouble Betty caused.
Don't make me laugh.
Steve, listen. He's had to pay a price, the same as you have.
What do you mean? What price did Harry Davis ever pay?
He nearly lost Joan.
Yes. But he didn't.
That was fate.
Fate.
It's true, Steve. He was caught in the same trap you were caught in.
Caught in his own trap? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, not in his own trap. Steve, in the trap that Betty set to get what she wanted out of life.
I'm sorry you said that, Irma.
I'm not. Because it's what I've always wanted to say. What I saw happen that night at the school dance you took me to. The dance where you met Betty.
What happened?
You...
Well?
Oh, Steve?
Nothing happened that I know of. That the most beautiful girl I ever saw came into the room. The most beautiful and the most lovely girl. A girl who had no business to be in Beechwood. Who should have been home with her mother.
Then why did she come here?
Why? Because Harry Davis made her.
Steve, don't be so blind. Harry loves no one but Joan. He never did.
And you talk about me being blind.
If you could see them together, you'd know I'm right.
Me blind?
You are, Steve. Harry and Joan came back here to begin their life all over again. To find their happiness again.
Harry Davis came back here for only one reason. To laugh at me. To laugh at a man who got in his way. who married the woman he was in love with.
Steve.
It's the truth.
I can't believe my ears when you say a thing like that.
Truth is often hard to believe.
Oh, Steve, you can't say that this is the truth.
I told you this talk would do no good. For either of us.
Oh, Steve.
Goodbye, Irma.
You can't go yet, Steve. You can't. I've got to make you see. I've got to find some way to make you see.
I do see, Irma. That's the trouble. I do see.
Steve.
I see what's happened to my life. I see what I had 2 years ago. And I see what I have now.
Steve, listen to me.
And I see also what Harry has. A wife who blindly worships him. A son. A home to come back to. Everybody helping to make his way smooth.
Oh, Steve.
Yeah, well, what do I have?
I hoped you had some feeling about my home and about the children.
That's a good one.
Oh, no, Steve.
Kathy can't stand the sight of me.
No.
Now, don't try to lie, Irma.
I'm not.
Even seeing me at the kitchen door.
Kathy's
Even
young.
seeing me come into the house made her knock over the bucket of water to get away from me. That's what I mean to Kathy.
Steve.
Just remember one thing, Irma. I'm going to take justice into my own hands. I'm going to see punishment is meted out to Harry Davis the first time our paths meet.
We'll be back with you in a moment. But now, say, Elizabeth, do you have a sugar bank in your house?
Yes, sir. I put aside at least a tablespoonful of sugar every day and save it for making jams and jellies. Really, anybody can afford to make spreads with Sure Gel, you know, because it's such a sugar saver.
Right. You get more finished glasses from every cup of sugar with Sure Gel. And light corn syrup may be substituted for half the cups of sugar called for in any Sure Gel recipe.
So hurry. Start putting up the delicious fruit you'll find in the local stores right now. As for sugar, inquire at your local ration board regarding extra sugar for the purpose of canning and jelly making.
And while we're talking sugar, remember to make jam and jelly-making sugar go farther by using sugar-saving Sure Gel.
Yes. The recipes inside every box of Sure Gel help all fruit set quickly and just right. With a half-minute boil for jelly, a minute boil for jam.
You save fruit, save sugar, time, and flavor with Sure Gel. Without another word, Steve Skidmore turns on his heel and walks away. Walks away without listening to Irma calling to him. With only one thought in his mind, a hatred of Harry Davis. Well, there until Monday at the same time, we leave the story of When a Girl Marries, written by Elaine Carrington. This program is presented by Sure Gel, America's largest selling powdered pectin product. Remember, you get more jelly and you get better jelly, too, from the same amount of fruit when you use time-saving, sugar-saving, fruit-saving, flavor-saving Sure Gel. Your announcer is Charles Stark.
Coffee drinking pleasure depends greatly upon flavor in the cup. That's why today's Maxwell House coffee is so deeply satisfying. Choice Latin American coffees, Manizales for mellowness, Medellins for richness, Bucaramangas for full body, and still other superb Latin American coffees for vigor are blended together to bring you one far more flavorful coffee, Maxwell House. Then, for uniform strength and goodness, the blend is Radiant Roasted.
Thus, every cup of today's Maxwell House is extra flavorful, extra good to the last drop.
Alka-Seltzer, first aid for the relief of headaches, acid indigestion, and muscular aches and pains. Alka-Seltzer brings you Hilltop House. Hello there, this is Durward Kirby. Say, let's listen to how one woman's intuition saved the day for her husband.
Hi, sweetie. Oh, boy, what a day I had.
Well, you seem pretty happy.
Sure I do now. But listen, I got behind on my calls this morning, so I had to rush through lunch. You know, grabbed a sandwich, ate it in the car to save time. Oh, then was I uncomfortable. Stomach was upset. But someone left some Alka-Seltzer in the glove compartment of the car.
Darling, that someone was me. I put the Alka-Seltzer in the car. I knew it would come in handy someday.
Well, leave it to the lady of the house to know what Alka-Seltzer can do for her man on the road. Yes, indeed. You see, you never know when acid-upset stomach will come along. And Alka-Seltzer, with its instant alkalizing action, reduces excess stomach acidity. And those thousands of tiny bubbles make an unsettled stomach settle down. You feel better again in a hurry, thanks to gentle, speedy Alka-Seltzer. So, friends, ask for Alka-Seltzer at any drugstore. Try it for fast, effective relief from upset stomach, heartburn, and acid indigestion. And now, Julie of Hilltop House.
It was a little before 8, and I just awakened when I heard the telephone ring. And a minute later, Reed came to tell me that Hilltop's teenage Babs just had to talk with me. I hurried to the phone, a little anxious. She was so excited she could hardly talk. I asked her to come over. I knew this all had something to do with Leonard Clapper.
I know I'm way too early, but I just couldn't walk slow.
Well, come on in, honey.
Isn't it awful the way I'm barging in on you? I hope Reed won't mind. I love him too much to do even the tiniest little thing to upset him.
It's all right, dear. He's upstairs playing with Tommy. He always does first thing after that infant wakes up.
Oh, he's the luckiest baby in the whole world to be adopted by Reed and you. And I'm the luckiest girl in Glendale to have you for such understanding friends. But I didn't come here to soft soap you. Honest. You had every right to be angry with me for going to Reed about the party dress.
Take your coat off, Babs, and let's relax.
I can't. I'm just too thrilled about everything. But I do want to get straightened out about the party dress. I felt sort of funny going to Reed, but I was desperate. And crossed my heart hope to die, I only wanted to borrow the money from Reed. And when he insisted on giving me the dress for a present, I just about died. But I'll still pay him back if you think that's right. Only, please don't be mad at me. A couple of times the way you looked at me at the party last night, I could tell you were.
Yes. I get upset whenever you Hilltop children misuse friendship by promoting things.
What do you mean? I didn't ask for the dress.
You knew it wouldn't be necessary because Reed is an unusually generous person. And he'd been especially kind to you because of Marcia.
Well, then I will pay him back if that's what you think.
Now, tell me, are you being realistic?
It'd take an awfully long time if that's what you mean.
And won't there be many other things you'll want as you keep earning money babysitting? I've already seen that.
I guess I'll have to tell you because I don't like to lie to you. I did go to Reed's office hoping he'd offer to buy me the dress, not expecting it, though. And that's because, well, if he hadn't gone to the party, why, then I could have worn one of Marcia's dresses. I counted on that, and Reed understood, and he even agreed with me.
The party dress you had wouldn't have been out of place, Babs. I looked at it when I was at Hilltop.
Oh, Miss Julie, yes, it was. It's dated. I'd have looked like a back number in that 4-year-old hand-me-down. Honest, the girls would have made all sorts of snide remarks. Not to my face, maybe. They have everything just right for parties.
Babs, it isn't possible for you to compete with Nancy's crowd, dear. Their values can't hold for you.
Oh, I know you're right about that, and I won't care so much now because something happened that's wonderful.
Happened when, last night?
Gee, I can feel I'm blushing.
Well, Babs, tell me what happened.
Well, gosh, I thought it'd be so easy to tell you, but...
Look at me, Babs. And don't be afraid to talk to me, dear.
I don't know why I can't tell you when I could tell Reed at the party.
Oh, this is something that Reed knows.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
It's about Len. He's so wonderful. I think about him all the time. And I was up all night just about thinking about him and going over the party all over again. And, oh, Miss Julie, can't you guess?
Well, it would be flattering to any girl to get so much attention from a handsome and popular boy. He's dated you.
He hasn't dated any other girl. Doesn't that mean what I think?
But you haven't known him very long, dear.
Oh, he likes me a lot. And he asked me to Nancy's party. And there's the big football game at Madison City, and I know he'll date me for that.
Babs, I know it's easy to like Leonard Clabber. He's a charming fellow. And I can see where he'd be exciting because he's quite grown up. But we don't know what sort of person he is, dear.
But I do.
Well, I mean, in the way we know Conrad, because you've grown up with him.
I certainly know what Len's like, and we know his mother and his uncle.
But most important is Len himself. He dates you, but, well, he's awfully interested in the girls of rich families. And he's ambitious in a way that's a little unusual for a boy of his age.
He's got to think of having ambition. He wants to be successful, and you can't criticize that.
Well, Babs, I don't have to be responsible for Leonard. He has a mother. But I want to look out for you as though you were my own child. I don't want life to hurt you anymore.
But, Miss Julie, I'm in love. How could life ever hurt me now? I can say it out loud. I'm in love with Len, and I've never been so happy.
Does he feel the same toward you?
I'm pretty sure he knows the way I feel, but I haven't let on. I'm waiting for him to tell me first. And sometimes girls know first. He must be in love with me, or how could I fall in love with him?
At the orphanage, Mrs. Clabber had something important to say to her son. She waited patiently as Len talked about Nancy's successful party.
What I like about the Longstreets is they don't overdo. That party could have been a lot showier, but one thing I found out when I was at camp, Mom, with Scott and those fellas, if you've had money in the family for a long time, you don't let it show too much. And that's the way Nancy's party was. Everything in good taste. Expensive, but not flashy. You know what I mean.
Oh, yes. I know you fit in with people like the Longstreets. I think you come by it quite naturally. Through my family. Oh, the money wasn't on our side, but we had quality and the right connections. You always want to remember that about your mother, dear.
Sure, Mom. I know you've got the right ideas.
Well, son, I must tell you that I'm worried.
Why?
About Barbara.
Oh, Mother.
I know your interest in an orphan could never be serious.
Now, don't give me another lecture. As long as Babs is useful to me, I'll keep dating her. And let me tell you, she's been plenty useful. I don't want it to look like I'm on the make for that rich crowd. I want them to come to me. And it's working.
I wish you'd listen to your mother, dear, because once in a while I do know something. Remember, this is a small town, and if you're seen around with Babs all the time...
I can't drop her yet, because she's my safest, steady date.
How do you mean that?
Well, it doesn't put me under any obligation. No parents to object, and anything I do for an orphan will be to my credit.
Well, I still say if you keep on dating her, people will get in the habit of coupling you together, and they'll invite you with her.
Now, you let me handle that, Mom, huh? I can give people the impression I'm doing a little charity. Same as you. I told you, if you want to be smart about things, you play down the fact that you need this job. And you talk about it as if you're doing charity. It's a perfect setup with Uncle Frank being the chairman of the orphanage board.
People won't think about charity when they see you and Babs out together. And I don't want my son being linked with an orphan. I've sacrificed too much.
Mother, stop giving yourself gray hairs, will you? I'm getting in with that rich crowd. I already went to Nancy's Sweet 16 party, and I'm going to dinner at her house, but not with Babs.
Oh, that's nice.
Now I've got to reciprocate, and I want to take Nancy to the football game next Saturday. Now, if there's one thing Mr. Longstreet's got a complex on, it's that a fortune hunter's after Nan. So I've got to have plenty of dough to spread around when I'm with that crowd. I came back from camp with a little, but that won't last long.
Oh, really, Lenny? I don't see why you can't date Nancy without having it cost so much. You and I know...
You and I know Uncle Frank's got plenty stacked away. He's sitting on those money bags, and you gotta shove him off. I got the clothes, but I need a steak, Mom. And then just you watch me. That money's gonna come to me someday, so why shouldn't I get a little advance? You come through for me, and I'll come through for you. But big.
What bothers you most when you have a headache? The actual discomfort of the pain, or the fact that a headache keeps you from doing the things you want to? Well, Alka-Seltzer can help you on both counts because, you see, Alka-Seltzer is not only effective, it's fast in relieving headache discomfort. And in addition, Alka-Seltzer is as gentle as you could want it to be. Alka-Seltzer contains one of the most useful and helpful pain relievers known, sodium acetylsalicylate. And tests prove the system absorbs more of this pain reliever faster from Alka-Seltzer. It's ready to go right to work as soon as you drink it. And in very short order, you feel better again. Yes, when you have a headache, take Alka-Seltzer and enjoy that feel-better feeling. There's nothing quite like Alka-Seltzer. Ask for it at any drugstore. Ask for Alka-Seltzer. First aid for a headache. And now let's join Miss Julie for another moment. She stood at the window watching Babs rush off to school.
I'm afraid she's going to be hurt dreadfully, and it's too late for words. Experience and wisdom don't seem to count very much when you're an adolescent in love.
Be sure to tune in tomorrow to another exciting episode of Hilltop House, written by Addie Richton and Lynn Stone. Julie is played by Jan Miner. Regina Jouvin is Babs. Yes, that's the way some people describe the way they feel after losing some sleep the night before. You ever feel that way yourself? Well, if a nervous, overwrought feeling ever keeps you from enjoying the sound sleep you need to get every night, try the friendly help of Miles Nervine. Yes, when nervous tension keeps you tossing and turning, let Miles Nervine help calm you down, relax you, so that you can sleep. You see, Miles Nervine lets you sleep. It doesn't put you to sleep. That's why you don't feel so let down the next day. Miles Nervine is easy to buy and pleasant to take. Just ask for Miles Nervine Liquid or Miles Nervine Effervescent Tablets at any drugstore. Follow the label, avoid excessive use. And the next time a tense nervous feeling keeps you awake, soothe your nerves with Miles Nervine, and then go to sleep. Friends, the high birth rate during recent years foreshadows a serious crowding problem in our country's schools, and we should start now to prepare for it. More buildings will be needed in some localities, more textbooks and supplies in others. Hundreds of thousands of new elementary school teachers will be needed, and with the wonderful opportunity this field now offers, young people in high school and college should give serious consideration to teaching as a career. Parents should work with their local civic groups to improve educational conditions. And write to Better Schools, 2 West 45th Street, New York, 36, New York, to find out how other communities are going about bettering their schools. Remember, education molds our future. Better schools build a stronger America.
Crisco's radio newspaper with Bernardine Flynn. Brought to you by Crisco, the pure all-vegetable shortening. It's digestible. Now, Bernardine Flynn.
Thank you, Durward, and hello, friends. Before Durward Kirby brings us the latest world news, I want to tell you a little story about Sergeant Louis Newbar, who is stationed at Fort Douglas, Utah. Sergeant Newbar, it seems, just doesn't like to be crowded. So, for a long time, he's made it a practice to get up a little earlier than the rest of the soldiers in the barracks, so he can shave ahead of the washroom rush. The other morning, he was awakened by noises coming from the squad room. Time to get up, he said to himself, and drowsily threw the covers back and hustled down to shave. He carefully finished the job and then returned to the barracks, for some reason or other not feeling as though he'd had enough sleep. And when he re-entered the barracks, the truth dawned on him. No wonder he felt as though he hadn't slept enough. It was only 1 o'clock in the morning. The noise he'd heard was some of the boys just coming in. And now, Durward, what's the latest world news?
American heavy bombers picked up the air offensive against Western Europe this morning, Byrne. Our flying fortresses blasted targets at Brunswick, one of Germany's major manufacturers of aircraft engines, as well as an important communications center. The fortresses were escorted into their target by formations of American and British fighters. Early reports say there was heavy anti-aircraft fire, but practically no German fighter plane opposition. Our Liberators and other planes also bombed the French invasion coast. In London, Britain's Air Minister, Sir Archibald Sinclair, says that air supremacy over Germany, to blast open the road to Berlin, now lies within the grasp of the Allies. He says that our historic aerial offensive is producing visible, measurable, and progressive results. However, Sinclair cautions that Germany is still capable of striking back in heavy force. General Arnold, the United States Army's air chief, has commended the 15th Air Force in Italy for last week's raids on German aircraft plants. He says that those attacks laid the foundations for final and decisive operations in the future. In Italy, the heaviest artillery duels in 10 days have broken the lull on the Anzio beachhead. British troops have broken up a series of small German attacks, and other Allied troops have mopped up a number of Germans who wriggled through the lines near Cassino. From Russia, Premier Joseph Stalin has sent a message to President Roosevelt predicting that the time is near when the Allies will defeat Hitlerite Germany. On the Russian battlefronts today, the Red Army is racing over the approaches to Pskov and nearing the outskirts of the town itself. In Moscow, a special Russian atrocity commission has made a full report on the brutality of German occupation forces at Kiev. The commission is holding Field Marshal von Manstein, the German commander in southern Russia, responsible for 195,000 murders in the Kiev area. Finland's parliament held a secret session this morning, presumably to discuss chances for an acceptable separate peace with Russia. And there is also a report that Sweden will do its best to provide Finland with food if the Finns get out of the war. On the other side of the world, there is good news in our war against the Japs. First of all, the Navy Department reveals that our submarines have sunk 14 more Japanese merchant vessels. And in New Delhi, Admiral Mountbatten has issued an order of the day to his forces in Burma, saying that their complete victory on the Arakan front has given the Japanese a crack they will remember. In the Southwest Pacific, American air and naval forces have delivered another heavy blow to Japanese shipping, destroying or damaging 29 Japanese planes, 34 barges, and 2 cargo ships. And the Japs admit that they lack sufficient aircraft to cope with the growing Allied offensive action. In this hemisphere, in Buenos Aires, the police say that they seized documents of the German Transocean News Agency to prove that it was connected with spy rings in countries bordering Argentina. Also, the Tokyo radio, by the way, has come forth with one of the best of the war's wisecracks. Unconscious variety, that is. After telling of new American successes, the Jap announcer asked, "What shall we do now?" And then solemnly answered his own question by saying, "Now is the time that the people of Japan should stand up with resolute determination, glaring at the enemy." Well, some Marine probably has the answer to that one with, "Glare ahead, brother, we're coming in anyway." And that's the top of today's World News. Now, Bernardine, I believe you have something of interest for our listeners.
The other day I was talking to a woman who runs a cooking school, and we got to comparing notes, particularly about Crisco. She said she'd just never seen so many dyed-in-the-wool butter users who were being won over to Crisco for cakes.
Well, that wasn't any surprise to you, was it, Trent?
No, but I'm glad I'm not the only one who's noticing it. Really, friends, don't you think butter for cakes got to be kind of a habit? Why, with Crisco, you can make some of the best-tasting cakes you ever put in your mouth. Full of flavor, wonderful texture, and light as a feather. Like the maple walnut cake I made yesterday. You just add chopped walnuts to a regular yellow layer cake batter. And for the frosting, use a boiled icing with maple syrup in it. Anyway, the cake was delicious. As good as any butter cake ever thought of being.
And what about that lighter cake secret of Crisco's, Vern?
Oh, yes. Why, friends, do you know that with Crisco, you can make a lighter cake than with any other shortening, even the most expensive? It's amazing to think a shortening can make that much difference. But you just try a Crisco cake and see. See if you ever tasted a cake quite as light or one that was quite as good.
Now, Bernardine, how about another story?
This is a story about the Red Cross, Durward. Not long ago, Red Cross relief representatives were standing on a dock under a hot African sun and watching a large gray refugee ship move in through the harbor. There were children on board, 300 or 400 young refugees from Greece. There were adults on the ship, too, many of them ill, others forlorn and bewildered. They had seen their country ruthlessly devastated by the Germans. For most of them, everything they'd ever owned had been lost. They had only the baggage they carried. One very old lady refused the assistance of a young native boy who ran out to help her. She was afraid to let her few pitiful belongings out of her sight. Then there was a little girl, blonde and blue-eyed and not more than 6 years old. She had no baggage at all. All she owned was on her back, a shapeless dress made from an old burlap sack. As the refugees streamed onto the dock, Red Cross workers passed among them, distributing refreshments and clothing and making assignments for temporary homes. The little girl in the burlap was given a new Red Cross dress. She didn't know what to say. She hugged it to her and stared at the Red Cross worker with unbelieving eyes. It had been so long since she'd had anything pretty or clean or new. The next day, though, the Red Cross workers were surprised to see the little girl still wearing her ragged gunny sack dress. "Where's your new dress, dear?" the Red Cross lady asked her. "Did you lose it?" The child was silent for a moment, and she looked up timidly and said, "Please, my mother had to stay behind in Greece. Someday I'm going back and find her, and please, I want to save my Red Cross dress for her." Heartwarming, sincere little stories like this are told every day by the thousands of Red Cross workers all over the world. The Red Cross is on the job, lending a helping hand on the battlefields, in the liberated countries, and on the home front. They help the needy regardless of race or color or nationality. Tomorrow, friends, the Red Cross begins its annual membership drive. The goal is set high this year, for there is much work to be done. That means we must back the Red Cross more than ever. You and I, and the people who live up the street, and those around the corner, and on the other side of town. Each one of us must do all we can to see that this great organization is kept going at full strength. When one of the volunteer workers calls on us, let's give and give again, for the Red Cross needs our help.
You're very right, Vern. Our contributions couldn't go for a better cause.
By the way, Durward, how was your trip to New York last week?
Oh, it was swell, Vern, just swell. It was a bond-selling trip, you know, and we really sold the bonds, approximately $10 million worth in all.
Wonderful.
And it was the first time I'd been to New York in 10 years.
Oh?
And believe me, it sure has changed. The thing that struck me most was the number of different uniforms you see on the sidewalks of New York. I saw fighting men and women from every one of the United Nations and from every branch of their armed forces. It was really a wonderful sight. And it sort of set my spine to tingling to know that all those people, New Zealanders, Canadians, British, French, Dutch, Russians, and all the others are fighting shoulder to shoulder with us to help make the world a happier place in which to live. And just to look at their faces, you just know we can't lose.
Oh, it must have been thrilling, Durward.
It surely was. You know, I also got a big kick out of going up to the top of the Empire State Building. A stranger in town, you know.
Uh-huh.
We were 1,028 feet above the street, 102 stories, and the wind that day was blowing 55 miles an hour at that height.
Ooh.
And listen, when you get to New York again, Vern, you don't want to miss a ride on the Staten Island Ferry. It's a half-hour trip for just a nickel.
Wow.
And the subways, you can ride all over the city for 5 cents. You really get your money's worth in transportation out of a nickel in New York.
Well, how are traveling conditions, Durward?
Pretty crowded. You know, I couldn't get a plane reservation Sunday night, and I was lucky, very lucky, to get train tickets. I tell you, the government means it when it says very sincerely, please don't travel unless you have to, because everything is jam-packed.
And now, Durward, what's the latest on the home front?
Well, the OPA announced just about 2 hours ago The point values of pork and many beef cuts will be sharply reduced starting Sunday. The pork reductions will range from 1 to 3 points, and only spare ribs will remain unchanged. The beef cuts used for roasts, rib steaks, and stews also will be reduced 1 to 2 points. The OPA says on the average we will get 8% more meat next month. However, point values for veal, lamb, mutton, butter, cheese, lard, and other dairy products will be unchanged in March.
Durward, what's the latest on the draft today?
The reports from nearly every state in the Union show that draft quotas are not being met.
What's the answer to that, Durward?
There are various opinions. Senator Johnson and Senator Wheeler disagree with President Roosevelt's medical commission and think the armed forces should lower their physical standards to take more 4Fs. And others point out that about the only substantial manpower pool left, that is outside of the fathers, is the group of 2 million single men with occupational deferments. And, of course, you know that President Roosevelt has ordered all occupational deferments reviewed.
Elsewhere on the home front, the Commerce Department says that 1 out of every 3 American families now has an income of more than $3,000 a year. That compares with only 1 in 10 families between 1935 and 1940.
And another survey shows that it takes at least $13.23 a week to buy food for a family of 5 in New York City. Well, that's $2.16 more than last year. Say, Bern, someone asked me why ration tokens are needed. Can you explain that?
Oh, easily. You see, red stamps and blue stamps in Ration Book 4 will each be worth 10 points. Instead of getting your change in stamps, you now get tokens which are good indefinitely. Do you ever experiment when you're cooking? You know, make up recipes? Well, last week I had some bologna and I thought, now that would be grand for dinner if I can just think of some new way of cooking it.
I think I smell a recipe coming along.
Well, I did put together a dish I thought was good. It's very simple. Bologna and noodle put together, I called it. Maybe you'd like to try it. You just fry cubes of bologna, chopped onions, and some sliced mushrooms in piping hot Crisco. When the bologna and onion have a nice crisp brown look, mix in the cooked noodles and heat thoroughly. Then serve. I think your family will like it. Mine cleaned up every last speck.
And, ladies, don't forget that with Crisco in your frying pan, you don't have to worry about upset digestions either.
I should say not. Why, Crisco fried foods are so digestible, even the youngsters can enjoy them.
You see, Crisco is pure and all vegetable, digestible itself, and it's the finest quality shortening you can use. Now, remember, with Crisco, everything you cook tastes better, and it's digestible.
And now, Durward, what's our last story?
It seems that Navy chaplains never forget themselves, even though they do travel in an atmosphere of, shall I say, purple vocabularies. Take, for instance, Chaplain Lonnie Meacham of Virginia Beach. As the story goes, he was standing in the chow line when someone accidentally spilled hot soup on him. The dignified chaplain didn't say a word for a moment, and then he slowly turned around to the men behind him and he said, "Would some of you fellows say a few appropriate words, please?" Well, friends, that's all for now. Join us again tomorrow for another edition of Crisco's Radio Newspaper.
Durward Kirby will bring you the latest world news.
Bernardine Flynn will give you the colorful human interest side of the news.
And we're both saying goodbye for Crisco. It's digestible.
Once again, we present Our Gal Sunday, the story of an orphan girl named Sunday who was left on the steps of the cabin of 2 old miners who raised her from childhood in the little mining town of Silver Creek, Colorado, who, in young womanhood, married England's richest, most handsome lord, Lord Henry Winthrop. The story that asks the question, can this girl from a little mining town in the West find happiness as the wife of a wealthy and titled Englishman? Let me tell you about a remedy that thousands of people now use to get quick relief from the pains caused by headache, neuralgia, and rheumatism. People use it because the results are truly astonishing. This remedy is called Anacin, and the reason so many people rely upon it is that it was first suggested to them by their physician or dentist. Perhaps you, too, at some time have been handed an envelope containing Anacin tablets. If you haven't discovered Anacin through this channel, then by all means discover it for yourself. For your own sake, to get quick relief, Anacin is certainly worth a trial. Of course, there's a reason why Anacin is so amazingly effective. It is made up of a combination of different medically proved and tested ingredients, not just one. It is like a doctor's prescription that way. For a prescription nearly always calls for a combination of different ingredients. Try Anacin on this basis. If the first few tablets fail to give the quick relief you want, you may return the unused portion and your money will be refunded. So, be prepared next time you suffer from a headache or neuralgic and rheumatic pains. Get a supply of Anacin at any drugstore today and have it on hand. Spelled Anacin. It comes in tins of 12 and 30 or bottles of 50 and 100 tablets. And now, Our Gal Sunday. Much has happened in the last few days at Palmolive Hospital to prophesy difficult days ahead for Sunday with two members of the staff. First, there is Nurse Rhoda Gray, who because of her jealousy and love of Dr. Allen Brooke has proved particularly objectionable to Sunday. And then there's Allen Brooke himself, whose personal interest in Sunday is becoming a major problem to her. However, these problems have been in some part counteracted. Although Sunday is facing her first long separation from Lord Henry, who is now a captain in the English Army, she's been comforted, not only by his letters, but by a feeling and knowledge that there are times when their love brings them together in an unusual and beautiful manner, keeping both of them from feeling that distance can separate them. Sunday is now in the living room of the lodge, sitting with Lord Percy before a crackling fire. Listen.
Fire feels good these misty Scotch days, doesn't it, Uncle Percy?
Yes, it does, Sunday.
You've been down to the village this morning. You must be tired.
Tired? Of course I'm not tired. Don't pamper me, Sunday.
I'm not pampering you, Uncle Percy. I was going to suggest that you stay here with me for a while. I don't have to go to the hospital until later on.
Do I look as if I'm leaving Palmolive Castle into a hospital? Is that a man's work? No.
Well, Uncle Percy, what are you talking about?
Morning, noon, and night I fuss about with lists, with orders. Try to give the hospital staff advice. They don't want it. They know better than I do how to equip a hospital. What do they think I am, a useless old man, eh?
Well, of course not, Uncle Percy. You aren't old, and you're certainly not useless.
No, if I'm not useless, why am I not in the army? Answer me that.
Why, because, well, there's no need for you to be, Uncle Percy. And you served in the last war.
Nonsense. There's no reason for me to be out here in Scotland, sitting before a fire, warming my toes, or to be in London. Anywhere but here.
But, Uncle Percy, you offered Palmolive Castle to the government to be used as a hospital. That was a wonderful thing.
But why did they tell me to stay here and look after it? It's a conspiracy, that's what it is.
Uncle Percy. You're needed at Palmolive, that's why you were asked to stay here. Uncle Percy, you know, I've been thinking of something the last few days.
What?
The attitude of the people everywhere, all over England. No matter how they're feeling inside, they're taking all their troubles, all their problems cheerfully.
I noticed that too, Sunday.
It's inspiring. That's the way life should be. Full of courage and hope and doing the job at hand.
Now, look here, my dear. Are you trying to tell me in a roundabout, feminine sort of fashion that I shouldn't be complaining about doing work that a fair to middling bookkeeper could do?
Uncle Percy, of course I'm not.
I hope not.
After all, your work is more exacting than that. There's no sense in pretending that it isn't important because you know it is. But didn't you check the plans of all the rebuilding necessary in the castle? Didn't you get a letter from Sir Robert Winslow, chairman of the hospital board, congratulating you on suggestions you made?
Yes, I did. Yes, thank you, I did.
And this morning when you went to the village, wasn't it to personally supervise orders for food supplies for the hospital?
Yes.
And you say you aren't doing enough. Uncle Percy, I'm ashamed of you.
Oh, Sunday, you're a nuisance. You won't even let a man complain in peace. Oh, bless my stupid brain. I forgot. Got a letter for you. Brought it from the village to save the boy a bicycle ride out.
A letter for me?
Yes. Where did I put it? Must be in my inside coat pocket.
Uncle Percy, is it from Henry?
No, it isn't, Sunday. Oh, here it is. You see for yourself.
Oh, thank you. No, it isn't Henry's writing. Uncle Percy, it's from Arthur. From Henry's brother, Arthur.
Oh, it is it? What's he doing, writing to you?
Well, I wanted him to write, Uncle Percy. He came to see us before Henry left England. He was in his uniform, waiting for orders. He promised Henry to turn over a new leaf.
Well, read it, my dear, read it. What does he have to say?
Well, let's see. Dear Sunday, don't be surprised at my writing you. You said I might, you know. You're the only one of the family at home I can write to. Uncle Percy would...
What's that?
Uncle Percy would probably growl himself into a minor fit if he even saw my handwriting.
Rusted impertinence. Me growl myself into a fit? What does he mean?
Though he might be secretly pleased, because I know jolly well he cares for every one of us very deeply. Even me, the black sheep of the Brentwood family.
I'll have to write to Arthur myself and ask him what he means. Discussing me in a letter to you.
It's a long letter. Some things to tell you.
What is it?
To. Wait, what's this? Something about Thomas McTaggart. You know, Uncle Percy, Kathy's husband. But that means he may have seen Henry because Thomas is Henry's orderly. Let me see. Uncle Percy, yes, there is something about him.
Read it, my dear, read it.
Where does it begin? Oh, here. And so then I went to the company canteen. I was outside the door.
Yeah?
I heard voices inside. A voice I vaguely recognized was saying...
The captain says to me, he says, Thomas McTaggart, I'm glad to see you, man, and how would you like to be my orderly? And so I looked the captain in the eye, and I says to him, attention, Second Lieutenant.
Carry on, men. The captain's orderly here?
That would be me, sir. Private McTaggart speaking.
Private McTaggart? Thomas?
Well, sir, I don't know how you... What? Lieutenant Arthur Brinthrope. Oh, I can't believe my eyes, sir.
Thomas, it's good to see you again.
Aye, well, it's the first time in over 3 years.
Yes, it's all of that, Thomas. Is your captain about?
Oh, aye, sir, that he is. In his office at this very minute, working on his reports. If you'll come with me...
Oh, wait a second, Thomas. There's something I want to ask you about. Let's stand on this hall, shall we?
Aye, Lieutenant. Yes, sir. What did you want to say to me, sir?
See here, Thomas. I heard in a roundabout way that your second lieutenant is being transferred. Know anything about it?
Aye, that's the truth, sir. And I'm wishing this very instant that you were taking his place. Ah, 'tis a great company, sir, and it's a great captain we've got. Are you thinking of joining us?
Well, yes, I am.
Oh, that's good. And when captain...
Not so fast. I know one way of doing this, you know.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I was only thinking that when captain...
Yes, I know. Your captain will have to approve of me first.
Oh, but he will, sir, he will. How can he help it when...
Where's the captain's room, Thomas?
Oh, well, I'll take you there.
No, thanks. I'll find it. Down the hall on the left, isn't it?
No, it's the third room on the right, Lieutenant.
I'll find it. Cheerio, Thomas.
Cheerio, sir.
No name on the door. Well, here goes. I'll pass it.
Come in.
Captain, I'm a lieutenant from...
Arthur.
Henry. Why, Henry.
By Jove, Arthur, this is a surprise.
Yes, it is. But I talked with Thomas, and I told him I wanted to see the captain. I had no idea you were captain. Oh, I say, Henry...
Sit down, Arthur. Well, I didn't know you'd come from home.
Henry, is it true your second lieutenant is being transferred?
Oh, yes. Is that why you're here, Arthur?
Yes. I'd like to take his place. There are some friends of mine in this company, and now that I know that you're...
But, Arthur, what does your commanding officer say?
If you approve, he'll recommend me for a transfer.
Arthur, I don't know.
You see... Oh, please, Henry. Please, do this for me.
Arthur, I'll have to think over it.
Oh, come now, Henry. You can do it. It all depends on you.
Yes, I realize that.
I worked like the Dickens to get my commission. Now I want a chance to prove myself worthy of it.
To prove yourself worthy of it, of course, yes.
Now, see here, Henry. I made you a promise before we left England. I promised never to cause you any trouble again. And you said we could be friends.
Yes, and I know, Arthur, I know. I am your friend. And I'm your brother, Arthur. You see, that's the point. I want to do what's best for you. It isn't that I don't trust you, but I can show no favors, not a hair's breadth. Without meaning to, there might come a time when you'd expect that hair's breadth of favor.
Oh, I swear to you,
Arthur, let's not risk that. What do you say? You stick by your own company and you'll get your promotions. You know, human nature is a strange thing. We're brothers. A great deal of the misunderstanding between us has been because I'm the older. But we have that same situation here. The time may come when you would resent taking orders from me, orders that, well, you'd accept willingly from someone else.
But it's when you offered me another chance. It would mean a lot to me, Henry.
Arthur, Very well, Arthur.
Oh, Joe, Henry, I'm awfully...
I'll be glad to have you in my company, Arthur. But I want you to know that once you're part of it, officially, I can consider you no longer my brother. If there's a job to be done, regardless of what it is, and I have to choose a man from my men, and you're the one chosen, I expect courage from you, the best you have to give. I expect from you as much as I do from myself. Well, with this understood, I'll recommend your transfer to this company.
What will happen to these two brothers fighting side by side? One, a captain, the other, a subordinate. Will Henry be placed in a difficult position? Will Arthur's past misdeeds play any part? And what of somebody's own situation at Dalmacrucci Hospital and Nurse Rhoda Gray's jealousy because of Dr. Ellen Brooks' infatuation for Sunday? What dramatic twist will the personal problem surrounding Sunday take next? Be sure to listen tomorrow to the next episode of Our Gal Sunday. Our Gal Sunday is brought to you by the makers of Anacin, that remarkable way to get quick relief from the pains of headache, neuralgia, or neuritis. The reason Anacin acts so fast is because it is like a doctor's prescription, a combination of medically tested active ingredients. Next time you have a headache or neuralgic pain, try Anacin. You'll be amazed at what it does for you. All drugstores have Anacin in tins of 12 and 30 or bottles of 50 and 100 tablets. Anacin is spelled A-N-A-C-I-N. Our Gal Sunday will be on the air at the same time tomorrow, 12:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Your announcer, James Fleming. Why cook two sets of meals, one for baby, one for the family? Get Claps strained baby foods. Claps foods are already prepared, pressure cooked to safeguard vitamins and minerals, smoothly strained but never too liquid. Many doctors approve Claps strained baby food.
The Jergens Journal, featuring Walter Winchell. Mr. Winchell, whose famous column appears in the New York Daily Mirror and other newspapers with more than 25 million readers, is brought to you by Jergens, the lotion for soft, smooth, romantic hands.
I can think of grand Christmas gifts for men, only they all cost so much.
No, they don't. For just $1 plus tax, you can give a man a grand big bottle of Jergens lotion.
Jergens lotion for a man?
Yes, indeed. While in service, lots of men learn to use Jergens lotion, and they still do. Before and after shaving for a quick, comfortable shave. And for his hands, too. A well-groomed man doesn't want rough and chapped hands. Plenty often a man raids his wife's bottle of Jergens lotion. So give him his own. A small bottle, maybe, in the toe of his stocking, or be generous. Give him the big bottle in its bright Christmas wrapping. He'll be pleased and flattered that you gave him Jergens lotion for Christmas. Now to the editorial room of the Jergens Journal and Walter Winchell.
Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. North and South American. All the ships at sea, let's go to press. Flash. Washington. 3 AFL unions have just agreed to call off their scheduled nationwide strike against Western Union. Portland, Oregon. Sam Jackson, the grandson of the founder of the Oregon Journal, was killed tonight in a helicopter owned by that newspaper. Washington. The United States has quietly arranged a loan of $300 million to Canada in an attempt to save the Canadian dollar from doing a ruble. New York. Herschel Johnson, our delegate to the United Nations, is not yet off the critical list at Lenox Hill Hospital, New York, but he is reported doing very well. New York City. Cesar Petrillo, the czar man of the Musicians Union, is now expected to pull every live musician out of radio by February. New York City. Patricia Miles, who lost her paternity case against Johnny Myers, has changed lawyers. Next stop, the appellate division. Wall Street. A merger, I hear, is in the making between the two biggest independent motor car companies, Packard and Nash. Recent secret attempts by Ford to buy out Packard failed. Hollywood. The funeral services for Mark Hellinger will be held on Wednesday next at 11 a.m. at Pierce Brothers, 5959 Hollywood Boulevard, Hollywood, California. Mark and his wife were seeing a new picture in their home last midnight when he was stricken. Gladys rushed him to the hospital. The end came at 2:15 this morning, California time. The Washington ticker. Federal authorities are amazed at the great number of criminal records that have popped up in the loyalty check of American government workers because someone never demanded fingerprints. Their names will eventually be made public. Following the pattern set by Adolf Hitler, Moscow money will be very conspicuous during the 1948 presidential campaign in an effort to defeat the Marshall Plan and Mr. Truman. The Justice Department, a new subversive list, is being readied for publication by U.S. Attorney General Tom Clark. Some nationally known political organizations are on this list. The White House, as of tonight, right now, the President's planned message on the State of the Union to the January Congress will be arranged on the principles of FDR's New Deal, a sizzler. New York. The communist newspaper in New York is puckering up its lips for a great big kiss from labor leader John L. Lewis, a very gruesome picture. Intimate friends of John Lewis report that Mr. Lewis is far more ill than people realize. Washington. Some folks just returned from London report that Lord Louis Mountbatten or Sir Oliver Franks may succeed Lord Inverchapel as British ambassador at Washington, and that the Anthony Edens divorce suit may involve the London correspondent of an American news magazine. Washington. Democratic headquarters are deeply concerned about Pennsylvania and New York. Attention, Mr. and Mrs. United States. Next Thursday, Christmas, is the birthday of a man who has answered many thousands of questions over many hundreds of years with a few simple answers. It is a great miracle to multiply 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish into food for 5,000. But it is a greater miracle to turn hate into love. A simple code of ethics doesn't operate by the slide rule. A square deal is measured by the spirit and not by mathematics. Blast furnaces can melt steel, but it still takes a heart to melt a heart. It is a miracle that Christ lived so long ago. It is an even greater miracle that he lives so much today. Cities may fall, machines may rust, and mountains crumble, but his great principles stand through the ages. And of all the great principles for which this man stood, the greatest are these. It is brave to be decent. It is courageous to be considerate. And it is strong to be kind. Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Hellinger, with whom I covered the Texas Guinan beat in the early 1920s, is gone at 44. He was my closest friend until the Hollywood and Broadway coasts separated us by distance, you see. We had a pact in 1924, away back in the good old Morris Plan days, when Mark would sign as my co-maker and I would sign as his. We promised each other then that whoever survived would write the best obit notice a guy could have written for him. Mark doesn't need any obit notice by me. His life story and the way he lived for the other fella would make it easy journalistically if it weren't so very difficult personally. The lines I just spoke about another man certainly fit Mark Hellinger. It is brave to be decent. It is courageous to be considerate. And it is strong to be kind. Mark was the concrete example of the phrase, great guy. He made an art of friendship. People who hardly knew him liked him, and those who knew him loved him. No man could have a better friend than Mark, and no man had more of them. Mark Hellinger went out in the style in which he lived and in the style in which he wrote. The O. Henry magic. It was a typical Hellinger script, too. a tug at the heart, a lump in the throat, and a sudden surprise ending. New York. In a very few moments, I will announce the name of the person who submitted the best and original definition of a communist. The prize, as you know, is a mink coat valued at $10,000. The Damon Runyon Cancer Committee thanks all of you in the 48 states for again enriching the Damon Runyon Fund by over $150,000 in $1 donations during this brief contest of skill. Thanks to the donor of the $10,000 mink coat, the Associated Fur Coat and Trimming Manufacturers, who incidentally were never consulted by me about the theme of the contest. Thanks also to the Reuben H. Donnelly Corporation, who handled everything for our committee. This very great Donnelly firm worked 20 hours a day. Thanks also to the anonymous mink coat maker, who picked the straw from a hat which elected him as the maker of the coat. He will, as agreed long ago, receive no publicity. The mink coat will be made to order to the winner's measurements. It should be ready in about 3 weeks, they tell me. Stand by, please. I'll be back in a flash with the name of the winner of the $10,000 mink coat.
A young friend tells us.
This is our first married Christmas, and we're a long way from our families. But there's no gloom where my Bill is. We're having 10 for Christmas dinner, and a gift for each. Gifts for 10. Could have stumped me, but Bill said, let's give 'em all Jergens lotion. Wasn't he smart? The girls will know Jergens lotion as the hand care the Hollywood stars use.
Oh, yes, girls know the stars use Jergens lotion 7-to-1 over any other hand care in the world.
And judging by my Bill, men use plenty of Jergens lotion, too.
They do. It's a smart gift all around. For stocking stuffers or the main gift, 10 cents to $1 plus tax. The dollar bottle comes in a bright special holiday wrapper. They'll think you're a mind reader if you give this favorite Jergens lotion for Christmas. And now back to the editorial room of the Jergens Journal and Walter Winchell.
And now for some tips of the papers. INS. Harry Revel is suing Mutual Broadcasting Company for $250,000 tomorrow. Revel and Mac Gordon composed Did You Ever See a Dream Walking, Love Thy Neighbor, and many other great song hits. Revel alleges that he sent Mutual Broadcasting an idea for a new radio program, and that Mutual turned it down and then used it under another name. A dirty trick if true. St. Louis Post-Dispatch. I am saying in the New York Mirror tonight now on the stands that True Davis Jr. and Virginia Mata, both of St. Joe, Missouri, will be married January 24th. New York Journal-American. General Eisenhower's memoirs are 2/3 finished. The price is over $500,000 for newspaper, magazine, film, and radio rights. As a general, Eisenhower prefers an outright sale, as that would give him a capital gains. He'd pay only a 25% tax. Associated Press. Babies are now considered a luxury by the United States Tax Department. Most items for infants in drugstores, baby oil, cream, fluorinated talcum, and bags for diapers, now come under the 20% tax list. Huh. To the Miami Herald. A year ago last week, from the Roney Plaza Cabana Club, the Runyon Cancer Fund was launched. On the 29th of December, we will turn over another $100,000 for cancer research in Florida. $1 million, not a penny of which was ever deducted for expenses by our committee. Allocated in the United States in 1 year. United Press. Robert Ruark's new satirical book, Grenadine Etching, has just been barred in Canada, and Canadians could use a good laugh, too. Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Vandenberg tells friends he positively will not run. Even Mr. President's closest friends are sickened at the manner General Eisenhower is being attacked for things he never said. Things, by the way, that some Republicans and Republican commentators keep putting into Eisenhower's mouth. Incidentally, foreign correspondent Cleet Roberts, just returned from Japan, reported to his papers over here that General MacArthur's closest friends doubt that MacArthur's physical condition is good enough to take on a presidential campaign. In sum, here is the situation. Wallace keeps his head in the clouds, Taft keeps his head in the sand, and Eisenhower just keeps his head. Washington. Senator Kenneth McKellar of Tennessee is again reported very ill. He is 78. Any more? Washington, one of the biggest scandals since Teapot Dome will be a proposed sale of synthetic rubber plants, one of our great strategic resources. The proposed sale, insiders tell me, would cripple national defense. Washington, Rocky Graziano, the champion, and some of his influential friends have been trying to get his complete dossier out of the U.S. Army files for what they say public view. The United States Army is doing Graziano a great big favor by refusing. New York, Donald Lamont, Margaret Rice are betrothed. She is the granddaughter of the late president of General Electric. Attention, San Francisco Examiner. Please assign a reporter at once to Mrs. D. Block of El Monte, California. Her husband, a war veteran, sent in the best definition of a communist in the opinion of the Damon Runyon Cancer Committee. Mr. Block gets the Runyon Fund's $10,000 mink coat, and in sunny California, of all places. Congratulations, Mr. Block, and a Merry Christmas to you, Mrs. B. And that, ladies and gentlemen, winds up another edition of the Jergens Journal until next Sunday night at the very same time. Until then, and with lotions of love, I remain your New York correspondent, Walter Winchell, who leaves you with Mr. Block's best definition of a communist. One who would like to divide everything, particularly these United States. Good night.
Have you gone way beyond your Christmas budget? Do you still have several last-minute gifts to buy? Here's Jergens' gift suggestion to you, and it's priced surprisingly low. The Jergens gift set, called Loveliness for You, costs only $1, and here's what it contains. Nestled in a lovely star-sprinkled package are 4 popular Jergens items. A box of Jergens powder, a jar of all-purpose face cream, a bottle of romantically scented cologne, and, of course, Jergens lotion for the hands. Yes, these 4 beauty items all done up in a feminine package for Christmas gift-giving at a thrifty price, only $1. You'll find the Jergens gift set called Loveliness for You at all cosmetic counters. Next week, another edition of the Jergens Journal with Walter Winchell. And now be sure to remain tuned for Luella Parsons' 15-minute program featuring as guest Bing Crosby, which follows immediately. This is Ben Grauer speaking.
From WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Gillette presents the World Series. From the Yankee Stadium in New York this afternoon, we bring you the third game of the 1942 World Series as a feature of the Gillette Safety Razor Company's year-round cavalcade of sports, which embraces the Kentucky Derby, the football bowl games, New Year's Day, all major boxing bouts month after month, and other sports events of national interest. This is Mel Allen speaking for Gillette over the Mutual Network, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, and hundreds of affiliated stations, plus shortwave outlets WGEO and WGEA Schenectady, KGEI San Francisco, which beam these games to our armed forces abroad. Now, this third game of the 1942 World Series is played by the National and American Leagues and the St. Louis and New York clubs as the agent for the USO, the United Service Organizations. It's a jam-packed stadium today, seething with tremendous excitement, generated by those 2 hectic games that started the series rolling in swell shape out in St. Louis. And today, the Yankees will present a revamped lineup as a result of Cardinal manager Billy Southworth's choice of Ernie White, a left-hander, as his pitching nomination. So in the background, we hear the folks laughing, and it's Al Shack entertaining them. But here quickly are the starting lineup for today's game. For the St. Louis Cardinals, no change from the lineups which they presented in the first 2 games outside of the pitcher. It's Jimmy Brown leading off playing second base, Terry Moore hitting second playing center field, Enos Slaughter batting third right field, Stan Musial in the cleanup spot left field, Walker Cooper hitting fifth catching, Johnny Hopp hitting sixth playing first base, Whitey Kurowski, whom we thought might be out of action because of a slight injury to his throwing arm in the second game, is back in there. He's playing third base. Marty Marion hitting eighth, playing shortstop. Ernie White pitching and, of course, occupying the number 9 spot in the batting order. For the Yankees, we have a revamped lineup, as we told you. It's Phil Rizzuto leading off, playing shortstop. Buddy Hassett hitting second, playing first base. Roy Cullenbine hitting third, playing right field. Joe DiMaggio in the cleanup spot, playing center field. Joe Gordon hitting fifth. He's been elevated from sixth to fifth, playing second. And Charlie Keller, who has been hitting fifth, has dropped to sixth, playing left field. Bill Dickey hitting seventh and catching. Jerry Priddy is going to play third base in place of Brad Ralph. Priddy playing third base, hitting 8th. Spurgeon Chandler is going to do the pitching for the Yankees. Of course, he's occupying the number 9 spot in the batting order. So there is the Yankee lineup, as you note. Hassett, who hit 8th earlier in the first 2 games, is batting second. Pretty is hitting 8th. Joe McCarthy wanting to inject as many right-handed hitters into the lineup as he could to face the left-handed pitching Bernie White. The umpires back to the plate, George Barr of the National League, Cal Hubbard of the American League at first base, George Majorcut of the National League at second base, and Bill Summers of the American League on third base. And that very quickly is the picture as we see it here at the stadium as the Yanks and Cards get set to go into action. And right now, here to give you his observations, a brilliant columnist of the New York Journal-American, a member of Gillette's staff of their cavalcade of sports, Bill Corum.
Thanks, Mel. To me, this is it. This ball game, as I see it, is the game that will decide the 1942 and 39th World Series. I believe the winning team today will go on to win the championship. My reason for feeling that way is that this is the place where the Yankees, mighty men that they are, McCarthy's big boys, overpower their opposition. They've done it in the American League year after year, and they've done it with National League clubs in the series, and this is their spot. I don't think, aside from Ken O'Day, Whitey Moore, and Harry Gumbert, that a single player on the Cardinals squad has ever seen, that's active player, of course, has ever seen the inside of this stadium. And certainly not packed as it is today with 70-odd thousand persons. One of the great, tremendous crowds that baseball has produced, and in a spot that I think is the finest stadium and the finest field baseball has. Certainly it's a relief to see an infield after that infield at Sportsman Park where the grass looked like the spinach on Grandpa's chin. They put something called molder's dust on it out there and took all the grass off. And, of course, the Cardinals and Browns both playing. It gets no rest. And, as I say, it's really a relief to see a great field that we have here this afternoon. Now, the records of the rival pitchers, Ernie White, won 7 and lost 5 for the Cardinals. He's a southpaw, comparatively small fella, not nearly as big as his opponent, Spurgeon Chandler, who won 16 and lost 5 for the Yankees. White is what is known as a sore arm pitcher. That is, he has a lot of trouble with his arm, but when he's good, like the little girl, he's very, very good indeed. And, of course, he pitched a game that clinched the pennant for the Cardinals in their great rush when they practically came from behind the grandstand to down the Dodgers and win the National League flag. Shaq is getting the big hand from the crowd as he trots in and waving to the people. A great entertainer and a great fella, Al. Now, to get back to White for a minute, he's one of Southwest's great left-handers. I don't say perhaps great in all time, but on this Cardinal squad, what you'd call a very, very good journeyman left-hand pitcher at least. And left-handers have troubled the Yankees some this year. Smith and Chubby Dean and others, and the theory is that they don't like them as well as they like speedball right-hand pitchers such as Cooper and Beasley. We'll see whether that's true or not. My experience with the Yankees has been that they like pretty near everything in the way of pitching and can hit almost anything. But if Southworth can get away with this one, if he can beat Chandler with White, he is going to be sitting in the driver's seat, as I see it, as far as the series goes, because he can come right back tomorrow with a fellow named Max Lanier, who is his exact counterpart for White as I could think of, practically the same size, throws the same way, and they have pretty much the same sort of stuff. If White wins this afternoon, I'm reasonably sure I can tell you that Cooper will not pitch tomorrow, but will be held for Monday. On the other hand, if the Yankees win, I expect to see Cooper back in there in tomorrow's game here because he's Southwest's ace, and you've got to play your ace when you're in trouble. And I repeat that whoever wins this game, the other side definitely is going to be in trouble. And that's the picture as I see it here at the stadium as the Yanks and Cards go into the third game.
You regular World Series listeners will recall that on previous broadcasts, we've urged you to lay in a real supply of Gillette Blue Blades. But today, that's all off. Actually, Gillette's current stock of blades is far smaller than the average wholesaler's required inventory. Now, that's due to several things. First, production has been drastically cut by government order to save steel. On top of that, requirements for our armed forces are constantly increasing. Now, these 2 points alone, not to mention others, mean less Gillette Blue Blades for civilian use. So if you run across a store that's out of stock, particularly in defense areas, you'll know why. Of course, we're making every effort to distribute available supplies evenly.
Now, no one wants to deprive others of the comfort of shaving with Gillette Blue blades, so we particularly request that you buy fewer blades and use them thriftily. Don't overstock, and be sure to get maximum service out of every blade. It's easy to do this without sacrificing comfort if you know how, and during the game we'll tell you several ways to make every Gillette Blue blade last longer. At the moment, the band is out in center field, entertaining the crowd. The bleachers are absolutely jam-packed. They've been out there since early this morning, with Al Schacht having come out earlier to do his stuff to amuse them, to keep things humming and keep interest so they wouldn't get too tired waiting for activity to start on the ball field. Spud Chandler is still warming up below our booth, and so is Ernie White of the St. Louis Cardinals. We might give you a quick picture of where our booth is located. It's directly over home plate, atop the third deck of the Yankee Stadium, so that we have a perfect view of everything in the playing field. The Yankee groundkeepers are putting on the finishing touches. At the moment, they're out at the mound, smoothing things off, a few of them out in right field. The umpires are at home plate, talking with each other, awaiting Art Fletcher, who will come out for the Yankees, and Billy Southworth, who will come out for the St. Louis Cardinals. Out in deep center field, at the flagpole, incidentally, the distance from home plate to that point just to the right of it is 461 feet, is another of the groundkeepers who has a hold of the long rope by which they hoist up the flag. And that will be raised in a moment, and we, of course, will have the national anthem before the game gets underway. All the Cardinals out in front of their dugout got on some red jackets, looking around at the crowd, chatting, apparently very much interested in what's going on in the stands. We don't see any of the Yankees in the front of their dugout as yet, although in the extreme left-hand corner there is Joe Gordon standing with his chin resting on his hand, awaiting something to take place. George Levy of the stadium, who has been in attendance at 12 World Series and who is always at the Yankee Stadium through the regular season, he's the man who walks out the plate to get the batteries for the day's game, goes over to the public address announcer here and gives them to him. Then they're announced. There's Morton Cooper trotting across back of home plate, just having come out of the runway leading to the Cardinals clubhouse, trotting over to the St. Louis bench. Johnny Schulte, Yankee coach, has his mitt up under his left arm, is ready to walk out to the bullpen. The bullpen's, by the way, at the stadium. The Yankee bullpen is out between the left field grandstand and the right field bleachers, the left field bleachers, and the visiting team bullpen is located between the right field stands and the right field bleachers, so that the boys have quite a long walk coming in when there's a need for changing pitchers. Well, at the moment, Art Fletcher and Billy Southworth are at home plate with the umpires. Terry Moore, the Cardinal captain, is there. They're discussing the batting orders and ground rules. And before the start of this third World Series game, we'll have time for station identification. We'll pause 10 seconds. This is Mutual.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
We're ready for the national anthem, and here it is. And so with the playing of the national anthem, Old Glory is raised to the top of the flagpole in deep center field, and being raised right underneath it is the flag, or bunting, or pennant, whichever you want to call it, emblematic of the Yankees' World Championship, which they won last year, and which they're defending now. There go the Yankees trotting out onto the field, and now the ball game is going to get underway. Just listen to the cheers for the Yankees for a moment.
Attention, please. The battery.
Here's the announcement of the batteries, which we've already given to you. We'll let you listen.
Number 28, pitching. Cooper. Number 15, catching. The battery for New York. Chandler. Number 21, pitching. Dickey. Number 8, catching.
And now Judge Landis, High Commissioner of Baseball, is ready to throw out the ball and does to Bill Dickey. And Dickey trots back to home plate. We're going to be underway in just a moment or so. And to take over and describe for you in his inimitable fashion the first 4.5 innings of this third game of the World Series is Red Barber, who is now doing his 8th World Series. One of America's premier baseball announcers, a World Series fixture. And here he is, the old redhead.
Thank you very much, Mel. At the moment, out in the heart of the diamond here at Yankee Stadium, Spurgeon Chandler, limbering up his right arm, throwing down to his battery mate and catcher, Bill Dickey. At first base, Buddy Hassett. At second, Joe Gordon. At shortstop, Bill Rizzuto. And at third is Jerry Pretty, who hits right-handed. And Pretty is getting the nod today with the Cardinals starting a left-hander over Rolfe, the veteran third baseman who played the first 2 games but who is a southpaw swinger. And so once again, the team of Pretty and Rizzuto are shoulder to shoulder. They first came to fame as a second base combination, but since that time, Pretty has been made into a third baseman and utility infielder. In the outfield and left is Charlie Keller, who's busily tying a shoelace at the moment. DiMaggio is in center, and in right is Roy Cullenbine. Stepping in to be the first batter for the Cardinals is little Jimmy Brown, a switch hitter, who hits with equal facility from either side. He has 1 hit so far in the 2 games played. He's batting left-handed. Right-handed Chandler comes down, and Brown swinging fouls it off. This is Chandler's second appearance in this World Series. If you recall, he relieved and finally got the Cardinals out after they made 4 runs with 2 men down in the 9th inning of the first game. Brown got his hit as one of those Cardinal base hits in that last moment flurry and fuselage at St. Louis in the opener. George Barr of the National League is working balls and strikes back at the plate. The pitch is in there for a called second strike, a big curveball. A right-handed pitcher throwing to a switch hitter batting left-handed. And Chandler's now ahead, 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. It's the game's first hitter. The defense is straight away on Brown. Infield up a step. Jimmy swings, beats it down foul. He breaks for first base. In other words, he didn't wait to see whether the ball was fair or foul. Now comes walking back, picks up his stick. The other 3 umpires, Big Cal Hubbard is coaching back at first. And Major Kurth, who's just as big of the National League staff, was at second. Now the American League staff is Bill Summers back at third. The umpiring alternates who are dressed and in reserve if an emergency should arise are Basil of the American League and Dunn of the National. It's still no balls, 2 strikes. That's the count to Brown. And just a moment, time is called. Plate umpire Barr asked the Cardinal bat boy to get back over closer to the dugout. In fact, to get into the dugout. In other words, to get off the playing field. Chandler pumps, delivers. Brown swings and hits it right back to the mound. Chandler takes on a big bounce, throws to first. Plenty of time. Brown is up. 1 up and 1 away. Chandler being ahead of the first hitter all the way through. The pitcher to the first baseman, that's Chandler to Hassett. Terry Moore, Cardinal center field and captain, stepping in. Right-hand batter. He has 2 hits. He got the first hit for the Cardinals, which came in the 8th inning of the first game, and then followed up the next inning in the 9th with a single. Swings and misses at a low outside curve. Chandler really snapped it off, too. He has quite a curve ball. The outfield is around toward left. The biggest hole is right center. Infield straightaway on Terry, who crouches, right-hand batter, swings and lines it foul into the lower right field stand. Long second strike. And here Chandler is still staying completely ahead of all the hitters that he's facing. This is his number 2 batter. 1 man out. Ball game just began a moment ago with Jimmy Brown bouncing out, pitch to the first baseman. Chandler to Hassett. The game was a few moments delayed in its start. There was a very prolonged discussion over ground rules with the umpires. Here's a pitch. A curve in for call strike 3. And Chandler has been the completely dominant factor here to start. 2 up, 2 men out, and Country Slaughter stepping in. One of the Cardinal heroes in their win, which was the second game. A 10 hitter. He has 2 hits so far. Takes a curve, good for a called strike. Chandler isn't fooling around. He's a good-sized fella, strong. He's always been quite an athlete. Quite a halfback at the University of Georgia in his collegiate days. There's a pitch low inside that has Slaughter skipping rope. Down around his ankles, ball one. And this is the first pitch that hasn't been in the strike area, thrown here at the start of the ball game by Chandler. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 men out, nobody on, no score. The defense is around toward right slightly. Slaughter takes called strike 2. A quick curve that came in and got the outside. Waist high. 1-2. Slaughter stands right off the plate. He's a medium-sized, stocky individual. Heavy hip. Backs out, gets harder waiting on Chandler. Now Amos stepping in again. Outfields that wood. Pulls that right down to the end of the handle. Chandler comes down. A screwball swung on a miss for strike 3. And there was a screwball. He had been throwing a strictly orthodox curveball to the 3 batters. And then when he got 2 strikes on Slaughter, he then gave him the screwball. And it was a big one, and it was over the plate, too. If Slaughter hadn't swung, he'd have been called. And so, I guess you can't ask much more of a pitcher. He threw out Brown himself, then got a 3rd strike to Moore, and struck out Slaughter swinging on a screwball. And speaking of a screwball, the fact that the young man who's now on the mound for St. Louis tried to develop one last September is what began his forearm troubles. White is on the mound for St. Louis. His arm is perfectly all right now. He's telling him in the dugout that his arm first began to get sore right after Labor Day last year when he started trying to develop a screwball. He hurt something in his elbow, and then when he came back to training camp this year, he made the same mistake again of going after the screwball again. And he hurt his arm seriously enough to where it was sore until 2 months ago. But he said he hasn't tried since spring training to break off a screwball, never intends to try again, and the arm is sound again. He's learned his lesson on that. He said somebody else can throw a screwball, but not me. So it's White on the mound for the Cardinals. Back of the plate, Walker Cooper. First base, Johnny Hopp. Second, Jimmy Brown. Shortstop, Slats Marion. Third, George Kurowski. His arm's all right. Stan Musial is in left. In center, Terry Moore. And in right field, Country Slaughter. And the scooter, Bill Rizzuto. Stocky, little speed merchant. Right-hand hitter. Up at the plate. White picks a little ground. He's a very cool customer. Is this blonde southpaw. Pumps. Comes down. Ball is running toward third. There's Kurowski up with it. Throws to first. Not in time. Not in time. It's a base hit. White made his first pitch, a fastball that was coming down low inside around the knees, and Rizzuto caught it down there on the meat and bunted it neatly toward third. He bunted it just hard enough to where the pitcher couldn't field it. And by the time that Kurowski got in, the third baseman made the play. He made it faultlessly all right, but there wasn't time, and Rizzuto beat it out for a base hit. And he's on at first, possessor of the game's first hit, and he's the game's only runner. The batter is Buddy Hassett. In across, left-hand hitter swings. There's a high foul back of first and into the stands. Hits into the upper tier. And the upper tier at Yankee Stadium is really an upper tier. 3 floors here. The main stand. The lower level, the mezzanine, and then the upper deck. That's 1 strike to Hassett. No score in the ball game. The infield, of course, for the Cardinals has to be ready for a bunt. That means Kurowski is in close. White a left-hander, checks his runner. Hop holding it first. The pitch. Hassett tries to bunt and fouls it off, and in fact nicked his thumb. In just a moment, is he going to be waved down to first base, or is he hurt? No, I believe only time is called. A high inside pitch, the bunt was on, and Hassett, in trying to bunt it, hit the left thumb of his finger. You know how a batter would slide his hand up on the barrel of the bat to try and bunt, to get the bat exactly right on the side of the projectile. And Hassett got a little bit too close. Doc Painter, the Yankee trainer, has met him and is walking with Buddy now back toward the dugout. And it looked apparently as though that ball got Hassett on the thumbnail of his left hand. And Manager McCarthy's now come over. Of course, that would be a serious thing if Hassett, regular first baseman, has hurt a finger to where he wouldn't be able to carry on. So time is called, and Rizzuto is still standing at first base. In other words, there was a fine point that we had to wait and see whether the umpires thought that he was hit by the pitch ball or was hit accidentally while he was bunting. And now, according to the move of the plate umpire, that was a foul, that he was trying to bunt the ball, hit the bat first, and then went for the finger, which means it's just a second strike. Hassett's finger is still being checked and administered. Back now underneath the Yankee dugout, we can't see what's going on. Just as soon as he comes out or there's some other definite move to indicate just what it is, we'll let you know. And whatever happens, whether Hassett can come back or whether he will have to have a replacement, it will be either Hassett or his substitute who will have to come back in the batter's box with the count 2 strikes. Make no mistake on that. And the runner is at first base, Rizzuto standing there quietly. So, in case you just joined us for this third game of the World Series, brought to you by Gillette, here's Hassett coming out now. So he's going to carry on, but he still is clenching and probing around that sore finger. For those of you who just joined us, the Cardinals went down 1-2-3. Chandler, starting pitcher for the Yankees, being in magnificent form. And the first Yankee up, Rizzuto, bunted the first pitch for a base hit down toward third. And Hassett is now returned to batter's box for the count. No balls, 2 strikes. Left fielder Musial is straight away. Center fielder Terry Moore is veered over toward left center. And right fielder Slaughter is straight away, which means that the gap in the outfield against Hassett is right center. Infield upper step. White looks at first, delivers, and misses with the fastball outside. Ball 1. Tried to make Hassett go for one going away, but he didn't. Sort of flexes that sore left hand a moment. Now grips the bat again. 1 ball, 2 strikes. White asks for the sign. Gets it. Stares a while. Now comes into pitching position, looks at first. Delivers to the plate. A curve high and outside for ball 2. And as soon as White turned that ball loose, in other words, that he immediately went down into a crouch. Because I imagine that when he made that delivery, he thought Rizzuto might be going, and he wanted to get out of the way in the event that his catcher was going to fire right back over his head toward second base. But Rizzuto didn't budge. In fact, he's been standing, you might say, suspiciously still at first base. White looks at first, delivers 2-2. Hassett swings. There's a high foul ball that catcher Walker Cooper's under halfway over to the Yankee dugout and grabs for the out. Rizzuto takes a run down off first, bluffing as though he's going for second, and then quickly goes back into first base. Walker Cooper walks the ball back out to the mound. So it is 1 out. And Hassett was defeated as he attempted first of all to sacrifice and then was retired, a foul ball to the catcher. Roy Cullenpine, the switch-hitting right fielder, stepping in for the Yankees. He, of course, is going up there as a right-hand batter. Left-hander Ernie White on the mound for the Cardinals. Outfield's around toward left on Cullenpine. They're playing him to pull. Infield is up a step, except for first baseman Hopp, who's rolling the bag against Rizzuto. Throw to first. Not in time. Rizzuto fading back on ahead. Cullenpine sets his feet wide apart and digs in. Crouches. The pitch. Swung on and fouled. A curveball. Curve was breaking down. Roy swung above it. Beat it into the ground right underneath the catcher. And apparently nicked the ball because after a quick examination, plate umpire Barr throws it out. And as he throws it to the ball boy, waves his hand in a negative way, meaning that ball's no good for future use in this game, so get rid of it. New agate. White rubs it. Roughs it a little bit. Uses the rosin bag. No balls, 1 strike. 1 man out for the Yankees. No score here in the first inning. First game at the stadium and 3rd game of the series. Shaw, who's fast, and a threat. Leading down off first. Cullenpine crouching at the plate. White delivers. Curve swung on and missed. Fast curve. Strike 2. 0-2. Ernie is working very deliberately. He's quite cool. He doesn't get excited. The fence remains as it was. Left-hander steadies the runner. There goes Rizzuto. Cullenpine swinging. Fouls it off. And it's still strike 2. Rizzuto was going. Now he comes trotting back to resume his lead. Whether that was a hit-and-run play or a run-and-hit play, you'd have to wait and ask somebody with the Yankees after the ball game. Because you don't know. The batter had 2 strikes, the pitch was over, so he had to swing. In other words, there could possibly have been a running hit in which had the pitch been outside, Columbine would have taken and let Rizzuto go on. Anyhow, it's still 0-2. There's called strike 3. A quick curveball catches the outside, and Columbine is caught looking. And that's the first strikeout for White, and it is the second out for the Yankees, and Rizzuto remained at first base. Joe DiMaggio stepping in. Right-hand batter. Outfield is deep around toward left. The infield swings well around toward third base. They play this strong 6-foot right-hander to pull toward left. Third baseman Kurowski is deep. White looks at first. Delivers to the plate. High for ball 1. 1-0. 2 men out. Rizzuto, who's the game's only runner, here in the first inning, still at first base. Hop is grimly holding the inside corner against him. They're not giving Rizzuto an inch. White looks at first. Delivers to the plate. A curve good for a called strike, just above the knees. 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. White works with a very easy motion. Whereas he doesn't put on any acrobatic show when he's pitching. And he throws his curveball and fastball with one and the same motion. This is one of the reasons for his success. Steadies first. Delivers to the plate. Strike 2 swinging. DiMaggio reached for a fastball low outside. 1-2. White busily going to the rosin bag, rubbing up the ball. He's taking no chances. He's not being hurried. Figuring out every single pitch. It's no score. Just the start of things. Key game. There goes Rizzuto. There's a pitch out. The throw down to second base. There's an overthrow into center field. Rizzuto is up and on his way for third. Terry Moore recovers, throws to second, and Rizzuto is at third base. Rizzuto was going down. The steal was on, or you might say a running hit was on, because if the pitch was outside, DiMaggio would take it, which he did, and it was a ball. Ball 2. The count is now 2-2. And Walter Cooper's throw to second with Jimmy Brown going in to take the bag was way high and went into center field. Score that as a steal for Rizzuto off second, and he advances to third base on catcher Walker Cooper's overthrow, which is charged as an error. This changes, of course, the complexion of things, which pitcher White had very carefully tried to keep under control. Now Rizzuto's at third. Quite a bit of difference between first and third. 2 out, DiMaggio up there, 2-2. Pitch is high for ball 3, high fastball. So that's a steal for Rizzuto, and an error charged against Walker Cooper. DiMaggio standing out of the box. Let's see, time just for the moment. And there's to be a conference now between plate umpire Baugh, who is the umpire-in-chief for today's game, and third base umpire Bill Summers. And we'll see just exactly what it is. And they apparently... Wait, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. There was trouble at St. Louis in the second game about the fact that the Cardinal pitcher was taking his sign off the rubber. You see, in the American League, there's a rule that the pitcher must take his sign while being on the rubber. National League pitchers do not have to take the sign on the rubber. And so at St. Louis, it was allowed to go on despite the Yankee protest. But here in this ballpark, which is an American League park, White has to take his sign from the rubber, and that's what DiMaggio is kicking on just now. 3-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. And DiMaggio struck out on a 3-2 pitch. It is scoreless, and that ends the first inning. And here's a change. Pretty, who began at third base, moves to first base. And Hassett's left hand, I think it is his left thumb. At least it looked that way when he was trying to get that bunt. Hassett's injury forces him out. And Pretty, the utility spare part for the Yankee in a defense, Pretty goes to first base, and to still have a right-hand hitting third baseman, Frankie Crosetti. One-time great shortstop for the Yankees, goes to third. That's the announcement now coming up over the public address.
Number 1, playing third base, Freddie. Number 14, playing first base for New York.
And Pretty, who began the ball game and played the first inning at third, is now at first base. And Criscetti makes his first appearance in this World Series as he takes over at third. Now stepping in as we continue this scoreless third game. First up in the second inning is Stan Musial, left-hand hitter. Bluffs a bunt, and then the pitch is over for a call strike. A sharp curve right under his hands over the inside. The Yankee infield now is Jerry Pretty at first base. Joe Gordon at second. Scooter Rizzuto is at short, and at third base, Frankie Criscetti. A pitch swung on, beaten foul on the ground, back over toward the Cardinal dugout. Here at the stadium, the Yankees use the dugout on the third base side, and the visiting club, which in this case is the St. Louis National League team, uses the dugout on the first base side. Mike Gonzalez coaching back at first. Good of the kid. Manager Southworth is his own third base coach. Stan Musial, left-hand hitter, waiting. Chandler, right-hander throw. Screwball hit down to short. Rizzuto's up with it. Fires his throw to first. In time, Pretty takes it. And Musial is thrown out by a step. Short to first. Happily passed around the Yankee end of defense. It's no score. One man out, nobody on. The Cardinals at bat. Walker Cooper, the catcher, stepping in the batter's box. There's the second inning.
Now it's out.
Bill Dickey stays down after giving the sign. Ball working off the catcher's left shoulder, right-hand hitter. Walker Cooper takes an outside curve low, ball one. It's just the second ball that Chandler has thrown, and this is the fifth hitter to place it. 1-0. Pitch swung on and missed. Curve ball off the hands. And Walker Cooper swung all the way around. That was the force and fury of his swing when he didn't get a hold of it. 1-1. Chandler looks into the dirt for a moment. Kicks with his spikes out in front of the mound. Blows on his hand now. Finally directs his gaze and takes the sign from Dickey. Big catcher comes up high. The pitch. Screwball hit down to short. Rizzuto up with it on a big bounce. Throws over to first. Plenty of time. Walker Cooper's out for 4 steps. And that's the second time that Chandler has thrown that screwball. So, 2 Cardinals up. Both of them thrown out by shortstop Rizzuto. Rizzuto to Pretty. And Johnny Hopp stepping in. Cardinals have not changed their batting order, except for the pitchers throughout the series. In other words, Southworth is standing pat. Hopp stands midway in batter's box. Swing that stick from the end. Pitch. Over for a strike, and there was another screwball. That one came on the inside by the hands and broke back from a left-hand hit and over the plate. Chandler looks around. 2 out, nobody on from St. Louis, second inning. Hopp swings and misses with a curveball under his hands. And it is 0-2. Hopp walks out of the box to compose himself for the moment. Now gets in again. Southworth cups his hands around his mouth. Hollers him back to third. You can do it, Johnny. Chandler throws. It's a screwball, which is hit down to short. Rizzuto grabs it. Throws to first. Plenty of time. Hopp out about 2 steps. And Chandler, taking complete usage of that screwball, had the 3 batters in the second inning all hit right down to the left side and all get thrown out at short, so it is still no score, and that ends the first half of the second inning. I hate to go technical on you, but in a few brief words, I want to give you what's behind this positive statement. In all the world, there isn't a razor blade as sharp, as easy shaving, or as long-lasting as the Gillette Blue Blade. Men, manufacturing is directed by graduate specialists in metallurgy, chemistry, physics, mechanics, even electronics. These experts and the skilled operators in all departments are provided with every facility to produce blades of unmatched keenness and uniformity. There are high-powered microscopes wherever you turn, Vickers hardness testers, and other devices usually found only in scientific laboratories. Most of the manufacturing equipment is Gillette designed and Gillette built. 5-ton sharpening machines, microscopically adjusted, grind and hone the blades in filtered oil before the delicate strapping operation. Automatically controlled furnaces temper the steel to glass-cutting hardness. Yes, in department after department, more and more reasons why the Gillette Blue Blade gives you more shaves more quickly and easily. It's no score. Just had one hit in the ball game. Bunt single by Rizzuto in the first inning, and here's Gordon, first up for the Yankees. Last of the second inning. Outfield is around toward left. On Joe, they play him to pull. Infield is swung a step toward third. Tanda White, finishing his sophomore season with the Cardinals, takes a full pitching stretch, throws. Fastball over the outside for a called strike. Gordon is working deep back in the box for a right-hand hitter. Stands with his rear foot solidly on the back line of the box. Feet relatively close together and moves around a lot. Swings from the end. Leans into the plate. Swings on a curve. Fouls it right back on the screen. Strike two. 0-2. First man up, last of the second inning. Art Fletcher, as usual, has been for years and years third base coach for the Yankees, and Earl Combs, first base coach. Fletcher Coop, after giving the sign, remains down on his haunches, keeps pounding his fist into the pocket of his mitt. Throw. Swung on and missed. A low outside curveball. That's the fourth time they've struck him out on that low outside curve. Not in today's game, I mean for the whole series. And this is strikeout number 3 for White. The fifth strikeout that we've had so far in the ball game is Chandler, who struck out 2. And White now, you might say, is in a rut because he's just struck out the last 3 men that he's faced. One up, one away, last of the second inning. No score. It's all pitching. And here he is, Charlie Keller. He really smoked one at St. Louis. Takes a high, fast curve inside. Ball 1. White turned that one loose. He can throw hard. Keller crowding out face behind the left-hand batter, gets tired of waiting. Walks out. Now steps in. Keller pumping at stick. White pitches. Charlie swings, and there's a ground ball back at first. Hop is up with it. There's the race, and the first baseman wins by a step. Keller is out. Ground ball that was hit sharply back at first base. And that breaks the sequence of White's strikeouts. He had struck out 3 men straight. Cullenbine and DiMaggio to end the first inning, and Gordon to begin this last of the second. And now Bill Dickey getting in.
Dickey, number 8, catcher, not back.
Dickey sets. He and DiMaggio tied, each having for the most base hits so far, each having 4. Outfield around toward right on Bill. A 10-hitter. White delivers. Dickey swings. There's a drive into right center for a base hit. And Dickey comes up with his 5th hit, a single. And he now has more hits than anybody else. And Dickey didn't try to slug that ball. He timed a high curve and hit it right over second base. A high line drive, you would call it. And it is a single for Dickey. Score that into right center, which is hit number 2 for the Yankees and hit number 2 for the ball game. Getting in now is Jerry Pretty for his first at-bat in this 1942 World Series. Played the first inning at third base, and then when Hassett was hurt, he got his thumb in the way of the pitch when he was trying to bunt. First inning, Pretty has shifted over to first. Right-hand hitter in a crouch and overly closed stance. Takes a curve low inside, out in front of the shins. Ball 1. Dickey, of course, ready to go on anything, is at first. And Hop is halfway off the bag. He's not holding Dickey tightly on, as they do not figure that Bill, who not as fast as he used to be, will be going down. There's a pitch over. Fastball, nicely, just up above the knees, over the inside. 1-1. Quite another look at first. Delivers. A change of pace curve, which is fouled into the stands. Stands right back of the Cardinal dugout. Here is one little note that may tell you something about how the two ball clubs are approaching this ball game at this moment. There is not a Yankee player standing at the front of the Yankee dugout. They're all sitting back in the dugout. While there isn't a Cardinal player sitting in the back of the dugout, they're all up on the steps at the front of the dugout. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Dickey at first, 2 out, no score. Last of the second. Pretty crouches, White throws. There's a curve hit foul out along left field and into the stands, the upper stands. Still 1-2. Pretty back, drying the palms of his hands. Ernie moves a little dirt. He's pitching as though he had all day. And if you ask his manager, he'd say he has got all day. He pitches the way he wants to. Throw. Fastball swung on. There's a fly ball into center. Terry Moore. Under it, and gathers it in with one of those soft-handed catches. So, no runs, one hit, a man left. The Yankees, no errors for the Cardinals, total for the last of the second, and the full totals for 2 innings. No runs, no hits, and 1 error for the Cardinals. No runs, 2 hits, and no errors for the Yankees. End of 2. And this third game of the 1942 World Series is coming to you from the Yankee Stadium in New York. And now we're going to pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Mutual.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
In the third inning, George Karowski first up, followed by Slet Marion, and then by Ernie White. Now Chandler is ready to pitch first of all to Karowski, right-hand hitter. George runs up his though with bunt and takes a curve that's low outside, and it goes for ball 1. 1-0. Karowski is a pull hitter, as they say in the trade. Right-hand batter who pulls to left. Takes a fastball low outside, and it's the first time Chandler has come close to being behind on a hitter. 2-0. 2 balls, no strikes. This is the last third of the Cardinal batting list swinging into action here in the third inning. Chandler pumps. Right-hander throws. Fastball over but low under the knees, and Karowski's ahead. 3-0. George sets. He's a blocky fella, and his very determination is the reason he is standing in home plate this afternoon. One of the 2 bones in his right wrist is missing. There's the strike. In this case, the automatic strike. All Chandler had to do was get it over. Karowski was taking 3-1. When George was a kid of 11, he had to have an operation. 4 inches of one of those wrist bones was cut off. Swings and fouls the next pitch down, and it's now 3-2. And if you could see his arm right now, which is grown twisted, as those muscles have had to overly develop in order to take up the slack of one of the 2 wrist bones being missing, well, then you would realize that there's a fellow with a baseball heart. If he didn't have it, he wouldn't be here. 3-2, full count. Chandler comes down. Ball 4. Karowski very coolly took a pitch on the outside. This is the first Cardinal runner, and it's the first base on balls given up by either hurler in this first game of the series for the stadium and game 3 for the series.
Marion, number 4.
Tall, slender shortstop. Martin Marion. Better known around baseball circles as Slats because of his physique. Steps in. Right-hand hitter. Takes a pitch on the outside, a curve. He looked his way with punt, then let it go. Pretty is naturally holding first base against Karowski. Crisco, who was playing third, came on in the second inning. Hassett had to retire, hurting his left thumb, trying to bunt. Crisco right off the bag, ready to run in. The pitch swung on and fouled. Across the third baseline. Manager Southwest scoops it up. Ball dying as they got down to him. 1-1. Marion has 1 hit. He tripled in the 9th inning. 2 men out, the first game to knock in the first 2 Cardinal scores. Here's a long, tall drink of water. The way he plants his feet, he's just standing from over here to over yonder. Chandler stretches, comes down in position. Delivers to the plate. There's a bunt. Back to the mound. Chandler fields it. The throw has to go to first. And Marion is out by a step. Close play at that. Sacrificing and moving Karowski down to second. And the Cardinals now have a runner in scoring position. Should a base hit be forthcoming, a walk and a sacrifice. The out was the pitcher coming up with a bunt and throwing over to first base. Karowski slid in towards second. And now the umpires are going to have a conference right now. The McCarthy has come out. And let's see just what this protest is right now. Out at first. Pretty, the first baseman, backed up, took that throw. 1 man away. McCarthy, Fletcher of the Yankees, Southworth of the Cardinals, and Criscetti of the Yankees were talking to Barr and Summers, and now this must be something, in other words, there must be an interpretation which is not the same for the two leagues that has come up, because now Summers and Barr have called in Hubbard and Major Kurt. So the 4 umpires, 2 from each major circuit, are getting into a huddle right now. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens on the playing field to see just what it is, if we can see it. Some question is raised, and it took all 4 umpires to discuss it. Just a moment. Kowalski is being called out at second base. Let's see, Terry Moore is started to come out of the Cardinal dugout. See, Kowalski is being waved back to first. Now Kowalski is at first base, just a moment. And here is Marion coming back to a batter's box. Well, now I can tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, that was not a foul bunt at all. That ball was bunted right back to the mound. We're waiting for word to come up from the press section, because maybe the announcer on the field has phoned in. So Marion is now back at the plate, and Kowalski is back at first. Forget the sacrifice. There is nobody out in the 3rd inning. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Marion swings. There's a trickle back to the mound, and Chandler has to play over to first base. Marion is safe. Beats it out for a scratch single. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have not been informed as to why Marion, after his sacrifice and apparent out at first, was ordered to come back. The only thing we know is that on that pitch to Marion, it could not have been a legal pitch. And White is coming up to hit now for St. Louis. When Marion was brought back, he topped one, a squib single, as they call it, a high bouncer down toward third that the pitcher had to feel, and Marion beat it out. So Cardinals are at first and second. Kowalski at second, Marion at first, nobody out, and pitcher White up. He's a right-hand batter. The Yankees looking for a bunt, and White bunts. Chandler has to throw to first base. The throw goes to first in time, and that's all for White. And his sacrifice moves the runners along. Kowalski to third, and Marion to second. So now we do get a sacrifice here in the 3rd inning. Pitcher White helps his own cause, and the play is taken at first base by second baseman Jordan. Now, to go back once again to that Marion situation, either the ball was ruled to have been foul and then to trickle out to the mound after hitting the batter, that could have been a possibility, or else there was something about the illegality of the pitch. But when we find out what the umpires do, we'll let you know. Right now, the situation, and we know this, runners at second and third, Jimmy Brown up, hitting left-handed, takes a strike, fastball under the hands, over the inside. And the Cardinals now are putting on the first real major threat of the ball game. It is scoreless. Either way, Kowalski is at third, Marion at second, the outfield is straight away, and the Cardinals have one of their great little money players up there, Jimmy Brown, who's very tough in the clutch. We have just been notified from the press box that the umpires ruled, and it took 4 of them to decide it in a conference, that attempted sacrifice play of Marion's was, after all, a foul ball. So, that is what we have been informed now is the official reason for the replay of the situation. We knew it either had to be a foul ball or an illegal pitch. That's the only way it could have been called back. Now, let's see. No score, but the Cardinals threatening. They got something cooking here at Yankee Stadium. This is the key out right now for the Cardinals if they hope to score one from an out. Chandler, full pumping motion, delivers. Brown swings and hits it back over the mound toward second. Gordon makes the play to first. Brown is out, but a run comes in. And Jimmy Brown, determined to get a piece of that ball, did. And bounced it on a big hop right over the mound. Gordon had to make the play, the second baseman, right up against the bag. Brown was thrown out by a step at first. Kowalski scored, and thus the walk given up by Chandler came home in the form of a run to haunt him. And Marion moves down to third, where he now is with 2 outs. Captain Terry Moore. Right-hand batter up. Swings and misses. Fastball. Strike one. A run batted in for Jimmy Brown and the Cardinals. Go ahead, 1-0. Outfield around toward left. More swings, and there's a foul ball over by the Yankee dugout. Dickey's going over. Crisco comes down, and Crisco gets a glove on it and falls down. And the ball is not caught. The ball was hit right between where the third baseman and the catcher, either one could have gotten it. Crisco kept hollering. Dickey kept going. We couldn't, in other words, we were looking at Crisco so we could see him holler. Dickey had his back to us the way he was running down toward third. We couldn't tell whether he was hollering or not, but he kept going. And finally, Crisco dove for the ball, and in trying to grab the ball and get away from Dickey, too, he just hit the ball with his glove and didn't hold it, and no error is to be charged. It is just strike two to Terry Moore. 2 out for the Cardinals. They're ahead 1-0. Marion is the third. Moore takes a call strike. Strike 3. Curveball. It's the second time that Chandler has curved him for the third strike. That's the third strikeout. And it is now 1-0 in favor of St. Louis. And that ends the first half of the third inning. Are you handy with tools? Have you any feeling at all for mechanics? If so, there's a special place for you and a mighty vital one in the United States Army. Men, this is a mechanized war we're fighting. Behind every flyer, every tank crew, dozens of men are needed to maintain America's war machines and keep them hitting and hitting hard. Right now, we're below our quota of skilled mechanics needed for this imperative job. So this is an appeal to you men who are radio operators, electricians, sheet metal workers, garage mechanics, watchmakers, and tractor experts to come to the aid of your country. You can be taught in short order to repair arms, check bomb racks, keep precision instruments working. If you're between 18 and 44, single or married, go to your nearest Army recruiting station and ask for enlistment as a specialist, where you'll find the greatest opportunity for service and advancement. Don't put it off a day. This is urgent. Uncle Sam needs you. Go to your nearest Army recruiting station quickly. 1-0 in favor of the Cardinals. And first up for the Yankees in the last of the third is their pitcher, Chandler. Right-hand batter. He'll be followed by the top of the order, Rizzuto, and then by Crisco. Outfield toward right on Spud, who takes a curve low inside after bluffing a bunt. 4-1. The biggest hole in the outfield against Chandler, despite his being a right-hand batter, is left center. Towards the Cardinals, figure the way White is pitching, that Chandler is not going to be pulling. Throw. Fastball outside. Ball 2. 2-0. Now White looks down into the ground, and there comes a stir now from the Yankee partisans as they see White now defending 1 run. Get behind on the pitcher who's first up, 2-0. And plate umpire Barr walks out in front of the mound and calls for White to come down and talk to him. And here's Brown coming over from second base. He wants to be certain that any discussion that involves the pitcher is not going to be such as going to get his pitcher upset. And now there's catcher Walker Cooper going out. And here's manager Southworth coming out. And they are protesting, apparently, White taking the sign either from or not being on the pitching rubber. In other words, the two leagues have two definite interpretations on it. In other words, you'd be surprised to know at how many of those apparently small points the two major leagues are at variance. I mean, the game is basically the same, but in some of those fine shadings of interpretation, one league goes this way and one goes the other. And this, I believe, it's been years and years since any difference between the style of play and the rules and regulations of the two leagues has caused so much of a controversy. And maybe that this has been brought up on the part of the Yankees to try and get the young Cardinal pitchers excited. That we don't know. Now White goes back to work and pitches over for a strike. Right over. 2 balls, 1 strike. Ernie moving around. Chandler crowding the plate from behind. Right-hand batter. First man up, last of the third. 1-0 in favor of the Cardinals. Chandler swings and misses. High fastball. Strike 2. 1-2. 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. White set. Throws. Strike 3 swinging. A fastball in there. Chandler struck out. And for the cool left-hander, this is his 4th strikeout. One up, one down, last to the third. 1-0 favor the Cardinals. Got their run without hitting the ball out of the infield in the top of the third inning. Walk, dribble single, halfway to third base, followed by a sacrifice and infield out. Rizzuto takes a fast curve inside at the knees. I guess White threw that one in there with the idea, well, if you're going to bunt the first pitch as you did on him in the first inning, jump on it. 1-0. Rizzuto has 2 hits for the series. He's 1 for 1 today. Swings and has a line drive right at third baseman Kowalski, who grabs it for the out. Two up, 2 down, last to the third. And Frank Grizzetti is stepping in. He's a veteran of many a World Series ball game, but this is his first at-bat in this 1942 series. He sat out the first 2 games and went in the infield emergency created by Hassett hurting his left thumb trying to bunt in the first inning. Grizzetti hitting right-handed. He's a little fellow, but has surprising power at times. Crouches over the plate and takes ball 1. Curveball in by his hands. 1-0. 2 out. Nobody on. Outfield round toward left. Frankie crouches over the plate slightly ahead of it. Takes ball 2. He's a good goaltender up there. That pitch didn't miss by much, but he took it. Ball 2. 2-0. White shakes no. Now nods yes. Catcher stays low, back of the plate. Strike. And Grizzetti moving around, trying to misdirect the aim of the pitcher. Finally had to jump back out of the way. He was right up against the plate. Pitch came over. Ball strike. 2-1. Now Frank digs in. Strokes that stick about 2 inches. Never still. White throws, Grizzetti swinging, fouling it back, going after a fastball that was in there. 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Jimmy Brown hovering it up down at second base. Jimmy's really a twitching chili, too. He's never still. Always moving around, patting the ground with his spikes, looking around, checking the position of each infielder. He's in the major leagues primarily because of his disposition, his baseball disposition. 2-2 pitch, swung on, and there's a high foul. Coming up and back, Cooper chases back, and he can't get it. It's back up onto the screen. 2-2. And the catcher very carefully now walks back toward the plate. And quite a sprint. He came tearing back to the stands. Two down, nobody on. White looks out toward the scoreboard, as though checking the count for his own information. Now the trim left-hander pumps, delivers, swung on and missed for strike 3. A high outside curveball that, as a matter of strict reporting, I don't think would have been in there for a strike. And that is the 5th strikeout for White. And it is still 1-0 in favor of the Cardinals, and that ends the 3rd inning. It is impossible to produce a blade as sharp, as easy shaving, or as long-lasting as today's Gillette Blue Blade without the technical knowledge, skilled craftsmanship, and specialized equipment to be found only at World Shaving Headquarters. First up in the 4th inning, Country Slaughter, who struck out swinging on a screwball thrown by Spurgeon Chandler in the 1st inning. Slaughter swings on the first pitch and beats it off foul on the ground. Strike 1. Slaughter, you might say, was the closest thing to being a GOAT in the first game, and he certainly was a great star in the second game, which goes to show that the old adage in baseball is really true. It doesn't make any difference about today. Forget it. There's always tomorrow. Anyone who's been around baseball long enough knows that you can be a hero today and it doesn't help you at all tomorrow, and vice versa. Chandler delivers as a fastball hit down toward first base. Pretty is up with his steps on the bag and Slaughter's out by 3 feet. I want to change that. I said fastball. It looked like a fastball when he was thrown. However, it broke a screwball just at the plate, and Slaughter hit it off the end of the bat and pulled it down toward first. about half speed. It was an easy play for Pretty, the first baseman. One up, one out. First baseman unassisted. And here's Stan Musial, who bounced out short to first in the second inning. He has one hit, but that one was for the money. Takes a curve low inside. Ball one. He had the hit that drove in the winning run for the Cardinals in the second game. Outfield, step toward right. Musial braces, swings and misses, and goes all the way around. He winds up on himself when he doesn't connect. He's rangy. Sort of a bill like Teddy Williams. This fellow just wind up like a corkscrew when they swing, don't hit. Chandler blows in his right hand a little bit. One of his pitching mannerisms. Puts the glove, rubs the ball for the moment. Things get sort of quiet. Musial digs in the pitches. A let-up ball swung on and belted into center field for a line drive. It's a single. DiMaggio juggles the ball but recovers in time, and Musial holds it first. It's a clothesline. Line drive hit by Stan Musial, his second World Series hit. And this is, without a doubt, the hardest hit ball we've had today. That is, that's gone safe. Rizzuto hit a hard line drive in the third inning, but right at Kowalski, the third baseman. Now with one man out, Stan Musial, who can run, leads off first, Pretty holding against him, and the hitter is Walker Cooper, right-hand hitting catcher. There's a curve, outside, ball one. 1-0. Outfield, couple of steps, round toward left. Cooper got a very punishing blow in the second game as far as Bonham was concerned. Double. Swings, and there's a high fly out into short center. DiMaggio's coming in. Gordon's going back from second, and the second baseman grabs it. Joe Gordon. It's all for catcher Walker Cooper. 2 out. Top of the fourth. Musial now ready to start scratching gravel. Anything here in the fourth. He's at first. Because of his speed and because of the way the Cardinals like to run, Pretty is holding first. The batter is Johnny Hopp, hitting left-handed, digs in, outfield a step toward right. Hopp takes a pitch right over, fastball. Call strike. Southworth howling encouragement, or of course it might be a word sign. Back of third. Mike Gonzalez isn't saying anything. He's just staring at the pitcher now. Hopp takes, and there goes Musial. The throw down to second base is in time, and Musial is cut down. Shortstop Rizzuto taking Dickey's strike. Right into second base. And Musial is cut down trying to steal. Catch it to the shortstop. Still 1-0, favor the Cardinals, and that ends the first half of the fourth inning. We'd certainly be out of line urging you fans to use pure razor blades unless we told you how to do it. The most important thing, and I can't emphasize this too strongly, is beard preparation. Yes, it'll surprise you how many more comfortable shaves per blade you get if you prepare your face properly. Many of us just give our beards a lick and a promise. Call it enough and begin shaving. But the first thing to do is wash your face with soap and plenty of water. That starts the process of beard softening and removes particles of grit that dull the blade. Next, apply shaving cream. And if you use lather cream, do a good job of lathering. Use lots of water. Saturate the whiskers thoroughly. When you realize that a dry bristle is almost, if not equally as hard as copper wire, you know how important this is. Another hint. Never remove your Gillette blue blade for cleaning. Just loosen the razor handle, hold under hot water, and shake dry. Thus, you avoid possible damage to the super keen edges from needless handling. Follow these easy suggestions and we guarantee even more shaves and easier shaves from every Gillette blue blade. First up now in the last of the fourth is Roy Cullenbine, a switch hitter, who's batting right-handed against left-hander Ernie White of St. Louis. White pitches, a curve low inside. That made Cullenbine back up a step, made him move his feet. 4-1. 1-0, favor St. Louis. It's steady, very careful, and consistently fine pitching so far. Roy swings as a long foul, hitting to the upper left field stands. 1-1. White took just a little bit off of his fastball, and Cullenbine, swinging out in front of it, pulled it high and foul. 1-1. Outfield is deep on Roy. He's a big, strong fella. And the outfield is drastically around toward left. Stretches center field or more. Fastball over. The outside, just above the knees for a call. Second strike. 1-2. Cullenbine holding that stick within a half an inch of the knob. Takes a low curve. Took good eyes. Take that one, too. Ball 2. 2-2. First man up. Last to the fourth. Big end swing into action for the Yankees here in the last of the fourth. Cullenbine, then DiMaggio, then Gordon. White comes down, swung on. There's a high foul ball back of first base. Hop is over, close to the stands, and makes the catch. And Cullenbine fouls out to the first baseman. One up, one away. And the batter is DiMaggio, who was struck out swinging to retire the side in the first inning and leave Rizzuto at third. Joe steps in. Outfield around toward left. DiMaggio spreads those feet. White pumps, delivers. Joe swinging, fouls it back. Went after a fastball. Strike one. White on the mound. Walker Cooper, the receiver. Cardinal infield is Hop, Brown, Martin, Kowalski. The outfield is Musial, Moore, Slaughter. DiMaggio waiting motionless now. There's the pitch. Swung on. There's a line drive for a base hit into left field. It is a long single for DiMaggio. Musial recovering on the third skip in left center. Throwing into second, and DiMaggio is on. He is the first Yankee to get on since Dickey's single with 2 out in the second inning. This is the tying run at first for the Yankees. That for DiMaggio is his 5th hit, and he and Dickey are once again tied in the duel to see who will have the most hits in the series. Each now has 5. And that was a solid smack by DiMaggio, and hit number 3 for the Yankees. Hit number 5 for the game. Joe Gordon, who was struck out on a low outside curve in the second inning. Except for his second at-bat. Joe has 1 hit this year. DiMaggio at first. Hop holding the bag against him. The outfield around toward left on Gordon. White throws. And Gordon takes a strike. He made sort of a half swing. And he comes back around to protest now to plate umpire Barr. Keller has come up. And he is squawking. And it is Keller now who is squawking. There was a half swing called against Gordon. And Barr shakes his head, tries to walk away from the two. Now he's trying to walk away from him again, back up to the plate. It's a strike call against Gordon. Keller, who's waiting to hit next in the ring. Came up, made a very vigorous protest. Now Gordon's back in again. And it is a strike. White looks at first. Throws to the plate. Gordon takes a high curve. And it is ball 1. 1-1. That's always a tough play for an umpire to have to call, is that half swing, because you can't win. No matter which way you call it, the other side's on you. 1-1. White looks at first. Delivers to the plate. Gordon swings and misses. There was a fastball on the outside, just above the knees. Now it is 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. White working carefully. Gordon sets. DiMaggio at first, 1 out. 1-0 St. Louis. There's a curve swung on and foul back. There was a high curve. It's over. 1-2. Fletcher pacing up and down back at third. Holds up 1 finger, indicating to DiMaggio just 1 out. Earl Coombs cups his hands, hollers something up to the plate to Gordon. White working very smoothly, steadily delivers. Gordon swings. There's a fly ball hit high into left center. Musial falls down but gets up. Moore goes on, and it's Musial for the catch. DiMaggio all the way to second base, hurries and gets back to first. It looked for the moment like there might be trouble. First, because Musial fell down. He's been having trouble with his footing so far all through the series. And then he got up and started after the ball, and Terry Moore had really set sail, seeing Musial fall, and at first Moore thought he would have to make the catch. And for the moment, it looked as though the two might collide in left center, but Moore, being the older and the more experienced, got out of the way and let the rookie go ahead for the catch, the left fielder. So it is 2 out. And stepping in is Keller, who grounded out to first baseman Hop on assist in the second inning. Outfield deep, round toward right, 1-0, favor the Cardinals. Keller, very rough customer with that lumber, crouches, takes a curve over for a call strike. 0-1. DiMaggio ready to go now in anything. Stepping down off first. And Hop is about 3 steps off the bag. He's not holding first base tightly against the runner. White works. Keller swings. There's a high pop fly into very short right. There is right fielder Slaughter coming in under it and makes the catch. That's all for the Yankees in the last of the 4th inning. No runs. 1 hit. 1 man left. At the end of 4 innings, it is 1 run, 2 hits, and 1 error for St. Louis. No runs, 3 hits, and no errors for New York. And that ends the 4th inning. And ladies and gentlemen, we can't applaud too highly, and we cannot cooperate too deeply with the American Red Cross in its blood donor program, which is a program that simply means the sustaining and the saving of the very lives of the men in our armed forces who all over the world, every hour of every day, risk those very lives in our behalf. And we as civilians are vital cogs in that program because it is up to us as individuals to make appointments and to go in and to give a pint of our blood for the saving of the life of one of our men. So, on behalf of the men in our armed forces, let us, on this World Series broadcast, ask you to cooperate by contacting your local American Red Cross chapter and asking how you may best help. Going to the 5th inning. Hop first up, Chandler works. Hop swings, grounds it foul, sharp foul, back of first. Gonzalez waved it goodbye. You know, these coaches are very cute, you know. A foul that comes down, it's on the right bounce and not too hard hit, while they'll make the play and play around with the fans. But when they're really tagged, after all, they know they're only going to have 5 things on one hand, too. Strike 1. Johnny Hop first up in the 5th. Magnificent pitching. It's 1-0, favor the Cardinals. And they got that run without getting the ball out of the infield in the 3rd inning. In fact, without hitting the ball hard. Chandler delivers. There's a pitch high for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hop sets. Outfield step toward right. Johnny swings. There's a ground ball down to short. Rizzuto's up with it. Throws in time by a half step. And Hop is out. That is a magnificent forearm throw that Rizzuto has. It's one of the best in the business. Every great infielder throws with his forearm primarily. That's what saves a step, cuts a runner down. In other words, you could tie an infielder's arm against his side, that is, from the elbow up, and he could still throw using just his forearm. Rizzuto snapped out Hop. And here's George Karowski. Gets away from a high inside curve. Ball 1. Karowski was walked in the 3rd inning and was later turned into the game's only run. 1 up, 1 away. Top of the 5th. There's a half-line drive, hit the short, and Rizzuto grabs it at the knees for the out. The ball was hit into the hole between 3rd and short, not too hard. A soft line drive, and Rizzuto, cutting over to his right, grabbed it, reaching down by his knees. And it is 2 up, 2 down for St. Louis. That's Marion. Takes a fast call strike. 0-1. 2 out, nobody on. Top of the 5th. Sandler throws. Marion swings and misses, going all the way around. Strike 2. That was a 3/4 speed curve that time. That was a curve that the pitcher would say, well, I just rolled it in there. Throw. Swung on as a bounding ball wide of third. Up with it is Crosetti. Throws in time but 2 steps. 2 steps for the average man, 1 step for this long-legged shortstop. And he's out. Third to first. And it's nothing across in the top of the 5th inning. So it is 1-0 in favor of the Cardinals. A brilliantly pitched ball game that is going down to the last half of the 5th. And coming into the microphone is Mel Allen, who will take over for the rest of the ball game.
There is an urgent
And, Mel, let me say that it is a real pleasure to be working with you on this series. And let me say to the listeners that from my vantage point, hearing what you as the announcer say and seeing the play that you're describing, that you're doing a magnificent job. Congratulations, and I'm going to sit back and here you go on the last half of this vital ball game.
Thank you very much, Red. An announcement was just made over the public address system here at the stadium. In case you're wondering what it was about, Red told you all about it for the first half of the 5th inning when he told you about the blood donor drive of the American Red Cross. As we come into the last half of the 5th inning with the St. Louis Cardinals leading 1-0, we'll have Bill Dickey, Jerry Pretty, and then Spud Chandler coming up in that order. Plate umpire George Bard dusts off the plate. Walker Cooper behind, goes down into the crouch. Ernie White, the left-hander, working for the Cardinals, kicks the dirt from out in front of the rubber. Getting set to come in with the first pitch to Bill Dickey as we get set for the last half of the 5th inning. Ernie White looks in, checks his sign. Outfield deep toward right for Dickey. Ernie into the windup. Here's his pitch. It swung on to drive out second base. Jimmy Brown's in front of it. Picks it up on one hop. Throws over to hop high, but in time for the out. One away as Bill Dickey bounces out. Second to first, Brown to hop. Dickey had single to right in the 2nd inning for one of the Yankees' 3 hits, which they've gotten off White. First one being a bunt, which Phil Rizzuto beat out in the 1st inning. The 3rd one, a single by Joe DiMaggio in the 4th. Here's Jerry Pretty. Flied to Terry Moore in the 2nd inning. Bats him right-handed. White goes into the windup. Flips the left arm around. The pitch is a sweeping curve inside for ball 1. Whitey Karowski's at 3rd. Marty Marin at short. Jimmy Brown on 2nd. Johnny Hop on 1st. Walker Cooper catching. Ernie White pitching. Stan Musial's in left. Terry Moore in center. Enos Slaughter in right. Pretty cocked at bat up over his right shoulder. The pitch comes in. It's a pop-up. Down to Johnny Hop in short right. He's crossing the foul line. Makes the catch. It's in foul territory. Cal Hubbard, umpiring at first base, signals across the foul line into foul territory. And so they're 2 down as Pretty fouls out to Johnny Hop. Coming up now is Spud Chandler. Getting a ripple of applause from the fans as he goes in to take his place in the batter's box. Chandler took a 3rd called strike in the 3rd inning, his first time at bat. Bats him right-handed. He had 15 hits during the regular season and 71 times at bat for a batting average of .211. Give you an indication of the kind of hitter he is for a pitcher. First offering is outside from Ernie White for ball 1. Outfield playing Chandler just a step or so toward right in center and right, straight away in left. Chandler stands deep in the batter's box, in close to the plate. Ernie White's next pitch to him is swung on and fouled off on the ground into the Cardinal dugout. Sort of got the handle part of the bat on that one. Swinging late on the fastball. 1-1 the count on Spud. Phil Rizzuto is on one knee just in front of the batter's circle. He'll hit next if Chandler should get on base. 2 men out, nobody on. 1-0 favor the Cardinals. Last half of the 5th inning. Karowski at 3rd is in position to guard that 3rd baseline. Here's the pitch to Chandler. He swings and he misses. Cut hard. Strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That's the count. Don't forget, tomorrow we'll be on the air a half hour later than today. So make a note now to be with us at 1:45 Eastern Wartime tomorrow. Remember, 1:45 Eastern Wartime for the 4th game of this 1942 World Series. Ernie White's next pitch to Chandler. Swung on to slow roller down the 3rd baseline, but it's foul. Count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes. Tomorrow, being Sunday, ball games in New York start a little bit later than they do otherwise. As a matter of fact, there's a law which prohibits a game from starting before 2 o'clock. That'll be the starting time of the game. Of course, we'll be on the air 15 minutes ahead of game time. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Ernie White ready. Here's his pitch. Chandler swings and hits a long fly ball deep in the left field, but it's curving foul and just grazing the upper deck, hitting the bunting and dropping down below. Spud got a hold of that one, pulled it into the stands in deep left. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Chandler holds that bat down to the end of the handle, knees bent. He loves to get his base hits, as does any pitcher. He says one of these days he's going to drive one out of the lot. Next pitch to him, Chandler swings and sends a high hopper down toward third. Karofsky coming in fast, takes in the 1 hop, running halfway across the field, throws 2 hop in time for the out. And so that's all for the Yankees. In the last of the 5th, out in order, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. The score at the end of 5 innings, 1-0 Cardinals. St. Louis 1 run, 2 hits, 1 error, 1 left on. The Yankees no runs, 3 hits, no errors, and 3 men left on base. And that ends the 5th inning. To produce a blade as sharp, as easy shaving, and as long-lasting as today's Gillette Blue Blade is such a meticulous operation that the dyes, tools, specialized machines, and instruments employed are largely designed and built by Gillette's own technicians. Therefore, you find no counterpart of this blade anywhere in the world. As we get ready to go into the first half of the 6th inning, Ernie White, Cardinals left-hander, be the first batter and is getting a nice round of applause from the crowd, as you can hear in the background. Listen for a moment. And it dies down as Ernie White steps into hitting position. White sacrificed in the 3rd inning. Bats him right-handed. On deck is Jimmy Brown, then will come Terry Moore as we skip to the top of the batting order after White has his turn at the plate. Spurgeon Chandler blows on his pitching hand as a sign from Bill Dickey. He, too, swoops way down low as he goes into the windup. Overhand curveball, fast curve outside. Ball 1. Ball hit Bill Dickey on the arm and bounced off. Tucks his mitt up under his right arm as he shakes off the little sting. Right on above the wrist on his left hand, which is his mid hand. Not his meat hand, but his mid hand. The next pitch, outside, low, ball 2. 2-0 the count on Ernie White. Frankie Criscetti comes over from third, talking to Spurgeon Chandler. Frankie's a great holler guy. As Red indicated to you earlier, you can hear his shrill voice piercing the atmosphere way up here. Chandler throws, White takes a fastball right at the knees for a called strike. 2-1 the count. 1-0 the score, favor the Cardinals. First half of the 6th inning. Chandler working fast pitches. White takes the ball low outside. Ball 3. 3-1. Again, Criscetti moves over from third, talking to Chandler. Encouraging his pitcher. Outfield playing Ernie White. Just a step or so toward right field. Chandler throws. White takes this one, and it's in there. Called strike. Makes it 3-2. Full count. So just as White ran the count out on Chandler, Chandler runs it out on White. And the payoff pitch. Swung on. There's a bounder out to short. Criscetti goes over, but Rizzuto in back of him takes it, throws to Pretty in time for the out. Rizzuto's been very busy afield. Threw out the side in the 2nd inning. Musial, Cooper, and Hop. Tossed Hop out again in the 5th, and White just now. All told, Phil has had 7 chances. Coming up now is the Cardinal leadoff man, Jimmy Brown. Batting left-handed, the first pitch is swung on, fouled off to the right of the plate, strike 1. Brown, the switch hitter, he bats left-handed against right-handed pitching. And since the Yankees have presented nothing but right-handed pitchers, Brown, during the series thus far, has always batted left-handed. Brown bounced out to Chandler himself in the 1st inning and then grounded out to Joe Gordon in the 3rd. Jimmy's had 1 hit in the series thus far in 9 times at bat. Chandler taking his time, looks in, has the sign from Dickey. Into the windup, in comes the pitch to Jimmy. Brown takes a fastball high outside. Ball 1. 1-1 the count. Outfield playing Jimmy Brown just about straight away. In other words, guarding all sectors of the outfield equally. The 1-1 pitch. Over that outside corner. Sharp hook. Called strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Brown. Frank Criscetti's at third. Phil Rizzuto at short. Joe Gordon on second. Jerry Pretty at first. Chandler pitches. Brown takes the fastball outside for ball 2. 2-2 the count now. Pretty opened the game at third base. Buddy Hassett at first. Hassett injured his thumb on his left hand while up at the plate, attempting to bunt a ball. The ball hit the bat and the thumb at the same time, so he had to retire. Pretty shifted to first. Crisco went in at third. Chandler throws. Brown swings, smacks one on the ground out to second. Gordon boots it, picks the ball up quickly, throws to Pretty in time for the out. So they're 2 away. The ball took a little short hop as it reached Gordon. He booted it. The ball dropped in front of him so that he had time to pick it up and make his throw over to Jerry Pretty to retire Jimmy Brown for the second out. Coming up now, the Cardinal captain, center fielder Terry Moore, who in his 2 appearances at the plate thus far has taken third call strike on each occasion. Bats him right-handed. First pitch to him. His pitch is swung on. There's a drive to deep center. Joe DiMaggio trots back easily, gracefully, waiting for the ball, makes the catch for the out. And that's all for the Cardinals in the first half of the 6th. Out in order, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. Score remains 1-0. And that ends the first half of the 6th inning. Men who like brushless shaving cream get a mighty pleasant surprise when they try Gillette Brushless. And no wonder. This cream, containing peanut oil, makes shaving a lot quicker and easier. What's more, Gillette Brushless is absolutely greaseless. Can't clog razor or drains, and it rinses off in a flash. So if you're a brushless fan, it's a sure thing you'll prefer Gillette Brushless. Ask your dealer for a tube. Only 25 cents. Coming into the last half of the 6th inning, it'll be the top of the batting order for the Yankees. Phil Rizzuto, Frank Crisco, and Roy Cullenbine. So far, the Yankees have been unable to get more than 3 hits off Ernie White, a bunt which Rizzuto beat out in the first inning. Solid base hit by Bill Dickey to right center in the second. Another ringing single by Joe DiMaggio in the fourth. DiMaggio and Dickey, incidentally, are leading both clubs in total number of hits on the series thus far with 5 each. Up until today's game, the Yankees had reached Cardinal pitchers for 21 hits. St. Louis had obtained 13 off Yankee pitching. Here's Phil Rizzuto leading off. Last half of the 6th inning, Cardinals out in front 1-0. Yankee fans are beginning to bestir themselves a bit. Phil bats him right-handed. Ernie White into the windup. Overhand fastball, low inside, ball 1. Whitey Kurowski at third comes racing in on each pitch. With Rizzuto up there, in position to take a bunch, should Phil try to lay one down. Phil did lay one down and beat it out in the first inning. One of the greatest bunters in the major leagues today. White looks around his outfield, which is playing Rizzuto a little bit toward left. Starts into his windup. The next pitch to Phil is right through there for a called strike. George Barr calling balls and strikes. Yelled it out. We could hear him way up here. 1-1 the count on Rizzuto. White ready. Here's his pitch. It's a curve low inside. Ball 2 almost got that inside corner as it swept in toward Rizzuto. Phil Rizzuto at the plate, Frank Crisco on deck, which is an interesting story in itself. You might say pupil and master, with the pupil having taken the master's place. Phil always admired Frank Crisco greatly before he ever became a member of the Yankees. The next pitch to Rizzuto is high, ball 3. Crisco was one of Phil's boyhood heroes, you might say. And when the time came for him to replace Crisco, he said he just couldn't believe it. 3-1 the count on Phil. Ernie White ready. Here's the pitch. And it's in there for call strike 2. Better high pitch. So the count's run out on Phil. 3-2. Last half of the 6th inning, Cardinals out in front 1-0. And as the game progresses along towards its end, every pitch means a lot. Here it is. Rizzuto swings, pops it high in the air. Foul off the left of the plate. Walker Cooper under it near the Yankee dugout. Makes the catch for the out. 1 away for the Yankees last half of the 6th inning. And here's Frank Crisco. Struck out in the 3rd in his only appearance at the plate. Buddy Hassett, whose place Crisco took in the batting order, fouled out to Walker Cooper in the 1st inning. Hassett had to retire because of an injured thumb. Pretty, who was on 3rd, shifted to 1st. Crisco went in to take Pretty's place at 3rd. Frank chokes that bat about 2 inches or more. Tough man to pitch to, crowds that dish. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike one. He cut hard. Ernie White's got a lot on that ball. Only won 7 games and lost 5 for the Cardinals this year, but he won 5 of his 7 in their great stretch drive. He's ready for the next offering to Crisco. And it's over that inside corner for call, strike 2. So Ernie White stands ahead of Frankie Crisco. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, nobody on. Last half of the 6th inning. Cardinals ahead 1-0. Roy Cullenbine's on deck. Cardinal infield is sort of pulled around over toward third. Kurowski guarding that third baseline. Ernie White ready, throws. Crisco swings and fouls it back onto the screen. He's up there slashing away. Steps out of the batter's box now to regain his composure a bit. Walker Cooper takes his mitt off. Goes down on his haunches, puts his mitt back on. Ready to give the sign to Ernie White as soon as Ernie's ready. Cardinal left-hander went to the rosin bag. Now he's back up on the rubber. Cardinal pitchers have to take their signs off the rubber, playing in an American League ballpark. Here's the pitch. Crisco swings and smacks one across the top and out to second. Jimmy Brown up with it, throws over to Johnny Hop, and Crisco is out at first. So they're 2 away for the Yankees in the last half of the 6th inning. 2 up and 2 down. And here's Roy Cullenbine, who took the third called strike in the 1st inning and then fouled out to Johnny Hop in the 4th. Cullenbine's a switch hitter. He's batting right-handed against left-handed pitching. Outfield plays him toward left. Kurowski, deep third, guarding the third baseline. Marty Marion, normal short. Jimmy Brown, a deep second, in position to move in back of the bag. Here's the first pitch to Cullenbine. Fastball, under the arms, inside, ball 1. Johnny Hop is playing a very deep first and over toward the first base line, so the big hole in the infield would be between first and second. Ernie White continuously goes back to that rosin bag, kicking the dirt in front of the rubber. Fidgets around the mound quite a lot. He's all set. Into the windup. Whips the left arm around. The pitch is swung on the line drive out in the center field, and it's in there for a base hit. Terry Moore waiting for the ball. Takes it on 2 hops. Throws into second. Cullenbine holds it first with a single to center. And that brings up Joe DiMaggio. That was Roy Cullenbine's 3rd hit in the series. Two outs. Cullenbine on at first, and here's Joe DiMaggio, who struck out in the 1st inning, single to left in the 4th. Tying run is on at first base. There are 2 outs. Outfield deep toward left for DiMaggio. Johnny Hop is on at first base with Cullenbine. Ernie White takes the stretch, checks the runner. Pitches to DiMaggio, who moves away from a fast breaking curve inside. Ball 1. Kurowski, a very deep third, not more than 3 feet away from that foul line. DiMaggio can pull him inside the line. Marty Marion shorts playing over toward third. Third baseman, shortstop, in other words, playing very close together, shortening the hole for DiMaggio to hit through. Hits a lot on that side of the infield. White ready, stretches, pitches. DiMaggio swings and drives one in deep left center. Musial going way back for it, racing, and Terry Moore makes the catch in front of him as Dan Musial falls down. A great catch by Terry Moore. And Terry Moore has pulled one of the finest defensive gems of the World Series. Joe DiMaggio drove one into deep left center. Stan Musial racing hard toward the flagpole. Was all set to attempt the catch when suddenly, like a flash of lightning, Terry Moore raced right in front of him and grabbed it, and just at the same time Stan Musial was falling down. And so it was a brilliant catch by Terry Moore and stopped the Yankee threat in the last half of the 6th. No runs, 1 hit, no Cardinal errors, 1 left on for the Yankees, and the score at the end of 6 innings still 1-0 in favor of St. Louis, and that ends the 6th inning. Here's how you can help keep our fighting men supplied with war equipment. Collect your old junk: scrap metal, rubber, rags, manila rope, burlap. Your discarded junk makes bombs, ships, and planes. Round up your junk right now. Sell it to your junk dealer. Give it to a local charity. Or take it to wherever you see the official Salvage Depot sign. Throw your scrap into the fight. Getting set now for the 7th inning. And the fans are still buzzing in the background over that sensational catch made by Terry Moore. As we get ready for the first half of the seventh inning, it's Enos Slaughter leading off for the Cardinals. Spud Chandler to the windup throws. The pitch is swung on and missed. Strike one. Stan Musial is on deck. Then will come Walker Cooper. Slaughter struck out in the first inning. Grounded out unassisted to Jerry Pretty in the fourth. Chandler all set for the next pitch to Slaughter. Here it is. The left-handed hitter swings and hits a looping fly ball foul over near the field boxes. Barry Crissetti's over and makes a nice catch while diving into the field boxes to the left of the Yankee dugout. One away for the Cardinals. One of those looping fouls back of third. Crissetti raced over to the field box. It leaned slightly in, made the catch, and his momentum carried him halfway on into the field box. One down. Stan Musial, the next batter. Chandler throws the ball into Dickey. Umpire George Barr looks at it and lets it stay in the ball game. Cardinals 1 run, 2 hits. 1 error, 1 left on through the first 6 innings. The Yankees no runs, 4 hits, no errors, and 4 left on through the first 6 innings. Musial grounded out to Rizzuto in the second. Next pitch to him is low, ball 1. Musial single to center in the fourth innings, had 1 out of 2. Ball 1. Chandler all set. Here's his pitch. Musial swing, sends a hard bounder down to Pretty, who lets the ball bounce off his chest, picks it up, flips to Chandler just in time for the out. There's a hard smash down toward first. The ball hopped up and bounced off Pretty's chest, but he recovered in time to throw to Chandler, and Musial is out. Got to act fast with these Cardinals. Bunch of jackrabbits. They really can run. Remember, folks, Bill Coren will bring you his very interesting summary with highlights of today's game immediately at the finish of the game. So stay with us. We know you're going to enjoy it. Here's Walker Cooper up. Chandler's first pitch to the Cardinal catcher. Swung on and missed. Strike 1. Swung so hard, lost his balance a bit and sat down. 2 away. This has been a game of great pitching thus far. Chandler ready for the next one to Cooper. That's swung on. It's a drive out to left field. Keller's there waiting, and he takes it for the out. So the Cardinals go out very quickly in their half of the seventh inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. Coming into the last half of the seventh, all Yankee fans stand up. You can hear a roar coming over the vast enclosure of Yankee Stadium. You know, when Gillette engineers designed the sharpness comparator, they took the guesswork right out of razor blade manufacturing. This instrument actually measures sharpness with a beam of light. It enables technicians to adjust the stropping wheels with utmost precision and ensure edges of incomparable keenness. Therefore, you get shaving comfort and economy that positively cannot be matched. Coming into the last half of the seventh inning, Joe Gordon, Charlie Keller, and Bill Dickey will be coming up to face the slants of left-hander Ernie White. Walker Cooper, who just made the last out, is adjusting his catching paraphernalia, and so Ken O'Day, Cardinals' second-string catcher, is out there warming up Ernie White. O'Day, incidentally, is no stranger to World Series competition, having competed in the World Series with the Giants when he was a member of the Giants a few years back, and he had the pleasure of hitting a home run in a World Series. The other day, he came up in a pinch hitting role out in St. Louis and got himself a base hit. Ken is a New York State boy. A lot of his friends down from his hometown to watch him in action if he gets in, at least to watch his teammates play anyway. Cardinals are leading 1-0 in this third game of the 1942 World Series, which up until today stood even, 1 win apiece. Joe Gordon leading off, struck out in the second inning, which incidentally was the 6th time that he struck out in the series. He flied to Stan Musial in the 4th. Ernie White into the windup. Here's the first pitch to Gordon. Swung on. There's a drive deep in the left field. Musial's backing up for it. He's getting under it, though, near the wall, backing, and makes the catch at the edge of the barrier for the out. Another 2 or 3 feet, and it would have been in. Musial backed up against the wall about 10 feet to the left of the 402-foot sign and took Joe Gordon's towering drive for out number 1. That gave the fans quite a thrill. One of the hardest pokes of the game thus far, one of the deepest at any rate, the longest. Little activity in the Cardinal bullpen. All we can see is the man catching. We can't see the pitcher, so we can't tell you who's warming up. The bullpen is in between the right center field bleachers and the left right center field grandstand. Here's Charlie Keller up. First pitch to him is a curve, but low, ball one. Keller grounded out to Hop in the second inning, to Slaughter in the fourth. One down, nobody aboard. Keller the batter, Dickey on deck. Ernie White checking his sign with Walker Cooper. Outfield deep toward right to Keller. White swoops down low into his windup. Overhand fastball up high, ball two. 2-0 to count on Charlie. Art Fletcher coaching back at third. Encouraging the hitters, he hollers up to the plate. Earl Combs is coaching back at first. Keller stands just a little bit ahead of White right now. 2 balls, no strikes, 1 out, nobody on. Last half of the 7th. Cardinals ahead 1-0. Here's White's pitch. Keller swings and sends a bounder down the first base line. It's foul, says Big Cal Hubbard. And so it's 2 balls, 1 strike on Charlie Keller. Cardinals whipped the ball around the infield. Ernie White was racing over to first to be in position to take a throw from Hop if that was necessary had the ball been fair. So he has to walk back to the hill. Steps on. Keller just out of the batter's box, adjusting his cap. Now he steps in. Keller entertained the fans before game time by driving a few long ones into the stands. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Swung on. There's a drive going deep out to right field. Slaughter backing up for it. The ball is caught with a sensational one-handed catch. Enos Slaughter just robbed Charlie Keller of a home run as he went back to the barrier in deep right field and made a glove-handed stab of Charlie Keller's vicious drive. There's a very low barrier, only about 3 or 4 feet high. And Enos Slaughter, as you can hear the crowd rumbling in the background, the cheers that followed that superb catch, robbed Charlie Keller of a round tripper. And so that's 2 sterling defensive plays that the Cardinals have come up with in the last 2 innings. Terry Moore on Joe DiMaggio's drive in the 6th inning, and Enos Slaughter on Keller's. And here's Bill Dickey up, and the first pitch is low outside for ball 1. Bill Dickey singled to right center in the 2nd inning, grounded out to Jimmy Brown in the 5th. What a ball game this is. Terrific. Ernie White ready, throws. Dickey swings, sends a bounder out to short. Marion goes in back to the bag, picks it up, throws to Hop in time for the out. Listen to the hand for Enos Slaughter as he comes into the Cardinal dugout. And that ends the 7th inning. You know, there's no guesswork about the proper tempering of Gillette steel. That's handled by automatic electric furnaces of Gillette's own design. Furthermore, samples from every coil of steel are submitted to the Vickers hardness tester. There are only a few of these costly instruments in the whole country, including one at the Bureau of Standards at Washington. Getting ready for the first half of the 8th inning. In this most closely contested of all the World Series games thus far, and one of the most brilliantly played defensively, especially by that Cardinal outfield thus far. Here is Donnie Hop leading off. His swings at the first pitch, sends 1-on-1 Hop out to Gordon. Gordon throws over to Pretty, and Hop is out at first. Hop having grounded out on his 2 previous appearances to Phil Rizzuto in the 2nd and 5th innings. Coming up now is Whitey Kurowski, whose walk led to the Cardinals' run in the 3rd inning, and who scored it himself. Popped out to Phil Rizzuto in the 5th inning. Bats him right-handed. Drives a long ball. Chandler's first pitch to him. Sweeping curve broke right over that inside corner. Belt high for a called strike. 1-0 in favor of the Cardinals. First half of the 8th. Chandler ready. Throws. It's another curve, a little bit high. Ball 1. 1-1 the count. Rossetti at 3rd, Rizzuto at short, Gordon at 2nd. Pretty on 1st. Yankee infield. Dickey catching, Chandler pitching. Keller in left, DiMaggio in center. Cullenbine in right. Outfield over toward left for Kurowski. Chandler ready. Pitches. This one backs Kurowski away from the plate. Fastball inside. Ball 2, 2-1. Billy Southworth, Cardinal manager. Billy the Kid, coaching back at 3rd. Mike Gonzalez, he of good field no-hit fame, coaching back at 1st. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Kurowski. It's high, ball 3. 3-1. George Barr dusts off the plate. Chandler turns his back to the plate, looking around the outfield, kicking the dirt around the rubber. Frank Criscetti comes over from third, shouting words of encouragement to Georgia Boy. And then he goes back to his third base position. Chandler getting set for his 3-1 pitch to Kurowski. Kurowski digs in, set, here it is. It's over there for a call, strike 2. Fastball, 3-2 the count now. String is run out on the Cardinal third baseman. Marty Marion is on deck. Crowd at the moment, settled back, quiet, easing up a little bit after having yelled as much as they could at Slaughter's great catch before. The next pitch is swung on, hit to past Criscetti as the ball took a bad hop and shot past him out of the left field. Holding it first is Kurowski as Keller fields the ball, quickly throws into second. There was a smash on the ground to Criscetti's left. He went over to field it. And at the last second, the ball, instead of hopping up, laid low and skipped past him. And it scored as a base hit for Whitey Kurowski. A single to left. Stepping in now is lanky Marty Marion, Cardinal shortstop, who had an infield hit in the third inning and grounded out to Criscetti in the fifth. Spurgeon Chandler takes a stretch, checks Kurowski leading off first. Here's the pitch to Marion. Outside, ball 1. That hit was Kurowski's second of the series. Outfield playing Marion straight away. All sectors of the field equally being covered. 1 out. Kurowski on at first. There's a quick throw over to first, but Kurowski's back safe. He hit the dirt coming back in. Chandler sort of fell away from the mound as he threw that ball over. Pretty on the bag with Kurowski. Yankee infield. Short and second in a couple of steps each. Time call as Marion steps out of the batter's box. Now we're all set to resume action. Here's the pitch. Marion takes another one outside. Ball 2. His curveball broke too quickly. Now we have a little activity in the Yankee bullpen. Looks a little bit like Jim Turner. Just can see a bit of the back. Here's the pitch to Marion. It's low outside, ball 3. Both bullpens are almost hidden from view, so it's difficult to see. 3-0 the count on Marion. Chandler taking his time right now. Remember to listen to Bill Corum's comments on the sensational fielding gems made by Amos Slaughter and Terry Moore immediately at the end of our play-by-play description. So stay tuned with it. Now we're all set for the 3-0 pitch to Marion. Kurowski leading off first. Here it is. And it's through there for a called strike. 3-1. The count. Here it is. Pitch is swung on. It's a slow hopper out towards short. Rizzuto takes it quickly, throws to Gordon. Gordon over to Pretty. Not in time at first, but out at second is Whitey Kurowski. As Marion forced him, Rizzuto to Gordon. Gordon pivoted, relayed over to Pretty, but not in time to nip Marion, who wasted no time getting down to first base. We're waiting for Ernie White to come up, and here he comes out of the Cardinal dugout with the cheers and applause of the fans. Allowed but 4 scattered hits. Has blanked the Yankees through 7 innings. Throws left-handed, but he bats him right-handed. There are 2 outs now. Marion's on at first base. Chandler takes his stretch. Here's his pitch to White. It swung on and fouled off into the stands over the Cardinal dugout. A little scramble for the ball as always. Fans have a lot of fun going after those. Chandler is standing back the hill, looking out in center field, and motions into the plate that he wants another ball. So he throws it into Dickey. George Barr takes a new one out of his pocket, gives it to Bill, and Bill throws it out to Spurgeon. As most of you people probably know, at St. Louis, they use the National League baseball. And here at the Yankee Stadium, with the home team being the American League team, they're using the American League ball, which to all intents and purposes is just about the same, although Red Ruffing was telling me that the National League ball felt a little bigger to him because the seams are raised a little higher. Chandler's in no hurry. He's taking his time. taking too much time for Ernie White, who steps out of the batter's box. Time is called. Now White steps back in. Marion leads off first. Stretched by Chandler, the pitch to White. White starts to cut, but changes his mind. The pitch goes outside. The ball 1. 1-1 the count. Activity in both bullpens. Chandler again takes a stretch. Here's the pitch. White swings and hits a high pop-up back to the plate. Dickey coming back toward the screen, still coming, has his eye on the ball, and he makes the catch for the out. White fouls out to Dickey. So that's all for the Cardinals in the first half of the 8th inning. No runs, 1 hit, no Yankee errors, 1 man left on base for St. Louis. The score, 1-0 favor the Cardinals at the end of 7 1/2 innings. That ends the first half of the 8th inning. For the special benefit of listeners who tuned in late, here's a way to get easier shaves. Probably a lot of you men have already guessed what I'm going to say, because I'm thinking of Gillette shaving cream, lather or brushless. Now, I happen to go all out for brushless, so I want to tell you about that. This cream contains peanut oil. It's free from grease, has a pleasant, refreshing scent, and rinses off instantly. Consequently, it can't clog razor or drains. Best of all, Gillette Brushless holds plenty of moisture, does a real job of beard softening. And you know, it's really the water that prepares your whiskers for the razor. Now, it's easy to prove everything I've said. Get a tube of Gillette Brushless shaving cream. It costs nothing extra, 25 cents, or 33 cents for the giant-sized economy tube. We're all set now for the last half of the 8th inning. As this tremendously exciting and hotly contested game moves right down toward its finish, last half of the 8th, Jerry Pretty leading off the Yankees. Chandler's the next scheduled hitter, then Phil Rizzuto. Whether or not Chandler will bat remains to be seen. Left-hander Ernie White goes into his windup. Here's the pitch to Jerry Pretty. Jerry swings and hits a high pop-up out toward second base. Jimmy Brown calls for it. Under it, waiting, still waiting, and makes the catch for the out. So there's one away. Jerry Pretty pops to Jimmy Brown on the first pitch. And Red Ruffing's going to come out to bat for Spurgeon Chandler. Charlie Ruffing is going to come out and do some pinch hitting. It'll be his second appearance as a pinch hitter in the series. After having pitched the opening game of the World Series, he came back in the second game in the role of a pinch hitter. Here's the announcement coming over the loudspeaker. This makes the second time that Ruffing has come in as pinch hitter. His third appearance, in other words, in the series. This being the third game, Ruffing is the only pitcher, we might say, that has made an appearance in each one, although he's only made one appearance as a pitcher. The other two as pinch hitters. Ruffing had 1 hit and 5 times at bat in the first 2 games. Here's the first pitch to him. Sharp curve breaks right through there for a called strike. Outfield plays Ruffing a little bit toward right and center and right. Not too much so in left. Here's White's pitch. Ruffing takes it, and it's low. Ball 1. 1-1 the count. Ernie White repping up cover the ball. Every pitch carries a lot of extra responsibility right now. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Ruffing, and it's over that outside corner for called strike 2. Ruffing steps out of the batter's box for a moment to remonstrate a bit with umpire George Barr. Now he moves back into batting position. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ruffing batting for Chandler. Cardinal left-hander working easily, smoothly, confidently. Sweeps down low into the windup. Here's his pitch. Ruffing swings and he misses. Strike 3. And that's Ernie White's 6th strikeout. And that makes the 18th Yankee to have gone down by way of strikeouts in the series. 14 Cardinals have struck out in the series. White struck out 6. Chandler struck out 3 in this particular game. Here's Phil Rizzuto up, 2 outs, nobody on. First pitch to Phil is swung on. It's a pop-up foul back to third. Karowski racing over near the field boxes, trying to get under it. Leans into the boxes, but can't get it as the ball drops into the runway between the field boxes and the first row of reserved seats right behind them. Made a nice effort. 1 strike on Rizzuto. Phil beat out a bunt in the first inning for a hit. Lined to Karowski in the third and fouled out to Walker Cooper in the 6th. 2 outs, nobody on. Last half of the 8th inning, Cardinals clinging to that 1-run lead, which they established in the 3rd inning. White ready. Here's the pitch to Rizzuto. It swung on to line drive over. Marries head out into left center field for a base hit. Terry Moore quickly races over in front of Musial, fields the ball on the roll, throws into second, and Rizzuto holds on at first with a line single to left center. That Terry Moore really covers ground. Coming up is Frankie Criscetti. Criscetti has only been at bat twice. He didn't come into the ball game until the 2nd inning. Struck out in the 3rd, grounded out to Jimmy Brown at second base in the 6th. Bats him right-handed. That's the Yankees' 5th hit off Ernie White. There have been 8 hits in the ball game all told, 3 for St. Louis. We'll have a new pitcher for the Yankees going into the 9th inning, with Chandler having been removed for a pinch hitter. White takes a stretch, checks Rizzuto. Here's the pitch to Criscetti, and it's in there for a call strike. Frank definitely crowds that plate. Doesn't give the pitcher too much room to throw that ball through. Chokes that bat a couple of inches. Tying runs on it, first base, 2 outs. Hop on the bag with Rizzuto. White takes a stretch, checks Phil. There goes Rizzuto. The pitch is swung on to roller down toward third. Kurowski's up with it. There's his throw over to Hop in time for the out. And so Ernie White once again gets by the Yankees without permitting a score. No runs, 1 hit, no Cardinal errors, and 1 man left on base at the end of 8 innings. 1-0. St. Louis, the Cardinals, 1 run, 3 hits, 1 error. 2 left on. The Yankees, no runs, 5 hits, no errors, and 5 men left on base. This 3rd game of the 1942 World Series is coming to you direct from the Yankee Stadium in New York. And now we're going to pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Mutual.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Brewer, number 24.
As we come into the first half of the 9th inning, the new pitcher for the Yankees will be Marvin Brewer, a curveball specialist. Spurgeon Chandler removed for a pinch hitter in the last half of the 8th inning, thus worked 8 innings, allowed but 3 hits, walked only 1, and struck out 3 while giving up 1 run. So, as the situation now stands, it's Chandler's ball game to lose. He lost the only game the Yankees lost in the 1941 World Series. Marvin Brewer's come in to relieve him. Brewers won 8 games and lost 9 on the regular season. Lost a lot of tough ball games. Pitches a very good curveball, one of the finest in the major leagues. He's a right-hand pitcher from Rollo, Missouri, incidentally, which is closer to the Cardinals' home ballpark, Sportsman's Park, than it would be to the Yankee Stadium. Then hometowns don't always dictate the place where a ball player is going to play his baseball. As we go into the 9th inning, for the Cardinals, it'll be the top of their batting order. Jimmy Brown, Terry Moore, and Enos Slaughter. For those of you who might have tuned in late, wondering how the Cardinals got their 1 run, which is the only run in the game, in the 3rd inning, Kurowski walked, went to second as Marion topped the pitch down toward third and beat it out for a hit. White sacrificed Kurowski to third, Marion to second, and while Brown was grounding out to Gordon, Kurowski came home from third. And that's the only run of the game thus far. So we're all set now for the first half of the 9th inning. Jimmy Brown up. Marvin Brewer, right-hander, throws. It's a curve swung on, lined over Gordon's head out in the right center for a base hit. Joe DiMaggio races over, fields it on the roll, throws quickly in the second, and Brown holds it first after taking his turn with a single to right center. Coming up is Terry Moore. That's the Cardinals' 4th hit. Jimmy Brown didn't take a hard cut at that ball. He just seemed to lift it. Just seemed to lift it right over Gordon's head. Terry Moore up. Yankees watching for the bunt, stretched by Brewer. In comes the pitch. Moore shortens up, but doesn't bunt as the pitch goes high for ball 1. Moore took a 3rd call strike in the 1st inning, again in the 3rd. Fly to DiMaggio in the 6th. Frank Criscetti in close on the grass at 3rd. Purdy on the bag at 1st with Jimmy Brown. Stretched by Brewer. Checks his runner. Here's the pitch. Moore shortens up, bunts, but fouls it off to the right of the plate, way back. Strike 1. 1-1 the count. Marius Russo, the left-hander, is throwing in the bullpen for the Yankees. We can just see the top of his head and his arms it slings around. Someone else warming along just to his left. We can see the arm go up occasionally, but that's all we can see of that particular pitcher. First half of the ninth, Cardinals ahead 1-0. Nobody out. Jimmy Brown on at first base. That was Brown's second hit of the series. Brewer takes his stretch, checks his runner, then pitches more, shortens up, bunts out in front of the plate. Brewer quickly picks it up. His throw is to second base to Rizzuto. In time for that, and then the decision is changed. And safe at second is Jimmy Brown. As George Majorkirth, after having called him out, quickly changed and went down with the hands. And all hands are safe. The big argument going on. Rizzuto, Pretty, Keller comes in from left field, Cullenbine from right. And they're all following Majorkirth as he walks out toward right center field. Rizzuto, Pretty, Keller, Gordon, Cullenbine are all arguing with George Majorkirth. And the argument is taking place in short right center field. Frank Criscetti walks over from third base. He's walking out toward the center of the argument. Now Keller leaves. He's going back out in the left field, and George Majorkirth stands with his back to everybody looking out toward the right center field bleachers. Freddie, Cullenbine, Gordon, Rizzuto, and Criscetti are all surrounding George, arguing with him. And now Bill Summers, American League umpire, over at third, starts walking out in that direction to see if he can do something about getting the boys to come back and play ball. The official scorer has scored the play this way. He has not given Terry Moore credit for sacrifice, but has charged Marvin Brewer with an error, a wild throw. The throw was a little wide of the bag, pulled Rizzuto off, so apparently Majorkirth's decision was based on this fact, that though the ball may have arrived ahead of the runner, Jimmy Brown, the throw being wild, pulled Rizzuto's foot off the bag, and therefore Brown was safe. So it's an error for Marvin Brewer. All hands are safe. Brown's on second. Moore on at first base, not credited with the sacrifice. And coming up to the plate is Enos Slaughter. Bats him left-handed. Nobody out here in the first half of the ninth inning. Runners lead off. The pitch is outside. Ball one. Slaughter shortened up as if he's going to try a bunt. Frank Criscetti's in close at third to watch for a bunt. Jimmy Brown leads off second. Terry Moore off first. Nobody out. First half of the ninth. Cardinals lead 1-0. Brewer takes his stretch, checks his runners, pitches, and the pitch is bunted foul off the right of the plate by Slaughter for strike one. 1-1 the count. Marvin Brewer's in trouble here in the ninth inning, having come in to take the place of Spurgeon Chandler, who permitted the Cardinals but 3 hits over the first 8 innings, was removed for a pinch hitter in the last half of the 8th. 1-1 the count on Slaughter. On deck is Stan Musial. Jimmy Brown leads off second. Terry Moore off first. Brewer takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. It's swung on and fouled back by Slaughter for strike 2. Billy Southworth changed up, called off the bunt, and ordered Slaughter to swing away. 1 ball, 2 strikes on the Cardinal right fielder. What a superb catch he made. Bill Corum, whose highly interesting summary will come on immediately at the end of this game, will have a lot to say about it, we're sure. Brewer looks around the outfield. Now he's ready. Looks in, gets the sign from Dickey. There's Brown leading off second again. Terry Moore off first. In comes the pitch to Slaughter. He swings on. There's a smash pass. Rizzuto out to center field for the base hit. Brown rounds third on his way to score. DiMaggio throws into third as Terry Moore goes in, and he's safe at third. And into second on the throw to third went Enos Slaughter. And Criscetti pushes Bill Summers, the umpire, and Bill Summers pushes Criscetti back. And there goes Joe McCarthy out to join in the argument. And Joe Gordon comes over from second. And the argument rages at third base. And there's Criscetti taking off his glove, and Art Fletcher comes racing out from the Yankee dugout. And Bill Summers is walking away from Criscetti and Fletcher and McCarthy and Gordon. And there's Fletcher and Criscetti gesticulating wildly as they argue with Bill Summers. And Joe McCarthy's right out there spearheading the attack as he moves in between Summers and Fletcher. Each one of the 4 trying to move in front of the other to talk to Summers. And Frank Criscetti, as the decision was made at third, slammed the ball down hard on the ground and then quickly picked it up, realizing the time had not been called. We couldn't tell you about it at that moment because play was still going on. Slaughter was going into second on the throw to third, and in from second on the hit came Jimmy Brown, the Cardinals lead 2-0. Meantime, Bill Summers walking along the left field line, and Crissetti's still after him, and Art Fletcher pulls Frankie away. And he and Joe McCarthy are still going after Bill Summers, arguing with him. Joe DiMaggio has come over from center field, standing just on the fringe of the circle with Summers, McCarthy, and Fletcher. Were DiMaggio and Rizzuto and Gordon and Twitty, but now the argument is all over. The runners return to position, or rather the players return to their positions. Joe McCarthy walking back toward the Yankee dugout, stops for a moment as Billy Southworth in the meantime is chatting with Terry Moore, who's on to third base. On at second base is Enos Slaughter. Nobody out here in the ninth inning. Cardinals are leading 2-0. And so Enos Slaughter, single to center. Scoring Brown from second is credited with a run batted in. That for Slaughter is his third hit of the series. And his first run batted in. Jerry Pretty is just now getting back over to first base. Meantime, Joe Gordon is still arguing with George Majorkirth at second base, and we're waiting for them. They're standing toe-to-toe and talking it out. And now Gordon has finished arguing with Majorkirth. Goes back to his position. Cullenbine trots out into right field, and we'll be ready to continue play here in the ninth inning. And at this point, Art Fletcher comes out of the Yankee dugout. That possibly may be all for Marvin Brewer. I think that'll be all for Marvin Brewer. The official scorer, as we've already indicated to you, has given Slaughter a single. He went to second on the throw to third. So Fletch comes out to talk to Bill Dickey. Pat O'Doherty, the Yankee bat boy, dashed out along the left field line to holler to Charlie Keller, for Keller in turn to holler to the Yankee bullpen for a new pitcher. And that is going to be all for Brewer. He comes off the mound, standing talking to Dickey between home plate and third base. George Levy, the fellow here at the stadium, goes out to ask George Barr just what the change is going to be. He, in turn, will carry the message over to the public address announcer. Still waiting for the new Yankee pitcher to make his appearance so we can tell you who it is. Charlie Keller has gone out to the little barrier in front of the runway, which leads into the bullpen here at the stadium, calling for the proper pitcher, and here he comes. Jim Turner, I believe, or Johnny Murphy, is so far away we'll have to wait till they get a little bit closer. Situation here in the ninth inning, though, is one run in for St. Louis. They lead 2-0. Here's the announcement of the new pitcher.
Turner.
It is Jim Turner.
Number 30. Now pitching for New York.
It is Jim Turner coming in to make his debut in this current World Series, but not his first World Series. You remember he was with the Cincinnati Redlegs in the 1940 World Series, started a game against the Detroit Tigers. Jim Turner, the milkman, who along with Lou Fetty, you'll remember years ago with the Boston Braves, started the baseball world, and these two veteran rookies each won 20 games for the Boston Braves. So here's Jim Turner coming in to take over in the ninth inning. Marvin Brewer, who started the ninth inning after Chandler had been removed for a pinch hitter, thus has not pitched any part of an inning, there being nobody out. However, during the time he was on the mound, he allowed 2 hits. Didn't walk anybody, no strikeouts. At the moment has allowed 1 run. 1 run has been scored while he was on the mound. And so we're going to have another little wait here while Jim Turner loosens up. In the meantime, we have on third base Terry Moore, who went from first to third on Slaughter's single, which scored Brown from second. Slaughter himself took second on the throw to third, which stirred up all the argument. Frank Frasetti, of course, claiming that he had Terry Moore out. Umpire Bill Summers of the American League, who called the play, said no, and then the argument raged. Now, don't forget, folks, while we have a moment here, tomorrow we take the air a half hour later than today. So make a note now to be with us at 1:45 Eastern Wartime. Remember, 1:45 Eastern Wartime tomorrow afternoon for the 4th game of this 1942 World Series, which promises to go down in history as one of the greatest of all time. Certainly the way the games have gone thus far, have been fireworks galore. Stan Musial will be the first man to face Jim Turner. Jim is what you might call a spot pitcher, a good control pitcher. He has a peculiar knack of raising that left knee of his high, almost up to his midsection before throwing the ball. And to a batter, it often looks as if that pitch is coming off of Jim's knee, right in behind it. And with men on second and third, nobody out, Stan Musial is to get an intentional pass. There's the first wideman. With the left-handed hitter up there, they're going to walk Musial to load the bases, first base being open, setting up possible plays at any base. There's the second wideman, Turner getting set to the third wideman to Musial. There it is. So those ever keeping score put down base on balls for Stan Musial, an intentional pass. And the fourth wideman. That loads him up. Musial's on it first. He's walking down. Slaughter's on it second. Terry Moore on at third. And the batter is Walker Cooper. Billy Southworth comes up the line from third base to talk to his catcher. Whispers something in his ear, and then Billy the Kid trots back down to his third base coaching box. And Walker Cooper steps into hitting position. So the Cardinals are leading 2-0. It's the ninth inning. Nobody out, bases filled. Yankee infield halfway in for a play at the plate. The first pitch to Walker Cooper. Swung on and missed. Strike one. Terry Moore on third. Enos Slaughter on second. Stan Musial on first. Yankee infield laying in for a play at the plate. Cooper bats him right-handed. Turner starts his windup. In comes the pitch to Cooper. It swung on and fouled off over the Cardinal dugout into the lower stands for strike two. And it's a tense moment here in the ninth inning. Cardinals have a chance to blow the game wide apart. The Yankees trying to stop the threat from going any further, if they possibly can. Cardinals leading by 2-0 at the moment, with 3 men on and nobody out. Just about one of the toughest spots for any pitcher in the series thus far. Turner hollered something up to Dickey as he started his windup. In comes the pitch. Cooper swings and hits a pop fly out in the short center. DiMaggio coming hard, getting under it, makes the catch, and there's no advance. Cooper popped this one out into short center. DiMaggio had to come a long way to get under it. The infield was drawn in, remember. Billy Southworth, respecting the magic in Joe's right arm, refused to let Terry Moore even budge. So the bases remain loaded. 1 out. And the batter, Johnny Hop. Cardinal first baseman grounded out for Rizzuto in the second inning, did the same thing in the fifth, and then grounded out to Joe Gordon in the eighth. Jim Turner wants a new ball, throws it into Dickey. Barr looks it over. Perhaps Johnny Hop asks Barr to look it over. George does, and the ball stays in the game. So Johnny Hop moves into hitting position. Still have Terry Moore on at third. Enos Slaughter on second. Stan Musial on at first. 1 out. Yankee infield still drawn in. Not entirely in, but about halfway. A little better than half. In position for a play at the plate or to start a possible double play if the opportunity presents itself. Turner the windup pitches. Hop takes this one, a slow curve, a little bit high for ball one. Jim pitching carefully, taking his time. Trying not to make any pitch any too good at all. As they sign from Dickey, runners lead off. In comes the pitch. It's swung on. It's a fly ball going out into left center field. Charlie Keller's getting under it. Terry Moore waiting to tag up. There's the catch. Here comes Moore to the plate. In comes the throw, and it is in time for the out. It's a double play. And Terry Moore simply stood at the plate and looked at plate umpire George Barr. Dickey apparently tagged him out on the arm as he came across the plate. And so for the Cardinals in the ninth inning, only 1 run. 2 hits, 1 Yankee error. and 2 men left on base. And the milkman, Jim Turner, came in and put out the fire with the bases loaded and nobody out. He got him out without allowing a run. 2-0 St. Louis as we get set for the last half of the 9th inning. Say, folks, you know, presents for men in our armed forces overseas must be mailed immediately to ensure delivery by Christmas. Remember this to avoid disappointment. And remember also that razor blades are at or near the top of every serviceman's list of desired gifts. This third game of the 1942 World Series comes to you direct from the Yankee Stadium in New York. We're going to pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Mutual.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
In order that your scoring might be complete and official, that run which the Cardinals got in the first half of the 9th inning was not earned. Here's Roy Cullenbine leading off for the Yankees as we come into the last half of the 9th inning with the Cardinals out in front 2-0. And Ernie White, who's breezed along, scattering 5 hits nicely, no more than 1 in any inning, steps onto the rubber to get his sign from Walker Cooper. Cullenbine single to center in the 6th for one of the Yankees' 5 hits. White into the windup. Here's the pitch. Cullenbine swings and drives the one into center field. Terry Moore coming hard and fast, and he makes the catch for the out. And the thousands of people who are here at the jam-packed Yankee Stadium today, if they didn't know before, know now why Terry Moore is considered one of the game's greatest defensive center fielders. He's been superb. And here is the Yankee Clipper, another great center fielder. And the first pitch to Joe DiMaggio swung on and fouled back onto the screen. Strike 1. It's the last half of the 9th inning. The Cardinals are leading 2-0. Riding the crest of the momentum they gained in clipping the Yankees in the second game of the World Series in St. Louis. Behind the great pitching of left-hander Ernie White, they've come along here to the 9th inning with 1 out, leading 2-0. DiMaggio at the plate, Joe Gordon on deck. Ernie White still bearing down. And his next pitch to DiMaggio is low outside for ball 1. DiMaggio struck out in the first inning, single to left in the 4th, and had Terry Moore make a great catch of a drive of his in the 6th inning. White checking with Walker Cooper, has his sign, leans forward, goes into the windup, whips the left arm around. DiMaggio takes a fast one low inside for ball 2. 2-1 the count on Joe. Steps out of the batter's box for a moment, gets a little dirt on his hands, adjusts his cap as he steps back in a hitting position. The outfield deep over toward left. White to the rosin bag to give it a little touch. He's still cool and calm. Working steadily and heavily. Blows in his pitching hand. Leans forward, goes into that windup. DiMaggio's head to the plate. Here's the pitch. It swung on. It's a drive on the left field for a base hit. Stan Musial getting in front of the bounder, picks it up, throws into second. DiMaggio holds on it first with a single to left. His second hit of the game and his 7th of the series. His 6th of the series. Check that. Coming up now is Joe Gordon. 1 out. Last half of the 9th inning. Gordon struck out in the 2nd inning. Fly to Musial in the 4th, and fly to Musial in the 7th. Gordon bats him right-handed. Yankee fans are beginning to yell. A sustained yell, if I might call it that. DiMaggio leads off first base. Outfield deep toward left for Gordon. The stretch by Ernie White, the pitch. Gordon swings and he misses. Strike 1. And the tension mounts here in the last half of the 9th inning. Ernie White bearing down. He's allowed 6 hits. DiMaggio's belt being the 6th one off of him. Takes his stretch, checks Joe. In comes the pitch to Gordon. Gordon swings and hits a high fly ball out along the foul line. Back to third. Kurowski and Marion are there. Kurowski's under it, and Kurowski makes the catch as Marion, right in behind him, falls down. And DiMaggio scoots back to first, and there are 2 outs. And here's Charlie Keller. With Ernie White 1 out away from victory. Ernie White is taking his time. So is Charlie Keller stepping in. It's the last half of the ninth inning. 2-0 Cardinals. 2 outs. Joe DiMaggio on first base. And Keller is up there. White takes his stretch. Here's a pitch to Keller. Keller swings, and there's the drive. Going deep. Back under it is Slaughter, and he's right against the wall and makes the catch for the out. And the ball game is over, and the Cardinals win it 2-0 in the last half of the ninth inning for the Yankees. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 man left on. And the Cardinals move ahead in the series 2-1 as they shut out the Yankees 2-0. And now stepping in another moment, will be Bill Corum with his summary of today's game. Well, this gives me a final chance to tell you a simple way to get several extra shaves with every Gillette Blue Blade. And believe me, that's something important to know. Take a look, and you'll see that the Gillette Blue Blade has marks resembling the Roman numerals 1 and 2 on the ends projecting beyond your razor. These identify the edges and enable you to shave one side of your face with one edge, the opposite side with the other, giving both equal use. The effect is much the same as crisscrossing your automobile tires for extra mileage. You get a number of additional shaves, and that saves blades. Try this simple, thrifty way of conserving Gillette Blue Blades. You'll find that it pays a real bonus in extra shaves and comfort, too. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here is brilliant sports columnist of the New York Journal-American, a member of Gillette's cavalcade of sports staff, a shrewd observer of baseball as well as all other sports, all set to give you his sage observations on this highly exciting and dramatic ball game. Bill Corum.
I don't know how sage they'll be, Mel, but this seems to me to have been a ball game that was lost with an argument that was won. The Yankees won an argument in the second inning on a ball that Marion bunted where he was out at first base, sacrificing Kurowski down to second, and made him come back to bat. And the second time they tried to make the same play, Marion got a single when the throw just failed to beat him to first, and that came the run. In came the run as a result of that. That gave the Cardinals the victory because the second run was not earned, and that was all that Ernie White needed to win this ball game. Here's a fellow from a little town down called Pecolet Mills, South Carolina. About 1,500 folks down there. Got a growing youngster of his own, a pitcher, too, named Joe Dan, who pitched one of the greatest games that's been seen in the World Series in, I don't know how long, because not since 1926, as some of you know, have these Yankees been shut out in a World Series ball game. They'd gone 42 times before Ernie White stepped in there this afternoon and set them back. And even at that, his pitching was no better than that of his rival Spurgeon Chandler of Moultrie, Georgia, who gave the Cardinals, the victorious Cardinals, only 3 hits before he left the game and was just a superb pitcher every step of the way. Now, as I tell you, the last run was not earned because Brewer threw wide to second base in an effort to make a forced play, but it really didn't matter because save for DiMaggio, who's hitting beautifully in this series, White had the Yankees right on the arm, right in that big glove of his, and the Cardinals are now surging along with another pitcher just like him to come back tomorrow, very, very much like him. In fact, Max Lanier pitches the same sort of ball and looks a good deal like him, and it looks to me, as I said in the opening talk before the game, that whoever won this game was going to have a big edge. Of course, you can't hold these Yankees forever, and certainly you're not going to shut them out very many times. They proved that by going 42 without anybody shutting them out. But today, White was a master. No greater master than Chandler, I keep repeating, but to the victor belongs the spoils, and he won the ball game. And little Jimmy Brown out there, you could hear him above the hum of the crowd, a silent crowd, incidentally, a tremendously big one, every seat packed in this great 3-tiered stadium, but a very quiet crowd right down to the finish when the ball game really was played again. In that long ninth inning, you could hear little Jimmy Brown calling to White, "Come on, Ernie, come on, boy," with that piping voice of his, and White did come out. Whereas Beasley had missed the opportunity for the shutout, and whereas old Grandpa Ruffing had missed his opportunity for a no-hit game, this fella came through. And I want to tell you a little bit about some outfielding. Coming back on the train from St. Louis, some of the boys said, well, I don't know whether that Cardinal outfield can play in the big Yankee Stadium. Well, they made 3 plays, one after the other, starting with Terry Moore, who went back a mutual. to take DiMaggio's bid for at least a triple and maybe a home run inside the park over his shoulder, going at full tilt. And the very next ball in the next inning was driven practically to the left field barrier. Musial went up and pulled it down, and then the next drive, just to make it even all around and show that any one of the boys could do it, was laid up against the right field fence, and there was Enos Country Slaughter to grab that one. If you can play any better center field, incidentally, than Mr. Terry Moore can play, well, then you can have the marbles for me, because I think here are the two greatest fielding center fielders that ever hooked up in any World Series, DiMaggio and Moore. Moore's got a little bad leg right now, but it didn't show this afternoon. He was all over the ballpark to take that first hit in the ninth inning. He came charging in. He can throw just like DiMaggio can throw, and DiMaggio proved it again this afternoon, because when a short fly was hit out to him with the bases loaded in the ninth, nobody moved, and quite rightly. Mr. Southworth knew that that was no chance, no time to take a chance. They took it on the next one, and Moore was thrown out at the plate on a very close play. But as it turned out, it didn't matter, and so the ball game wound up 2-0, and the totals as I have them, and I think they're correct: 2, 5, 1, and 4. 2 runs, 5 hits, 1 error, 4 left for the Cardinals. For the Yankees, 6, 1, and 6. No runs, 6 hits, 1 error, and 6 left. That's the correct totals. The time of the game was 2:30, and of course the losing pitcher was Chandler, who did pitch such superb ball this afternoon. Well, fans, that's the story. But tomorrow is another day, and what a game we should have out here at the stadium. Now I'll make a special note of this. We come on the air at 1:45 Eastern War Time, so be with us and we'll have fun. I'll repeat the starting time once again, 1:45 Eastern War Time. Until then, smooth sailing, smooth shaving, and good afternoon from your host, the Gillette Safety Razor Company, Red Barber, Mel Allen, and Bill Coral. This is Mutual.
This is Joe Adcock. In a few moments, I'll tell you about my greatest sports thrill.
This is Harry Wismer. What you're about to hear is a transcribed story of one of baseball's great power hitters. In a sports event, our special guest, Joe Adcock, considers his greatest sports thrill. And Joe himself is here to tell us all about it. But first, here is Bill Reddick with a message of interest from your United States Air Force.
Experience is the great teacher in sports, and in many other fields, too. Right now, if you have service experience gained in any of the armed forces, opportunity is knocking on your front door. The U.S. Air Force needs skilled veterans in many technical categories, and they offer you valuable incentives and guarantees. If your skill can fit a current Air Force shortage, you will receive a grade based on your ability and military background. If you do not have such a skill, you may qualify for the finest of technical training, putting you out front in this jet age. An Air Force career means job security, a guaranteed annual wage, big re-enlistment bonuses, regular pay increases, plus tax-free quarters, rations, clothing, and survivor benefits. Your local Air Force recruiter has a new personalized prior service booklet that gives you all the facts. Call or visit him right away. Find out why today and tomorrow you're better off in the U.S. Air Force. Now back to Harry Wismer.
Charlie Grimm's last official act before resigning as manager of the Milwaukee Braves, June the 16th, 1956, was to name Joe Adcock as the first baseman for the doubleheader with the Dodgers the following day. Adcock had been warming the bench most of the time up to then. Abbott's Field had always been his favorite park. What Adcock did in that doubleheader will never be forgotten, either by Fred Haney, Charlie's successor, or the capacity crowd at Abbott's Field. The big guy hit 3 home runs plus a single in 7 times at bat. His second homer in the opener was the first ever to clear the double-deck roof in left field at Abbott's Field. The roof is 83 feet high and 351 feet away from home plate, so it seems safe to assume Adcock's drive went 550 feet. Joe Adcock's tremendous Abbott's Field home run gave him the dual distinction unapproached by any other player. In addition to being the only player ever to hit a ball over the double-deck left field bleachers at Abbott's Field, Adcock is the only one ever to slam a ball into the center field bleachers at the Polo Grounds in a regular league game. He accomplished that feat on April 29th, 1953. Joe Adcock came to the majors back in 1950. A big, slow-moving, mild-mannered Southern gentleman, he was far from being the most graceful-looking man on the field. Since joining the Braves in 1953, the handsome first baseman's fielding improvement has been something to see. In 1953, he committed 13 errors. In 1954 and 55, his combined total was only 14. His hitting, except for his off-season in 55, has picked up even more impressively. Whereas he used to hit an occasional long one, such as the record breaker at the Polo Grounds, he now makes a habit of hitting those long balls. Against the Dodgers in 1954, in a 4-game series at Abbott's Field, Joe Adcock staged an awesome one-man display of hitting power, the likes of which has never been seen in Brooklyn before or since. In the first game of that series, Joe hit a single, double, and home run. The next day, he really struck his stride. He went to the plate 5 times, slamming out 4 home runs and a double. His 18 total bases in a single game set a new Major League record. Only 4 other players since 1900 hit 4 homers in one game. The list includes Lou Gehrig, Chuck Klein, Pat Seary, and Gil Hodges. None of them, however, added a 5th extra base hit as Joe Adcock did, and none of them hit their homers off 4 different pitchers as Adcock did. It was the first time in the history of the National League that any player had socked 5 extra base hits in one game. Joe Adcock's lusty hitting is taken for granted now, but at first base he also has comported himself like a big leaguer. That's a remarkable thing in view of the fact he didn't play his first game of baseball until he entered Louisiana State University in 1944. Working on his father's farm in Coushatta, Louisiana, there was no time for baseball. In high school at Coushatta, they had a basketball team, and Joe went out for it. He was so good that he won a basketball scholarship to LSU, and in his freshman year was the varsity center. Up to that time, Adcock had never played a real game of baseball, worn a pair of spikes, or even had a glove. The basketball coach, Red Swanson, also handled the baseball team. In the spring of Joe's freshman year, Swanson asked him if he wanted to play baseball. No, replied Adcock, I don't know how. Swanson told him to come out anyway. LSU, with Adcock on first, won the Southeastern Conference title in 1946, Joe's senior year. The Cincinnati Redlegs signed him and sent him to Columbia in the South Atlantic League, where he started his professional baseball apprenticeship. He developed as a first baseman, and in 1950 the Reds brought him up. With Ted Kluszewski established as the regular first baseman, Joe had no chance at first, so manager Luke Sewell switched him to the outfield. Adcock realized he'd never make the grade in the pasture, so after Rogers Hornsby succeeded Sewell, Adcock asked to be traded if he couldn't play first base. Why don't you talk to General Manager Gabe Paul about it, Hornsby replied. Adcock did. Gabe agreed with Adcock's premise and told him if he could make a deal for him that would benefit the Reds, he would do so. The Braves then in Boston expressed an interest in getting the first baseman. The Reds wanted an infielder in return, and the Braves didn't have one to suit Paul. Lou Perini and John Quinn, the Braves president and general manager, contacted every club in the league. Then they set in motion a trade that was as complex as any in recent years. They found out that the Dodgers were willing to let infielder Rocky Bridges go if they could get a pitcher in return. Then the Braves discovered the Phillies were willing to trade for Earl Torgerson. So they sent Torgerson to Philadelphia for pitcher Russ Meyer. Forthwith, they shipped Meyer to Brooklyn for Bridges. And Bridges moved right on to Cincinnati for Adcock. Everybody was happy, especially the Braves. But the happiest of them all was Joe Adcock. He was finally going to play first base. It was on Milwaukee's first trip to the East in the 1953 season that Joe Adcock slammed his historic homer into the center field bleachers at the Polo Grounds. They've been playing ball at the Polo Grounds, as it is presently laid out, for more than 3 decades. Since 1923, the year the present bleachers were erected, giving the park the deepest center field point in baseball, a whopping 483 feet. In those 30 years, the great hitters of the National League had their chance to reach the bleachers, which jut out around the flagpole at the most distant center field point. Not one of them, not Bill Terry, nor Hank Lieber, nor Hack Wilson, nor Mel Ott, nor Johnny Mize, nor Stan Musial, ever reached the bleachers. But in 1953, Joe Adcock did. He was hitting against Jim Hearn. The count was 2-1 when Jim came in with a high fastball, which Joe Adcock caught on the meat part of his bat. The ball started to rise, and Bobby Thompson, then with New York in center field, drifted back. He went all the way to the 4-foot wall in front of the open stand, to the left of the clubhouse exit stairs. Then he watched the ball sail over his head, clear the wall, and the 5-foot wire fence atop the wall, and with something to spare, land 10 rows up in the stand. Press box guesses measured the drive anywhere from 475 to 500 feet. Joe Adcock laughs off his record distance blows, saying he is really not that kind of a hitter. But around Milwaukee, they disagree with him. They think Joe Adcock is one of the top stars of the National League. Now, before you meet our special guest, Joe Adcock in person, in an interview from Milwaukee County Stadium, and hear about his greatest sports thrill, here is a message of interest to all young men who want to go places faster.
Everybody has his own favorite players in the world of sport. And while we're on the subject of favorites, there's a group of young men in blue uniforms who are always mighty popular wherever they go. Yes, the world looks up to young Americans who serve on our first defense team, the United States Air Force. Through valuable Air Force training, airmen acquire skills that prepare them not only for key jobs in this very important service, but also for a rewarding personal future. With more than 400 specialties available, a qualified airman is sure to pick a field in which he can move ahead fast. That's why so many forward-looking high school graduates today are enlisting in the all-volunteer U.S. Air Force. The recruiter in your community will discuss Air Force opportunities with you without obligation. So call or visit him soon, and be sure to ask for the free booklet, Pocket Guide to Air Force Opportunities. And now, back to Harry Wismer.
Joe Adcock, what was your greatest sports thrill?
To be honest with you, that's a hard question because I've had many thrills in baseball, but July the 31st, 1954, when I hit the 4 home runs and a double at Abbott's Field, I believe tops all of my sports thrills.
Joe, how did you get started as a ball player?
Well, Harry, I come from a very small town, Costello, Louisiana. And in 1944, when I finished high school, the population of my hometown was not over 500 people, and there were only 5 boys in my graduating class. Therefore, we did not have any baseball. But we did have a real good basketball team, and all 5 of the boys were given scholarships at Louisiana State University. Basketball scholarships, that is. And that's where I became interested in baseball and first got my start in baseball.
Joe, you've been hit by pitch balls a great deal for a power hitter. How do you account for that?
Well, Harry, I might add that being a big fellow like I am, I might not be as agile and I might not move as quick as another fellow. I might stand a little too close to that plate. I know I stand in a spread stance, a wide stance that is, and I'd say that my reflex is not quite as good maybe as the other fellow.
Joe, is there any particular reason for your being able to hit Brooklyn Dodger pitching so well, so consistently?
Well, that's another good question, too, because they have real good pitching in my books now. Why I hit them so well, I really don't know, but at Abbott's Field, it's a real small ballpark, and the ball seems to carry real well. And in other words, the long fly ball there is a home run or up against the fence somewhere, where the long fly ball in Milwaukee and the Polo Grounds, St. Louis, especially in center field, is a big out. So, therefore, when you go in there and you know you hit the ball real good, well, you have a chance of that ball bouncing off the wall or going into the seats.
You've played both first base and the outfield. Do you personally have a preference?
Yes, I do. I came into the major leagues as a first baseman, playing 3 years as first base in the minor leagues. When I came to Cincinnati in 1950, they had a big guy there by the name of Ted Kluszewski, who I'm sure you know real well, and is one of the better first basemen, better ball players in the National League. And there wasn't room for both of us to play first base at the same time, so they made an outfielder out of me, and I played the outfield there 3 years, but still my heart was at first base. You seem to be in the ball game more at first base than you are in the outfield, and a lot of action around there, which I like, and really you've got something to look forward to. In other words, you handle the ball most of the time on all the put-outs you do, and you're right in the ball game. It gives you something to really play for. It keeps you on your toes. And outfield, you know, you might stay out there the whole ball game when you got a real good pitcher like we did have there, or you're Blackwell. I know he pitched one ball game one day, and I only handled one chance all the ball game. So you're not in the ball game at all. First base, you're right in the middle of the ball game.
Joe, you hold many long ball hitting records and have also tied some home run marks. Is there one record you share in baseball that you'd like to forget?
Harry, as you know, everyone's got a few records that they'd like to forget in this game, and there's no question in my mind that I do have one. That's hitting into 3 double plays at Pittsburgh one night. Sure, I'd like to forget that.
Joe, is there one thing you'd like to accomplish in baseball before you retire?
Yes, it is. I'm sure that every ball player that plays in the major leagues would like to play in one World Series. I've never played in one yet, and that's my ambition in baseball at the present time.
Thank you very much, Joe Adcock, one of baseball's outstanding players.
Greatest Sports Thrills with top personalities in the world of sports is narrated by Harry Wismer, directed by Gene Kirby, written by Arthur Suskin Jr., and presented by the United States Air Force in cooperation with this station. This is Bill Reddick speaking. The preceding was transcribed.
The makers of Post Toasties, the wake-up food, present Joe E. Brown.
Joey Brown, that's what I Joey Brown. Toast, toasting on the air tonight. And sure make you laugh, 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 laugh.
Yes, another radio shambles with Joe E. Brown, featuring Gill and Demling with Margaret McRae, Paula Winslow as Jill, yours truly, Don Wilson, Harry Sosnick in his orchestra, and here's the star of our show, Joe E. Brown.
Hello, folks.
Well, Joe, I understand that you're going to New York at the end of this month for the world premiere of your new picture, $1,000 a touchdown.
Yes,
is that right?
and the World Series, Don. Of course, that's your picture, too.
Well, I guess that's right, too, Joe. Are you driving, by the way?
No, I'm taking a train. That car of mine has a shimmy that I can't get rid of. You know how a dog wags its tail every time it sees a bone?
Well, of course, Joe, but what's that got to do with your car?
Well, every time my car sees a gasoline station, it wags its rumble seed. Don, as long as you're going east, too, why don't we travel together?
But, Joe, I'm not going east. Whatever in the world gave you that idea?
Well, it's right here in the newspaper, Don. Come here, look. It says, Naval Air Base, Lakehurst, New Jersey. Navy expecting huge blimp from California.
Okay, Joe, okay. I can take it, I guess. Well, anyway, I hope you have a pleasant trip, Joe, and meanwhile, what's on tap for the program tonight?
Well, tonight we've had Onyx in the play tonight, and that reminds me, by the way, I want to speak to Ray, our sound effects man.
Yes, Joe, I have noticed that he's been sulking a bit lately. What's he so sore about, anyway?
Oh, well, you know how those sound effects men are, Don. Seems some other sound effects man stole his thunder.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah, but where is Ray? Have you seen anything of his whereabouts?
Are you looking for my whereabouts, Joe?
Yes, Ray, I am.
Well, they're not here. I sent them to the laundry. I don't get it.
You don't get it?
No, but I'm working on it.
That's just what I wanted to say to you, Ray. You're not working at all.
Well, I've kept my nose to the grindstone all week.
Yeah, well, from the looks of your head, the grindstone slipped and ground a little too high.
What did you say?
You can work on that, too. Now get back to your sound effects. Come on.
I was afraid you'd ask me that. I forgot them. But don't worry, I can do them vocally.
Vocally?
Sure, you tell a story, and I'll do the sound effects with my mouth.
Okay, but it better be good. Here we go. How well I remember when I was a barefoot boy. 'Twas April, and all of San Pedro seemed to mirror the tender loveliness of spring. Beautiful spring.
Squeak, squeak, squeak.
What's that?
The spring squeak.
How I love to go to the barn and milk my favorite cow, Old Beth.
Moo, moo, squirt, squirt. And a nickel back in the bottle.
Then came the wanderlust, a mad yearning for travel. And I saddled my horse and rode away.
1, 2, 3, clump. 1, 2, 3, clump. 1, 2, 3, clump.
Hey, wait a minute. What kind of a horse is that?
He's got a wooden leg.
How the noise of the big city thrilled my ear. Yeah. The big city thrilled my ear. Anyway, how the noise of the big city thrilled my ear. I say the noise of the big city thrilled my ear.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
You're working on it? Ray, my little pixie, there comes a time in a man's life when everything looks dark. He loses a job. He gets sick, and there seems to be no relief.
No what?
No relief. Relief. You know what relief is?
Yes.
Well, from now on, you're working on it.
Now that the kids are back in school, football is in the headlines, and there's a keen nip in the morning air, I bet you've all begun to realize that fall is really here. Well, fall is a grand time to brighten up the family's breakfast with something everybody will enjoy. A brimming bowl full of swell-tasting Post Toasties. These appetizing oven-toasted cornflakes are delightfully crisp. Their wonderful flavor is just downright delicious. And say, Post Toasties are packed with food energy to help you start these glorious fall days right. And don't forget, most grocers are selling Post Toasties today at a price below that of any other nationally advertised cornflakes. So tomorrow, ask your grocer for Post Toasties, the wake-up food. Harry Sosnick and the Post Toasties Orchestra present one of the many grand tunes from The Wizard of Oz. It's Ding Dong, the Witch is Dead.
Old witch, the wicked old witch. Ding dong, the wicked witch is dead. Wake up, you sleepy head, rub your eyes and get out of bed. Wake up, the wicked witch is dead. She's gone where the goblins go, below, below, below. Ho, ho, let's open up the gates and sing. Ring the bells up, ding dong, the berry-o. Swing it high, swing it low. Let them know the wicked old witch is dead.
Thank you, Harry. Tonight, folks, we are going to be
Well, greetings, chum. I understand you're going to New York for the premiere of your picture, $1,000 a touchdown.
Yes, sir, and the World Series, of course.
Oh, of course.
Have you and Demling decided to come along, I'm afraid?
No, Joe. You see, we're merely looking out for your welfare. We bought your tickets for you. Here they are.
Well, thanks. That's very nice of you. Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
These tickets are only good from the Union Depot to the Los Angeles city limits.
Oh, well, think nothing of it, chum. Once you get to the Los Angeles city limits, you can walk to New York in an hour.
You know, on second thought, Joe, I don't think you should go to New York at all.
Why?
Well, think of all the confidence men they have there. And think of all the beautiful girls.
I am.
Oh, but those beautiful girls are liable to turn your head.
Do they really have lots of beautiful girls there?
Well, certainly. In New York, beautiful girls are a drug on the market.
Yeah? Take a look at a dope fiend.
Well, Joe, to convince you that New York is not the place for you, we're going to show you actual pictures of the pitfalls that beset a young man in a great city, Joseph.
Absolutely. Now, Joe, if you'll just go down there and take a seat in the audience, we'll show you the most soul-stirring drama ever seen by human eye.
Well, okay, I'll sit down there in the first row, but this better be good or you'll hear from me.
Just make yourself comfortable. Everything will be under control. Maestro. See, that's pretty. Picture number 1. We find the young and tender husband leaving his dear wife to seek his fortune in the city. It's early morning, and he's through packing. His wife is just closing the bags under his eyes. A little earlier that morning, she just closed one of his eyes. Next picture, please. And now we find the young man huddled in his seat on a train.
Suddenly, the train lurches.
Yes.
2 girls lose their balance. They fall in his lap. Horrors, what shall our poor young man do?
Ah, but he's the soul of honor. He looks at the 2 young ladies on his lap and says sternly, "Look here. One of you dames will have to get off." Picture number 3.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Frank. My wife found that picture on me and made me burn it.
Okay.
Picture number 4.
Ah, yes. Here is our young man of the pure heart in the city now. And does he go to a wretched burlesque show? No, he is in church. He doesn't have any extra buttons, so he puts a zipper in the collection box. Picture 5, please.
He walks and walks.
Yes.
He has no job.
No job.
He sits on the steps of the public library counting pigeons when he is accosted by a city slicker. The slicker tells him it would cost $1 for every pigeon he counted.
And then?
He gives the slicker $14.
Dead, what a swindle.
Sure was. He'd already counted over 50 pigeons.
Sorry. You seem to be a pleasant moron, Willie. I think I could have a lot of fun ignoring you.
Sorry, Tim. That was my mistake.
Social?
Of course. My apologies.
Accept it.
Thank you.
Not at all. Do you mind if I rub a little snow on your bald spot? I want to make a ski jump for a grasshopper.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Next picture.
Back in his room, our hero pens a cheery note to the little woman. "Dearest," he says, and I quote, "New York is amazing. Today I visited the Brooklyn Bridge and saw the spot where a man shoved his wife into the river. Wish you were here." Next picture, please.
He meets a woman. Ah, now we have it.
Yes.
A city racket. She intends to bewitch him, insure him, kill and collect. She promises him a cherry phosphate if he will but kiss her. But what shall he do?
Her siren gaze fastens upon him, and then... I can't go on with it.
Oh, buck up. Dog it does it, old chap.
Rather. Muddle through, old chap.
Rather. Gentleman's code, old chap.
Rather. Honor of the regiment, old chap.
Quite.
Quite.
Quote.
Unquote.
Quite.
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 What's the matter, Joe? For heaven.
It won't do it all.
It won't?
Absolutely no good.
Oh, now,
gee
but look,
whiz.
Joe, we just wanted to show you what terrible deception there is in a big city.
Certainly.
You should stay in Hollywood.
Absolutely, Joe. Why, the deception is shocking in New York. Now, for instance, there's nothing Dutch about the Holland Tunnel. Columbus was never within miles of Columbus Circle. And Times Square happens to be a triangle.
Yeah, well, we've got about the same thing here.
What do you mean?
After all, the brown derby isn't a hat. There aren't any hills in Beverly Hills, and you can't eat post toasties out of a Hollywood bowl. Me for New York. Now scram.
So long,
sir. So long. Wow. I'm glad that I'm rid of those crackpots. Oh, it's Blanche. Hello, Blanche.
Gee, I want to congratulate you on your picture preview. Look, the New York Times has your kisses spread all over the front page.
My picture?
Uh-huh.
Oh, let's see it. That's swell. Oh, Blanche, that's not my face. That's a picture of a Holland Tunnel. All I get from you is insults.
Well, you don't have to worry about me much longer. I'm going on a vacation. I'm going to New York myself. Do you think I can get around in that dangerous traffic?
You're from Los Angeles and you ask that?
I guess all a pedestrian has got to do is just be calm and collected.
Well, I don't know. A friend of mine went through traffic yesterday. He was calm and he's still being collected. Are you driving to New York, Blanche?
Yeah, I'm going with my brother and his wife.
Oh, I didn't know your brother was married.
Well, he ain't been married long. He was a bachelor the best part of his life.
Sister, no matter when a man marries, he's a bachelor the best part of his life.
Oh, you men think you've been taking a beating ever since it all began, don't you? Just because poor Adam had no one to take his part.
Oh, it wasn't so bad for Adam. After all, Eve came out on his side. Oh, is that a longie? Well, but just the same, are the three of you, just the three of you going? You, your wife, and his brother? What? You, your brother, and his wife?
Uh-huh, yeah. Yeah, my brother and his wife. His folks are going, too. You know, his outlaws.
You mean his in-laws?
Well, what's the difference?
I see what you mean. But outlaws are different from in-laws, Blanche. An outlaw will take what you've got just once and then quit.
While I was working with Joe at Paramount in his new picture, $1,000 a Touchdown, I had the opportunity, of course, to chat with Martha Ray, who co-stars in the picture with our Joe. During the conversation, Martha said, "You know, Don, a busy day ahead is my cue for Post Toasties at breakfast. They're my wake-up food because they help me start the day right. And Post Toasties are my favorite cornflakes because they're so crisp and good to eat." Well, I told Martha Ray that people just about everywhere agree with her. And if you have Post Toasties for breakfast tomorrow, you'll see what I mean. Because Post Toasties are made of choice sun-ripened corn. Every crisply toasted cornflake is rich in food energy and partially dextrinized for easy, complete digestion. Post Toasties are light, not heavy, yet cram full of food energy to set you up for the morning. No wonder Post Toasties are called the wake-up food. So have some for breakfast tomorrow. Post Toasties, the wake-up food. Our charming Post Toasty songstress, Margaret McRae, sings, Are You Having Any Fun?
Are you having any fun? What you getting out of living? What good is what you've got if you're not having any fun? Are you having any laugh? Are you getting any loving? If other people do so, can you have a little fun? After the honey's in the comb, little bees go out and play. And the old gray mare down home has gotta have hay. Are you having any fun? Or you never live forever. But before you're old and gray and still okay, have your little fun, son. Have your little fun. Hey, fella with a million smackers and nervous indigestion, rich fella eating milk and crackers, I'll ask you one question. You silly so-and-so, with all your dough, are you having any fun? And what you getting out of living? What good is what you've got if you're not having any fun? Better have a little fun, 'cause you'll never live forever. But before you're old and gray and still okay, have your little fun, son. You better have a little fun.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, and I repeat, our little theater off the Alcatraz rock pile presents a stirring newspaper drama entitled Bugtown. I will portray the character of Onyx, intrepid colored reporter, and will be supported by Gill and Demling of the Pismo Beach Kitty Review, and an all-star cast of players direct from the Winter Gardens Sky Room Theater, East Yonkers. The scene opens in the editorial room of the Bugtown News.
Riley, send Frank Gill in here at once.
Yes, he was right outside. Oh, Mr. Gill?
Yeah. I've got a big job for you, Gill.
Yeah?
Where's your assistant?
Well, I fired him. He disgraced us. I sent him to report the big football game and told him to sit on the coach's bench.
Well?
He thought I said wench.
Well, I just got word that the police have surrounded Killer Spumoni.
Too late.
The police have surrounded Killer Spumoni in the deserted shack in the country.
Yeah?
I want you to get out there and report the job.
Okay, but I'll have to have an assistant.
All right. Riley, send in that applicant who's been waiting.
Come in, please.
Yes, sir. Here I is. Here I is. Fit as a fiddle and bow-legged as a piano. Onyx, California Driver Brown.
Onyx California Driver Brown?
Yeah.
Well, how did you ever get California Driver in your name?
Well, sir, on account of when I was born, my father took one look at me and didn't know which way to turn.
So you want a newspaper job, huh?
Yeah.
Well, tell me, what kind of work have you been doing?
Well, sir, up until recent, I was manager of a laundry.
Oh, really? What made you give up managing a laundry?
Well, see, she divorced me. Yeah, of course, in a way, the mutual divorce was mutual.
Well, that sounds highly interesting. Proceed.
Well, up until the time the union got strong, my wife used to kiss me every day.
She did?
Yeah, but when the union came in, she cut me down to 3 days and put on another man.
Well, all right, Field, get going. This is an important case. Spumoni's one of the biggest crooks in the country, and he's wanted in Los Angeles.
Oh, really? I didn't know they needed any more crooks in Los Angeles. Well, come on, Onyx. Let's go.
Yeah, here we go, boy. Hey, boss.
Yeah.
Boy, you was going powerful fast, ain't you?
Yeah, I know, but keep your eye peeled for speed cops, Onyx. I don't want a cop to pass me and flag me down.
Yeah, you don't have to worry none about passing in his car. Nobody's going to do that.
No?
No, sir, I done fixed it.
Oh, you did? Well, how did you manage it?
Well, sir, I just put a sign on the back end which says, pass at your own risk. Wife driving. That'll stop him, boy.
Yeah, that'll stop him.
Hey, boy.
Yeah.
Boy, is this man a very tough man, this one we're going after? This Spumoni?
Tell you, Onyx, he's the toughest man in the country.
Yeah? Man, he ought to tangle with my ex-wife.
Your ex-wife, was she tough?
Tough?
Yeah.
Boy, she was so tough that a cyclone had to get a permit before it could go through the house. Woo! Yes, sir. She was really belligerent.
Yeah, that sounds pretty tough.
Yeah, well, it looks like we is out in the country at last.
Yeah, but how can you tell?
Well, we ain't hitting so many pedestrians.
Onyx, quiet.
Yeah.
There it is. There's the shack now. It looks like we got here before the cops.
So what?
So what? Well, just think. We might be able to capture Spumoni ourselves.
So what?
You might even do it without getting shot.
So what?
So I'll stay out here and you go inside.
So long.
Now, wait a minute, Onyx. Wait a minute.
What?
You're not afraid, are you?
Afraid?
Yeah.
Well, no, not exactly, but I wish I had on Don Wilson's pants.
Well, why?
'Cause there's more room to shake in, that's all. Wow.
Onyx, I'm ashamed of you. How would you like to hear people say what a coward's life he lived?
Well, that's much better than not being able to hear the preacher say how brave he died.
Listen, I've had enough of this. Onyx, get in there.
Get in? You mean go on in?
You go right in and right now.
Okay, boss, but it's a half-hearted gesture.
Go ahead.
Here goes nothing.
All right, come on in, golden boy.
No, thanks. I think I'd just as soon stay on the house.
Come in!
I'll in.
Now stick 'em up.
You mean he wants me to put up my hand?
Stick 'em up!
Days up. Yeah, say, would you all mind taking that big gat out of my ribs?
Brother, you ain't seen my gat. I use this little thing on small fry like you. Why, this little thing ain't nothing but a baby gat.
Yeah, well, maybe so, but I've seen plenty of gats. But that ain't no getting.
Now, just a minute, 8-ball.
Eight ball?
You must have a little cash on you. Hand it over.
Well, all I got here is 80 cents. Guess I don't get me no dinner now.
Well, I guess that's pretty cheap. Holding you up for 80 cents. I'll only keep half.
Yeah.
Here's 40 cents back. Remorse is gnawing at me conscience.
Is that so? Well, okay, thanks, boss. And when it starts gnawing again, you can send me the balance. Now, if you don't mind, you can point that cannon in some direction in which I ain't.
Oh, scared, huh?
Yeah, no.
I didn't think any man would have the nerve to come after killers for money single-handed.
Oh, I ain't exactly scared, boss. My nerves is as calm and smooth as a soft, sweet walk.
Yeah?
But my knees is definitely rumba. Boss, maybe you won't mind if I sort of regains my discomposure by smoking on one of my quarter cigars.
Quarter cigars? What you giving me? You mean you pay 2 bits for that rope?
No. My boss, he smokes 3/4 and then I smokes 1/4.
Well, okay, go ahead and smoke. But it's gonna take more than that to calm you down when I get through with yous.
Buddy, you ain't gonna scare me no more than I have been scared.
Yeah?
Yeah. Once I was called on a hen house and the farmer caught me. Oh, boy, was I scared.
What makes you think that's the most you could be scared?
Well, I must have been scared, because when that farmer grabbed me by the arm, he looked me right smack dab in the face and he said, What are you doing here, white boy?
While we're waiting for Joe and Jill, let me remind you that Post Toasties are tops in taste among corn cereals. Crisp, refreshing, delicious, famous for flavor. Another thing, Post Toasties are light, not heavy, yet rich in food energy to help you through crowded morning hours. And Post Toasties are economical, because most grocers sell them today for less than any other nationally advertised corn flakes. So try Post Toasties. See if you don't agree that for flavor, food energy, and low price, there's no better breakfast cereal anywhere than Post Toasties. Tomorrow, ask your grocer for the big economical yellow and red box of Post Toasties, the wake-up food. Now for the boy Joe and his sweetheart, Jill.
Joey, dear, how could you be so natural in that underworld play tonight without knowing anything about gangsters?
That's easy. I had a job one summer as a cashier in a police station.
Well, a cashier in a police station?
Yeah.
What did you do?
I counted the coppers as they came in. You know, Jill, the character Spumoni in the play tonight was based on a real-life character. He was a tough one, all right.
Well, was he really as crooked as he seemed in the story?
Crooked? Spumoni was so crooked he had to screw his socks on. They finally got him and sent him to the penitentiary.
Well, Joey, did Spumoni ever get out?
Oh, yeah. He was sentenced to 10 years, but he got out in 9.
Oh, how could he ever do that?
Made up a year in summer school.
You know, Joey,
what?
I don't care anything about gangsters or policemen or public enemies. You're the only one that matters to me because I love you.
Better than bubblegum?
Better than bubblegum. You're the public sweetheart number 1 that's a prisoner of love forever in the solitary confinement of my heart.
Gosh.
Joey, dear, you know something?
Mm-hmm. What?
Well, I was passing a store window today, and I saw something that I hope you'll buy for me someday.
What was it, Jill?
Well, it's something that makes every woman's hand look just a little bit lovelier. Something that makes a woman feel closer to the man she loves. When I'm washing dishes, it won't seem like a task at all, because I can look down and see your lovely gifts.
Yeah?
Yeah. Even when I'm washing your shirts and socks, I won't mind. Because I can look at my hand and see the thing that made it possible for me to wash your socks and your shirts. It'll be a lovely gift, Joey.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean, don't you, Joey?
Yeah.
What?
Rubber gloves. Now, a few words with my pals. Listen, boys and girls. Every once in a while, children are tempted to dash off to school without enough breakfast. I hope you don't. Eat a good breakfast and be sure to have a bowl of Post Toasties. Those delicious cornflakes are chock full of food energy to help you through the morning. And, of course, every Post Toasties box has those swell Walt Disney cutouts. Now, here's another thing. After you get to school, work at your studies and work hard. That's the only way you'll ever amount to anything. Don't expect to get anywhere sitting around waiting for someone else to do the work for you. Remember, as old Chinese philosopher once say, only thing that ever comes to him who waits is whiskers. Night.
Joey Brown. It's fellow Joey Brown. Won't be on the air next week. And so make you laugh, 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 laugh.
Daylight saving time ends Sunday, September 24th. If your community has been on standard time right along, this program will reach you 1 hour later. Otherwise, tune in next week as usual. This is Don Wilson saying goodnight for the makers of Post Toasties, the wake-up food.
Heard on tonight's program was Are You Having Any Fun? From George White's Scandals. The Joey Brown program came to you from Hollywood. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
7 p.m. BULOVA, Boulevard Watch Time, courtesy of the Boulevard Watch Company, 5th Avenue, New York.
Attention, please. Garfield Hospital has requested us to contact Type 3 blood donors. Will Type 3 blood donors please get in touch with Garfield Hospital immediately? Thank you. WJSV, Washington.
For years, this hour and this music have meant to millions of Americans a welcome visit from two beloved personalities. In fact, through the seasons, Amos and Andy have become more than personalities. They are real people. On this occasion, we present Mr. Lennox R. Lohr, the president of the National Broadcasting Company, who will bring a special greeting to them. Mr. Lohr.
On the eve of the 10th anniversary of the National Broadcasting Company, it is a pleasure to salute Amos and Andy, who for 7 years of that period have played a leading role in making our two networks famous. My early appreciation of this outstanding program was quickened into personal interest through association with Amos and Andy at a Century of Progress Chicago, where the Skyride Towers were dedicated to them. As this program now commences its 8th year, the National Broadcasting Company takes pride in recognizing the achievements of Amos and Andy. It is to these pioneers and friends of long standing that we give our congratulations tonight, and our appreciation of the many pleasant hours we have spent together. We take you now to Amos and Andy in Hollywood, with the hope that this program tonight is only an early milestone on a long road of happy birthdays ahead.
Today, Amos and Andy drove their taxicab up in the mountains to Lake Arrowhead. They decided to explore that section of the country. After driving for almost an hour, they found themselves lost. By mistake, they turned on a narrow dirt road, and unfortunately, the car stopped out of gasoline. As the scene opens now, we find the boys walking down the road about 100 yards from their taxicab, headed for a modest farmhouse to use the telephone. Here they are.
Well, I didn't know that we was out of gasoline. We must have a leak in the tank or something.
Yeah, where in the world is
Well, I don't know where we is. We was somewhere up near Lake Arrowhead, up in the mountains. That's all I know.
Well, how did we ever get on this road we is on?
Well, you was the one that told me to turn down this road.
This ain't a mess. I don't know. Here we is 100 miles away from Los Angeles, up in the mountains. Done lost our way, and we out of gasoline. I can see us sleeping in this taxi cab up here now, or walking my feet off to get some gas.
Well, the thing for us to do is to go to this house down here and ask the man let us use the telephone.
And don't forget, if somebody brings us some gasoline out here, it's going to cost us plenty of money.
Well, if the man would let us use the telephone, we just got to call up the nearest filling station and ask them to send it out and pay them whatever they want to charge us. Unless we want to walk to the nearest place and get it, but that might be miles away from here.
Well, here's the house. Yeah, there's the man's mailbox with his name on it. What does that spell?
Stay on the mailbox, WALTERHUSTON.
WALTERHUSTON. Yeah. Well, let's get on in there and ask them.
Yeah, I guess it's all right if we go up to the front door, ain't it?
Yeah, there's a lady over there working in the garden here.
Yeah, well, come on, let's go up there. If he wants us to pay him for using the telephone, let's pay him.
Yeah, well, go ahead, knock on the front door.
Well, come on with me. Walk up on the porch with me, and don't start talking big enough now when you see him.
Well, you do all the talking if you want. running out of gasoline this far from home here is bad.
Yeah, well, wait a minute. I hear somebody coming.
How do you do?
How you do, sir?
How you do, sir?
Mister, could we use your telephone, please, sir?
Well, I'm very sorry, but I don't have a telephone.
Oh.
Oh, you ain't got none, huh?
No, is there anything wrong? Could I be of any assistance to you?
Well, we got on this road out here in front of your house, and we run out of gasoline, and we was going phone to the filling station or something. We didn't see no automobiles going by, you see.
We kind of lost, mister.
I guess we can walk to the filling station, though, if you tell us which way the nearest one is.
Well, the nearest filling station, boys, is quite a long ways. But I think I could let you have a little gasoline.
Yeah, sir, well, we'll pay you for it.
Oh, that's all right. Let's walk out here and go around in the back.
Yeah, sir, well, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Where you boys from, Los Angeles?
Well, we is from New York.
We drove out from New York to Hollywood on our vacation with a trailer, and we left the trailer in Hollywood, and we drove up that Lake Arrowhead over there, and I don't know, we started messing around up here, and we got lost.
And run out of gasoline.
Well, that's too bad, boys. Now, let's see, what have we here? Here's some gasoline. You boys don't have a can or anything, do you?
I know, so we ain't got nothing, but we look around and see if we can find something.
Yeah.
Oh, here's one you can have. Yeah, you can keep this.
This show is nice of you, mister.
Yeah, sir, we won't pay you for
Oh, no, that's all right. You forget about that. Sit down there. There's a little bench there that I keep out here. Now, this can holds, now, let's see, about 3 gallons. I'll fill it up for you.
Oh, no, sir, we don't need that much.
That's all right. I've got plenty of gasoline. Now, here's a funnel. You boys are a long way from home.
Yes, sir. That's a bad feeling, too.
How would you like to have a sandwich before you go?
Well,
no, thank you, sir. We just had something to eat a while ago. Oh, that's plenty of gasoline there. Ain't no
All
use
right,
filling.
no, that's all right. I might just as well fill it up.
It sure is nice, sir. We didn't want to bother you. We just wanted to use your telephone, and yours was the only house that we could see around here.
Well, that's 3 gallons of gasoline you can have.
Yes, I wish you'd let me pay you for this.
Oh, no, that's all right. Maybe someday I'll run out of gasoline in front of your place. And I'll call on you, and you can pay me back, huh?
Yes, sir. How come you live up here in the mountains by yourself?
Well, I'll tell you. Move over there. Yes, sir. I'll sit down with you in a minute. Sit down, young fella.
Yes, sir, thank you.
You live up here alone, huh? How come?
Well, no, I don't live alone. I live here with my wife part of the year. She's out there in the garden now.
Yes, sir.
You see, I'm in a business that, well, it's sort of nerve-wracking. When I'm working, it feels like I'm on a merry-go-round.
You work in Los Angeles or Hollywood or someplace?
Yes, I've worked in Hollywood quite a bit. I've worked in New York quite a bit, too, in Chicago. When I finish my work, well, I just have a feeling that I'd like to get away, so I come up here and enjoy this little place.
Just the two of you, huh?
Yes. You know, I find that if a man will get away from his work part of the time, and just think without the turmoil of worry, and going here and there, well, it does you a lot of good.
Yeah, that rest do anybody good. That's what I preach all the time.
Yes, but you can't rest too much. But after you hit the ball and work night and day, well, it's nice to get away.
Yeah, the man got to have some rest already.
Yes, that's right. And a lot of them think, though, that they don't need it. But when I work pretty hard. Now, I've seen some of my friends try to keep going, and I've seen them crack under the strain. You know, boys, when I come up here, I find that I can think better. I get something out of life that I didn't know existed.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's Hollywood is a busy place, all right.
Yes, Hollywood is a busy place. I guess a lot of people think it's sort of a playground. But a lot of people work awfully hard in Hollywood, and I've seen the work there drive them almost insane.
Yeah, that moving picture business is a tough business.
Yes, I'm afraid you're right.
I guess when a man, some of them people down there, them actors and all that, in the moving picture business, or when they get on the stage and stuff, they is under a strain then. That is a strain.
Well, you know, I don't know that there's any other business that takes up 24 hours of a man's time every day when he's working. But, boys, this little place up here, well, I think every man in his heart would like to come to such a place someday and spend some time. Of course, some people might not like the dead silence of the night or the quietness of the day, but I love it. Yes, sir, I love it.
Yes, sir. Well, Mr., we get going now. You say I can have this can?
All right, yes, keep that. Throw it away when you're finished with it.
Well, we sure appreciate it.
Yes, I wish you'd let us pay you for this.
No. I've been paid by talking to you. I'm kind of glad you dropped in.
Yes, sir. Well, we sure is lucky, all right. And before we go, I want to tell you how much we thank you for giving us the gasoline. It saved us a long walk already.
Right, boys. Well, good luck to you.
Yeah, good luck to you.
Goodbye. Thank you very much.
Sir, is we lucky?
I say we are. You know, he's one of the nicest fellas I ever met in my life. His face kind of made you feel at home, didn't it?
It sure did. Nice place they got you, too. Yeah, there's the mailbox. What'd that say on there again?
WALTER HUSTON. Nice fella, wasn't it?
He sure was.
The character of Walter Houston was played by Mr. Walter Houston himself. Amos and Andy would like to extend their sincere appreciation for his kindness in appearing on the program tonight. On this, the first night of Amos and Andy's 8th year on the air for Pepsodent products, the Pepsodent Company wishes to express its gratitude and appreciation for the loyalty and fine showmanship of these two boys. May we, on behalf of you, the Amos and Andy audience, salute them with cordial good wishes for their continued success. And now, I know that Mr. Houston would be happy to say a few words to the Amos and Andy listeners at this time. Mr. Houston.
Thank you. Friends, first I want to tell you that it has been a great pleasure for me to work with the two boys whom I have listened to for many years. Whenever the opportunity presents itself, I invariably listen to Amos and Andy. This is their anniversary, the starting of their 8th year on the network. I have read their biography. Many of you know this. But for the benefit of those who may not be familiar with the facts, here they are. These boys started working with colored dialects in January 1926. Under the name of Sam and Henry, this program, which was similar to Amos and Andy, was broadcast in the early days of radio over WGN in Chicago. After 2 years of Sam and Henry, the boys changed their names to Amos and Andy. In other words, Amos and Andy was actually started in March 1928. They broadcast at that time over station WMAQ in Chicago, with additional stations added by means of electrical transcription. But it was 7 years ago tonight that they started on what might be called the big time. As you all know, they have established a record in radio broadcasting. They have received today many congratulatory messages from people in every walk of life. They deserve it. Tonight's episode, in which I had the pleasure of participating, was their 2,395th day of broadcast. As you know, the boys broadcast twice each day. I think these boys should be congratulated on their long record of daily broadcasting of these episodes, which carries with it a streak of not only human interest, but of philosophy, which I have often enjoyed myself. Their humorous episodes have been a joy to many people for an awful long time. I congratulate these boys not only upon their ability to impersonate these characters, all which they do themselves, but for writing this material each day. They are seated by me now, squirming in their chairs, and I'm going to ask them to say just a few words. It's been a pleasure to have had the opportunity of talking to you. I thank you. And here they are, Amos and Andy.
Well, that's very nice of you, Mr. Houston, and it's certainly nice of you to say all those sweet things.
Yeah, even me, I was blushing. It ain't nobody ever heard me blush on the radio.
Well, our program is almost up. We just want to tell our listeners how grateful we are to have passed another milestone in radio broadcasting. We've been grateful to the cooperation we've received here in Hollywood. We want to thank Major Law for his kindness, the Pepsodent Company for their nice message, Mr. Houston for his cordial greeting, and we want to tell you how grateful we are to you listeners who make these anniversaries possible. We want to thank you and tell you we're very, very thrilled tonight and say good night.
Good night, folks.
Has come to you through the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson's Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Dick LeGrand, Bud Steffen, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Bill Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra.
and Molly join us in a moment. Here is an opportunity to save real money on your next purchase of the new 1949 Glow Coat. You can save 29 or 49 cents. That's because the makers of Johnson's Wax are now offering a twin can sale, a real bargain in beauty. Here's how it works. You'll get one can of Johnson's 1949 Glow Coat at half price when you buy one at the regular price, either pints or quarts. You'll save 29 cents on the twin pints, 49 cents on the twin quarts. Now, we offer you this bargain for just one reason. We want you to see how much better the new 1949 Glow Coat is on floors and linoleum. How much more brightly it shines, how much longer that shine will last. And we're so sure you'll like it, we make this guarantee. If you're not convinced that the new Glow Coat is the finest self-polishing wax you've ever used, we'll refund every cent you paid plus postage. Remember, on this offer, you save 29 cents on every pair of pints, 49 cents on every pair of quarts. And every drop is wonderful 1949 Glow Coat. This offer is for a limited time only, so put self-polishing Glow Coat on your shopping list right now, won't you? Engine House number 7 of the Wistful Vista Fire Department has just ended its annual used clothing drive. The first prize was a ride around town on the new $30,000 fire engine. And who do you suppose is riding up there on that driver's seat in all their helmeted glory? Yep, it's Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Boy, oh boy. Molly, ain't this fun? Hey, Mort. Hi, Mort. Hi, Herb. Up here, Herb.
My goodness, McGee, do you have to yell at everybody?
Hey, Kramer, up here, boy. I'm riding the fire engine, Kramer. Hey.
Is there anyone in town who doesn't know you're riding the fire engine by now? They must be hard of hearing. And how I envy them.
Yeah, drive slower, Mike, so I can... Oh, hi, boy. How are you, boy?
Who was that?
Oh, how do I know? I just don't want to miss anybody seeing me. That's Hey, Mike, let me blow the siren once, huh? Just once, Mike. Huh?
Oh, you don't need it, McGee. That siren won't carry over your voice anyhow.
Oh.
Kick the bell again if you want it.
What do you mean, if he wants to? I haven't seen him so happy since he found his commanding officer of 1918 driving a garbage truck.
You said it, kiddo. Oh, hey, there's Wallace Wimp. Hey, Wimp. Hi, boy. This is me, stomping the bell, Wimp.
McGee, stop kicking the gong around.
Huh?
Try to act a little dignified, dearie. What will people think?
Yeah.
Let's try to act a little more. Ah, there's Mrs. McDonald. Yoo-hoo, Mrs. McDonald. Hey, Molly McGee. I'm the pirate. Ah, too late. She didn't see me.
Man, oh, man, what a buggy this is. This baby's got everything, hasn't it, Mike? What's the thing on the dash there that looks like a fire extinguisher?
That's a fire extinguisher.
Oh.
But don't touch it. Don't touch it. We don't know how it works yet.
Oh, what are we stopping here for, Mr. Casey? This is Wall's Small Shop.
I gotta run in and get the chief a hamburger. I'll be right back, folks.
Boy, look at us, Tootsie. Parked right in front of a fire plug.
Yeah.
Boy, what a day this is. I wish a small, harmless fire had bust out someplace so I could... Oh, hey, there's the old-timer now.
Yoo-hoo, Mr. Old-Timer. Look at us up here on the fire truck.
Well, hello there, daughter. Hello, Johnny. Say, you better climb down off of that thing before they catch you.
No, it's okay, old-timer. The fire department has given us a ride on it. We won first prize in the used clothing contest.
You won it legitimate, too, Johnny. I've often heard folks say, there goes McGee. Don't he look like the first prize in an old clothes contest? Oh, well, I wish I was up there with you, kids. I love fire engines.
Yes, they're beautiful things, all right. Unless you're having a fire and they don't get there.
Matter of fact, daughter, I used to be a fireman myself. Had to quit, though. Stomach trouble.
Indigestion?
Nope, calluses.
Huh?
Slid down that brass pole so often the skin on my belly would have stopped a bullet. I sure loved it, though.
I suppose you had a lot of narrow escapes as a fireman.
Daughter, you'll never know. By one time, I was on a 90-foot ladder coated with ice, carrying a 3-inch nozzle, 2 axes, a flashlight, gas mask, coil of rope, first aid kit, lunch bucket, and some old love letters I'd stole out of Bessie's apartment.
You'd stop and read old love letters at a time like that?
Read 'em? Shucks no, Johnny. I took 'em up there to throw into the fire. If he'd ever took a look at them letters and took 'em into court, I'd have been a gone goose. You know the old saying, do right and fear no man. Don't right and fear no woman.
But what happened on that 90-foot ladder?
I slipped and fell, daughter.
Oh.
It was coated with ice. Well, down I went.
Wow, off a 90-foot ladder. Hurt you badly?
Nope. Luckily, I was still on the bottom rung. Well, so long.
Some fireman he must have been. I'll bet. Oh, here's Mike. Scoot over, kiddo.
We haven't touched a thing, Mr. Casey. I hope you got the hamburger all right.
All set, Mrs. McGee. You want to drive it back to the station, McGee?
Huh? Me? Oh, my gosh. You hear that, Molly?
Yeah.
I'm going to drive it. I'm going to drive the fire engine. 18 million horsepower, and I'm going to drive it.
Where can I get a taxi?
Oh, he'll be all right, Miss McGee. It's only a couple of blocks to the engine house.
Boy, oh, boy. Hope somebody sees me, I know. Be just my dirty luck that nobody sees me.
I'll shift gears for you. Kick in the clutch, McGee. Let's go.
Okay. Boy, when I roll past the Elks Club with a siren going 70 and me going 30, those guys see what I'm here. Up.
Watch it now, McGee. Here we are. Huh? Just park it at the curb there. I'll put it in the engine house later.
Oh, that's okay, Mike. I'll wheel her right up the driveway, boy. I'll take her right on inside the firehouse.
Now, maybe you better let him do it, dearie. It's a big truck, you know.
It's the Chief's pride and joy, and if anything got scratched on it, he'd throw it.
Don't worry, I can handle it. Now, watch it now. Easy up the driveway. Easy. And in we go. Whoa!
Heavenly day. The fender, McGee. Look, you put a dent in it that looks like a bird bath.
My gosh, I must have misjudged it.
Kill the motor, McGee.
Oh, howdy. Oh.
The Chief ain't gonna like this.
Huh?
Let me see how bad it is. He'll yell his head off.
Hey, come on, Molly. Let's get out of here.
I guess we better, dearie.
Hey, Chief, we busted a fender. You better come out here now. Hey, McGee, wait a minute.
McGee, wait for baby.
McGee, hey, come back here.
Billy Mills to the orchestra and Valley High.
down, McGee. Take it easy. I'm winded.
Me too, kiddo. I got a stitch in my side that would sew up the Grand Canyon.
I think this is rather silly anyway. Just because you dented the fender of the fire engine. We start running through alleys like we'd blown up the Third National Bank.
Oh, my gosh, Tootsie, that new fire engine cost $30,000. One fender prorated would be about 700 fish. And I could also get 90 days chipping boulders in the sneezer for that.
Why, that's silly.
Huh?
Just because a fireman beefs, we don't have to lamb. Well, don't you get it, dearie? It's a fun base.
This is no time for jokes, kiddo. Not that kind of jokes, anyhow. Come on, let's duck into Kramer's for a root beer. I'm thirsty.
So am I. If I'd known we were going to be fugitives from justice, I'd have brought a canteen.
Keep an eye out for uniforms, not to see so.
Hi, Mr. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Hello, Milton.
Say, there was a fireman and a cop in here just now. They were looking for you. You been doing something?
Oh, nothing serious, Milton. Though the way we've been dodging around corners, you'd think we'd been caught singing the Whip and Poof song in Harvard Yard.
I don't know how serious it is, Milton. I ain't sticking around to argue about it. If anybody else asks for me, we ain't been in here, see?
Suppose they take me down to headquarters, put me under a bright light, and beat me with a rubber hose.
Tell them nothing. They can't intimidate us.
Himself here will stick up for his rights if it breaks every bone in your body, Milton. 2 root beers, please.
Yes, ma'am. I'll put straws in them so you won't have to leave any fingerprints on the glass.
Well, that's using the old bean, Milty. Good boy.
I studied to be a detective once, correspondence course, but I got scared and quit.
Got scared of what, Milton?
Well, I took an impression of my own fingerprints just for fun, and then found I'd been wanted for murder since 1879. You'll notice I always wear gloves now.
Yeah, but Milt, 1879, that was 50 years before you were born.
Yeah, but there's no statute of limitations on murder, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
Here's your root beers. Oh, excuse me a minute. I gotta sell that cop some cigars.
Oh, cops. Oh, my gosh, Molly. There's a cop at the cigar counter. Come on, he didn't see us. Let's duck out the back door. Wow. That was a close call. You got an eyebrow pencil with you, Molly?
Yes, why?
I want to draw a mustache on my upper lip.
Well, if you must have one, that's the logical place, all right.
Then in case I see anybody that knows me.
You mean such as Mayor Latrivia?
Yeah, such as... Huh? Oh, hi, Latrivia.
Good day, Mr. Mayor.
Hello, Molly. Hello, McGee. I can't stop to talk but a minute. It's imperative that I get back to the city hall.
Yeah, what's up, Latriv? City treasurer get caught with his pinky in the till?
No, but something is going on, and I don't know what it is. There are squad cars dashing around, motor cops all over the place, firemen popping out of doorways. As mayor of Wistful Vista, I should find out what to... There. You see what I mean, McGee? Now, that was a prowl car, and it obviously means business.
Well, you run along, Mr. Mayor. Don't let us keep you.
Yeah, if you find out what the trouble is, Latriv, don't blame... let us know if there's anything we can do.
Yeah, such as catch a train out of town or something.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about, I'm sure, but I simply must inquire into all this official activity.
Yeah.
I'd phoned, but there have been some leaks in my calls lately, and I'd rather handle this in person.
Maybe the insulation has worn off your wires, Latriv.
What difference would that make?
Well, that would account for the leaks. You see, if the water soaks through the insulation...
Oh, no. I didn't mean that kind of leak.
I found a puddle of water under our phone one time, Latriv. Right after I'd been talking to the bank about liquidating some stock. So I naturally figured the leak was caused by...
I said I didn't mean that kind of a leak. A leak. Look, when I said there was a leak in the Fellowstone, a freak in the Yellowstone... Anyway, I haven't time for this sort of thing today.
Yeah.
I have to get back to the Hitty's Hall. City Hall. Good day. A good day!
Ah, that was too bad, McGee. That would have been a dandy one, too.
Yeah, but we better get moving, kid. I'm hotter than July in St. Louis, and... Look, 2 cops. Right there at the corner. Come on, up the alley here.
Oh, dear. McGee, I've got bad news for you. This is a dead-end alley.
Cornered like a rat. Well, they're never going to take me dead. Because I'll surrender the minute anybody... Hey, wait a minute. Look, here's a door. Let's duck through here.
How do you know what's in there? Maybe it's the back door of the police station.
No. The police station is at 14th and Oak. Come on. If anybody asks any questions, we'll tell them we're the census takers.
They don't take the census till next year.
We'll tell them we write slow and had to have a head start. Come on.
Heavenly days. Look at all the boxes in there.
Yeah.
I wonder what this stuff is.
I don't know what it is, but I know what it better be.
And after you get through with that crosstown shipment, Fraser, we'll go into... Well, hello, Molly. Hello, pal.
See what I mean?
What are you doing in here?
The whole dad-ratted police force and the fire department is out looking for me, Junior. Look, if you won first prize collecting used clothing and won a ride on a fire engine, and just because I didn't offend her, if anybody comes in here looking for me, is it my fault if the truck was too big for the engine house, and would you turn me in, boy?
Is there any reward?
Not that we know of.
Why, certainly I wouldn't turn you in, pal. You can hide here as long as you like. Though we're awfully busy with the special new Johnson's Glow Coat offer, you know.
Yes, I believe we heard something about
You're keeping me hopping, believe me.
Yeah.
You see, Johnson's are offering 1/3 more Glow Coat at no extra cost.
Yeah, but...
The new 1949 Glow Coat was a new glow. And they're offering on a money-back if not satisfied basis.
Yeah, but the cops are after me.
Wonderful offer. I don't see how anybody could resist it. Just imagine 1/3 more Glow Coat for no extra money, pal.
Yeah.
The new 1949 Glow Coat that shines as it
But
dries.
if the police come looking for
With an extra gleam and an extra measure of protection. The Glow Coat that's so easy to use, that's always saves you time and effort, and that now saves you money, too.
We should have give ourselves up. Look, the cops come in.
Because with this great bargain offer, more housewives than ever are learning about Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat and how it's the finest polish. It is.
Look, Waxy.
Yes, pal.
We'd like your advice, Mr. Wilcox.
What'll I do, Junior? Stay on the lam or turn myself in?
Pal, my advice is give yourself up. You'll never have a minute's peace with this horrible thing on your conscience. Give yourself up and pay for the damage. Look, suppose it costs you $50 or so. Isn't that better than hiding from the law all your life?
Do you know anybody that could fix it, Mr. Wilcox?
Why, certainly. My cousin, Big Iron Things Out, Wilcox. Slip him $100 and your troubles will be solved.
Well, what is he, Junior, a politician?
No, he's got a shop on 14th Street. He straightens out fenders.
Oh, dear. Come on, McGee. Let's let Mr. Wilcox get to work.
Yeah. Thanks for nothing at all, Junior.
Oh, don't mention it.
We won't.
Oh, look, here's what we do, Louie. Or kiddo. I'll keep an eye peeled for the gendarmes, see? You duck in the cigar store and telephone La Trivia. Disguise your voice and tell him I left town.
Well, all right. Pull your hat down more over your eyes.
Okay. There goes a good kid. If I told her I just busted into the Third National Bank, she wouldn't bat an eye. She'd probably bat me. But nevertheless, how can I...
mister.
Oh, hi there, Teeny. Now, look, I got no time to bat the fat now.
Hey, gee, my daddy said he saw you downtown today driving a fire truck, mister. Oh, boy, did he get a kick.
Yeah? What'd he say about it?
Well, he said he'd seen lots of fire trucks go by on false alarms, but it was the first time he ever saw a false alarm go by on a fire truck. What does that mean, mister? What does it?
I don't know, Teeny. And I got no time to figure it out. I'm in trouble, see? With the cops.
Trouble? With the law?
Yeah.
Well, you came to the right woman, mister. Never fear, I shall hide you from your pursuers.
Well, that's very nice of you.
See, me and Willie Toops, we got a dandy hideout, I betcha.
Huh?
It's a platform up in a tree, and see, the cops could never find you up there, I betcha.
They wouldn't, eh?
No, because...
I says they wouldn't, eh?
Wouldn't what?
Never find me.
Who wouldn't?
The cops.
Why?
Because I'd be in your hideout.
Up in a tree, I know it. Hey, what you do, mister, really?
Well, that fire truck I was driving, Teeny.
You stole it.
No. I didn't steal anything. I was driving it, see, and
Oh, boy, you wrecked it.
I did not. Look, I was driving it into the firehouse.
And bumped into a fireman and busted his leg.
Oh.
Oh, gee, you are in trouble, mister, because busting a fireman...
I didn't bust anybody's leg. I just dented a fender. And all the cops in town are looking for me.
Well, if it's that bad, mister, maybe we better not try to hide you because our hideout is up in a tree.
Yeah, I know, but why...
And you're far enough out on a limb already. Well, mister, if they put you in the pokey for life, don't you worry. I'll bake you a cake with a calendar in it.
The King's Men and the beautiful blonde from Bashful Bend.
There's a trigger happy rootin' tootin' highfalutin' pistol packin' mama way out west. Now I don't know what it is she's got, but whatever it is, it's the best. She's that beautiful blonde from Bashful Bend. She never did learn to keep a friend. She give him a start, then shoot him in the end. The beautiful blonde from Bashful Bend. She's hardly the type to cuddle near. She'd rather go out and rope a steer. They never did build a school that she'd attend. The beautiful blonde from Bashful Bend. When she deals a poker hand, you ought to see their faces. Especially when she deals herself approximately 5 aces. I'm betting my boots she'll meet some cuss, causing her heart to raise a fuss. Then she'll fall in love, and that'll be the end of the heart-tootin', free-bootin', six-shootin', beautiful blonde from Bashful Bend. Oh, the beautiful blonde from Bashful Bend never did learn to keep a friend. She give him a start, then shoot him in the end. The beautiful blonde from Bashful Bend. When she draws her 45, the whole town runs for cover. Hardly a man is now alive that ever tried to love her. Oh, the beautiful blonde from Bashful Bend never did learn to keep a friend. She'd give him a start, then shoot him in the end. Shoot him in the end. Shoot him in the end. That's hard-tootin', free-bootin', rifle-tootin', rootin'-tootin', six-shootin', beautiful blonde from Bashful Bend.
Oh, me. This has to stop. I can't run any longer.
Me either. I'm beat out like a slow bunt. I'm going to quit running around like a hunted animal I am. Let's just walk. Like ordinary people.
Good.
Up this alley here. Look. We'll walk back at the pool hall, see? Cut through the Elks Club. Oh, my gosh, here they come again. We're trapped, Molly. Where do we go? What do we do?
I know where I'm going.
Huh?
I'm going to sit right down here on this ash can and get my breath.
Oh.
Heavenly days. We're not criminals, McGee.
No, but how can I explain that over my shoulder to a running cop? Because I hadn't innocently busted a junior out of the fender on a new fire truck, somebody's coming up the alley.
Where? Oh, it's Ole from the Elks Club. Hello, Ole.
Oh, hi, Ole. Pull up an ash can and sit down.
Hello, missus. I can't stay, McGee. I just happened to see you duck up this alley, and I brought you the news.
Yeah, what is it, Ole? What's the news?
The firemen is looking for you. They want you, McGee.
Oh, well, isn't that nice, McGee? It's so nice to be wanted.
Yeah. Did you ask them what they wanted to see me about, Ole?
I don't ask questions from a man in a blue uniform, McGee. I may be just the janitor, but I'm no foolish janitor. They ask the questions.
What did they ask you, Ole?
Well, they say, do I know where they can get a hold of McGee? And I say, most people get hold of McGee by the collar.
Oh, yeah? Then what?
Then he says, if you happen to come back to the Elks Club, lock you in the closet and call him quick.
What? Lock me up?
Sure. The chief says if I lock you in the broom closet, he gives me $5. Cash money.
Heavenly days, a reward. Well, that's ridiculous. He hasn't done anything so terrible, Ole.
I don't judge my friends by what they done, missus. I don't even ask what he's done. I don't care.
Good boy.
I just asked one question. Are you coming back? The chief gives me $5.
Oh, Ole, you wouldn't do a thing like that. Look, he's in trouble, Ole. All he did was dent a fender on their nasty old new fire truck.
Sure. Just a little dent.
And they've run us around till we're worn out.
Yeah, and you mean to tell me you turned me in, me, your pal, for a measly $5 reward?
Gosh, McGee, you make me ashamed in the face.
Well, good for you.
Sure, I go see if they won't make it $10. So long.
Fine friend he is. Come on, Molly, it's almost dark. Maybe we can sneak home and...
I'm too tired to move, dearie. I'm going to sit right here till...
Hey, McGee! Well, at last.
Oh, my gosh, it's him, Molly. It's the fireman. It's Casey.
I don't care. Let's give ourselves up and go quietly, if they'll carry us. My feet are just...
Where the devil have you been, McGee? We've scoured this town for you.
Okay, I give up, Mike. Slap the cuffs on me. I'm beat. Frisk me if you want to. I'm not packing no rod.
Look, cut out the double talk, will you? The whole fire department's looking for you, and the police force.
Oh, what's he done that's so terrible?
Yeah, that's
Heavenly
right.
days, all this fuss over a little old dented fender. That could happen to anyone.
What? Nobody cares about a dented fender, Mrs. McGee.
Huh? I thought...
Look, when you turned off that engine, McGee, you walked off with our ignition keys. Fibber and Molly return in a moment. Now, let me remind you, please, for a very limited time, the makers of Johnson's Wax are making an unprecedented bargain offer to introduce you to the new 1949 Glow Coat. You can get a can of Glow Coat, a wonderful new Glow Coat with the bright new glow, for 1/2 its usual price when you buy another can at the regular price. That means a saving of 29 cents when you buy twin pints, 49 cents when you buy twin quarts. So see your Johnson dealer tomorrow. You will not only get a brighter glow, a longer wearing glow on your floors and linoleum, you'll save money doing it.
Ladies and gentlemen, now that we've given the car keys back to the firemen, we'd like to put in a little plug for them.
Sort of a fire plug, you might say.
Yeah. These fellows don't wear fancy uniforms, and their heroism is usually anonymous. But there is no finer, braver, or more conscientious group of men anywhere than those at your local firehouse.
Success to them starts at the top of the ladder. And may they all come down safely.
Good night.
Good night, all.
Makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, Racine, Wisconsin, and Brantford, Canada, bring you Fibber, McGee, and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you?
Rub it on. Wipe it off. That's all you do with Johnson's Car New, the wax-fortified auto polish that cleans and polishes in one easy application. Car New cuts through traffic tarnish, whisks it away. Water can't touch that traffic tarnish, but Car New will. Car New polishes your car, too, gives it a brilliant luster that makes it look like new. Ask for Johnson's wax-fortified Car New tomorrow. Cleaning a car can be hard work. Car New saves you a lot of that work, saves you time, too, and gives your car a real Sunday shine. Rub it on, wipe it off. That's all you do with Car New.
Sheffield Farms, hello? I don't know. The man just says, guess who? That's right. It's the game Guess Who, and your host is Sheffield Farms, who also bring you Sheffield Vitamin D homogenized milk and other fine dairy products. And now here he is, that gargantuan guy, your Sheffield Quizmaster, who's best described as a stylish stout, Happy Felton.
Stylish stout. Some talk, Ripley. Happy good evening to all of you. Ah, what a whirl I've had this week. If I take in any more of those parties, I'm going to start to lose weight. I hope. You know, after the theater the other night, I stopped in the Monkey Bar for a late snack. They advertise that their food is untouched by human hands. I was curious, so I went into the kitchen, and what do you know? They were right. They had a baboon for a cook. Everybody there was very stylish. Everybody there was wearing evening clothes. Men in dinner jackets, women in evening gowns, everybody covered with diamonds and furs. Even the waiters had mink toupees. I had one surprise, though. After dinner, each person in our party got a free manicure. They put goldfish in the finger bowls to bite off your cuticles. You know, I've noticed a man shortage in my night clubbing. Everywhere you'd see 2 gals to each man. Husbands are hard to find. But you know, women, just like buying a used tire, they grab anything they can get. Takes them around for a while, and the old tread gives way, and they scream murder when they realize they've been stuck with a flat. Well, we couldn't get a cab when we left, so we all piled into my cousin Louie's car. Imagine 16 of us jammed into a 1921 Rio sedan. A high-sided old buggy, had so much glass in it looked like a china closet. Well, when we arrived up at my house and all 16 of us got out, the neighbors swore it was an incubator. I'll wait for that, and I guess I'll never be able to wait long enough. All right, so, well, Gene Clark's right here. That gentleman from Jersey who spins our records is chomping at the bit here. Let's get going with our game of Guess Who. On stage tonight, we have 7 contestants chosen from our audience. They'll hear recordings of various voices and instrumental groups and try to guess who they are. Winning guess pays off with 10 big silver Sheffield dollars. A miss only 2. Either way, signaled by the sound of the Sheffield dollars dropping in our big Sheffield milk bottle. Also on the show is an alarm clock, set to ring sometime when some lucky contestant is at the mic. And when that happens, the lucky person will receive with the compliments of Sheffield Farms a beautiful 17-jewel Gruen Precision Curvex wristwatch. And to round things off tonight, all of our contestants get a chance to kick over the big milk pail at the end of the show, the big bucket being filled with 25 silver dollars to start off. And here's Joe Ripley with contestant number 1.
Right you are, Hap. It's Donald Ormisher of Shadron, Nebraska, and the United States Navy.
How are you, Donald? Oh, let's give him a welcome. Yes. That's better. Donald, how long have you been in the Navy?
3 years, 11 months, and 28 days.
He knows it right to the minute. What's your job in the Navy?
Motor machinist, barge engineering, diesel ship.
What kind of a ship have you been on?
AVP, seaplane tender.
Seaplane tender?
Yes.
What is AVP? What does that mean?
Well, it's an auxiliary seaplane tender.
What does the V stand for?
I don't know.
VP. Very personal. Maybe I shouldn't answer it. All right. Tell me, Donald, I'm not going to talk about the Navy very much here now. Are you just visiting, or are you in on leave, or what in New York?
In Brooklyn Navy Yard for an overhaul.
Have you heard anything about all this talk I've been hearing about new uniforms for sailors?
Not very much.
You think they'll change them?
I don't think so.
Well, do you think it'd be a good idea, or don't you?
I like this one.
Well, you like it, yes, but do you think the girls would like the new ones better or the old ones? The girls are answering. They say they like these. All right, Donald, I'm going to ask a very personal question. Now, when was the last time you kissed a gal?
It's been a long time.
Been a long time, huh? We used to play post office when I was a young fellow your age. Last time I played post office, I went into a dark room, leaned over a little white hat, and kissed the face underneath it. Then everything went black. Did you ever try to kiss a sailor? I got in the wrong room. The girls were supposed to be going in the other one. Tell me, Donald, have you ever sailed? Have you been all around the world?
Yes.
Practically every place, huh?
Just about.
What place outside the United States do you like best?
Oh, Casablanca and Naples.
It's kind of hot there, isn't it? Casablanca?
Pretty hot.
Does hot weather bother you much?
Not much.
What's the hottest place you've ever been to?
The Red Sea.
Red Sea? Were you on the ocean at the time?
Yes.
It was real hot. How hot would you say?
Well, the 138 in the engine room. I don't know how hot it was.
138 in the engine room. Oh, brother. Hottest place I've ever been to was Mexico. I was on a little farm, and it was so hot that every time one of the hens laid an egg, she'd jump back and blow on it. Tell me, Don. Thank you. Don, where did you go to school?
Chadron, Nebraska.
Chadron, Nebraska. I don't exactly know where that is. Chadron. Where is that?
It's up in the northwest corner by Black Hills.
What's the nearest big city?
There isn't any big cities in Nebraska.
Just Chadron, huh?
Omaha is about 400 miles away.
Omaha's 400. How long has it been since you were back home?
Oh, it's been about 2 or 3 months. I just had a 15-day leave.
Had a 15-day leave? Tell me, are you here with your wife or your girlfriend or anything like that?
No.
Got a date tonight?
No.
You haven't. Oh, it's a shame, because I'm sure
so.
You're going to win some money here. Oh, you can go out and drink it up in Sheffield milk anyway.
Beg pardon?
Ah, hey, look what happened! Right on the very first button. The alarm clock went off. Do you know what happened to you now?
Yeah.
Talk into that.
I want to watch.
You want to watch? You want a beautiful watch, a 17-jewel Gruen Precision Curvex wristwatch. How's that, brother?
That's fine.
It's a beauty, isn't it? Think you can use that?
I'll say.
All right, Donald. I want you to win some more now. I want you to win some of that Sheffield dough. Here are the voices. You're going to listen to them now. Here are the voices of 2 famous comedians. They're now on the radio. Guess who? Here we go.
Surely you can answer this question. As I said before, his name was George. His birthday is tomorrow. His father's name was Washington. Now let me go a step farther.
What's his stepfather's name?
I said positively nothing about his stepfather.
You certainly did. You said something.
2 comedians. They're on the air every Friday night with 2 other characters.
I've heard the program a lot of times.
Get smart. Do you think it pays to be ignorant? Come on. You don't know, huh?
I'm sorry, I don't.
One fella's last name rhymes with mine. What's my last name?
Felton.
Felton. It rhymes with Felton. They're all trying to...
Shelton?
Shelton, that's 1 half. Now, you've got $5 of it. That's George Shelton. Now, the other half. His last name could be a first name. Also, there's a company sells clothes. They're all telling you.
Holloway?
Howard! I didn't think you'd hear him in time.
I'm hard of hearing.
You're hard of hearing. Hey, we're all yelling. Tom Howard and George Shelton, you got $10. Don, nice to talk to you. Thank you, sailor.
Thank you.
Righto, stand by for our milk payola. Come on up here. A very charming-looking lady in a red hat. What is your name, please?
Louise Livingston.
Mrs. Louise Livingston,
Yes.
right? And where do you live?
I'm from Berkeley, California.
For goodness sakes, we're getting people from all out of town here. Welcome to Guess Who. What does your husband do?
He's just out of the service.
What branch of the service?
He was in the Merchant Marine.
I see. And you're a housewife?
Yes.
Any children?
I have one.
One?
A girl.
A girl. How old?
Must I tell? 20.
20?
Yes.
Well, congratulations. I'd never believe it looking at you, but that's a
Thank you.
promise, Mrs. Livingston. Now, beside playing you a record, Mrs. Livingston, I'd like to know if you can tell me where Billy Rose's Diamond Horseshoe got its name. I'll give you $1 for an answer. It's named after, what's it named after? Billy Rose's Diamond Horseshoe. This has nothing to do with your guess.
I guess
What was it named after?
the Opera House, wasn't it?
You're exactly right. You've got $1 from the Metropolitan Opera House. Now, a little later, we have a record for you to guess that you'll probably know. It'll have something a little bit to do with the Opera House. That's the reason I brought it in. Right now, let's talk about you. Did you get romantic letters from your husband?
I should say so.
You did, huh?
Very.
Very romantic, huh? Did you ever write a letter to him and print SWAK on the envelope? You know
no.
What that means?
Yes, I know.
What does it mean?
Sealed with a kiss.
A Ubangi woman is the only girl who can seal a letter with a kiss after it's in the mailbox. Tell me, is your husband with you tonight?
No, he isn't.
Was your husband the romantic type who made promises of rose-covered cottages when he proposed?
Oh, he was a little more elaborate than a rose-covered
What
cottage.
did he promise you, dear?
Oh, practically everything.
He did?
Yes.
Did he live up to the promises?
Some.
Some
Yes.
of them. You're not going to tell me the ones he didn't live up to.
No.
Huh? Do you and your husband have a lot of relatives?
Not too many.
Any rich aunts or uncles that might leave you $10 million?
No.
Haven't
that
got
I
an
know
uncle
of.
that is a treasurer for a linotype company or anything?
No, no, no.
You know, one thing you ought to do, you ought to look up your family tree. You never can tell what you might uncover. You know, it's another way of playing Guess Who. My ancestors, I've looked them all up. By the way, all my ancestors crossed this country in a covered wagon. You would see them, you'd know why the wagon was covered. You told me you had a daughter, 20 years old?
Yes, I do.
And what school? Where'd she go to school?
She's going to go to the University of Washington in February.
Do you have any pets at home?
Oh, I should say so.
Well, tell me about it.
Well, I have dogs, and I did have pigs, and I had chickens, and I had
pigs,
ducks, purebred Hampshires, and I have a wire-haired dachshund. May I ask if anybody wants to buy him? Because I'm traveling with 2 dogs.
You're traveling with 2 dogs?
Yes.
I saw an ad in the paper today. It says, for sale, 1 Sprinkler Spaniel.
No, Springer.
Oh, Springer, not Sprinkler. I see. I'm afraid these people knew what they were talking about. All right, Mrs. Livingston's been nice to talk to you, but tell me, you fascinating here. Train pigs or for pets?
No. Well, yes, they come up and let me scratch them behind their ears.
But you didn't have them in the house with you?
Oh, no. Well, sometimes the baby one, sure.
Pigs in the parlor,
Yes. Little wee ones.
Congratulations, Mrs. Livingston. All right. Now we're going to we want you to listen to the voice of one of the most famous prima donnas of our time. I gave you a hint by talking about that opera, remember? Joe, you've got her extra $1 ready. Remember, she guessed where Billy Rose got his name for his club. Needless to say, if you guess correctly who this prima donna is, Joe Ripley has 10 silver homogenized Sheffield dollars all ready for you. So we want you to guess who. Here we go. Listen to that magnificent voice. No, no, she's the great American one who sings. She's the Metropolitan Opera Company's leading Wagnerian soprano.
Lottie Lehman?
No, not Lottie Lehman.
No?
She's not with the Metropolitan now. Guess again. Her picture was on the cover of Time magazine last week. She's one of the few American stars. Oh, is this giving you a lot of trouble?
Well, yes, it seems to be.
It is, huh? Oh,
Helen Traubel?
Helen Traubel. How did you ever guess?
Well, I know her, too.
You do? Well, isn't that nice?
I was at the Metropolitan Thursday night.
Thursday night?
I heard Boris Godunov.
Boris Godunov?
Yes.
I always thought it was pronounced Godunov.
Pinzo.
Ezio Pinzo?
Sang Boris.
Don't go. Stay here. Tell me more.
It was very wonderful. Yes.
It was wonderful.
First time I had heard it at the Metropolitan.
Were you happy about it?
Very.
Well, here's $10. Now you can go and see it again next week. All right. Thank you. Isn't she a lovely lady? Thank you very much, Mrs. Livingston. All right. Hey, Joe, something's been bothering me. As my best friend tell me, are my aminos showing?
What do you mean by that, Happy?
I mean those things they call amino acids.
Well, they aren't, actually, they aren't showing exactly, but you've sure got them, you know.
Well, that's good, because I read someplace where you couldn't live without them.
That's true, Happy. There are at least 22 aminos, and doctors tell us that 10 of them are absolutely essential to life. You see, your body tissues wear out, and these amino acids act as building blocks. They replace worn-out or damaged cells, build meat and muscle, and help keep your body in good condition. In fact, lack of any one of them will endanger your health, so you can see how important they are.
How come you know so much about this, Joe?
Well, because you get these essential amino acids, all 10 of them, in milk. The proteins in milk are complete, top-quality proteins that supply all 10 of the amino acids that are vital to your health. So, to protect your health, for vitality and strong muscles, drink at least a pint of Sheffield Vitamin D homogenized milk every day. It's good drinking, full-bodied and substantial, with a smooth, creamy-rich flavor that really satisfies. From now on, men, keep in the pink with a he-man's drink. Sheffield Vitamin D homogenized milk.
Move out of the way, Joe. Pretty girl coming up here. Your name, please.
Dolores Dawson.
Where do you live, Dolores?
My home's in Atlantic City, New Jersey.
Atlantic City.
That's right.
And what do you do for a living?
Well, right now, I'm entertaining in hospitals for our boys. I've been doing that for 5 years for the American Theater Wing.
Well, that's very commendable. Welcome to Guess Who. Dolores, you like the movies?
Very much so.
Who's your favorite actor?
Well, I like Gregory Peck and Alan Ladd.
You do?
Yeah.
Oh, Alan Ladd. Tell me, there's just one thing I want to know here. Do you ever buy a bag of candy or popcorn when you go to the movies?
Oh, I love to and sit there and cry.
You must have been in back of me at some time. Last night I went to the movies, couldn't see a thing. Finally leaned over and nudged the girl sitting in front, and I said, Miss, would you mind lowering your umbrella so I can see? She said, what umbrella? That's my bubble gum. Bubble gum. Tell me, do you go on many dates? Dolores, you're not married, are you?
No, I'm not.
Got a special beau?
No, not particularly.
Not particularly. Just around? Do you like sports?
Oh, yes, I like football very much.
You like football.
And
Do you ever
hockey.
play any yourself, like golf?
No. I like to watch the horses run, though.
Like to watch the horses. As long as you only watch them, dear, you'll be all right. I love to play golf myself. I play at it. The other day I swung at a ball and missed, and I swung again and I missed. Third time I missed, a groundhog stuck his head out of a hole. Said, hey, fatty, quit making a draft. My wife's taking a bath. Dolores, I hope you like radio shows.
Oh, I do.
Because we want you to guess this fellow's name. It's someone I know you've heard, and he has several shows on the air. 10 beautiful bucks bounce into your hand if you guess who, and I'll give you an extra $1 if you know his right first name. Listen now and guess who. All types of wives, though. A friend of mine hasn't spoken to his wife in 3 years. What'd you say?
Happy
Doesn't
Felton.
want to interrupt her. How did you know that, Dolores?
Oh, of course. I've listened to you all the time, Mr. Felton.
Aren't you nice? She guessed it right away, and I had a lot of funny cracks to make here.
I'm
now.
sorry.
That's right. The man who sells 2 products for the stomach. Wednesday night Tums, Saturday night Sheffield milk. You guessed it. I hadn't heard my own record, but I'm glad you did. And you've won $10, Dolores.
And your first name is Francis.
Now you've got $11. I know you really listen. Thank you, Dolores.
Could I just say something?
Go right ahead.
To the boys out at Mason General, I'll be out there Monday night. I know they're closing up, and I'm out there in the last show for Thanksgiving.
At Mason General,
That's right.
They'll be looking for you, Dolores. They'll be looking for you, and I know they'll be as glad to see you as we were tonight. Thank you very much, Dolores. Awesome. All right, come on up here, young man. Philip Davis, Brooklyn, New York, says here that you're a salesman. How are you?
All right.
You're all right.
I'm an old-time vaudeville fan.
You're an old-time
vaudeville fan. I remember all the old stars like Van and Skank, the fellow that died, right?
Yeah.
Pat Rooney,
Yeah.
his wife,
Yeah.
Eva Tangway.
Go ahead, keep talking some
Jim Corbett, and all of those.
You know all of them, huh?
I've seen them all.
You have?
Right.
What's the greatest vaudeville act you ever saw in your life?
Happy Felton. When
Oh,
you were a kid
bless
and
you. No. I'm not quite that old. Wait a minute. What's the greatest old-time vaudeville act you ever saw?
Well, I'd say Van and Skank is one of
Van
them.
and Skink.
They
You
were,
remember?
They were the fellas that originally started on the cars, I believe, if I remember correctly, didn't they?
You're
Start on
right,
cars?
and they were called
Yeah.
called the pennant-winning song battery
No,
of.
pennant-winning battery of Songland.
You're exactly right. That's
I've
wonderful.
seen them.
What do you do now, Philip?
I'm a salesman now.
Go to vaudeville much now?
Oh, yeah. Well, what's left of it?
What's
I
left
still,
of it, huh?
At the state,
One of the great acts I ever saw. Remember when Ben Burney used to work with Phil Silvers? Sid Silvers.
You mean a stooge, like?
Yeah.
That he had a... No, Barney and
Yeah,
Baker, wasn't it?
That's
Barney
right.
and
I'm
Baker?
trying to get you to correct me.
Barney and Baker.
Ben Burney and
it
Phil
was
Baker.
a stooge there. I remember that.
Yeah, well, they
and
used
Jim
to work
Corbett
together.
with
Jim
Barry. He had a...
Bobby Barrett.
Bobby Barrett.
You people
Barrett?
go away and we'll talk about vaudeville.
Bobby Barrett.
Yeah. You remember Eva Tangway?
Oh, I don't care.
Sing it. Go
Oh,
ahead.
no.
You don't want to sing? I don't care.
I don't care.
I don't care. Remember that? All right. Remember Nora
Boys
Bay?
might be funny, but it get me the money, so I don't care.
Very good. That's right. All right, this is wonderful now because I've got a record for you that'll really show whether you remember show business. Now listen to this. Your Guess Who is this is, by the way, another wonderful old record sent in by one of our listeners. We pay him $5 for the use of it. Also return the record. One of the first records made by a famous entertainer. This one was recorded about 1920. Philip, listen closely. Guess who? I'll give you some more hints. Listen. Yeah, you know the words. It's June night, right? Well, now that was made by a famous entertainer. He was a band leader, has his own peculiar style of singing. He's one guy whose 5 o'clock shadow got paid for it. Now at the Latin Quarter.
Oh, the fellow with the high hat.
With the high hat, who is it?
Ted Lewis.
Ted Lewis, of course it is. He's been recording him for over 25 years, and he's still a great star. $10 for knowing who it was at Phil Davis.
Right, he's from Circleville, Ohio.
Circleville, Ohio is his hometown. Thank you, Phil Davis. Very good. Yeah, he really knew his vaudeville, didn't he? Here's a nice-looking young fella coming up here. Discharge button in his lapel. Your name, please, sir.
Gilmore Wheeler.
Where do you live, Mr. Wheeler?
Woodside, Long Island.
And what do you do for a living?
Information Bureau at the New York Central.
Information
Bureau at the New York Central Railroad.
You're always busy when I call.
Oh.
How long have you been there, Gilmore?
About 5 years, outside of the time I was away.
In the Army?
No, in the Navy.
In the Navy? What was your job in the Navy?
I was with a PT base out in the Pacific.
I see. Tell me, Gilmore, now that you're back at work at the Information Bureau of the New York Central, what is the question that comes up most that you're asked? What question do they ask you most?
Well, we handled quite a few of those commuter trains, calling in for commuter trains and all that. Those are the generalized questions over there.
When they can get a train to
next train to
Montauk?
Yonkers and so forth and so on.
But do ever people come up just because you have information? They come up and ask silly questions?
Oh, they always do that.
Like what?
Well, I had a lady one day said, what's the next train to Detroit? So I told her, and she said, does that train stop at Buffalo? I said, yes. She said, does that train stop at Syracuse? I started to get a little bit worried where she was going, so I said, where are you going, madam? She said, Utica, New York.
Oh, that's very good. Very good. Now, if my writers are listening in, that's the kind of jokes I want. You see what I mean? They build up to nothing. That's what I like about it. All right. Gilmore, tell me, when you got out of the Army, did you go back to work on the same job?
The United States Navy.
United States Navy, pardon me, sir. Pardon me, sir. You went right back on the same job.
Yes, I took a couple of months off.
Took a couple of months
I
off?
had to rest up. I was exhausted, tired.
You were exhausted, tired, huh? You never were delicate when you were a child, were you? You don't look like it.
I drank a lot of milk.
You drank a lot of milk? That's good. I was a very delicate baby myself. I was such a sickly child that I had to suck my thumb through a tube. Gilmore, I want to play a record for you. Now, here we go. This is your chance to win money. This man, whose voice you're about to hear, was a famous writer, a famous dramatic critic. 10 silver Sheffield dollars if you guess who.
December 1931. It is a commonplace that nothing can so poignantly evoke the flavor of the receding past as some remembered tune. Some melody that is caught up and woven into its own unconscious fabric, the very color and fragrance.
He was also a famous author. He wrote a book called While Rome Burns. On the radio, he was on the radio for a long time. He was known as the town crier. They wrote a play supposed to be all about him. It was called The Man Who Came to Dinner. He was very well known, especially in New York. He was originally a dramatic critic.
Sherwood?
No, I'm sorry. The cowbell rang. You get $2 for trying. Wait a minute. Don't go away. We're going to add the other 8 to the milk pail, and you'll have a chance at that later. That was Alexander Wolcott. So sorry you didn't know that. Thank you for trying, though, Elmore. Thank you very much. Be sure and put that $8 in the milk pail. Ripley?
Happy. By the way, did you get your order of Sheffield eggnog? It went on sale yesterday, you know.
We don't talk about it, Joe.
Why not? I thought it was delicious.
That's what caused the trouble. My wife was saving it for a sort of pre-Thanksgiving party Sunday. Well, I thought I'd sample it last night. It was so darn good, I sort of ran out of samples.
I know what you mean, Hap. Sheffield eggnog has the wonderful smooth goodness of real old-fashioned eggnog. And that's because Sheffield uses only the finest ingredients, blended skillfully to their own old-fashioned recipe. And it has just the right amount of rum flavoring to give it that honest-to-goodness eggnog flavor. But it's non-alcoholic, so the youngsters can enjoy it, too. Better get your holiday order in right away. And just to play safe, order a little extra in case someone in your family wants to sample it. Delicious Sheffield eggnog will be on sale through Thanksgiving Day. Order from your Sheffield home service salesman or from your store.
All right, step right up here. two gentlemen in the uniform of the United States Army, and they're both from Honolulu, Hawaii. How are you? Hi. Step up close to the microphone. How are you? What is your first name?
Henry.
Henry what?
Cam.
Henry Cam. And what nationality are you?
Chinese.
Chinese. And what is your name, your buddy here?
Ikioka.
And what is your nationality?
Japanese.
Japanese. And you're, are you Nisi? Is that the way you said? And you're both in the United States Army. I want to tell you how proud we are to have you here tonight. How are you? Glad to see you. All right. Boys, I have very little time to talk to you about, but I want to say, first of all, how long have you been in the Army?
4 months.
4 months. And how long?
4 months.
4 months. Both. Did you know each other at home?
No, we didn't.
You did not, huh?
Came over on the way.
Met on the way. Tell me, Henry, what did you do? Were you in school before you went in?
Yes, I just graduated last June.
From what school?
From Marino High School.
I see. And how about you, Haseo?
I've been working for 1 year.
What were you doing?
Bulldozer operator.
What does that mean? Bulldozer?
Yeah, I was operating it for a plantation.
A plantation in Hawaii?
Yeah.
Well, it's nice.
Pineapple.
Pineapple plantation. Ah. Well, at least you're not on the dole. All right, here we go. All right, now, boys, listen closely. We got a record here. It got $10 for each one of you if you know what it is. These girls sing on a famous radio program every Sunday night. There are 5 of them. Play it for them. Here we go.
1, 2, 3, I'll kiss you. 2, 3, 3, you kiss me. 3, 4, kiss some more. Let's start down higher.
Not the King sisters. That's close. There's 5 of them. There's only 3 of the King sisters. If you shot an arrow at a target and you hit the mark, what would you say?
Marco.
The Marco sisters. You had me worried here. Isael's bowing his head. He said, I didn't know him. We don't care whether you knew him or not. Okay. $5 apiece. Put it up there and take a chance at the jackpot. It's coming up right now. And by the way, before I go into it, I want to tell you, we have so many soldiers and singers on here. The USO has done wonderful work. Everybody needs, the USO needs and deserves all your support to bring comfort and cheer to our wounded veterans in hospitals and to over 1.5 million men still in uniform. The need is great. Help with the USO, won't you? Here's the Milk Payola. Tonight we have 3 records in which a member of the family is mentioned in each title. You don't have to name the titles. Just mention the relation that is mentioned in each one. Play 3 tunes. In order to win, you have to get all 3. Here we go. That's number 1. Here's number 2 coming up here. Another relative. Here we go. All right, number 3, another relative. Write them down, write them down. Number 3. Here we go.
While Happy's checking on the payola winners, let me remind you that you can save on your food budget by using more milk in cooking and as a beverage. It's the wise way to save. For good drinking, good health, and good cooking, ask for wholesome Sheffield milk every day. Happy, how do the cards look? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Sorry, no winners tonight. No winners at all. Here they were. Did your mother come from Ireland? Yes, my darling daughter. And brother, can you spare a dime? We'll carry it over to next week. So right now, this is Happy Felton, your Sheffield milkman, saying good night, everybody.
This is Joe Ripley reminding you that Guess Who is presented Saturdays at 7 by Sheffield Farms, a division of National Dairy Products Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
echo the hills. I love you, the golden dawn agrees, as once more she sees daffodils. It's spring again, and birds on the wing again start to sing again the old melody. I love you. That's the song of songs, and it all belongs to you and me. last night because we had that silly fight. I thought my heart would break the whole night through. I knew that you'd be sorry. I'm sorry too. I didn't have my favorite dream, the one in which I hold you tight. I had to call you up this morning to see if everything was still all right. Yes, I had to call you up this morning 'cause I couldn't sleep a wink last night.
This is your FBI. This is your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Are you covered by Social Security? Then please listen carefully. Public opinion polls by the Equitable Life Assurance Society show that millions of Americans know little about their Social Security. Yes, according to these Equitable Society surveys, you may be failing to safeguard rights worth thousands of dollars. Therefore, as a public service, the Equitable Life Assurance Society will devote this program's entire middle commercial, due in just 14 minutes, to information on Social Security. Information that may mean money in your pocket. Tonight's FBI file, Operation Ransom.
The motives which lie behind the more than 1.5 million major crimes committed every year in this country are as varied as the types of crimes themselves. Some criminals engage in illegal activities because of the temptation for so-called easy money. Others commit crimes out of passion or because of a craving for revenge. But whatever the motive, every criminal believes that he will succeed without paying for his crime. He is sure that circumstances will conspire to make his capture impossible because, as he sees it, he has every advantage on his side. Not only must he be captured, but he must then be proven guilty beyond the shadow of a doubt. What he does not realize is that actually there are no advantages on his side, except for one. That single asset which always belongs to the criminal is the element of time. For he alone is the one who decides when the crime is to take place. He alone is the one who decides which is the proper moment for him to strike. Tonight's file opens near a bridle path in a large park in a Midwestern city. Two men are strolling along a gravel path.
Take it easy, Harry. Huh? Don't walk so fast. We're not going anyplace.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, it's a lovely spring morning, Harry.
Mm-hmm.
Man doesn't get enough of these.
Yeah.
Look around you, Harry. Isn't it glorious?
George, we didn't come out to admire the scenery.
I know, Harry.
We got work to do.
Still enjoy nature. Just look at that grass sprouting up. The tiny green buds on the trees. Why, man...
George, there she goes.
I see her. Yeah, she's right on time again.
She's been on time every day now for a week.
So she has, Harry.
Well, it's about time we made our move.
We're not ready yet.
That's what you've been saying all week. You ain't ready now, we'll never be.
Harry, I've told you before, the success of any venture rests on the planning.
We got plans.
But we haven't insured them yet.
When will that be?
When we know everything there is to know about Alice Woods. Every habit she has, every friend she has, even every hat she wears. Those things take time, Harry, but they reduce the risk. That's the important thing.
I know.
We'll be ready soon. When we are, the young lady will be kidnapped.
A few days later, in the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor has just entered the office of Agent in Charge, Evans.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Jim. Sit down.
Thank you.
Here's the name and address of a woman who just called me. I'd like you to go over and see her.
All right, sir. Mrs. Martha Woods, 720 North 50th Street, huh?
Mrs. Woods said that her daughter is missing.
How did she happen to call here?
She called the local police, and they suggested that she get in touch with us.
Oh, I see.
There's a suspicion of kidnapping, and that's why we're in it.
Oh?
Now, it may not be the reason she's missing, but we're better off playing it safe and getting in at the start.
I see, sir. Did Mrs. Woods tell you anything?
Yeah, she said that she got a phone call from a girl named Rosemary Rice, who's a friend of her daughter's.
What's her daughter's name?
Alice Woods.
Mm-hmm.
The girlfriend said that she was riding a horse in the park this morning, some 100 yards or so behind Miss Woods, when she saw the missing girl stop and dismount.
Where was that, sir?
Near 53rd Street entrance to the park. She walked over to talk to a man who had called her while she was riding.
Miss Rice didn't recognize this man, did you?
I don't know, Jim. At any rate, the man walked the girl over to a car that was parked at the roadside. There, they met another man, and the three of them spoke for a few seconds.
I see.
Then Miss Woods was forced into the car, and it drove off.
Any description on the car?
Yes, it is a 1947 Buick sedan, color black.
Any license plate number?
No, but it was an out-of-state license.
Out of state.
Go up and see if you can get a picture of Alice Woods from her mother. If you can, have some copies made.
All right, sir.
I'm also putting Bob Clinton on this case to work with you, Jim.
Fine.
As soon as you get back, we can have a meeting and decide which move to make first.
Huh? Who's that?
Me?
Oh.
How is everything?
Yeah, girl's asleep. I was just in there.
Did she wake up at all?
No. These pills really put her away. I wish I'd taken some.
What do you mean?
But I couldn't hear that music. What are they playing on, washboard?
Harry, you just aren't a music lover.
That's music?
Customers think so. You ought to go downstairs and see the business the joint's doing.
No, thanks. Bad enough up here.
I just sent the note to Jocko.
Oh? What'd you ask for?
$25,000.
I wonder if he'll go for it.
Got to. This is his daughter. He loves the kid.
$25,000's a lot of moolah.
Not to Jocko.
Hey, say, suppose he goes to the cops.
Harry, bookmaker can't go to the cops. That's why we picked the guy.
Uh-huh.
That's one of the things I was trying to explain to you when I told you about calculated risks.
I know. I remember. Now, what's our next move?
Well, we wait for Jocko to answer the note with the ad in the paper. Then we tell him where to plant the dough.
Now, how long do you figure that'll take?
If all goes well, about another day.
How many times a day do they play that music down there?
From 9 to closing, about 6 hours.
I'll just about make it.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Jim.
I got Alice Wood's photograph from her mother.
Good. Have you ordered any copies?
Yes, sir. Oh, I found out something about the girl that might give us the motive for the kidnapping.
What's that, Jim?
Her father is Jocko Morgan.
The bookmaker?
That's right, sir.
How'd you find that out?
Well, Mrs. Woods told me that she had received a phone call from her ex-husband. He said that he'd gotten a ransom note and wanted to know whether or not the girl really had been kidnapped.
And Jocko Morgan is her ex-husband?
That's it, sir. They've been divorced for 15 years, and Mrs. Woods has resumed her maiden name. Oh, incidentally, she told me that her daughter believes that her father is dead.
Have you been to see Morgan?
Yes, sir. I went over to his apartment.
Did he give you the note?
No, not at first. In fact, he denied any knowledge of it.
He was probably going to pay the money and not say anything to the police.
I imagine so, yes. But he finally agreed to talk about it. In fact, he wound up begging us to help him find his daughter.
That's a bit ironical. A man like Morgan asking the law to help him.
Yes, isn't it?
Well, we have to give the same cooperation we give to any other citizen.
I realize that, sir. So I advised Morgan to follow the kidnapper's instructions and place the ad in tomorrow morning's papers.
Where's the ransom note?
I have it right here, sir.
Send it down to the lab for a check against the paper and typewriting standards.
All right, sir.
Mr. Evans?
Oh, come in, Bob.
Yes, sir. Hello, Jim.
Hi, Bob.
I just interviewed the Rice girl, sir.
Alice Wood's girlfriend?
Yes, sir. She told me she could recognize one of the men if she saw him again.
Did she describe him to you?
Oh, no, not very well. But I'm going to meet her tomorrow morning at police headquarters and have her go over some pictures for us.
Jim.
Sir.
You take Bob out to your desk and bring him up to date on the new elements in this case. And when you finish, check back here with me.
Who's that?
Me?
Who are you?
Don't you remember?
Oh, yes.
You had good sleep, didn't you?
Where am I?
In a room.
I mean, where? What is this place?
It's a building.
I want to go home.
I don't blame you.
Why are you keeping me here?
It's a matter of money.
What do you mean?
We're holding you here till your old man pays off.
My father?
That's right.
But my father's dead.
Since when?
He died when I was a little girl.
Oh, had me scared for a minute.
So you won't be collecting from him?
Oh, yes, we will.
How?
He ain't dead.
What?
Yeah, I just seen him last week.
My father?
Yes, your old man is Jocko Morgan. He's the biggest bookmaker in town. But if you think he's dead, you can get 3-1 from him personally that he ain't.
You're lying.
Well, now, look, I can prove it to you. Who's that? I'll be right with you.
But wait a minute.
See you later.
The girl awake?
Yeah, awake and crying.
What's she crying about?
I don't know. I just told her old man was a bookmaker, and she burst into tears. Sure wouldn't make me cry if my old man was a bookmaker.
Yeah, look at this.
What is it?
Jocko ran the ad, see it?
Oh, yeah. Huh. When do we get the dough?
You go in for it tonight.
Are you busy, sir? Well, come in, Jim. Well, the ransom money has been planted. Good. We went to the vacant lot where it was supposed to be left. Morgan put the package beside the big rock with a white cross on it.
Clinton stayed up there?
Yes, sir, he did. He has a good vantage point. He'll call in just as soon as the money is picked up.
Fine.
Oh, did anything come back from the lab on that ransom note, sir?
Yes, but it wasn't much help. Mm-hmm. The paper is a cheap, common brand, and the typing was done in a typewriter without too many distinguishing marks.
I see.
Pardon me, Jim.
Certainly.
Evans talking.
Hello, sir. This is Clinton.
Yes, Bob. What have you got?
The money was just picked up.
Who is it?
Me. Open up.
Right. Did you get it?
Yeah.
Swell. Any trouble?
No.
All right, let's have the package.
Sure. Here.
It's torn open.
I just took a peek at stuff. Make sure it was real.
You're sure nobody tailed you?
No. Nobody tailed me. Last 5 miles, I was the only car on the road. Want me to help you?
How?
Counting the money.
I can do it.
All that green stuff. And it's real.
And it's ours.
It's beautiful, beautiful. Now all we got to do is return the girl and the job's over.
Oh, I forgot to tell you, we're not returning them.
Why not?
Well, I had a talk with her. It seems she's not willing just to go home and forget all about this.
Oh.
She says she's going to the police and tell them that we did the job.
Well, she don't know who we are.
Ooh, she knows what we look like.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Well, what are we going to do with it?
You're going to take her part way back to town, to the Smith Park Bridge.
Then what?
Then you get rid of her.
Oh, now, look.
Harry, all I said in the note was that when we got the money, we'd release her. Well, when you get to the bridge, release her into the river.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's file, which shows how your FBI provides national security. Now, a timely announcement on Social Security. Equitable Life Assurance Society surveys indicate that most people know little about their rights under Social Security. To correct this situation, the Equitable Society offers listeners a special service consisting of 3 steps.
First step, full information.
Your Equitable Society representative is an expert on Social Security. He's qualified to answer such puzzling questions as...
Suppose a widow waits 3 years after her husband's death before making a claim for Social Security. Can she collect all the back payments she might have received?
The answer is no. Your Equitable representative will explain why.
Does a man automatically start to receive Social Security benefits on his 65th birthday?
Again, the answer is no. Your Equitable representative will explain why.
The second step in this Equitable service is an immediate checkup on your position under Social Security.
Since some errors cannot be corrected after 4 years, the Social Security Administration advises you to protect yourself by checking up regularly. Your Equitable Society representative will supply you with a special form approved by the Social Security Administration and show you what to do with it. Then you're ready for the final step.
That step is to help you build Social Security into full security.
After you've found out where you stand in Social Security, your Equitable Society representative will show you how a comparatively modest investment in life insurance will build Social Security into full security. He'll show you how life insurance and Social Security, working as a team, can give you and your family a future free from money worries. There's no obligation whatsoever. So see your Equitable Society representative. Or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, Operation Ransom.
Those who have made the field of crime their life work, who study constantly in an effort to understand the mind of the criminal and the forces which impel him to break the law, have agreed that there is no common prototype among the 7.5 million persons with arrest records in the United States. Some dress well, some dress badly. Some are well educated, some are totally unschooled. Some are tall, some are short. The various discrepancies between any two criminals can be as wide as those between any two law-abiding citizens. And yet, they do have their common bond, the things which make every criminal kin to every other criminal. One of those things, and this applies to those who commit crimes against property or crimes against a person, is that he is insulated against any feeling of compassion for his fellow man. To him, to the true criminal, the world exists so that he may live. And the easier that living comes, the better he likes it. Tonight's file continues at the local FBI field office.
What time is it, Jim?
I have 12:23, sir.
So have I. I've left my watch stopped.
I hope nothing has gone wrong.
So do I, Jim.
The girl should have been released by now, unless they've been holding her an awful long way from town.
Yes, I know.
How long do you think we ought to wait, sir, before we start searching?
If we don't hear anything by 1 o'clock, we'll go into action.
We got the serial numbers on the bills that Morgan used to pay the ransom with?
Yes, the stenographic section is making copies of the list now. As soon as it's prepared, we'll start printing the ransom list for distribution.
I see.
At 1 o'clock, we'll send a copy to each of the newspapers, ask them to print it.
You know, it's too bad we can't mark the money in cases like this.
Yes, it is, but we don't dare gamble with the victim's life.
I know, sir.
Mr. Evans, can I come in?
Yes, Bob. What have you got?
Alice Woods has been found.
Where?
When?
She ran up to the toll gate at the Smith Park Bridge a few minutes ago.
She all right, Bob?
Well, she was exhausted and suffering from shock.
Where's she now?
At the Memorial Hospital, sir.
Jim, you and Bob get over there at once. Hello.
Hello, George. This is Harry.
What are you calling up for?
We got trouble, George.
Why, what happened?
Well, I go to the bridge like you said.
Yeah?
And I stopped the car and opened the back door.
Go on.
When I opened the door, she ran out the other side of the car.
Well, how could she do that? She was tied up, wasn't she?
Yeah, but I guess she must have worked herself loose.
Well, did you catch her?
No, I couldn't.
What?
It was dark. She got away.
You stupid fool. I'd planned everything perfect.
I'm sorry, George.
A lot of good that'll do us. There's no telling how much she knows about where she was being held. She could lead the cops right back here.
No, she can't. She was still blindfolded just before I stopped her. George, what should I do now?
Come on back here as fast as you can.
Miss Woods, do you feel up to talking about your experience now?
Yes, Mr. Taylor. I'll tell you whatever I can remember.
That's fine, thanks. Now, first, we'd like to know how the kidnappers approached you.
Well, I was riding in the park when a man standing on the side of the bridle path called after me.
Did he know your name, Miss Woods?
Yes, Mr. Clinton, he did. That's why I stopped.
I see.
I rode back to where he was standing, and he said that I had to come with him right away. My mother had been in a serious accident.
He didn't say where, did he?
No, sir, he didn't.
Now, what happened then?
I dismounted, and the man led me to a car. When I got there, I saw another man.
This second man, was he behind the driver's wheel?
Yes, that's right. I asked what kind of an accident Mother had, and the man said she'd been driving her car down Oak Avenue and been hit by a truck.
I see. Go on.
I knew then that they were lying to me because Mother doesn't drive.
Oh?
I started to scream, but the man who'd called me clapped his hand over my mouth and threw me into the car.
And that's when they drove away with you?
Yes, sir.
What did they do once they had you in the car, Miss Woods?
The man in back with me blindfolded me and put a gag in my mouth. Then he covered me with a blanket.
I see. And did both men drive you back to the Smith Park Bridge tonight?
No, sir, only one of them. That's how I was able to escape. I heard them planning to kill me, so when I got in the car, I used all my strength, and finally I got my hands loose.
Were you gagged and blindfolded on the return trip, too?
Yes, sir, until I got my hands loose, and that wasn't until just before we got to the cliff, by the bridge.
Miss Woods, you don't know where you were held, do you?
No, sir. I haven't the faintest idea.
Well, is there anything you can tell us about the ride after you got in the car in the park?
Did you hear any odd sounds or any conversation between the men?
Well, let me think.
Sure.
Oh, a little while after we started, one of the men asked the other one for a quarter for the bridge.
It must be the Smith Park Bridge. You told there's a quarter. Miss Woods, would you know which way you turned when you got off the bridge?
No, I don't. But I remember after we rode a while, I heard some planes warming up, as if they were about to take off.
You're sure they weren't flying above you?
Oh, no, sir. I've done some flying, and I can tell the difference.
Good. Now, is there anything else?
Let's see. Oh, yes. A little bit after that, we went past what sounded like a waterfall.
A waterfall?
Yes.
Jim, there are no waterfalls in this section.
That's what it sounded like to me, Mr. Clinton.
I'm sorry. Please go on.
Well, let's see. We rode for a little while more, and then we got on a bumpy road.
Do you remember which way you turned to get onto this bumpy road?
I don't remember turning.
Oh?
We only went a very short way on it, though, before we stopped, and I was carried into a building and taken upstairs.
Still blindfolded?
Yes.
Now, did you hear anything in this building?
Well, not then, but later on, after they fed me my dinner, I heard some music.
You remember where it came from, Miss Woods?
It seemed to come from underneath where I was. First, I thought it was just a radio, but they played so badly, I decided it was real music.
Miss Woods, can you describe these two men to us?
Yes, surely.
Good. Suppose you start right now. Bob.
Yes, Jim.
Alice Woods identified the two pictures I brought her as the men who kidnapped her.
Oh, good. Who are they?
One of them is George Payne. The other is Harry Rawlins. Here's some copies of the pictures.
Oh, fine.
Now our job is to find out where they took the girl.
Oh, I picked up that map you wanted.
Swell. That's it?
Mm-hmm. Now, here's where the trip started. And this is the exit they used to leave the park.
Right.
And they went up the drive to the Smith Park Bridge.
Yeah.
Now, the problem is, which way did they turn when they got off the bridge?
Well, we know they went past an airport very soon after they left the bridge. Look, there's Hurley Field.
Right.
They'd have gone by that if they turned left.
But, Jim, if they turned right, they'd have gone by Western Airport.
Oh, yeah.
So they could have gone either way.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, the next thing Miss Woods remembered was that waterfall.
That's a real baffler. I know that section. There is no waterfall. The only... Bob, I know what it was.
What?
It was the Barrel Point Dam. I remember seeing a story in the paper this week that they opened the sluice gates on the dam because the water got too high.
Well, then they must have turned right off the bridge.
Check.
And the next thing is that bumpy road. If we find that, we can find out where she was held.
Let's see. She said they only went a short way on it.
Mm-hmm.
Bob, I know that highway. There are no side roads on it. And I drove it last summer. It's as smooth as glass. I should... Hey, wait a minute.
What is it?
Got an idea, Bob. Let's get to a phone.
Who's that?
Hello, George.
Hello, genius.
Look, I told you I was sorry, didn't I?
It doesn't make up for your mistake.
There was nothing I could do.
You could have seen to it that she didn't get away. You need brains in this business, Harry.
Look, George, I know how smart you are, but I'm kind of tired of hearing about it. Suppose you give me my money and we'll call it quits, huh?
What money?
My cut.
You better forget that.
Huh?
You're not getting anything.
That's a joke I ain't laughing.
I'm dead serious.
George, you can't do this to me.
Harry, I have a gun here that permits me to do anything.
No.
Who's that?
All right, step back.
Hey, what is this?
The FBI.
You let him tear you back here.
No, he didn't. All right, come on, you two.
Yeah, but
We're not going to blindfold you like you blindfolded Miss Woods. Now, we're going to let you see where you're going. And I have a hunch you'll recognize the jail when we get there.
George Payne and Harry Rollins were tried, convicted, and sentenced to serve 50-year terms in a federal prison for kidnapping. Your FBI was led to the roadhouse where Miss Woods had been held captive because every clue, no matter how slim it appeared, was followed to its conclusion. One of those clues was that Miss Woods remembered that she had been driven by the kidnappers over a bumpy road and that the car had stopped shortly afterwards. A check with the State Highway Commission showed that there was a part of the highway under repair, but open to traffic. The roadhouse was situated beside that section of the highway. And so your FBI was able to close another file, to close it the way almost every kidnapping file has been closed, with the word convicted stamped across it.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, a quick review of the 3-point Social Security service offered by your Equitable Society representative. First, it gives you a clear picture of what Social Security can accomplish for you. Second, your Equitable Society representative supplies you with the special form approved by the Social Security Administration for checking up on your position. Third, he shows you how easy it is to build Social Security into full security. Take advantage of this special service offered without charge by your Equitable representative and the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A factual account of the operation of a stolen car ring. Its subject, interstate theft. Its title, The Unwilling Partner.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Unwilling Partner on This Is Your FBI.
And now, with Motive for Murder and the performance of Alan Ladd, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Irish, you'd ask me? How is a guy a cop? You make with magnifying glass and bloodhounds. You make with facts, I'd tell him. You start with something you know for sure. Yeah, you make with facts. But when you're a cop and you've got all the facts, what do you do when they're going to arrest your own wife for murder? Even the reporters were nice. They didn't try to steal a picture of Mary, though there were plenty of them around. But I knew what they were thinking about. The little guy with the mustache sitting in my chair wearing a knife between his ribs. And about Mary, my wife, lying over on the Davenport with a bourbon breath could use for a cutting torch. Jock Deuce and was handling it. My pal for 8 years. He was doing what he could for a brother officer and a friend. But I knew what would have to go into his report. You see, I've made out too many of them myself.
All right. Boys, wait out in the hall till the basket gets here. Go on.
Yeah, but, Lieutenant, I ain't finished dusting the place
Go
yet. Now.
on. Get out in the hall, please.
Yeah, all right, sure.
Smoke, Dave?
No, thanks, Jock.
Well, she doesn't feel good. I'm going to ask you, Dave. You know who he is?
No, I never saw him before in my life.
His name's Hamilton. Victor Hamilton.
How'd you find that out?
Well, you sat there and watched me frisk him.
Huh? Yeah. I guess I got some sawdust in my head. Seen a lot of dead guys, but not in my own place.
Well, I just thought you might have known him, Dave, that's all. Funny you don't know the guy. Oh, look, Dave, I'm sorry it's your wife.
Yeah, everybody's sorry.
I can foul up the routine for an hour or two, maybe, but those guys from the DA's office...
I know. You're thinking of 2nd Avenue stuff. Spilled whiskey, broken glass, smear lipstick on dead man's cheek. She didn't kill him, Jock.
Irish. I feel funny.
She's awake now.
Oh.
Hello, Angel.
Oh, hi, Irish. You're home early. Give me a kiss.
Hello, Mary.
Jock. Irish.
She's drunk.
Or drugged.
We'll find out later.
Irish, I'm sorry.
It's all right. Look, Angel, I want to ask you something.
Huh?
Why was Hamilton here?
Hamilton? We don't know anybody named Hamilton, Irish.
A little guy with a gray mustache.
Oh, you mean the salesman. I ordered a vacuum cleaner. He had to give me a demonstration and cleaned the whole place. He was a funny little man. I gave him a drink for doing all my work.
Then what, honey?
And then I felt this hurt in my head, and I saw you and Jack. I don't feel right, Irish.
Baby, that set of knives in the kitchen. Did you use the chef's knife for anything?
No. You know those knives scare me.
Yeah. That's all you can remember, Mary? That's everything?
Yes, what are you doing? Practicing cops on me?
Look, honey, the landlady came over to borrow a book. She heard the radio, but you didn't answer the bell. She got worried and used the passkey.
Irish, what is it?
We got trouble. Somebody used that knife on Hamilton.
Oh, Irish. Doc, what is this? Why, Mr. Hamilton's sitting right over there. Irish. Oh, no!
Well, Dave, medic says that bruise on Mary's head is something she could have done on a chair arm or a door. Skin isn't broken. The swelling doesn't amount to much.
So she was drunk and she fell down. Jock, you know she never took more than one drink. Let's hear the rest.
Lab ran tests. Not finished yet. No sign of narcotic on her so far. Plenty of whiskey. Prints on the knife for hers.
Why not? It was her knife in her kitchen.
You're a cop, Dave. You can't beat the system. Everyone's leaned backward on this all down the line. Everything's been checked a dozen times. The system says she's guilty, Irish.
You think she's guilty?
What I think doesn't count. It's facts. Hamilton sold vacuum cleaners. He had business cards in his pocket, but there was no order book at your house and no vacuum cleaner. Well, you can see what that does to her story about that demonstration. You better send a lawyer down to Harbor Precinct.
Not yet. I want to dig myself.
I know what you're thinking. She was slugged or drugged or both. And there was a third party.
That's right, there was a third party. He slugged Mary and shoved that knife in Hamilton. Then he poured whiskey down Mary's throat and painted lipstick on Hamilton's cheek. There has to be a third party.
Dave, I know you're trying, but you can't disregard what we found.
Look, I've been a cop a long time, Jock. I know a woman will shoot a man or stab him or poison him and then stand there and scream what a louse he is. But a man did this job, and I'm going to find him.
We gave the neighborhood and the house the works, and we came up empty, Irish.
Then you didn't look hard enough. I'm going to go take a look.
Wait a minute, Dave. I can't put you on this. The newspapers would crucify you.
Because she's my wife? Because I might want to destroy evidence?
Something like that.
All right, here's the badge. I wouldn't want to get the department any bad publicity.
Now, Dave, please.
David X. Murphy. Detective. 2nd grade. It says I'm a part of the system. A cop. Give it to the commissioner with my regards.
Oh, no, wait. Here. Take this back, Irish. As far as I'm concerned, you're hunting the gunsel that knocked off those service stations. How could you ask questions without a badge, huh?
Thanks, Jock. Thanks a lot.
There is a third party. Find him, Dave. Find him.
There is. And I'll find him. You make with facts, I told you. You start with something you know for sure. I knew Mary hadn't killed Hamilton. For sure. Fact. Strangers seldom kill each other. 99 times out of 100, the killer knows the victim. Fact. Hamilton had been stabbed at my house where he came to demonstrate a vacuum cleaner. The vacuum cleaner wasn't in my house. Hamilton had been killed for that vacuum cleaner. Fact. A vacuum cleaner? Is that a motive for a murder?
Yeah?
Police, I want to talk to you.
The police have been here.
Well, they're here again. Victor Hamilton had an apartment here, and you're his landlady. I want to know about him.
You do, huh? What do you want to know?
The works, good and bad. Did he drink, gamble? Did he stay in nights or go out? Did he pay his rent? Start talking and I'll listen.
How would I know so much about a tenant? I got my work to do. Yeah, no maid to keep me. Almost breaks my back sometimes.
Yeah, come on, now tell me.
Oh, he lived like a monk. Paid his bills and kept to himself. I never saw no friends with him.
Go on.
I can't tell you any more about him. What do you think I am? Harriet. Harriet, come here.
Yeah? What is it?
This is a policeman. He's asked me about Hamilton. I thought you could help him, maybe, huh?
Oh, about Victor.
You know him, miss?
Yes, I knew him. I'm Harriet Blodgett. I live in this building, too.
Do I get to go back to my house for you?
Yeah, thanks. Go on. Well, miss?
I wish I could tell you something, but I can't. I just felt sorry for Victor. Mr. Hamilton. He was small and he had no car. He used to carry those cleaners all over the North End. Now and then I'd fix him something to eat and take it up to him.
That all?
Nothing like you, man. I guess he wasn't interested. No compliment to me.
What do you do for a living?
Hostess, Elgin Restaurant, up Columbus Circle.
Ever meet any of his friends?
He was a lonely little man. No friend, no enemy.
You're wrong. He had one enemy. The next morning, I was on the third floor of the Morgan building listening to a man named Richards, the sales manager of the vacuum cleaner company.
Not house to house. Indeed, no. I'd like to have that absolutely clear. Our people work from lists supplied by us. We give them names of prospects, and they close the sale.
And make a fortune.
Well, not exactly. Take Hamilton. A bad bat. Got pretty tired. Didn't have the old bounce, the old steam. A lot of sales got away.
Bad back?
War wound, maybe. I don't know. He didn't talk much.
He got his demonstrator here every morning, huh?
We assign cleaners to each salesman. Whenever they make a sale, they bring a deposit in and get another new machine.
Do they make reports?
Absolutely. Every call.
Give me what Hamilton turned in yesterday.
Oh, yes, here you are. Hamilton's last report.
4502 Van Buren. 4510 Van Buren. 4515 Van Buren. No house to house, huh? Oh, you're kidding. No friends, only one enemy. On Van Buren Street. That's where my killer had to be. Somewhere on a street that had its feet in the bay and its head in the clouds. From pawn shops to snob apartments, the 4500 block was middle ground. Somewhere in that block, Hamilton had put his thumb on one doorbell too many. I started to the top of the list.
Police. Oh, no, my Herman's a good boy. He took that bicycle back. He is a good boy.
Yes, Mr. Hamilton was here demonstrating a vacuum cleaner. He cleaned all my rugs. I promised to keep him in mind.
No, never let no strangers sell nothing inside of my place. No, never listen to what they got to say at all. Never.
I went through 25 like that. 26 was bigger than the others. A half block of lawn, stained windows, and brick. Built by one of yesterday's fortunes when Van Buren Street was young. There'll be money in it somewhere. Somehow, I said to myself. This was money. He was tall, slender, and pretty. The mustache moved first.
Please, my aunt's desperately ill.
Police.
But why? What do you want?
We're checking. A little guy named of Hamilton came by here yesterday selling vacuum cleaners. He rang your doorbell with a lot of others. But he got himself killed. We look into things like that.
Oh.
Whose house is this?
My aunt, Cecilia Breckenbridge. That chap was here. Hamilton, was it? An impertinent little fellow. He rang the bell several times, woke my aunt. I sent him away.
He didn't get inside?
Oh, no, not past the door.
That's funny. The salesmen make reports. They list every house where they make a demonstration. Your house is on that list.
Oh, it's a mistake. I sent him away.
Mm-hmm. He didn't make any mistakes about his other demonstrations. He didn't lie.
A mistake?
But if you want it that way, I'll check the neighborhood. People see things. I'll find someone who saw him in here.
All right. He was here inside.
Then why the runaround?
Well, my aunt, she's very old. It's my duty to spare her any unnecessary excitement. That's why I lied. And anyway, there's nothing she could tell you. He was here. He made his little speech. He went away.
Mm-hmm. But I've got a report to make out.
I know, but couldn't you make an exception?
An imposition calling on people, bothering them. But it's better than having a murderer walk the streets.
My aunt is really quite ill.
I can be very gentle.
Oh, it's embarrassing. Do you know what a persecution complex is?
I read about them.
Well, that's her trouble. She's old, well, you know, senile. She thinks she's being kept a prisoner here.
Oh?
She's right, of course. If she weren't confined here, she'd be confined to an institution. She doesn't understand why. She's outlived all her close friends, and she wonders why no one comes to see her.
And that's why you let Hamilton and his vacuum cleaner in.
Well, I thought it would help. Instead, he made it worse.
I see. Are you, Breckenbridge?
Well, my name is Dolph. Harold Dolph, her sister's son. I'm her only relative. I keep the place going. You know how old people are about family homes.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Let's go and see her.
All right. This way.
Cecilia Breckenbridge was sitting in a rocking chair beside a window that looked out over the backyard. She was thin and small. And she looked up at me out of blue, tormented eyes.
Don't tell her that he was killed. It'll upset her. Aunt Cecilia. Aunt Cecilia.
It's a beautiful day, Harold. A lovely day.
Aunt Cecilia, this man is here to ask a few questions about that vacuum cleaner salesman you saw the other day.
Oh.
Now be a good girl and answer him.
It's a lovely day, Harold.
Mrs. Breckenbridge, I'd like to know what time he came in to see you.
Sometimes she'll talk, and sometimes she won't.
Mrs. Breckenbridge, do you remember how long he stayed?
The way her mind is, it's hard to tell what to expect.
Do you remember what he did while he was here?
Oh, it's a lovely day, Harold. A lovely day.
That you, Dave?
Yeah, I'm in a drugstore at Van Buren and Hope. How's to coming out and give me a hand?
What do you mean?
I've spotted that third party. He's tall and pretty, and he's scared to death.
Autolite is bringing you Alan Ladd in Motive for Murder. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Remingchester, were you in Limerick when you were hunting the Irish camel?
Was I in Limerick? I invented the Limerick.
Ah, but not this Limerick, old pal. Listen, a good name in Erin is Slattery. So's Autolite's Stay Full Battery. Its watery needs a teaspoon feeds. Only 3 times a year is no flattery.
Alas, poor Limerick. I knew him well.
Well, you know that the Autolite Stay Full Battery needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Why?
Because it has 3 times as much liquid reserve above the plates as batteries without Stay Full features.
Is it the leprechaun in you, Wilcox?
Why, every leprechaun in Ireland knows that the Autolite Stay Full Battery has a fiberglass retaining mat protecting every positive plate. That keeps the power-producing material in place, you see. In recent tests based on SAE life cycle standards, the Autolite Stay Full batteries gave 70% longer average life than batteries without Stay Full features. And remember, Autolite Stay Full batteries need water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Get an Autolite Stay Full battery and be right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star, Alan Ladd, in Motive for Murder, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
You start with something you know for sure, like the fact that Mary couldn't kill anyone. Then you go to people and you ask questions. You look for somebody who'll talk too much or not enough. Somebody like Harold Dolph in a big old-fashioned house in Van Buren Street. You meet his invalid aunt who only sits and dreams of 50 years ago. And you look at tall and pretty in his $30 shirt standing there. And you find out why he'd go out and kill a man named Hamilton and steal his vacuum cleaner.
All right, Dave, you've told me what you walked into. Now, tell me why you think Harold Dolph's the one.
Tried to cover up before I could ask anything accounted. He lied once.
Cut it, man. I've questioned people, too.
All right, but there's something wrong in that house. Something wrong about him. He looked like he knew she wouldn't talk before I asked her questions.
Explained she was ill, a little crazy.
Suppose she isn't crazy, Jock. Suppose she's afraid of him.
All right, Irish, suppose.
Maybe he's keeping her prisoner there.
Well, you said he admitted that much. She'd be in an institution otherwise.
But really keeping a prisoner in there.
Why, though? Why?
Money, of course. Her money. He explained it. Her family had money, not his.
You looked into that part?
No, Jock, but I've seen his kind 100 times. And gabardines that cost $250 standing around living off what another man worked hard for.
Oh, it's a reach, Irish, a long reach.
He's our man, I know it. He can stick around that house and torture that old lady by keeping her scared he could kill Hamilton.
Sure, but where does Hamilton fit?
I don't know, Jock. That old lady could tell me if I could talk to her.
You could be awful wrong, Irish.
I've been wrong before. All I want is a chance to talk to her without Dolph breathing down my neck.
Yeah.
If I'm wrong, okay. If I'm right, I want Dolph where we can make the pinch. He'll come out of there sometime. When he does, you trail the guy. I'll talk to the old lady.
All right, Irish. Hey, that him backing the roadster out of the carriage house?
Hey, you're right. Check with the station anytime you get a chance. I'll do the same.
Right, Irish.
She couldn't answer the bell. I had to use my gun butt on the garden door. This time she wasn't humming. Just breathing slow, uneven. I lifted an eyelid and felt her pulse. Doped. Then I noticed her hands. Fine, long, delicately formed hands. But no rings. Yet marks that showed she'd worn rings most of her life. The pictures of her all over the place showed her wearing rings. Rings with big stones and old-fashioned settings. Money. I went from top to bottom then. Attic to basement, every room. No rings and no vacuum cleaner.
Harbor Precinct. Eddie speaking.
Doc Dewson checked in yet?
Who's this?
It's Dave.
Oh, Irish. Yeah, Jock checked in.
Well, give it to me.
I followed your man downtown to the Morgan building on 5th.
Morgan building?
Yeah.
Morgan building? No house-to-house canvassing, only from lists.
Hey, Irish, you all right?
Yeah, thanks, Eddie. I'll call you back.
Right.
Oh, Eddie.
Yeah, Dave.
Send a car to 4698 Van Buren. There's an old lady down there, doped. Name's Cecilia Breckenbridge. Take care of her. Nephew's name, Harold Dolph. Don't let him get close.
Got it.
Mr. Richards left strict orders that he wasn't to be disturbed. All the salesmen were in for a big meeting today.
Come on,
and
skip the act.
Now, you can't go in there. I don't care if you are the police. You can't go.
What is this, Elsie?
I told him, Mr. Richards, but he wouldn't listen.
I left strict orders that... Oh, it's you.
Mr. Richards.
Beat it, sister.
Now, see here. Such high-handed methods of entering a man's office. I'm a citizen of the city.
And you're violating City Ordinance 116, Paragraph 5, Code 2. You haven't got a peddler's license, and your boys are doing house-to-house.
I distinctly told you we work from clients.
That's not what I'm here. I with the tall and pretty and the brown gabardines who came to see you a little while ago.
Huh?
Within the last hour, an officer from my division followed him this far.
A tall man, brown gabardines. But I...
What do you want?
Really, he just wanted to ask me about his vacuum cleaner.
What about his vacuum cleaner?
Really, I had to tell him the same thing I explained to you this morning. About how we handle our sales.
What thing? Come on.
But about a sale. When they make one, they bring the deposit money in and get a new machine to deliver to the customer. They can't sell a demonstrator. It's used and worn.
Is that all?
Well, you see, he ordered a cleaner yesterday, and he said the salesman promised to deliver it. But he never got it.
What salesman?
He didn't know the salesman's name. He described him as a small man. Yes, a small man. All the man wanted really was a vacuum cleaner. My goodness, but
He wanted something else. What?
Well, he asked me for the address of that salesman. He said he wanted to talk to him about his vacuum cleaner that wasn't delivered.
You gave the address to him?
But I told you I don't know what salesman it is. Was. Just a little man, he said. So I remembered poor Hamilton. And I thought it might be...
You told him where Hamilton lived?
Oh, yes. Yes, I did. Did I do something wrong?
Driving across town towards Hamilton's apartment, I kept thinking of Mary and her question about how a cop works. No miracles, no magnifying glass, no bloodhounds, honey. Just facts. Facts to find a killer. An old house built with one of yesterday's great fortunes. A fortune that dwindled down to a handful of wedding rings. Diamonds. $20,000 or $30,000 worth of motive. Facts. A tall and pretty who was money hungry and liked expensive clothes and cars. Facts. A vacuum cleaner salesman apartment without a vacuum cleaner.
Hey,
You held out on me.
what do you mean? What do you mean this is a respectable apartment?
You know how to throw the book at you? When I was here before, I went through Hamilton's apartment and there wasn't a vacuum cleaner there.
But I never...
Hamilton kept at least 2 cleaners here all the time. You kept still, hoping to grab one for free.
But I never saw any...
He didn't keep them in his place. He didn't want to lug them up 3 flights. He kept them somewhere on this floor.
I didn't think you'd care.
Where was it?
The hall closet in back. He had a key.
You'll give me yours now. And that's where I found the old lady's wedding rings. The sack on that demonstrator Hamilton used in her house. Facts. I had all of them now. And a minute later, I heard feet on the stairs. I left the cleaner sitting there in the hall and stepped back into the shadows and waited. Waited for my killer.
Oh.
Hello, sweetheart. I've been expecting you. We got business.
Business?
About your aunt's diamond rings.
What are you talking about?
Murder?
Murder?
There's an old lady waiting to die, and you've been helping her with dope.
Well, that's ridiculous.
That's why you never let anybody in to see her. But you wanted some fun yesterday. Jokes. And you let a vacuum cleaner salesman named Hamilton come in and visit her.
Now, see here,
But
really...
as sick and as doped as she was, your aunt figured out a way so you'd never get those rings. She beat you, Dolph.
All right, you've got...
When you weren't looking, she took them off and threw them under the vacuum cleaner.
Now, we can come to some understanding.
She wouldn't talk to you. Remember the salesman? Trailed him all over town. And you found him at one place. So along the line, you stabbed him with a kitchen knife, sapped Mary, and did
Mary?
the covering up with the broken glass, lipstick, and liquor.
Mary?
My wife, brother, and it's my place.
Oh, well, now, look. I can get you money. $10,000, $15,000.
Thanks. That's what I've been waiting for.
Please!
He talked. Fact. Harold Dolph killed the salesman when he opened the cleaner and didn't find the rings. He didn't know that Hamilton had stopped off at his own place, where he left the demonstrator with the rings in the sack and picked up the new one he was delivering to Mary.
Irish. How did you do it? With a magnifying glass and bloodhound?
You know, honey, you make with facts. You start with something you know for sure. The fact that my wife can't be a killer. You see, I love her too much.
And now the Whistler's strange story. 6-letter word for death.
Thursday night was the climax. Every element in the marriage of George and Priscilla Haynes came to a sharp focus on that foggy Thursday night. 5 years of it, 60 months, 1,826 days, each adding a little pressure, each day contributing a little more water behind the dam that was destined to give way on that Thursday night, when the fog hung like a blanket over the campus of State College. George Haynes had known the marriage wouldn't work from the first. Yes, George, as far back as a month after your wedding, when you first felt the cold, sinking feeling in the pit of your stomach. And these 5 years have proven it. But no one but you seems to recognize it. No, George, not even Priscilla.
George. George, I'm talking to you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Priscilla.
George, what's a four-letter word meaning former?
Oh, please, dear, I'm awfully busy and...
Just this one.
You say four-letter word meaning former?
Yes.
Let's see, try erst.
What?
Erst. E-R-S-T.
That's a silly word. You sure?
You might try it and see.
E-R-S-T. Looks funny.
Now, I've got to get to this lecture for tomorrow, dear. Let's see. Better open with the pages work on Cambodia. There's Angkor Wat, of course. Fundamentals first, general aspects.
George.
Distinction from South Chinese. Yes, of
George.
course. Yes, dear.
I'm stuck again. There's a six-letter word.
Priscilla, darling, I've really got to get at this. Would you mind, please?
Oh, don't be a stuffed shirt, George. Just this one.
All right, Priscilla. Just this one.
No, George. No one seemed to recognize the real trouble. The president of State College, Dr. Dawes, didn't get it either, did he, George? There was no way to explain it to anybody.
Tell me, George, what's wrong?
I'm afraid I don't understand, Dr. Dawes.
Yeah, I'm afraid I don't either. As you know, the Regents have been considering you and Larry Price as possibilities for the chairmanship of the history department. I'd put a lot of faith in you, George. Now I'm beginning to wonder.
I know my work has fallen off.
What's the matter, George?
I guess it's nerves or something.
Maybe you need a rest. Why don't you take Priscilla and go
No. I'm sorry, Dr. Dawes. I'd better go.
Darling, I'm glad you're home.
Hello, dear.
Larry tells me you've declined the faculty dinner. I told him there must be a mistake, George. Surely we're not...
It's not a mistake, Priscilla. My work is in such bad shape that I've got to get down to business.
But everyone will be there, dear. Larry and Dan and all the rest. They'll think something's the matter.
But don't you see, Priscilla, my work is more important.
Oh, so that's it. Your work is more important than my happiness. You don't care, do you? You just as soon wrap yourself up in those stuffy...
All right, we'll go.
I can't understand why we have to go
Priscilla,
through
please! Please!
Larry and Ann and all the rest. They didn't get it either, did they, George? They can't understand the terror you feel when you realize Dr. Dawes is right. Your work is slipping. George Haynes, full professor of history, candidate for chairman of the department, is slipping. You feel as if you're standing at the edge of a cliff, and Priscilla, with her inane remarks, her perpetual round of afternoon teas, faculty dinners, and 1,000 other distractions, is easing you over the brink. 5 years of it, George. 5 long years. And each day, each hour, building like a tower of blocks, designed to topple into ruins on that foggy Thursday night. The night Priscilla invited Larry and Ann to the house for an evening of bridge.
George, of all the stupid plays, that one takes the prize. First you double them into game, and then you...
Well, he wouldn't have doubled if you hadn't bid clubs, Priscilla.
Oh, that had nothing to do with it. He was
I'm
simply...
sorry, Priscilla. I guess I wasn't paying much attention to the game.
Lucky for you, we're not playing for a quarter of a cent, George.
That's enough, Larry.
Huh? What's the matter, Ann?
George is tired. Maybe we better go.
Go? Oh, don't be ridiculous, Andy. The evening's just started.
I really have got to admit that I am a bit bushed.
Nonsense. Well, let's see. That's 120 below the line. Where's the pencil?
Here, take mine.
Oh, thanks. 120. 700 rubber.
You are tired, aren't you, George?
Would you think I was awfully rude if I...
Don't be silly. Of course you're being rude. George just wants an excuse to get at those dusty old books of
I
his.
don't mean that at all. I'm very tired
And terribly stupid, according to the score here.
Priscilla.
Larry, that makes your total score 2,700.
I'm talking to you, Priscilla.
George, dear, let's not have another one of your scenes, shall we?
That's just the trouble. There haven't been enough of them.
Why, George, dear.
I've kept quiet too long. That's the trouble.
You can't keep quiet too long or it gets inside of you.
Oh, wait a minute.
Take your hands off of me.
George, you're making a fool of yourself.
I ought to wring your neck.
You know, I believe he meant that.
I suppose I ought to feel embarrassed.
We'd better go, Larry.
Yeah, I guess we better.
So the blocks toppled, didn't they, George? You've spoken your piece, told Priscilla you could wring her neck, and you almost feel as if you could, don't you? She won't speak to you now, and for the first time in 5 years, the house is silent. Larry and Ann have gone home to the house next to yours on Faculty Row. Outside, the fog is cool and clean, and you suddenly want to lose yourself in it, to feel it press around you and clear some of the haze out of your mind. 15 minutes later, you find yourself near the bell tower on the campus.
Here, boy. Here, come on. That's a fella. Well, where'd you come from, fella, huh? Say, looks like you ran away. Well, you're a nice dog. Yes, you are.
Here, Cinder. Where'd that pup go? Come here, Cinder. Oh, hi.
Hello, I see his name's Cinder.
Oh, thanks. He slipped his leash in the fog.
Oh, Cinder's a good name for him. Black as ink.
Haven't had a chance to do much with him. Only had him a couple of weeks.
Well, I'm quite fond of cockers, particularly black ones. May I ask you where you got him?
Certainly, at the Coldwater Kennels, about 3 miles from here. There you are, boy. Well, we better run along, Cinder. Thanks for catching him.
Not at all. Night.
Good night.
Cute cocker. Cinder. Oh, 11 o'clock. That air's good. Well, better be getting back. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see you in the fog. Here, let me help. Ann! Ann, wait a minute. Huh. That's strange.
Yes, George, that was strange, wasn't it? You're sure it was Anne, as sure as you could be of anything in that fog. But why should she run from you? Why should she scream when you reached out to help her? You're puzzled as you turn and start for home, and worried. The fog takes on an ominous quality, closing in on you, causing you to hurry faster and faster as you get closer and closer to home. It's been a strange evening. The quarrel with Priscilla, Anne's terror when she ran into you. Then, 10 minutes later, as you arrive back at the house and open the door, it suddenly takes on a horrible meaning.
Priscilla? Priscilla! 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 Dead. Strangled.
With the prologue of tonight's story, 6-letter word for death. The Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. A friend of mine, who was never too keen about babies, recently became a papa himself. When I dropped in the other night and found him, of all things, bathing the baby, he grinningly remarked, "Well, it's different when it's your own." Well, friends, right there you have the reason why you just naturally get a different brand of service, more conscientious and more thorough, from a man who has his own money in his own business, such as your Signal gasoline dealer. It's why, for instance, when a Signal dealer lubricates your car, he takes no chance of forgetting some hidden part. Instead, he uses the famous Signal check chart that specifies which of Signal's 9 specialized lubricants each point should have. And he checks each point against the chart not just once, but twice, so not one part can be missed. Incidentally, while you're having your Signal man lubricate your car, don't forget what engineers of the American Petroleum Institute have proved. that every 1,000 miles is also time for clean motor oil. To get the best performance and longest life from your motor, be sure you get today's super quality pure paraffin base oil. Signal 4-star motor oil. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, George, Priscilla is dead, strangled, lying on the floor by the window, a crossword puzzle and pencil beside her. For 15 seconds, all you can do is stand there staring at her. Then, terrified, you pick up the phone.
Operator, get the police. Hurry.
Police station, Sergeant Holland. Hello. Hello. Police station, Sergeant Holland.
Wait a minute. Good Lord.
I've kept quiet too long. That's the trouble. You can't keep quiet too long or it gets inside
George,
you.
you're making a fool of yourself.
I ought to wring your neck.
Gotta get away. Get some air. Get out of here.
Well, Professor, what's the hurry?
Officer Gavin.
What's up?
Nothing, officer.
Well, what's the matter? You look pretty worked up.
There's
Anything I
nothing
can
wrong.
do?
Nothing at all, officer. Good night, Gavin.
Hey, wait a minute, Professor. Huh, that's funny.
The fog, George. All you can think of is losing yourself in it, trying to erase the horrible picture of Priscilla from your mind. Gavin, the campus policeman, saw you rush blindly from the house, saw the terror on your face that came with the realization that less than an hour after your exasperated statement at the bridge table, your wife Priscilla lies dead on the living room floor, strangled. You walk aimlessly in the fog for several minutes, trying to get a grip on yourself. Then finally you realize you can't go on this way, and you force yourself to go back to the house, back to the living room and the chair by the window.
She's gone.
It's like a nightmare, isn't it, George? The body's gone from its place by the living room window. Frantically, you search the house and finally discover it in the bedroom, stretched out on the floor. And something new has been added, George. One of your silk neckties is tightly knotted around her neck. Well, George, it's clear now. You're being framed. The minute it takes your fumbling fingers to take off the necktie seems a year. And you can almost hear the police outside as you burn it in the stove. Then you dash next door to Larry's.
Larry. Well, George. Larry, you've got to help me. I don't know what's behind it, but...
What's the matter? What are you staring at?
What's that in your pocket, Larry?
Huh? Oh, this?
Yes.
My pencil. Why?
Your pencil?
Yeah. What's wrong with that? Say, what's happened, George? Tell me.
Nothing, Larry. Nothing. Hey, you need another cup of coffee, Prof. Here, let me get it. Why did he do it? What reason could he have for
Get
killing...
ahead of yourself, Professor. You're not sure?
I'm positive, Charlie. The pencil was right next to her body when I first went in. When I went back, she'd been moved, and the pencil was in Larry Price's pocket.
That's pretty serious stuff.
Charlie, you believe me, don't you? You don't think
I know. Almost makes me sick to think of it.
I came here because I had to go somewhere. I thought that you'd...
Sure, I believe you, Prof.
Thanks.
Brother, you're in a tough spot.
Yes, I know.
What are you going to do?
You mean I have a choice?
Well, I don't know. You sure that campus cop recognized you when you ran out of the house?
Oh, of course he did. I talked to him.
That's where you made your mistake. You should have spilled it then.
I didn't know what I was doing. All I could think of was to get away from
I know.
here.
What about an alibi? What happened after you left the house the first time?
Well, I just took a walk, that's all.
Alone?
Yes.
No one saw you, huh?
Well, there was Anne, of course, Larry's wife. She was...
Oh, you can write that one off.
You think she'd deny seeing me?
If it met her husband's neck, she would.
Oh, but she's not the kind who
You're
do...
wasting your time, I tell you. They're all the same. Wouldn't steal second in a Sunday school baseball game, but put them on the stand when their husband's in a jackpot and... no, Professor, that one's out.
But there's no one else. There's... Wait a minute. That dog.
Huh?
I saw a black cocker and talked to his owner by the bell tower. He'd remember me.
Well, who is he?
I don't know his name.
Oh, great.
But the dog came from the cold water kennels.
Oh. Did you see anyone else?
No, after that I started back. I didn't see anyone until I ran into Gavin when I left the house again.
Oh. Well, that's a pretty important dog, isn't it?
I guess it is. I'm awfully sorry. I would have telephoned, but the telephone...
But the telephone was disconnected. Now, look. It's 1 a.m. in the morning, and I have no intention...
Wait a minute, will you? I told you this was a matter of life and death, or we wouldn't have come.
My good man, the cold water kennels deal exclusive in Cocker Spaniels. Over 100 dogs we have. More than half of them are black. How in thunder do you expect
But
me
he
to...
said he bought in 2 weeks ago.
Look, we've sold 30 dogs in the last 2 weeks. You don't know the man's name, don't even know what he looks like. You come here and get me out of bed at 1 a.m. in the morning and expect me to make miracles with a sales record. It don't make sense.
All right, Mr. Coldwater. Come on, Professor.
Believe me, I'm sorry, but if you only had something else to go on...
Wait a minute. The dog's name was Cinder. Does that help?
Yeah, there was a man. Wait. Called him Cinder. I remember now. Uh-huh.
Who is it?
Got it here. A man by the name of Morgenstern. He's new here. Staying at the Penn Hotel.
Morgenstern? Let me check the register.
Morgenstern. Where have I heard that name? Morgenstern.
We had him here a couple of weeks ago. Kendrick P. Morgenstern. Yeah, I remember him now. He came in one night with a dog, and we had to tell him it wouldn't go here against the house rules.
I've seen that name. I know it.
You've got a forwarding address?
No, he just moved out. He was kind of sore.
It's 3 o'clock, Charlie.
Yeah. Kendrick P. Morgenstern. I remember seeing the name. It's such a funny handle.
Well, try and picture it. You sure you saw it?
Oh, yeah.
Well, was it printed or written? Maybe a sign on a store window?
It was written. I remember the K was funny.
Well, it was a signature then. You saw him sign his name.
Sure. It was a check. That's right. He came here to cash a check this morning.
Wait a minute. You sent the deposits?
No, I didn't.
Where is it?
In the safe. And it's got his name and an address on it.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Brandon. I know it's late, but we've got to find him. You say he was staying here?
Well, it was funny. A nice man, Mr. Morgenstern, but odd. He come here from the hotel with his dog about 2 weeks back. Thought the world and all of that.
But you
dog.
said he's gone now. Where is he?
Well, I'm getting to that. He only took the room for 2 weeks, being he's due to go east tonight on the plane.
East where?
Well, I don't know.
When? What plane?
Left at midnight. But come 11 o'clock, he decides to take his dog walking. Well, I don't see him for over an hour. 12:30 it was, but then the plane's gone.
But then he's here.
Oh, no. Left in an awful hurry. Think he was going to catch the next plane at 2 a.m.
But I've called all the other lines. Haven't you a record of a canceled reservation on the midnight flight? Very well. Thank you.
Something's haywire somewhere, Prof.
Oh, it's useless, Charlie. Nothing else I can do.
What time is it?
4:30. You better go home and get some sleep.
Charlie. That's okay. Gosh, Prof, I hate to give up.
Well, there's one chance left.
What's that?
Anne Price.
It's a slim chance, George, but it's the only one you have. After you leave Charlie, as you walk slowly through the campus toward Faculty Row, You try for the first time to think it through, to reason it out somehow. Larry's motive for killing Priscilla, Anne's terror when she ran into you, the brutal, heartless frame-up that hit you between the eyes when you went back the second time. It doesn't make sense, and you're too tired to think, too tired to play with an impossible jigsaw puzzle.
Professor Haynes?
Why, yes,
Schultz, Homicide Squad. You know Mrs. Price, I believe.
Hello, Anne.
Hello, George.
And Gavin, the campus policeman?
I saw Professor Haynes earlier this evening.
Nice of you to come back, Haynes. There are 9 squad cars out looking for you right now.
All right, I'm here now. What do you want?
Why did you burn that necktie?
Well, I didn't know that...
It was used to kill your wife, Haynes. We found some of the ashes. Some of the threads were left on her neck. You tossed it in the stove, didn't you?
Well, I'd rather...
Did you burn that tie?
Yes. Yes, I did.
All right, Haynes, that's all we want to know.
No, wait a minute. You can't. I can explain. Listen, Lieutenant, please. Anne, you're my last chance. You've got to help me. Tell them. Tell them you saw me on the campus. You know, Anne, by the clock. You've got to help me, Anne. Tell them, will you?
Oh, George, I don't know what you're talking about.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. But now, in honor of the Boy Scouts of America, our sponsor, the Signal Oil Company, has asked me to bring you a special message. What is a Boy Scout? Well, a Boy Scout is a boy who keeps himself physically fit. He avoids alcohol and tobacco. He guards his tongue from loose speech or boasting or a sacrilege. When he speaks of anyone, he tries to speak well of him. His scout good turns to someone each day make him many friends, for the way to have friends is to first be one. He always tries to be a useful citizen. He helps his community. Another big thing a scout enjoys is camping. There he finds fun in games or swimming, finds new friends in woods and other fellows. And there among the trees or under the silent stars or by the campfire's ruddy embers, he dreams out his great tomorrow. Those excerpts from the Scout Handbook tell you better than any words of mine why the Boy Scouts deserve your wholehearted cooperation. Tell you why. If there's a boy in your family nearing the age of 12, you could do him no better turn than to encourage his joining the Boy Scouts of America. And now, back to the Whistler.
So that's it, George. Anne denies it. She didn't see you. Charlie was right, wasn't he? Women are wide-eyed and righteous until the chips are down, until something close to them is at stake. Then it doesn't seem to matter. You stand there quietly, looking at her for a minute. Then your knees begin to get weak and you sit down. You wonder for a moment where Larry is, and decide he's probably somewhere rehearsing the testimony he's going to use against you at the trial. Then suddenly you're too tired to wonder anything.
George.
Please, Anne. You don't need to say any more.
Oh, I know it sounds ridiculous for me to say I'm sorry at a time like this. I should have known it was coming. It's been written all over his face for the past month.
What? Who are you talking about?
Larry.
Perhaps I'd better explain, Mrs. Price. You see, Haynes Price was in love with your wife.
Why, that's ridiculous.
Oh, it's true, George.
It came to a climax yesterday afternoon. She refused to go away with him.
That's fantastic.
It's true, George. Oh, don't you see? That's why Priscilla was so unreasonable last night.
But how long?
Oh, months. I thought Larry was acting strangely last night after we got home. And then when I saw him leave the house, I followed him. And
she saw the whole thing, Haynes.
Good Lord.
Oh, all I could think of was running. He knew I saw him and followed me across the campus. I ran into him at the bell tower, but he was so surprised.
Anne, that was I.
What? Why, I thought it was Larry. That's why I...
Of course. You were frightened.
Well, anyway, I went to the police, and Lieutenant Schultz came right out.
Apparently, Price returned after she gave him the slip and realized his only out was to incriminate you. Removed the body, planted the necktie, and so on.
But how could he expect to get away with it?
He wasn't thinking very rationally, Ames.
Oh.
Now, that's another thing. When Price knew the jig was up, he ran for it. Took off across the campus in the fog. We had every available man out looking for him. But it was pretty much of a needle in a haystack proposition in the fog for a while, until we got that big break.
What was that?
A little black dog. Apparently, the dog got excited when Price ran by his master and broke away and ran after Price. One of our men was attracted by the barking. All he had to do was follow the dog, and there was Price. Forgot to introduce our star witness, Professor.
How do you do?
This is the dog's owner, Mr. Morgenstern.
From Hollywood, our land be bright. Long may our land be bright, with freedom's holy light. Protect us by thy might, great God, our King. Our Land Be Bright is presented by the Veterans of Foreign Wars of the United States and is produced and transcribed in Hollywood.
This is Abbott and Costello speaking from Hollywood.
Lou, you tell the folks. Speak to the folks first, will you? Explain to them.
All right, Bud. You know, when the Veteran of Foreign Wars invited me to greet you on this program, I was told that the subject would be youth activities. Now, could anyone imagine a more interesting subject, or one which is tied closer to that beautiful kite we call the future? The children of today are the meek who shall inherit the earth. I don't think, really, that we've done a very, very good job for them lately. What do you think, Bud?
You're right, Lou. Absolutely right. There are almost 500 million children in this world at this hour, most of them underprivileged, undernourished, and lacking the chance to learn enough to compete for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness in a civilized world.
I think you got something there, too, Bud. You know, there have been great wars, however unavoidable, which have left a huge public debt, running into the year 2000 and beyond, which they shall have to pay, all of which has been incurred in our generation as a burden for our children to carry.
Yeah, but wait a minute, Lou. We can make amends. We can see that they get educations, they have adequate health insurance and recreational facilities. If their growing bodies and minds are strengthened, that burden will not be too heavy to carry for the privilege of having once been young and a free man, Lou.
Bud, I think that was very beautifully spoken. This is Abbott and Costello in Hollywood. Again, goodbye.
And now here's the boys of the VFW, who at the moment seems to be rather preoccupied with something that's going on in his neighborhood.
Slide, Jimmy! Slide! Oh, you could have made it easy. What's the matter? Don't you get enough to eat?
Baseball, Sandlot baseball. And the oldest player, that's my boy, will be 12 next week.
Hey, Tommy! Don't let that fella get away to second now. Keep your eye on shortstop. The guy up down the sides of first, short will grab it, slam the ball to you at first, and you can put your man up. Watch short, Tommy! Watch short!
Can I have a nickel, Daddy?
What for?
Peanuts!
Peanuts, she says. Peanuts. When her brother's out there in the field risking his career. Oh, well, here's your nickel. Just like a woman always needs money.
Hey, that's it! Cut him out, umpire! Cut him out! Tommy caught him between first and second! Cut him out, I say! That's my boy playing at first today! My
boy! Yeah, baseball. Great game. National sport.
The teams are pretty well matched, too, both organized by the local VFW Post.
What's that you say, comrade, about the VFW?
Comrade, eh? That means you're a vet, too. Where you from, fella?
St. Paul, Minnesota.
Huh?
We just staged a bowling tournament out there.
You did? How'd it go?
Oh, great stuff. The kids as well as the grown-ups loved it.
Well, imagine they did. Yeah, have peanut.
Thanks.
Hey, those are mine. Daddy let me buy them for myself.
Yeah, honey, but hasn't Daddy always told you to be generous, huh? Give me the bag.
Don't bother. I've got a little daughter of my own. You don't have to explain. Hey, sales boy, bring us some peanuts.
Now, what are you giggling about?
That's the kind of a pop you are.
What kind's that?
A soda pop.
Oh, cut it out, will you?
That's gonna be a strike! Oh, well, it's fair anyway.
But our team's still ahead, isn't it? What's the scoreboard tell me?
You mean for this game?
No, for tournament game.
Oh, yeah. I see what you mean. Well, the team from Lancaster is still pretty far up front. That is in the elimination matches for the National.
We still got a chance, haven't we, mister?
Oh, sure. And you know something?
No, what?
I think you're gonna win. Just watch your footwork, Sonny, and keep your eye on the alley. You know, like I said.
You mean like this?
Bowling, another VFW-sponsored sport for youngsters and for adults as well, from post to post and coast to coast.
Folks, we're greeting you today from Clarksburg, West Virginia Airport. A junior meet's in progress for air-minded boys who go in for model flying. It's a fine, clear day here, not a cloud in the sky. Wait a minute. How's that? Yes, correction, please. I said there wasn't a cloud in the sky, but, folks, I was wrong. Yes, sirree, right before us, one of the slickest little streamlined model airplanes you ever saw is just taken off, and it's called the White Cloud. Yes, sirree. And what's more, she's gaining altitude. Oh, boy, that's a little beauty. What a baby. I wish she'd grow up. Might have a number. Well, there goes another. One of those single-engine gadgets entered by Freddie Alcott from York, Pennsylvania High. And that's just what he is, too. High in the sky. Nice going, Freddie. Took a nosedive.
Who took a nosedive, Daddy?
What? You here again. Give me a peanut.
Not unless you give me another nickel.
What for?
Just for me.
Oh, well, look, you're as bad as your mother.
But you married her, didn't you?
Yes, I married her. What do you suppose I did?
I wouldn't know, Daddy. I haven't been here very long.
Well, let that be a lesson to you.
What, Daddy? What kind of a lesson?
Oh, run along now. Will you go fly a kite or a plane or something? Can't you see I'm concentrating?
Number 115 from Langley. Number 96 from Los Angeles.
Have a peanut, Daddy? You can have one now.
Model airplane flying, the cleanest, most useful, and perhaps the most important competitive interest boys can have in preparation for the years to come. In commenting upon the worthiness of this particular VFW youth activity, Commander-in-Chief Ray H. Brannaman of the Veterans of Foreign Wars has said,
"Here is a real community spirit enterprise, an opportunity for posts interested in youth activities to plug for boys not only to develop their skill, patience, and character, but to contribute to the general air-mindedness that should permeate the nation."
Do you hear that? It's target practice on the shooting range. Junior rifle clubs for boys or girls. These organizations, affiliated with the National Rifle Association of America, are recognized by the United States government as groups, quote, for civilian shooting as a sport, unquote, and a necessary part of national defense. Junior learns to use guns properly and safely, develops muscular coordination, attention to detail, perseverance, self-control, and sportsmanship. Let's listen for a moment to the adult instructor.
Boys, I want you to know that safety rules are very definite things. They've been formulated into a code for junior marksmen. Each club member is required to memorize these rules and to apply them at all times. I shall ask you, therefore, to repeat the following after me. I will cock my gun and pull the trigger only when I am aiming at the target which I intend to shoot.
I will cock my gun and pull the trigger only when I am aiming at the target which I intend to shoot.
I will unload my gun and open the action as soon as I finish shooting and before I move from the firing line.
I will unload my gun and open the action as soon as I finish shooting and before I move from the firing line.
I will unload and open my gun before I climb a tree, fence, or similar obstacle.
I will unload and open my gun before I climb a tree, fence, or similar obstacle.
I will play safe at any time when I am in doubt of the proper action.
I will play safe at any time when I am in doubt of the proper action.
I will see that everyone around me obeys these rules for the safety and good of all.
I will see that everyone around me obeys these rules for the safety and good of all.
I will immediately make sure that any gun I
From coast to coast and border to border, the spirit of sport is the sportsmanship of America. It begins in a game played to win, and it finds expression thereafter in every walk of life.
General Eisenhower, we have noticed that your American GI, as you call him, he fights pour la sport, n'est-ce pas? Like he's playing football or baseball.
That's right, sir. The American boy who becomes an American soldier never forgets the game. Hadn't you found that to be so, General Montgomery?
Rather. I've seen frequent examples at the front and behind the lines of what we British call a highly developed sense of sportsmanship. It is the true mark of the man.
And back home, back in the States, the game goes on. Maybe it's ice hockey, skating, basketball, softball, football, tennis, golf. Where the links are green and the air is keen. Outboard motorboat races. And even marble games, where the umpire, officiating at VFW tournaments, calls knocks down and roundsters for his little contestants. The most sought-after marble arbiter in the country. Sports for all, and all in sport. For the growing boy and the growing girl, youth activities, all of them, no longer under the flags of conflict, but flying the banners of peace. For such men and women of America is the youth spirit in action of the veterans of foreign wars.
Won't you have one of my peanuts?
Our Land Be Bright is presented in the public interest by this station and hundreds of others from coast to coast and overseas, in cooperation with the veterans of foreign wars. Until next week and always, long may our land be bright. with freedom's holy light. Protect us by thy might, great God, our King.
This Veterans of Foreign Wars program was transcribed in Hollywood and Washington and was produced by Robert J. Enders.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The National Hour. This is a mirror of public opinion, reflecting what America and the world are thinking, planning, doing. This is today's interpretation of the problems and the newsworthy milestones that we must reach and pass on the road to peace and reconstruction. Today, January 27th, 1946, we present the 11th in the distinguished new NBC series, The National Hour. Our subject for today,
a campaign against the racketeer and swindler.
The fight to protect the money we've saved.
Hey, Bud, you want to make yourself some easy money? Let's go somewhere where we can talk in private.
You'll have money, Mrs. Roberts. Position, servants, everything you've ever wanted. And you don't risk one penny. Now, if you'll just sign right here.
A man of your intelligence shouldn't have to work for a living, Mr. Cooper. Now, a few dollars invested in my organization will pay you the biggest dividends you ever saw.
Easy money. No risk. Big dividend.
This is Robert St. John in New York. Today we're going to bring you some rather startling facts about the present state of America's pocketbook and about a new army that has sprung into being in this great country of ours, an army made up of smooth, shrewd, ruthless, completely despicable characters known as confidence men, or as the police call them, con men. You will hear some of the rackets and swindles these con men are using at this very moment. You'll hear some suggestions, too, on how not to be swindled. Suggestions coming from authorities at NBC microphones in several sections of the country, ready to tell you what to do if a con man tries to get your money, and how to recognize a con man when one comes your way. It will pay you to listen closely because the con man will get you if you don't watch out. This is Robert McCormick reporting from Washington. That's a timely and proper warning, St. John. Now listen to the fact, you Americans. At our National Hour microphone is Edward L. Green, General Manager of the National Better Business Bureau. As head of one of the organizations interested in protecting America's savings, Mr. Green is ready to give you a picture of what the con man has accomplished in the past and the target he's shooting at right now.
In the years immediately following the First World War, the con man took the American people for the sum of $176 million in Liberty bonds alone. In addition, untold other millions in cold, hard cash fell into the hands of swindlers and racketeers. It is never possible to say how much the accomplice man takes in any given period for the simple reason that most of his victims fail to report their losses. They suffer in silence for the very human reason that they don't want their friends to classify them as suckers. Some estimates, however, place the annual take year after year as high as $1.5 billion. In 1946, that figure can skyrocket to unheard of heights because never in this nation's history have so many people been in possession of so much money.
Well, how much money did America save during the war just ended, Mr. Green?
The figure will stagger you, Mr. McCormick. According to the latest Treasury Department estimate, the people of the United States on January 1st, 1946, this year, had on hand in government bonds and cash $181 billion. Not millions, Mr. McCormick, but billions.
181 billion.
Now, Mr. McCormick, much of this money is in safe hands. These swindlers will not get it all, but there are billions of dollars in the hands of uninformed or gullible people. That, Mr. McCormick, is the con man's target. any part of this huge sum Americans have saved out of wartime earnings. Yes, that's the target, the savings of Americans. That's what the con man is after, and he's getting big chunks of it right now. Listen to this recent statement by the Security Exchange Commission.
Fake gold mine promoters in Canada alone have taken an average of $1 million a week from gullible American investors.
$1 million a week. That's a tidy sum. We can hope that the take will soon be less than that, because in recent weeks a new Canadian securities law has become effective. The Dominion's action already has halted some of these operators. The risk for others has become more dangerous. But just in case, here is how these bucket shop operators work.
Hello?
Hello. That you, Smith?
Yes?
Well, this is Rowe in Toronto. You've read the literature I've been sending you, haven't you?
Why, oh yeah, that gold mine stuff.
Stuff? Listen, Smith, they put down 26 holes on our property, and confidentially, we've struck a major lode. The samples are terrific. Very high gold content.
Yeah?
Very high. Now, Smith, I can practically guarantee that stock will triple itself in value within the next few days, possibly triple itself 2 or 3 times over. I can get you 1,000 shares today for just $220, Smith. 22 cents a share.
Well, gosh, Mr. Rowe.
Think of it. In a few days, your profit might jump to $1,200 or $1,500. Now, I ask you, where else in the world would you find an investment as solid as that? Yes, Smith bought the stock. He couldn't say no. Fast-talking Mr. Rowe wouldn't let him say no. Besides, the bait was enticing. Just a minute there, St. John. What did happen to that stock? Oh, nothing. It isn't even listed on the exchanges. But Smith didn't bother to find that out.
Yeah, but where did this fellow Rowe get Smith's name and address so he could send him that literature?
Did you ever hear of a sucker list, or as the con men say, a tap list?
Why, no.
Are you in business, sir?
Yeah, I'm a druggist.
Then you are probably on a tap list.
Who, me?
I said probably. Tap lists are as essential to the con man as medicines are to your business, Mr. Druggist. They're bought and sold, swapped and bartered from one end of this broad land to the other. They list not only businessmen, but housewives, factory workers, discharged servicemen, janitors, bus drivers, everybody and anybody. And at our National Hour microphone here in Washington is a man who's had a lot of experience with tap lists. He's William C. O'Brien, the attorney in charge of frauds in the United States Post Office Department.
Yes, we have had a good bit of experience. During the past 10 years, I personally have handled and supervised some 5,000 fraud cases. And today our workload is 6 to 10 times what it used to be during the war. In fact, it's the heaviest in 10 years. And I'm quite sure that the number will continue to increase. And, of course, this tap list or sucker list racket will increase proportionately. Right now, a good many swindles are aimed at veterans and their relatives. If you run into some mail-order enterprise that looks crooked, and remember there are a great many which are quite honest, but if you strike a suspicious one, or if you actually get a raw deal, send a letter to the Post Office Department as soon as possible. Don't sit back and take it. Help the Post Office break it. For the department tries to protect the public from all kinds of gypsum swindles by enforcing the postal fraud laws. The Postmaster General has the authority to stop the mail addressed to any mail-order swindle and send the letters back to the victims and also refund their money orders. And getting back to tap lists, or if you like sucker lists, they succeed because the experience shows a person who falls for a certain type of advertising once is always a good prospect for another jip of the same kind. And that's why some so-called sucker lists have sold for as high as $5 per name in oil and gold stock rackets. And there used to be advertising writers who are now in jail who would guarantee to write a sucker letter for $100,000 it takes. The Post Office Department stopped that one years ago, but there's always a next time. So buy cautiously, spend carefully, and don't take a crooked deal from anybody.
That's good advice, and thank you, Mr. O'Brien. This is McCormick again. Now let's go back now to the very beginning of this program. Do you remember?
Easy money.
No risk.
Big dividend.
Yes, these are the 3 main promises voiced by every swindler. Their ingredients the con man mixes together as expertly as a chef mixes his sauce. To them, he adds a more than ordinary understanding of human nature, a dash of legal knowledge,
a brimming cupful of smooth talk, and a copious measure of quick wit. He flavors the concoction with a generous portion of getaway money, and then he's ready to come after you. He's extremely careful about the preparation of his getaway. He studies it so skillfully that he's rarely caught. In all sections of the country, a swindle is being worked every day. Ex-servicemen fall for it in droves.
I'm just out of the Army. I saw an ad in the paper, a blind ad, that promised ex-servicemen a well-paid job and a secure future. I answered the ad and was called to downtown office for an interview.
There you are, Thorpe. That's the story in a nutshell. Now, I have connections in Washington to get all the materials we need. I've been building houses all my life. The demand for housing was never as great as it is now.
Well, gosh, Mr. Harris, it sure sounds good, but
Well, what I actually want here, Thorpe, is a partner. Someone to help me bear the load. And I'm offering you a full partnership in this business for only $900. Now, what do you say?
Well, gee, I don't know. $900.
Thorpe, I took you to be a man of decision, but I'm afraid I was wrong.
Well,
Well, if you don't want to grab this opportunity, if you can't see how it'll make you wealthy in a few years, then forget it. Forget the whole thing. I'm sure there are plenty of other young men who...
You say I get a salary, too, along with a half interest in the business?
Of course. $75 a week starting today, Wednesday.
All right. By gosh, I'll do
it. Good boy, Thorpe. That's the way I like to hear a man talk. Shake on it. Partner? Now, about the $900.
Why, I can give you a check right now, or we can go down to my bank
No, I can't spare the time for that. Just make out the check. I'll put you on the payroll as of today, and you'll be here on hand, say, Monday morning at 10. We'll get right down to work on these orders, getting things organized.
Well, you know what happened, or do you? Let's skip over to Monday morning.
Pardon me. Excuse me, please. I'd like to get into this office. Who wouldn't?
You too, Bud. Hey, fellas, here's another one.
What do you mean? Hey, what are all you guys doing here? Hey, why isn't this office open? Where's Mr. Harris?
That's what we'd all like to know, Bud. The elevator man says Harris hasn't been here since Thursday afternoon.
In that particular case, Thorpe and 6 other veterans were taken by this fast-talking swindler for a total of $4,800. They fell for it.
Easy money.
No risk.
Big dividend.
Well, just a minute, Mr. McCormick. What should I have done?
Well, for one thing, Thorpe, you could have consulted your local veterans organization or the Veterans Administration Office. And here at our NBC Washington microphone, to tell you what the organization has to offer the veteran, is Mr. N.D. Hathaway, the Director of Contact Services of the Veterans Administration. Mr. Hathaway.
The Veterans Administration does not maintain an investment counseling service. There are too many variable factors. The most variable may be the veteran himself. However, the Veterans Administration, through its contact representatives at the many offices throughout the nation, want to help veterans. We'll suggest caution. Refer him to a bank in his city or town where he plans to invest his money, or recommend a Better Business Bureau. We'll tell him where the Legal Aid Bureau is located in his hometown, where free legal assistance is available if he can't afford to hire a lawyer. We'll suggest he talk to local businessmen. Many towns have veterans information centers where businessmen's committees are available to advise and counsel veterans. One of the ways a veteran may intelligently invest his money is in connection with the conversion of his National Service life insurance. We can explain how the veteran's own money, together with a loan, might make it possible for him to buy a home, farm, or business. We can explain how his money, together with the allowance he gets from the government, would make it easier for him to complete his education, particularly if he is a family man. We won't tell him what to do, but we will advise to the best of our ability. In the final analysis, I think the best advice we can give is this. Use your head. Don't rush into an investment. Seek good advice. Investigate until you're satisfied yourself. It is better to be sure than sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Hathaway.
This is Robert St. John in New York again.
I suppose it's hard to believe that a fellow like Thorpe would haul out his checkbook and dash off a check for $900 just like that. But remember, the con man is a super salesman. And don't forget that the con man is after small money, too. Out in California, one day last month.
Sensational new business offer. 10,000% profit. Holy smoke, 10,000% profit. $25 capital needed. Absolutely legal business. Right today. Hey, not bad. I guess I better drop that outfit a line.
He did drop that outfit a line, and he got a reply by return mail.
If you will send $2, no stamps, please, we will send you promptly our complete plan for setting yourself up in a business that will net you 10,000% profit. Yeah, what's $2 for a proposition like that, huh?
So our friend sent the $2, and by return mail he received another letter.
This is an excellent business to enter. You yourself invested $2. Now start up for yourself using the same method. Keep each $2 you receive and urge the senders to get into the same business, the same as we urged you. Hey, what is this? I've been gypped.
Only $2 on that one, but multiply it by hundreds and hundreds, and you have quite a racket. Did I say racket? Pardon me. It wasn't. As the ad said, the business was absolutely legal. You paid for advice, you got it. Small time? Sure, it was a small-time operation. And there are others. Here's a nurse on the staff of a Chicago hospital.
Just one man I'd like to get my hands on. You know what he does? He comes around to hospitals and he takes orders for nurses' uniforms. With a small deposit, of course. And that's the last you see of him. If I could just meet up with him again just once...
Madam, if you please.
Well, I don't care. Can I name names on this program?
Well, in this case, yes, because this man is wanted by the police in quite a few of these 48 states.
All right. He calls himself Lehman Garth Ola when he isn't using an alias, and he's about 31 years old. 6 feet tall, weighs around 200 pounds, has black hair, brown eyes, and scars on his right wrist.
And he took you for how much?
$15. And he got from $5 to $20 from almost every nurse in the hospital where I work. Like, if I ever lay my eyes on him again, I'll...
Nurses, watch out. This man may call on you. Or when spring rolls around, maybe this is the one who will knock at your door.
Oh, good morning, lady. Would you like some nice, rich topsoil sprinkled on your garden? I got a truckload of it out here in front. 2 cents a pound.
No, thanks. Only 2 cents a pound?
That's right. Double the production of your garden, lady.
Well, all right. Give it a thin coat, then. A very thin coat.
Okay. Here, would you sign this, please?
What's that?
Oh, just an order. To show my boss I ain't loafing. 1 coat of topsoil on garden, it says here. See?
Oh, very well. There you are. Now spread it nice and even, and don't run your truck over my tulip bed. Oh, are you all through? How much is it?
$40 even.
$40? What? For just that little bit of dirt? Why?
Hey, what's the matter, lady? You ordered it, didn't you?
But $40? I won't pay it, that's all. I won't pay it. But that's ridiculous for just a little dirt.
Now, look, lady.
I tell you, I won't pay it.
Lady, I got you a signed order here.
No, get out. I'll call the police.
All right, go ahead and call the police, lady. Look, you ordered soil and signed the order. I spread the soil on your garden. And now I want my money, see? I want my money.
And he got it. He got it because he was right. The victim signed a paper. He put a ton of soil on that garden, and at 2 cents a pound, that comes to $40. When springtime comes, that might happen to you. Watch out. The woman who fell for that topsoil racket did go to the police, and it was possible for police officials to expose the racket to the community, to put people on their guard. The authorities of every American community are on the alert for these petty racketeers, for such sharp practices are not confined to any one section of the country. Let's switch now to the Rocky Mountain region to hear the report of S.T. Anderson, Assistant District Attorney of Denver, Colorado. Come in, station KOA in Denver, and Mr. Anderson.
Let this serve as another reminder to civilians as well as returned servicemen and women that if you are approached by anyone with any proposition that in your mind is questionable, do not hesitate to notify the authorities. Here in Denver, as in any other city or hamlet across the country, the police and the offices of the district attorney are at your call night and day for your protection from violence, a glib tongue, or a smooth line. As an example, criminal charges have been recently brought against a promoter of a so-called plastic paint company, in which 3 Army officers from a nearby Army post had invested $3,500. In Denver, as in other areas of our country since VJ Day, the con man, the swindler, the dishonest stock promoter has been doing double duty. Crime generally has risen approximately 30%. The prolific mind of the confidence man is busy in creating new and ingenious methods of extracting the savings and mustering out pay of servicemen and women and the competence of the aged. To curb this increase in crime, we must have the cooperation of all of our citizens. The law enforcement officers of your community are your friends, and it is their job to help you and protect you. But do not forget the key word, cooperation. It is the prime factor in curbing crime, be it petty larceny or murder in the first degree.
The National Hour returns now from Denver to New York and Washington.
Moving in on our pageant of racketeers, I have a nomination for the meanest person of the year.
Now, who's that, McCormick?
A con woman. Here in Washington one afternoon, she collared several school children on their way home.
You'd like to have a nice new fountain pen, wouldn't you, little boy? One like this?
Sure. Gee, that's a swell one, too. I'd like one, too. Mine leaks.
Oh, one like this will never leak. This pen's worth $15.
Golly. How can I get one? Me, too. I want one, too.
Oh, all right. Now, you see these little boxes?
Yeah.
Well, every one of them contains a lovely box of powder and a compact. Now, if each of you will sell 12 of these boxes for me, to your mother and your big sister and to your friends, I'll see that you get one of these lovely pens as a reward.
Oh, boy.
You'd like to do that?
Sure thing. Oh, I sure would.
All right. Now, you give me your names and addresses, and I'll give you the boxes, and when you've sold them all...
And what happened, McCormick? Didn't she give them the pens?
Oh, she gave them pens all right, St. John, but not the $15 kind she showed them. The pens she gave them sold for 39 cents at the corner drugstore.
Well, see, America, to the con man or the con woman, all the world is a sucker. Now let's look briefly at a few more petty rackets.
The furnace racketeers took me. They came to clean my furnace, tore it all down, and then told me they could put it back together again, but that they couldn't guarantee my family wouldn't be asphyxiated. We had to buy a new furnace. Naturally, after they scared us into it that way.
Well, a fellow came into my filling station and asked me to put 3 gallons of water in his gas tank. Water, mind you. Well, I did. And he took out a little white pill out of his pocket and dropped it into the tank. Then he got in, touched the starter, and that motor ran as sweet as you please. I paid him $10 a dozen for 6 dozen of them pills. And I didn't find out till I'd ruined my own car that the fellow had a false tank inside of his regular gas tank. I'm stuck with all them white pills.
My daddy came back from the war, and he found an apartment. But we had no furniture. We saw an ad that said a widow lady wanted to sell her furniture, and Daddy looked at it. Mommy liked it, so Daddy paid for it. But when they bought it, it wasn't the same furniture at all. Daddy said it wasn't worth 1/4 of what he paid for it. But we couldn't prove anything.
Well, there are a few of the tricks the con man is using right now, some of them as old as the hills. The con man merely adapts them to the season of the year, the part of the country he's working in, or the state of the community's finances. But remember, there's one thing every con man avoids as he would a quarantine sign. Earlier in the program, we heard one war veteran say,
I can give you a check right now, Mr. Harris, or we can go down to my bank
No, I can't spare the time for that. Just make out a check for it.
Well, that's typical. Con men don't like bankers. That's other people's bankers. Your banker is one man the con man carefully avoids, and there are reasons, of course. We've brought to our National Hour microphone a man who has taken a leading role in the current drive to inform the country of the depredations of swindlers. Here is W. Randolph Burgess, Vice Chairman of the National City Bank of New York. Mr. Burgess.
Our experience, Mr. St. John, is that many veterans are eager to start enterprises for which they have great enthusiasm
but little experience. They are willing to gamble their savings and the money they may get through a veteran's loan in an attempt to make a peacetime reality of a foxhole dream. Unfortunately, there will be people ready to take the veteran and his money for a ride, which has for its destination heartache, disillusionment, bitterness, and debt. There will be others with good intentions, ready to sell him service stations, lunch counters, grocery stores, and taverns, radio shops and tourist cabins and run-down farms which never did and never could make a living for anyone. Here's some friendly counsel for the veteran or for others with savings. Ask the man who knows. Ask an experienced businessman. Ask your local veterans center or your Better Business Bureau. Ask your banker. He knows these ventures. You have many good neighbors ready to help you. Make a careful reconnaissance before you enter a new area.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess.
On this subject, then, our documentary is closed.
Except for this final word.
Easy money. No risk. Big dividend.
The con man will get you if you don't watch out. And now this is Robert St. John inviting you to listen next Sunday at this same time when our subject will be the plastics industry.
This has been the National Hour. From our studios in New York, Washington, and Denver, the National Broadcasting Company has presented the 11th of the new series on current problems and national affairs. Speakers were Edward L. Green, S.T. Anderson, N.D. Hathaway, William E. O'Brien, and W. Randolph Burgess. Robert St. John was your narrator, with Robert McCormick reporting from Washington. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
It's Arthur Godfrey time. Brought to you by Snowcrop Frozen Food. Naturally, the freshest food frozen. You can say that again, and I will. Naturally, the freshest food frozen. And now, here's that man himself. Arthur, naturally, the freshest guy on ice, Godfrey!
It's a nice subdued group you have here, Mr. Margaret.
Oh, indeed, sir.
How do you do? You all well and reasonably miserable, huh? What's with you, honey? Oh, are you cold? Oh. You had no better sense than to stand out there. There's a place we got across the street, Colby's, Hamburger Heaven, where you're supposed to wait. This is Monday, huh? How are you boys doing? You look pretty good. Reasonably good. Mr. Marvin?
Comparatively good, sir.
Comparatively.
Rather restful weekend.
What is this lethal object I have here?
It's a slightly used microphone.
It's a very sad-looking instrument.
Yeah.
Must you point the thing at me all the time? I hope I never get laughing too hard and lean over and swallow that. I like things being pointed at me. You'll have to fix this. It looks like a toy cannon that the boy has. What a horrible thing. The Snow Crop Hour, Monday, January the 5th, huh? Not supposed to say that because on the West Coast it's probably Thursday, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but I'm sorry for you folks. If you get after those stations you got out there and make them put the show on at 10 o'clock in the morning when it's supposed to be, you wouldn't have that trouble. I thank you kindly. I have another word for the West Coast station managers. And this is January the 5th. Well, they've been having a big deal with the brass over here, you know, about if he would just shut up about what time it is and what day it is, and we could get away with it out here, see. Why do you want to get away with something? Why don't you put the show on at 10 o'clock in the morning like it's supposed to be? Then you wouldn't have to get away with a thing. Of course, it's difficult for some people to do things on the level. This is Snowcrop, huh?
Yes, sir.
And Snowcrop makes some very fine, for breakfast. Frozen broccoli spears. Oh. Quick frozen broccoli spears. How delicious. You ever have them for breakfast?
No, sir, I must confess, I've never had them.
You never did, huh? Well, let me see if I can't find something with which to... What did you do with this audience this morning, Tony?
I don't know.
I don't know. You depressed them.
I depressed them? I thought they were just overcome with my sparkle and abundance this morning, sir.
Well, then it must have been me. I think I'll go home and you run the show.
Oh, no, not that. Oh, please come back. Please come back. Sit down a minute.
To you, we throw the torch. Tell a quick joke and then go into a song.
Oh, no jokes. We're
going into a song.
We're paid to sing, Tony. We're going to leave that to you. You ask me why I'm always teasing you. You hate to have me call you pretty, baby. I really thought that I was pleasing you. Why, just a baby to me. Your funny little dimples and your baby stare. Your baby talking, baby walking, curly hair. Your baby smile makes my heart high. You're just as sweet as you can be. Everybody loves a baby, that's why I'm in love with you. Pretty baby, pretty baby. And I'd like to be your sister, brother, dad, and mother too. Pretty baby, pretty baby. Won't you come and let me rock you in my cradle of love? And we cuddle all the time. Oh, I wanna love a baby and the quietest love of you. Pretty baby of mine. Your mother says you were the cutest kid. No wonder, dearie, that I'm wild about you. And all the kind of things you said and did. Why, I love to fondly recall. And just like Peter Pan, it seems you'll always be the same sweet colored little baby dear to me. And that is why I'm sure that I will always love you best of all. Everybody loves a baby, that's why I'm in love with you. Pretty baby, pretty baby. And I'd like to be your sister, brother, dad, and mother too. Pretty baby, pretty baby. Won't you come and let me rock you in my cradle of love? And we'll cuddle all the time. Oh, I wanna love a baby and the quietest love of you. Pretty baby of mine. Pretty baby of mine. Oh, I'm glad you came back.
I see what it's like over here, boy. Pretty horrible, isn't it? Very bad. When I'm sitting over there's a great deal of conversation goes on over here. Let me hear. I want to see what...
Go ahead, boy. Start talking. Go ahead. Well, you know that I always sit here and watch you very closely, Arthur. I pay, very, very close attention to your every vowel, every syllable.
Yeah. Also, I want to find out what they have out here.
Some old jokes. Some
Can't be the lyrics to the song because even with them up here, they miss them. So. What's this? A note from Chesterfield?
It was a note from a lady in the audience.
Note from a lady? Mm. I don't get many notes from ladies. Oh, with roses. I just returned from a Caribbean cruise and thought you might be interested to know that everybody and his brother in San Juan smokes Chesterfields. Well, that's very nice. Mrs. Ronnie Coons. And St. Thomas also, huh? Well, everybody who is discriminating smokes them every place. sir, all morning, just like that. He says he enjoys everything. Merciful mortician. Let's get to this broccoli department, will you? Broccoli spears. I'm supposed to do a big sell today on broccoli spears and just mention casually peas. That's what it says here. Broccoli spears, big sell, mention peas. All right, peas. Now, how am I going to do a big sell on broccoli? Broccoli is a very fine vegetable. It's green. It grows in the ground. And it is full of all sorts of ground. No. Well, anyway, you like broccoli? You'll love it if you get snowcrop broccoli, really. This is a nice, fresh, green vegetable for your dinner plate. And when it's green like it is here, really bright green, see? It sort of perks up the whole plate. And the tender, you right down here to the bottom of this stalk, see in the picture? Right down to the end of that, it's just tender and delicious. One of the most appetizing and I think one of the most beneficial greens, isn't it?
Yes, sir, it is.
Mm-hmm. How do you know?
Well, as I recall from my first grade high school, sir, in my study of nutrition, you'll find a lot of proteins and mineral content in broccoli, particularly the way it's prepared by the snowcrop people. And besides, makes a wonderful decorative as well as a useful vegetable at dinner time or for lunchtime.
One could wear it for a boutonniere, huh?
Yes, you can.
You could. If you didn't like the broccoli, you could stick it in your buttonhole and the hostess would never know the difference. But the point is, there's never any tough pieces or, tough leaves or stalks or anything in the snowcrop broccoli. It's so delicious. I want you to be brand conscious when you're buying frozen foods. There are 1,276, I think it is, they tell me, different kinds of frozen foods on the market. Be brand conscious and ask for snowcrop, and you will have the very finest quality that is available anywhere in the world. And to help you remember the snowcrop, I want you to meet a little fella named Teddy Snowcrop. Up here, Teddy. Up high where everybody can see you. How are you this morning? Teddy Snowcrop. Ah! I love that little tail. That's the cutest little tail. That's a tail. It looks like it's pointing. Looks like it's pointing right at my mic in the picture. I'm looking at the picture, Teddy Snowcrop, see? And when you look at the picture, you can't see your tail anymore, see? You'll have to turn your head all the way around. Sonny, why don't you take Teddy Snowcrop over there and sit with you?
Why, sure. Be delighted to. Care to join me? Right.
Come on. Bye-bye. Take him over there with you.
Certainly.
I would like to see if he can sit down on that tail.
Don't you kick me.
Well, some advantages in being a little Teddy Snowcrop. Indeed. Did you ever, when you were a kid, have a fight with a little tough guy?
Yes, I did.
The biggest smearing I ever got in my life, I got from one.
I agree with you.
I was about 5'4", and he was 4'1" or something. And I you felt like, I don't want to hit you, a little so-and-so. Did he cut me to pieces? Well, there's an old saying, a good little man can ruin a big, clumsy fella.
Oh, yeah.
Really ruin him. And it's always the little guy, that gets to be real tough and smart-alecky. Boy, you have more trouble with him. But we were used to try to invent some kind of a way to take care of those fellows, that wanted to get real tough with you. There was only one way to do it, and that was to pin his arms behind his back and sit on him. And say, let me know when you feel like going about your business. You're in a bad shape, because if you smack him, everybody wants to jump you. Sure. And if you don't, you cut you to ribbons, so what are you going to do? You're in a bad shape. But the solution is to feed him broccoli. Snow crop broccoli. This is the CBS network.
CBS Radio, serving the Midland Empire. You're listening to Cook, K-double-O-K in Billings. If you like an avenue of escape from humdrum daily existence, hear tonight's 8 o'clock broadcast of Suspense over Cook, sponsored by Autolite. And believe me, it is a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. That's tonight at 8 o'clock, a presentation of Electric Autolite.
Godfrey time! Starkist, packers of the world's finest tuna fish, which comes to you in 3 convenient styles: chunk style, solid pack, and plate meat. Presents Arthur Godfrey and all the little Godfreys. And now here's that man himself, Arthur Astra-Osculated Godfrey!
Thank you. I have been asked to make the following announcement by the New York City Health Department. The strange odor that has filled the city since the buses went on strike is a substance known as fresh air. Do not be alarmed by it. It will soon go away. It has been said that people in the country breathe it all the time with hardly any ill effects. So pay no attention. Gee, it's a pleasure driving around, though, isn't it? Boy, oh, boy. But gosh, there's a lot of folks, I suppose, are in bad shape, kind of those buses. Now that we have no streetcars and no subways. No, we got plenty of subways, but no elevators, huh? It's pretty tough. I hope they settle their differences pretty soon. I do want to say, though, that I hope they put some chlorophyll in their gasoline when they come back. Did you ever get stuck in the Lincoln Tunnel behind one of those things? Boy, that's terrible. Starkey, what do you call this? Astra-osculated?
Yes, sir.
Astra, star, osculated, kiss.
Precisely.
Star-kissed. Why, I wonder why the Starkist people didn't think of that name. Astra-osculated tuna fish.
I can't imagine why they're celebrating.
I can't either, no. I would like, however, for you to meet a very lovely girl I'm anxious to see again. Jeanette Davis.
Good morning.
You did a hairdo, huh?
Yes, sir.
It's very pretty, very attractive.
Darlene did this.
Darlene did this?
Mm-hmm.
When did she do that, between 4 and 5 a.m.?
No, as a matter of fact, it took her about 15 minutes to do it. She's a very clever girl.
She is indeed a clever girl. She did a nice hairdo for you and for Marion. I wish she'd do one for me and Archie.
You have to let the hair grow a little.
That's the thing that bothers me. You don't put anything on your hair to make it stay down, do you?
No.
You just comb it dry and it goes like that, huh?
Well, kind of.
You should see what happens to me if I don't put anything on my hair. Looks like a swab. Yeah.
Well, it does make a little difference, Arthur, when your hair is curly.
You know what I've been using lately and I'm crazy about it?
What's that?
The thing called Lanolin Plus Hair Oil or something. Boy, it's marvelous. Wonderful stuff. Lanolin Plus Hair Dressing or something like that. You ever tried it, Trent?
Yes, I have, sir. It's superb. It's superb, yeah.
Besides, you got it for free. It is very good indeed. Well, I like your whole outfit, Jan. You look pretty good. How come you do me like you do?
blue. I ain't done nothing to you. Treat me right or else just let me be. 'Cause I can beat you doing what you're doing to me. How come you do me like you do? 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 Why do you try to make me feel so blue? I ain't done nothing to you. If you rave, I'll have to get you towed. So I can change your temperature from hot to cold. How come you do me like you do? 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 Oh, I love that song. Why do you always make me feel so blue? I ain't done nothing to you. Do me right. Let me see. That I can beat you doing what you do to me. How come you do me like you do? How come you do me like you do? Do that piano thing you did last. Yeah. See what the boys in the back room will have.
Get a note from the boys in the back room. You have Saratan on the rocks. What'll you have? They've been waiting for 6 weeks to get a Saratan joke in. That's the way I like to see a tune kicked around. It's a shame just to throw a couple of choruses away. We really knocked the stuffing out of that one, didn't we? The star-kissed tuna fish is a good source of vitamin A. You lacking in vitamin A this morning? What's the vitamin A supposed to be for? Why, you have eyes for your eyes? Yes, sir. Vitamin D would do that also. Vitamin A is also good to help prevent colds, isn't it? Yes. Or is that C? C, vitamin B1 also. What is it you get in carotene? Vitamin A, that's right. It's good night blindness. They tell me if you take on plenty of carotene or plenty of vitamin A, you are not so easily susceptible to colds. maybe let's have tuna fish and broccoli for breakfast. I bet you that'd make a good dish.
Absolutely.
Cream, star-kissed tuna fish, and a snow-crop broccoli. Huh? I bet it would make a doggone good dish. Vitamin A is so essential to well-being. It is therefore important for you to know one of the most abundant natural sources is a can of delicious, nutritious, star-kissed tuna fish, which comes, as Tony told you, in 3 different styles. You like white meat in tuna fish? They got it for you in the white label, star-kissed white meat. If you like the fancy pack, solid, they got that in the blue label. I think that's a little more expensive than the other. And the star-kissed chunk style, depending on what you like. The thing again, be brand conscious, my dear friend. When you're buying frozen foods, you want snow crab. When you want tuna fish, you want star-kissed tuna fish. Don't let the guy just sell you any old can of tuna fish. Make them give you star-kissed, and you've got the best quality. Well, you have. You should see what they go through to provide that for you. The fish isn't out of the water more than 3 minutes before he's frozen solid as this. Just a hard rock right now. And he stays like that, you know, until you put him in the can. And if you walked through that factory, you wouldn't know where you were if you were blindfolded. You can't smell a thing. It's clean as a whistle. It's a wonderful thing they did to make fish packing really a top business. And they have come up with the finest product, too. So remember Star-Kissed, huh? Hey, let's do some more of that backroom piano stuff, lad. That's wonderful.
This is CBS Radio serving the Midland Empire, Cook, KOOK in Billings. The Billings Weather Bureau temperature is now 32 degrees, courtesy of Stott's Standard Service Station, corner of 6th Avenue North and 27th Street. Smile with Lyle, and remember, your car deserves the finest care, the kind you get at Stott's Standard Service Station, at the corner of 6th Avenue North and 27th Street. Stay tuned now for the next portion of Arthur Godfrey Time.
It's Arthur Godfrey time.
get up, dear.
Oh, am I tired. You talked in your sleep all night long.
I did nothing of the kind.
All you talked about was Breeze, the new all-purpose detergent.
Go on.
You said Breeze is perfect for family wash, dishes, and dainties.
I said that.
And you said there's a fluffy Cannon face cloth right inside every large-size package of Breeze. Boy, how you talked.
Well, everything you said about Breeze is true, but I never talk in my sleep.
Pepsodent presents Arthur Godfrey Time. Pepsodent White, and the new Pepsodent Chlorophyll toothpaste for that clean mouth taste. And now, here's that man himself, the fellow with the polygontoid oral facade, Arthur Smiley Godfrey.
Thank you, but it's all very confusing. I agree. Very confusing. You sure that it's Pepsodent now that sponsors?
I'm quite certain, sir, this is now Pepsodent.
I just want to make sure of that, that's all. What a silly Bill's Mills. Pepsodent toothpaste presents to you a fella that I'm sure you'll enjoy. His name is Frank Parker.
Good morning.
How do you do?
How are you?
I'm pretty good. Pretty good.
Hi. You boys are sure cutting up those blues.
Yeah. Blues all over the place here.
Sound real good.
Does it make good radio?
Oh, it's wonderful. Very interesting.
Well, we get a bang out of doing it. And did you get a load of Archie's chorus? He played one. That long hair, square hair, he played And a good one, too.
Yeah, sure sounded fine.
Well, what would you like to sing for us this morning?
Well, I've got a song here. It says that you remind me of my mother. Tell me, do you think I should see my psychiatrist? This song is from Little Nellie Kelly, which was my first show.
Tell me this before we... What? Say that again?
So this song came from Little Nellie Kelly, George M. Cohan's Little Nellie Kelly, which was the first show I was ever in.
Is that so? And this song was in it?
Yes.
Did you sing it in the show?
No, I was in the chorus. Well, we did it in the chorus. That's one of the chorus singers.
Oh. We had not yet found your voice.
No, as a matter of fact, at that time I was a dancer. And a pretty bad one, I might add. The greatest switch I ever made when I went to singing.
A little easier on you.
Oh, yeah, I never would have made it.
Oh, you still trip a mean fantastic. You do all right.
I got 2 left feet.
Palmolive Beauty Box Theater, starring lovely Jessica Dragonette, Charles Coleman, Palmolive tenor, the Beauty Box Orchestra, directed by Al Goodman and the Palmolive Chorus. Presented every Wednesday by the makers of Palmolive, the beauty soap made with olive oil. Tonight, Franz Lehar's The Count of Luxembourg. But here is Jessica Dragonette.
Love is a dream. Say not that won't stay. Good evening, my friends, and welcome to the Palmolive Beauty Box Theater. Tonight, Charles Kuhlman sings romantic Count Rene, while I portray the operatic star, our Red. Our story begins in the Latin Quarter of Paris. A carnival is in progress, and Count Rene and his artist friends are making the most of it.
The noble
noble founder of our line has treasures rich and many, but he had ways and tastes like mine and couldn't keep a penny. With cards and dice, with wine and girls, he gave and spent and lent all, and left a box of ladies' pearls, and let us sentimental. And as we have succeeded, we all have done as he did. We spend and lose and then we owe. The Luxembourgs are always so. We lend it, spend it, and out the window spend it. With wine and women, sport and play. That is the Luxembourg way. For money's made to scatter, and when it's gone, no matter, you still can have your bit of fun. That's how it's done. They lend it, spend it, and out the window stand it. Wine and beer, sport and play, that is the Luxembourg way. For money's made to scatter, and when it's gone, no matter, you still can have your bit of fun. That's how
Go away, all of you. I want to be alone with my friend, the Count of Luxembourg.
Farewell, my friends. Stay out of that if you can.
Well, my dear Grand Duke, it's my wedding day, isn't it? Where is my bride?
Waiting for us in your studio. And the minute the ceremony is over, I shall give you the 10,000 francs we agreed on.
I can pay poor Anatole's debts and get him out of jail. If I knew any other way to raise the money, I'd never go through with this marriage.
Come, Count. You need money, and Russian etiquette requires a Grand Duke's bride to have a title. I give you the money, you give us a title.
Convenient, isn't it?
In 3 months you can divorce her, and then, dream of love come true. But remember, during those 3 months, you're to have
nothing whatever to do.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Very well. Let's adjourn to my humble studio and get it over.
No, not yet. Not till I've arranged everything. But wait right here till I come back for you.
At your service, Duke.
Well, my little delight, my darling distracting Angel, are you ready for the ceremony?
Yes, Your Highness. Though I would like to run away.
You shall the moment it's over. Think of it, my little Angeli, chorus, small part, prima donna, countess, and grand duchess, all in 2 years.
Why, I appreciate all Your Highness has done for me.
Not Highness. I'm your little rootsy pootsie. Oh, I can hardly wait till I make you my grand duchess. Can you?
I shall do my best to make you happy. But it's not easy to command love.
Oh, my pet, I'll thaw your little heart and make it blossom with love. Why, my Coakley used to call me her Lion d'Amour, her Lion of Love.
Who was Coakley?
Oh, Coakley. She was a Russian princess who went mad over my waltzing. But perhaps I'd better call her Tortin the Count. Stay there behind the screen, won't you? Your little rootsy pootsie will be right back.
Rootsy, Pootsie. Still, I should be grateful to him. Without his help, I would never be prima donna of the Paris Opera. I wonder what the Count is like. Whether he's young and handsome and... but then, dreams of love are not for me. Be it so, my visions of romance may go, a dream that I shall never be. I only must forget the dream I never saw as yet, the love I never had not what I have not known, I never now may know. Let others fall in love with me and worship me forever. forget the tales I know of happy lovers long ago. It is not much I lose, a little love I know not whose, and better is the fate I choose. Love, it is an idle song. Love, can never be for long. Love, you are not worth a sigh.
Come right in, Count. Now, you stand on this side of the stream. You mustn't see each other.
Oh, come now, Duke. Is that fair? To be separated from my bride on my wedding day?
On this occasion, you're nothing but an innocent bystander. A convenient means of making my sweetheart a Grand Duchess.
And the Grand Duchess is a cousin of the Tsar, isn't she?
Indeed she is. What do you think of that, Count?
Believe me, Duke, I'm quite impressed to be in the presence of impending royalty. Be a royal highness.
I shall be a royal highness.
Cousin to the Tsar.
Operatic star, I shall simply die of shyness.
Oh, hand upon my heart, manner that is mine. To play the part, played by a grande fair. Yes, 1, 2, 3, the Duchess and the Duke. No one shall his choice of you review. Operatic art, that will be no bar. You'll be cousins of the Tsar. Yes, 1, 2, 3, the Duchess and the Duke. No one shall his choice of you review. Operatic art, that will be no bar. You'll be cousins of the Tsar.
Ah, the registrar has arrived. You may proceed at once, sir.
Yes, Your Highness. Before me here appears on the right side of the screen Rene, Count of Luxembourg, bachelor, and Mademoiselle on the left side of the screen.
Name to be filled in afterwards.
And Mademoiselle name to be filled in afterwards. Since, you do declare yourselves ready to contract a legal marriage according to the laws of France. You do also declare no obstacle stands in the way of your marriage.
Except the screen.
Go on, go on.
You will now place a ring on the bride's finger.
But, Mr. Registrar, how can I with the screen between us?
I could put my hand through the screen. There.
Oh, such a beautiful hand. So tiny and soft.
Do you really like it?
I'm proud to put my ring on it. There. There's a kiss.
Stop it. You're breaking our agreement.
My husband's nearly kissing my hand, Your Highness.
May I remind you, you've never met the man. You mustn't regard marriage as an introduction.
I now pronounce you man and wife.
I'd give anything to see you, my blushing bride.
Oh, and if I could only see you, my mysterious bridegroom.
No, not that look, not that peek.
I'm sorry to leave you, Count, but we both must take the road of a marriage a la mode. She goes right, she goes left, out of line, out of sight. He's a lonely pathway treading, that's a truly happy wedding.
He goes right, he goes left, the arrangement's very deft. Both are free from any care. Hail the happy
wonder what it's like to fall in love. You see, I'm not quite sure what real love is. Love is a dream. Say not that hope is vain. Say not that fate will redeem. And love will
won't have it. It's not fair to me. Angela, I insist we leave at once. Goodbye, Countess. I feel as though fortune was slipping through my fingers.
A dream that fell to my heart now be bold. For to not of you now a dance to catch and to hold. But once, never again, the dream of gold, of soul.
Sing of man, sing of mine, out of mine, out of mine. Sing the morning of the burning, and the truly happy wedding.
She goes right, she goes left.
The arrangement's very dead. Both are free from any care. Hail the
So Rene, Count of Luxembourg, says goodbye to his unseen bride Angèle with a promise not to make himself known to her until after the divorce. The story continues in a few minutes. Now back to the Palmolive Beauty Box Theater, starring lovely Jessica Dragonette and Charles Coleman, star of the Metropolitan Opera in The Count of Luxembourg. The time, 3 months later. The Grand Duke Gutzmoff is giving a party in honor of his approaching marriage to Angèle, who's just arrived from her farewell appearance at the opera. She sits apart from the rest, wondering whether she is right to sacrifice her career for marriage with the Grand Duke.
beg your pardon, mademoiselle, but I heard your voice and knew you were here. Isn't this your glove?
Why, yes. Where did you find it?
I saw you drop it as you left the opera tonight.
And whom may I thank?
No thanks are necessary, mademoiselle. Think only how happy you have made a man whose very pulse quickens with the sight of.
But we have never met before.
Not like this, perhaps, but I have adored you from a distance. Even now it seems impossible I am alone with Angèle Didier, prima donna of the Paris Opera.
Your words are most flattering, monsieur. But now, may I have my glove?
Of course. May I help you put it on?
If you like. But it belongs on this hand.
A lovely hand, mademoiselle. There is something in the touch of it that fills me with tender memory.
To put my glove on, you must listen.
Why should I? When I can look into your eyes.
Very well, then. I'll turn them away.
While I wait an eternity for another glance, oh, mademoiselle, I'm hopelessly in love with you.
But you've only known me a few moments.
Is it really but a few moments?
Oh, that I now adore. Have we not loved before? How could I else have known you are my love, my own? Love is a dream, you say, passing at dawn of day. But the glove at least is real. Your glove is a picture. It's a song. The scent of red clover again reminds me the smell of a meadow after rain. Reminds me, it seems like a magical hand that once I looked upon. And that was like a dream, and like a dream was gone. Your glove at least seemed real, and just like a dream was gone.
Monsieur, I must be frank with you. I'm already married.
So am I.
I congratulate you.
I congratulate you.
But I'm going to be divorced.
So am I. Let's dance together in honor of our coming freedom.
I don't believe I should, really.
Are you going to dance?
No, merci, mon ami.
May not I have a dance?
Well, not with me, as you see.
Do you find any fault in the way that I walk? If you do, will you explain?
It is perfectly true.
Why distress you can guess
when I'm walking with you.
You confess more or less
that we both of us seem to have danced in a dream.
Shall we try, you and I again?
Shall we try, just we two, you and I and you?
Let us believe the dream is true, that you love me and I love you. Dreams you see may come true, like little children hand in hand, dancing away to fairyland.
to be divorced. May I inquire who is the unlucky man?
The Count of Luxembourg.
The Count of Lux... Then it was you on the other side of the screen.
Other side of the screen? Who are you?
I am the Count of Luxembourg.
And you dared make love to me.
I didn't know who you were, believe me.
Oh, how can I? I wouldn't have dreamed that you're the kind of man to sell his name and honor for a sum of money.
Don't forget you wanted to be a Grand Duchess.
For that, I loathe you. Now go. Please go at once.
Which? Thank you, mademoiselle. Adieu. Angel, my step-please.
Here I am, Your Highness.
Well, it is. What's wrong, Angel?
Oh, I can't wait until I'm divorced from that horrible Count of Luxembourg.
I know, my dove. You want to marry your little rootsy pootsie.
It's impossible.
Who?
The Count.
Oh, yes, indeed he is, my dear.
I suppose he jumped at the chance of marrying me.
He had to jump, my dear. The sheriff was just to jump behind him.
The sheriff? Oh, was he going to jail?
Not the Count, but a friend of his had been incarcerated for being a debt. So I paid the debt, the friend went free, and the Count married me.
Oh. So then he sold his titles to save his friend.
Something silly like that. But what's all this about the Count anyway?
Whatever it is, Your Highness, I insist you rush divorce proceedings so I can leave the city tomorrow morning.
The final papers will be ready for you at 9. At 9:15, Angel, my dove, you and I shall be married.
Married, Lucy? Who's getting married?
Spookily. You.
Nobody else, my little rootsy bootsy. But what's all this about you getting married? You're marrying me.
Am I? How do you know?
The Tsar said so. Kiss me, my hero, my lion of love. We're engaged. Here's the Tsar's written consent. I thought I'd never get it out of him.
But how about my consent?
The Tsar's consent is a command.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Well, Angel, my child, I'm afraid I must leave you alone here with the Count.
Oh, so soon.
Oh, I suppose it's all right, though. He is your husband, isn't he?
Come along, my little lion.
Yes, my little lioness. I'm coming.
Renee, please forgive me. Now I know why you took part in this fantastic marriage of ours. And I admire you for it.
Admire? That's not enough, Countess.
Then, Renee, I love you.
And I love you, Angel. Madly, passionately. But I really can't ask you to marry me.
But you can ask me to stay married.
I'll die heartbroken if you don't.
Say not love is a dream. Say not that hope is vain.
Say not that cruel fate will redeem. Perfect love will
And so the Count and Countess of Luxembourg decided to stay married and no doubt lived happily ever after. In just a moment, Jessica Dragonette will be here to tell you about next week.
Yes.
Lovely Jessica Dragonette.
Thank you, Jean Paulkin. Next week, we're bringing you a parade of favorite songs from all the operettas chosen from your letters. Do you remember? I'll see you again whenever spring breaks through again. This is Jessica Dragonette bidding you all good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word
Anyone
tonight...
falling asleep during the show will be thrown out.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is dust. D-U-S-T.
Really?
You bet your life! Elgin American, creator of America's most beautiful compacts, smartest cigarette cases, magic action lighters, finest dresser sets, presents Groucho Marx in the Elgin American show, You Bet Your Life. The comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here's that sterling Elgin American, the one, the only... Groucho!
He must be a kigme. Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples here tonight. George, who's first?
We invited some bacteriologists to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. Frank Matuccio, and his partner is Mrs. Idella Manicera, who operates a bird hospital. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks, for Elgin American Compacts. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins a 16-millimeter Apollo Sound movie projector that sells for $129.50. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mr. Matuccio?
Yes?
You're the bacteriologist.
I am.
Where are you from? I'll call you Frank, eh?
Santa Monica.
Santa Monica, huh? Married?
Yes.
How long have you been married, Frank?
Oh, about 11 to 12 years.
What is a bacteriologist?
Oh, a bacteriologist is one who studies bacteria.
Well, what's bacteria? The rear door of a cafeteria?
Bacteria is a unicellular structure which exhibits some of the fundamental process of plant protoplasm.
Mm-hmm. That's very true, you know. You mind if I ask you another question?
Not at all.
What is bacteria? The rear door of a cafeteria? Mrs. Manicera. Is that,
yes.
That's an odd name. Is that the correct pronunciation?
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm. Is that, what is it, Spanish?
Italian.
Italian. Well, what does it mean in English? Does it have any English significance?
I was so busy getting the man that I didn't think to analyze the name.
Well, Idella, is that your first name?
Yeah,
Idella?
it is. My given name.
Your given name, huh?
Yes.
I guess somebody was glad to get rid of that name. You operate a bird hospital, huh?
That's right.
And you're a bird doctor, I take it.
Yes.
Can you stand on one leg and go to sleep? Well, you're a doctor, sort of. Maybe you can answer a question that's been bothering me for a long time. What is bacteria?
That's exactly what the doctor said.
Everybody seems to know but me, huh? For a bird doctor, you're pretty cagey, I know. Well, tell me, Louis Pasteur, that's you. How did you meet your wife? Under a microscope? Or,
No. I met my wife at a Eastern hospital. She happened to be the personnel clerk there, and she took down my...
Study then.
Yeah. What I wanted to say was that she took my application.
Was it a hot application?
No, it was a pretty good application.
Do you have any youngsters, Doc?
No youngsters.
Does anything exciting ever happen around your laboratory?
Oh, not too much. I happened to listen to a baseball game one day, one of the World Series, over a stethoscope.
You listened to it over a stethoscope?
That's right. We couldn't hear the speaker loud enough at the time, so my chief, the pathologist, walked up to his office and came back with a stethoscope and placed it over the speaker of the radio and gave us the play-by-play account of the game from then on. So
I didn't think you'd be able to do that with a stethoscope.
Oh, yes.
Because most of the Brooklyn players didn't have any heart for this World Series. Well, tonight I'm learning quite a lot about birds and bacteria, and now I want you to have the perfect Christmas gift from our sponsor.
For Mrs. Idella Manicera, Elgin American's beautiful pearls. An ideal Christmas gift for any woman. They're the finest pearls made by man. I'm sure you'll enjoy them.
Thank you. They'll match everything I have.
And
what about Ducky here?
For Mr. Matuccio, an ideal Christmas gift for a man. Elgin American's popular cigarette case with today's smart leather-like look.
Oh, very nice. Now I can stop bumming cigarettes, I guess.
Now, Idella, what kind of birds do you doctor?
Well, we have all kinds. We have canaries and parakeets and cockatiels and parrots and minor birds.
Minor bird? Is that the bird that looks after the miners? That isn't John L. Lewis, huh? Now, do you ever treat any wild birds?
Yes, we treat wild birds. They're brought to us constantly.
What kind?
Well, all kinds. Mockingbirds and blackbirds and larks. Everything.
Lark. What do you do for a lark?
Well, we reduce the fractures if that happens to be the case.
You're just an old night owl, that's what you are. You just don't give a hoot, do you?
That's right.
What's the most unusual bird doctoring you've ever tackled?
I once had a pair of penguins brought to me.
You did, huh? I've led a very sheltered life. I've never had a penguin. What was the matter with them? Did they fall off a package of cool?
No, they fell from a cool place into a warm climate, and that gave them pneumonia.
They fell from a cool place into a warm climate?
Into a warm climate.
That's what eventually is going to happen to me, you know. Now tell me, Florence Nightingale, when you were a young girl, a real young girl, I mean, you're still a girl, but did you always dream of someday being a bird doctor?
No.
What did you want to be?
I wanted to be a physician. But when I was a girl, that wasn't being done. My parents threw up their hands in horror.
Mm-hmm.
So,
had they swallowed them? What a vulgar mind I have. In just 1 minute, you're going to work together as a team for $1,500. But first, listen to this.
Who said Santa Claus was one man with whiskers? He's every gent giving Elgin American compacts to his gal and sisters.
Lives there a woman with a bedroom to her name who doesn't long for an Elgin American dresser set to glamorize same?
And show me the man who wouldn't strut with a cigarette case and lighter by nobody but Elgin American.
Here's the gift inspirational for women and girls. Those gorgeous, sensational, simulated pearls by Elgin American.
What causes this great Elgin American preference? It's beauty, style, perfection with a difference.
And to keep all your Christmas shopping very budget nice, Elgin American gifts outvalue them all in price.
Yes, Elgin American gifts are first in fashion, first in value, first in the hearts of every man and woman on your list. So make this the Christmas to outdo them all. Give Elgin American.
Now then, let's see if you're going to be our winning couple and get the chance at the $1,500 question. Fenneman, tell them the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,500 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's going on out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected nicknames for college teams, right?
That's right.
What college team? How many? You have $20. How much do you want to bet?
Well, 10.
10. What college team is known as the Indians?
Stanford.
Stanford is right.
And they're off down the field with $30.
You're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of your $30 will you try?
Well, 20.
20? What college team is known as the Mustangs?
Southern Methodist.
Southern Methodist is on the nose.
And now they have $50.
Here's your third question. How much of the 50 are you going to try?
40.
What college is known as the Vandals? Vandals.
Tennessee? No. Vanderbilt?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's where the big potatoes come from. It's Idaho.
Oh, Idaho. That's right.
They now have $10.
Now you only have $10, and here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 10 do you bet?
Oh, we'll bet the works.
You bet the works. What college team is known as the Wolverines?
Michigan.
Michigan is correct.
And they'll wind up with a total of $20.
Thanks and good luck from Elgin American Compacts. Don't wander off now. No, you can still get the big question, you know.
Groucho, the secret word is still dust. Perhaps the next couple will say it. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a mechanic and a woman driver. And here they are, Mrs. Hilda Mary Buss and Mr. Jack McDonald. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks, to the Elgin American program. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins a 16-millimeter Apollo Sound movie projector instantly. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mr. Jack McDonald, huh?
Yes, sir.
You're a mechanic, eh? Are you married, Jack?
Yes, sir.
Any little wenches? I mean, any little wenches at home?
I have
Wrenches
two.
at home?
Two, sir.
How'd you meet your wife?
Oh, I was invited to a party one evening, and I was told I was to have a date with a girl by the name of Verna. When I got there, I found there was two Vernas, so I took my choice. And,
I hope you've quit that, though, huh?
Yes, sir.
Where do you work, Jack?
I work for Mark C. Bloom, 6210 Sunset Boulevard. Open 24 hours a day. Good service.
What kind of a mechanic are you?
Garage mechanic.
You work on garages?
On cars.
Do you work on them or under them?
Under them.
Well, why do you work under the cars, huh?
That's where the work is.
Don't look now, but my clutch is slipping. Huh? Now, Mrs. Buss, Hilda Buss, huh?
That's right.
Where are you from, Hilda?
I'm originally from River Falls, Wisconsin.
What is your husband's occupation?
Well, he's assistant vice president for the Equitable Life Insurance Company.
Mm-hmm. That's good business, the insurance business. Huh?
Oh, I think so, and he does too. Don't you?
Yes. I'm crazy about it. Huh? How'd you meet your husband, then?
Well, I was selling men's real silk shorts door to door.
You were selling men's shorts? Do you model these things?
No. I met him in his private business office with a tape measure in one hand and a pair of orchid shorts in the other.
That's how you met him?
Yes, that's right.
And what did he do?
Well, I was trying to write up an order for him, and they come in the new 7-day pack. And, so,
What's a 7-day pack?
Well, Sunday is orchid, Monday is cardinal, Tuesday is Kelly green.
You mean you know people who change their underwear every day? Well, so?
Wednesday is champagne.
Oh,
Thursday is canary.
If Thursday is canary. I'll get that bird doctor back here.
Friday is salmon. Saturday is flesh color.
Flesh color. What's that, no shorts at all? I suppose Sunday you spend all day washing, the other 7 days. Well, this is a whole new world you've opened to me, Hilda. Now tell me, leaky gasket, what's the most common type of repair job that you're called on to fix?
People come in with a trouble, they say. They got a knock and a rattle, but it's all in their head.
They got a rattle in their head? Well, what gives you the most trouble, men drivers or women?
Oh, men.
Why? Why is that?
A man, he comes in and he wants, he knows all about it, you know. And a woman driver, she comes in and says, fix it.
Now, Mrs. Buss, is this true that women don't know anything about the car they drive?
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Well, you don't have to. He just said it. Let's see how much you know. For example, you've just stepped on the starter. Now tell me, what's going on under the hood?
Oh, it makes an awful roaring sound, and there's gas going through the generator, and jumps into the spark plugs, and first thing you know, the spark plugs are sparking away, and pretty soon I start off the car.
Well, what is a microbe? Can you tell me? Now, Mrs. Buss, I'll give you one more chance. After you drive around a while, your motor heats up, doesn't it, as a rule?
Uh-huh.
Now, tell me, what keeps your car from getting too hot?
Well, open the window.
I rest my transmission, huh? Now, we're very happy to have you both here. You've been a wonderful couple, and George has the perfect Christmas gift from our sponsor.
For Mrs. Buss, Elgin American's beautiful dresser set in jeweler's bronze with a look of gold. Notice that engraved floral design, Mrs. Buss. Isn't that lovely?
Oh, it's beautiful. Thank you.
For our mechanic, Elgin American's exclusive heart-shaped compact that's definitely different. It's jeweler's bronze that looks like gold. His wife will truly appreciate it.
Beautiful. All right, now let's play You Bet Your Life for $1,500. You run your $20 into more than our other couples, and you get a chance at the big question. I can't tell you how much the first couple won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners.
The bacteriologist and the bird doctor won $20.
Here we go. Let's see how high you can build your $20. You selected pictures on paper money as your category. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Here's your first question. You have $20. How much are you going to try?
15.
15. Whose picture is on the $5 bill?
Lincoln.
Abraham Lincoln, the old boy himself.
They're on their way with $35.
Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of the 35 are you going to try?
30. No, 30.
You're going to try 30.
30.
Whose picture is on the $2 bill?
Jefferson.
Thomas Jefferson is right, huh?
They're on their way. They have $65.
All right, you've got $65, and here's your third question. How much of the 65 are you going to try?
60.
$60. Whose picture is on the $50 bill?
Grant.
General Grant is right.
They're really climbing now. They have $125.
All right, you're reaching the peak. You've got $125, and how much are you going to bet of the $125?
$125.
$125. Whose picture is on the $500 bill?
Harrison.
Harrison.
I'm sorry, it's William McKinley. That was a tough one. You gambled and you lost. Going to give you a chance to make yourselves $10 richer. It's not going to be easy, so concentrate. Ready? What animal do you find on a buffalo nickel?
Buffalo.
A buffalo is right. Thanks and good luck from Elgin American Compacts. Now, in just 1 minute, our last couple will play the Elgin American game, and then we know who gets the $1,500 question. Right now, here's something all Christmas shoppers should pay attention to.
Don't tell me your Christmas shopping is done. How on earth do you know what to buy? Me, I hunt and I shop till I'm ready to drop. Get so confused I could die.
Save your time, disposition, and money, too, where they sell Elgin American Compacts. They're perfect. They're smart. Solve your list from the start. Do as I do. Buy easily. Relax.
Yes, that's how to simplify your shopping and still give beautiful gifts. Buy Elgin American Compacts for all the women on your Christmas list. They'll be thrilled with the elegance and perfection Elgin American stands for. You'll be delighted with the values. Priced from just $3.95. $2.95 for American Beauty Companion Compacts. Whatever you pay, even for sterling silver or 14-karat gold, you'll give the best gift at the best price with the best compacts made. By Elgin American.
All right, it won't be long till we know who's going to earn the chance at the $1,500 question. George, who's ahead so far?
The bacteriologist and the bird doctor are leading with $20. And the secret word is still dust. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a young couple who are about to be married. And here they are, coming in from off stage. Miss Jackie Hawk and Mr. Don Peckoff meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, for Elgin American Compacts. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins a 16-millimeter Apollo sound movie projector instantly. It's a common word, something you see every day. Pretty classy-looking couple, I'd say. So you two are getting married, eh? Don Peckoff, that's you.
Yeah.
When is the big day, Don?
Oh, it'll be a week from Sunday.
Week from Sunday, huh? How old are you, Don?
I'm 25.
And Jackie Hawk. Hawk, is that right? Yes. Soon it'll be Jackie Peckoff, huh? How old are you, Jackie?
20.
20, huh? I presume you realize that marriage is a serious business, Don?
Yes, I do.
Would you be able to support Jackie on your income?
Oh, yes.
Are you sure of that as he is, Jackie?
Yes. In fact, we've already worked out a budget.
Oh, you dreamers in for a surprise. Where do you work, Don?
I work at Orbach's.
Is that a second-hand store?
No? No, it isn't.
Well, I'm sorry. I wish it was. I want to buy a second-hand for my watch. What do you do at Allbacks?
Oh, I work in the boys department. I sell clothing for kids from 4 to 20, and once a week I take stock. And
have you ever been caught at it? And Jackie, where do you work?
I also work at Orbeck.
You work at Orbeck. How did you meet this fellow, in the bargain basement? How'd you meet him, Jackie?
Well, I was out with a friend of his, and we wound up the same place during the course of the evening.
Where?
And Hobnob, Beverly Hills.
Who were you with?
A friend of his. I said
Don't even remember his name?
Stanley.
Stanley, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And
well...
you came in?
Oh, I came in a little later and
Who were you with?
I was with a girl named Merle.
And what happened?
Well, I went home at 12:30. Stanley took me home, and Donald picked me up at 1:45.
Why, you little sneak, you, huh? Now, look, I'm a little past that period, but how did he transmit this message to you that he was going to see you after you had stashed away this other guy, huh?
Well, we had a chance to talk between songs.
I see.
Between
And Stanley
Cokes.
wasn't looking, and he
That's right.
quick slipped him the info, huh?
He went out to get more Cokes.
Shows you, man should never leave the room. What do you do at the store, Jackie?
I'm a rapper.
A rapper?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty snappy-looking rapper. And how far from Jackie do you operate?
Oh, about 2 minutes by the escalator. 2.5 minutes by the elevator and 4 minutes by the stairs.
There must be a faster way, isn't there?
I haven't hit on it if there is.
Have you tried squeezing in one of those little change boxes that they shoot along?
You try that
No, I
next time.
haven't.
How did you shop around before you decided that Don was the best boy, Jackie?
Oh, I went out on dates. Went out with quite a few fellas, I guess.
Before Escalator Eddie popped the question here, did anybody else ask you to get married in addition to your mother? Couple? Did she lean over the counter and kiss you when you proposed?
No.
She didn't give you a counter proposal, huh? Who's going to handle the money after you marry, Jackie?
He will, I guess.
Is this all settled? Do you agree on that, Don?
Oh, we're not particularly concerned about money. Well, it doesn't matter.
No, really, it's of no importance, money, huh? That is, unless you want to eat or something like that. Looking for a room or something. What's your ambition in life, Don?
I guess my first ambition is to get myself out of debt.
Well, after you're 65, what's your ambition? Huh? Are there any opportunities for advancement there at Allbacks?
Oh, yes.
You contemplate staying there?
Well, I plan on going to law school in the fall.
Then you're going to sue Allback, is that it? Well, if you two can stand me for 5 minutes, you'll have no trouble standing each other, I'm sure. I wish you both every happiness, and I know you're going to have a wonderful time together. Now, George Fenneman has your perfect Christmas gift from our sponsor.
For Jackie, this lovely sterling silver compact with 14-karat gold engraving, an Elgin American, of course.
Thank you.
And for Don, Elgin American's hand-engraved sterling silver cigarette case that holds 20 regular or 16 king-size cigarettes. Something you'll always be proud of, Don.
That is really nice.
Now you're going to play your bet your life. You beat our other two couples, you'll get a crack at the $1,500. I can't tell you how much they won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners.
The bacteriologist and the bird doctor are still ahead with $20.
All right, here we go. You have $20. Let's see how high you can build it. You selected songs with sweet in the title. Is that right? Now you have $20. How much you going to bet? $10. Give me the title of this sweet song. Play, Jerry.
Sweet Leilani.
Bo-bo-bo-bo.
Sweet Leilani is right. Have it on our way with $30.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you got $30. Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of the 30 are you going to try?
20?
$20. All right, what's the name of this song?
Sweet Sue.
Sweet Sue. $3. Sweet Sue.
They're on their way.
Sweet Sue.
They're on their way. They have $50, Groucho.
They have $50, Georgie. Well, here's your third question. How much of the 50 you going to try?
40.
$40. All right, let's see if you can identify this song. Okay, Jerry.
Sweet and lovely.
Sweet and lovely is right.
They're climbing now, Groucho. They have $90.
Hey, don't guess quite so quick. We have a fortune tied up in these musicians. Let them play 8 bars, will you? Now you've got $90, and here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 90 are you going to try?
All of it.
Well, we have 90.
You have $90.
80?
85.
$85. That's known as the Missouri Compromise. 85.
$5 to go home.
Give me the title of this sweet song.
Sweet Georgia Brown. And they wind up with $175, and that means that they get a chance at the $1,500 question. And now, a word from Myron Wallace. Perfection is the word for Elgin American's handsome lighter case. A lighter and cigarette case combined in one handy accessory. The lighter lights automatically when the cigarette case clicks close. Buy your Elgin American lighter case from $19.95 or its companion American Beauty lighter case from $9.95. Tomorrow, ask your dealer for surefire lighter cases by Elgin American. And here's the winning couple, Groucho, the engaged couple.
Well, back again to try for $1,500, eh? Good luck. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so talk it over thoroughly and no help from the audience. Please. Recently, a 7-foot statue of the Mormon leader who founded Salt Lake City was erected in the Capitol in Washington. What is the name of this great Mormon leader? All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
I think of as Brown.
No, I'm sorry. It's Brigham Young. Brigham Young. That's a shame. That's a shame. So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, you lost the big money, but you received those lovely gifts from Elgin American, and you won $175. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
The Elgin American Show, You Bet Your Life, is a John Goodell production. Transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Remember, next week's big question pays $2,000. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for You Bet Your Life, starring Groucho Marx. Presented by the creators of America's most beautiful compacts, smartest cigarette cases, magic action lighters, and finest dresser sets. Elgin American.
Good night, folks. Have you looked at your compact lately? And if you don't care for music, listen to George Burton sing in just 1 hour. Good night.
Road of Life, brought to you by Duz, D-U-Z, Duz, the new kind of soap that does everything in your wash.
Dr. Brent, call surgery. Dr. Brent, call surgery. Dr. Brent, call surgery.
You know, I often wonder what things really were like, BD.
BD?
Before Duz. Before the ladies discovered that Duz, D-U-Z, is best. That it does everything in the wash.
Well, here's what my wash day was like, BD, before Duz.
First, I used to scrub my husband's work pants till my fingers ached.
Some job.
Uh-huh. And my towels. It was almost impossible to get 'em white. And the nice colors in my wash. Well, they lost all their pep.
That was BD, before does.
Yes, but now things are different.
Now you've changed from a lady who didn't to a lady who does. Now you know does best. This new kind of soap does everything in your wash. It gives you unsurpassed whiteness for towels, unbeaten suds for cleaning work clothes, plus greater safety for colors.
My wash days now are all AD, after does.
What about those dirty work pants, after doesing?
Clean as can be, and I don't do any hard scrubbing.
No soap takes dirt out easier than does. What about your towels, AD, after doesing?
They just couldn't be whiter. I'm so proud of them.
No soap washes whiter than does. And how do those colored rayon slips look?
Bright and fresh. They just couldn't be prettier.
Well, Does is extra safe for colors, you know. Does everything. It's best. Actual comparisons with 25 different wash day soaps prove it. Does gives you the best combination of white washes, suds for cleaning, and safety for colors. So be a lady who does best. Does everything. And now we invite you to listen to Road of Life. Our reactions reflect our training. Jim Brent, schooled to face trouble in the operating room with the utmost calm, reacts the same way when difficulties of a personal nature are involved. Because he was trying desperately to save the life of an accident patient, because another surgeon, Grant Frazier, harried him and annoyed him during the operation, and because there was no possible alternative, Jim was forced to break one of the more binding rules of medical ethics. To continue the operation, he struck Grant Frazier, his chief of staff. As a result, Frazier, who had always disliked him, called a meeting of the staff and board of trustees of City Hospital, the purpose of which was to seek Jim's expulsion. Rather than affirm or deny the charges, rather than make elaborate plans to defeat Frazier, Jim has calmly resolved to appear before the board and tell his story. Knowing himself to be in the right, he believes that he will be completely exonerated at the coming meeting. In doing this, however, he underestimates the man he is fighting. Should you care to know more of Grant Frazier and his methods of procedure, listen for a moment. The chief of staff and a surgical nurse from the hospital, Miss Ethel Lanier, are walking west on Chicago's Wabash Avenue.
Still don't know where we are?
No.
You have a short memory.
I haven't been in this part of town in years.
Well, that's nice to know. You remember the last time you were down here? It was about 11 years ago. With me.
Grant. The Isle of Capri. The Isle of Capri restaurant.
Now you've got it.
Oh, Grant, you old darling. How did you remember?
Oh, I haven't forgotten that.
Oh, you said we were going somewhere special this evening, but I didn't think... Oh, this is wonderful. You're right. It is almost like old times.
Why, Andy, almost.
Well, 11 years is a long time, isn't it?
If you want to think of it that way. Well, here we go. That is, if you still care to.
I wouldn't throw out a memory for the world. You ought to know me better than that. Same old rickety stairs.
You think that waiter will remember it?
Better.
Good evening.
Oh, Grant, he does remember us.
A table for two, please.
Si, senor. Up here in the front, no?
No, we used to sit in the booth in the back. You still have it?
The back of booth. Si. This way, please.
Just like it used to be. Empty.
I don't mind that. You?
This is the booth you mean, no, senor?
This is it, all right.
Signorina.
Thank you.
Will you order now or later?
Now. What did we always used to have?
Minestrone soup, ravioli with mushroom and tomatoes, spumoni, and black pop.
And a bottle of Chianti wine.
Si. Un minestrone, two ravioli like Capri, one bottle of Chianti, two spumoni, two coffee. It will take a few minutes more.
That's all right. We're in no hurry.
Si, senor.
Aren't we?
Aren't we what?
In a hurry.
Well, that depends on you.
You used to depend on me.
It does now.
I think I'm going to like this dinner. It's going to be like old times. Fun. What are you doing?
Moving my chair next to yours. Do you mind? Yeah. That's better. More like it used to be.
Still playing hands under the table.
With you. I promise you, if you had dinner with me tonight, I'd take you back a long way. Well.
You're a darling. How's your wife?
You always were a witch, weren't you?
If I weren't, I wouldn't be here. How is she?
Well, for a while, she was pleasant enough.
And so you didn't see me.
But lately, she's begun her old nagging and whining.
You came back to the old stand again, hmm?
This does bring back memories, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh, careful.
Never used to worry about waiters popping in.
There used to be a screen they'd put in front of the booth.
See if they still have it.
Oh, don't leave. Why bother with the screen?
Ethel.
Still sorry you didn't divorce your wife and marry me?
Why do you think I asked you out tonight?
I don't know. Why did you? Come on, Grant. Put your cards on the table.
Ethel.
You're not fooling me. Not for a minute. It's been a long time since we had anything to do with each other. I'm 11 years older and 20 pounds heavier and a lot more practical. Simply because you've taken me to a restaurant where we first got started doesn't do a thing for me except recall some memories that should best be forgotten. I suppose you expect me to think it's very sweet and romantic. It is. But the lavender and old lace doesn't stop me from seeing the wool being pulled over my eyes. It's been years since you've wanted to be alone with me. So this must be a special occasion, with a good reason behind it. Now, look, we've known each other pretty long and pretty well. What's the reason?
You're wonderful, Ethel.
I'm right, too.
Yes, you're right, too. I want something. A favor.
What?
A favor.
Go on, I'm listening.
You're a surgical nurse. By a good piece of luck, you were in the operating room where Jim Brent and I had our little argument.
You certainly made an ass out of yourself handling that one, Grant.
I wish you wouldn't use that tone of voice to me, my dear.
Oh, would you rather this talk be conducted on a doctor-nurse basis? Or shall we still be friends?
I'm sorry. You're right for a second time.
That's better. Now, as I was saying before you interrupted, you made a complete and absolute ass out of yourself in that operating room, darling.
Perhaps I did, but it needn't seem that way. If we wanted to, we could make the shoe fit the other foot.
Mm-hmm. If I know you, you're getting ready for that staff meeting you called. Are you serious? Do you actually think you can have Jim Brent dismissed from the hospital on the charges you've made?
I've never been more determined.
Oh, you won't get away with it. All he has to do is tell you how you hounded him to get that operating room and how you interfered with him when he had a patient on the table. And you'll be lucky if the board doesn't expel you. Really, if you don't object to my saying this, you behaved shamefully.
But the matter can be turned about, as I say.
How?
In the first place, the little nurse who brought in that accident case has been promoted.
She can still talk, can't she?
Now she's supervisor of nurses in Boston General Hospital. She's on her way there now.
Oh?
And if I wanted to, I could call one of the surgical nurses who was present in the operation. And if she wanted to, she might conceivably tell the board that I behaved in a most ethical manner, that it was Dr. Brent who created the incident.
Why should I?
Oh, for old time's sake.
Souvenirs are only good to help remember the past, Grant. They're impractical for use in the present. Besides, I like Brent. He's a good-looking man, and he's polite. He remembers my name, and he says good morning to me, or good afternoon. He never shouts at me if I'm not quick enough with an instrument at the operating table. He's nice to me. Much nicer than some of the doctors I work with.
Your reasons are rather adolescent, my dear.
When a woman reaches my age, it's nice sometimes to think as an adolescent.
But that sort of thinking won't get you anywhere.
Where is there for me to go? Boston General Hospital as supervisor of nurses? Miss Regan's on her way there.
You've been with the hospital for a long time, Ethel. I didn't think you'd want to leave.
The length of time I've been at the hospital rings only one bell in your mind.
Really?
You think my 10-year service would impress that meeting. They like me for being loyal, for staying with the hospital for so long. They might very well pay more attention to the testimony I offer.
Should you be called at that meeting, Ethel, what sort of story would you tell?
Would anyone else who was at the operation be at the board meeting?
You're the only one who'd be called.
Well, then, the story I'd tell might be a very interesting one.
Good. Can I count on you?
Well, that depends. Can I count on you?
You're a strange one.
Am I? I told you, I'm much more practical than I was 11 years ago.
Chief surgical nurse?
Oh, Gran, if you'd have offered that to me way back when, I'd have swooned. But today titles, well, they just don't impress me. Besides, it's too much responsibility.
Well, then, Ethel, I think you're going to get a great, big, wonderful gift.
How sweet of you, Gran.
After all, I've been meaning to get you something. Yes, indeed, a nice Christmas present would be just the thing.
Oh, wait a minute, Gran. Christmas is over.
Not for you, it isn't. In fact, it's just beginning.
And Jim Brent thinks that all he'll have to do is tell his side of the story at the board meeting. You know, there are some things you can always depend on for a top-notch job. That certainly goes for Does. Now, you've probably heard Does is best. It does everything in your wash. Well, you can depend on Does doing everything in the dishpan, too.
What's that about dishpans?
I say this new kind of wash day soap really does everything for dishes. Does gives you suds that stand up till the last dish is done, fast action on grease, plus greater kindness to hands. Now, isn't that everything you want for dishes?
Could be.
Look, do you like lots of suds?
Who doesn't?
Well, this new kind of soap springs up into suds the instant water hits it. Suds that stand up so you aren't forever adding soap. Would you like to clean up greasy frying pans in a hurry?
Sure thing.
Does speeds through the toughest grease without hard scouring.
Say.
And best of all, Does is actually kinder to your hands than any other leading wash day soap. It leaves hands feeling smooth and comfortable.
Does sure does a lot.
Does does best. In the dishpan, too. Does everything. Be sure to listen tomorrow when D-U-Z Does will again bring you another absorbing episode on Road of Life. This is Clayton Collier saying good day for the makers of Does, the soap that does everything in your wash. Your grocer's paper bags and cardboard cartons have gone to war, so when you shop, take your own shopping bag or basket with you.
Big Sister, a story of Ruth Wayne and her problems as a woman, as well as a nurse, a wife, and a mother. Today's episode in just a moment, after this message from our sponsor. Neddy, Ruth Wayne's younger brother, has been in a tight corner since he married pretty young Hope less than a year ago. But he's never been in one that was quite as distressing as the one we find him in now. For just a moment ago, we heard Hope say,
I told you once before that one of these days you'd have to choose between that big sister of yours and me. And it seems you've done it. That you've made up your mind about more than just the money. So...
Hope, where are you going? What are you doing?
What do you think I'm doing? I'm taking my bags now.
Your bag?
Yes, my bag. Think I'm going to stick around here after this? I'm getting out just as fast as I can pack.
What? No, you don't mean that, Hope.
Oh, just watch me.
You can't, Hope. Look, I couldn't stand it if anything happened with us. Please don't go, Hope. Please, I'll do anything you want.
You will?
Well, you know I will. Anything within reason. Now, can't we just talk the whole thing over quietly?
It is within reason, and it's for your own good. Will you do it?
Do what? I don't even know what we're talking about
Don't
anymore.
give me that. Of course you know. We're talking about that garage over at Somerville and borrowing the money from Frank Wayne to buy it. Are you going to do it or not?
Oh, well, I'm not sure. I mean...
Oh, you're not sure. You'll do anything in the world for me. Anything except what I want you to do.
Oh, if that's not true, I would do anything. I'd cut my right arm off up there. But
when are you going to grow up, Nettie? When are you going to start acting like a man instead of a kid tied to his sister's apron strings? Don't you think I'm interested in seeing you get ahead, too? More than your sister is? Don't you realize what a break this is? The break we've been waiting for. A chance anybody else would jump at.
Sure I do, honey, but... Gee, Hope, it's not as simple as that. It's an awful lot of money to borrow, and... Well, you know how I feel about Frank. I don't trust him. He's got some angle.
Oh, you don't trust him, your own uncle. You'd borrow the money from a bank, but not from him. Just because Ruth is on the outs with him, you have to play right along.
Oh.
Well, let me tell you something. I think he is worth 10 of your sister.
Oh.
He's one of the finest, most generous men I've ever met. Come along now the way you've all treated him and be willing to give you that money.
Now, stop it, you hear? Stop it.
What?
I said stop it. I'm sick of this. I'm sick to death of Frank. It's all you've been talking about for weeks now. Frank in the garage and how all you want is to help me get ahead. Get ahead. The way you've been after me, nagging me day and night, it's a wonder I haven't gone crazy. You say you're through and you want to get out? Well, okay, go ahead. But you don't have to worry about packing your things, because I'm going. Right now. You'll have plenty of time.
The door slams shut behind Nettie, and Hope stares after him thoughtfully. Thoughtfully. And with just a touch of concern on her pretty face.
Nettie? Oh, Nettie. What? Oh, hello, Dr. Bannister.
Oh, I wasn't sure it was you. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. Just swell.
That's good. And Hope?
Oh, she's wonderful.
Glad to hear it. Out for your evening constitutional?
What?
If you are, just taking a walk, I mean, I'll come along with you. It's the first chance I've had to stretch my legs all day.
Sure. For a way, anyway, I was going over to Ruth's. There was something I wanted to talk to her about, something important.
Oh. Well, in that case, perhaps you better go on alone, Nettie.
No, it's all right.
No, you go ahead, Nettie. We'll make it another time.
Well, if you're sure you don't mind. Okay. So long, Dr. Bannister.
Good night, Nettie. I wonder what it is this time. Hope? Probably. As if Ruth hasn't enough problems of her own already. Oh, Ruth, when are they going to let you alone? Let you think about yourself for a change? Isn't it about time someone stepped in, started helping you, protecting you? Someone? Who? Well, why not? She knows I love her. She must know. I've told it to her in every way I could without actually putting it into words. Oh, snap out of it, Bannister, and start walking. No, not toward Ruth's. Just walking.
We return to the story of Big Sister after this message from our sponsor.
Just a second. Oh, Nettie.
Hello, Ruth. Did I wake you?
No, I was reading. Does anything matter?
Plenty. Can I come in?
Of course, Nettie. Come on in here. What is it?
I'll give you 3 guesses. You probably won't need more than one.
Hope?
Right. On the button. We're through. Washed up. Finished.
Nettie, what are you saying?
It's the truth. She was packing when I left. I told her to take her time, that I'd clear out. Gee, Ruth.
Now, Nettie, sit down. Now, sit down right over there.
I'm okay.
Just... Do you think maybe I could stay here overnight?
Well, of course, you know you can. Do you feel like talking about it? Telling me what happened?
Well, there's nothing to talk about. It just happened, that's all. I just couldn't stand it anymore.
Stand what, Nettie?
Oh, I've been going crazy for weeks now. Every day, every night, that garage over at Somerville. Why didn't I buy it? Why wouldn't I borrow the money from Frank? What was the matter with me anyway? Didn't I want to make something of myself? I kept telling her I wanted to think about it. She wouldn't stop. And tonight, I couldn't take it anymore.
Nettie, that doesn't sound so serious. Not serious enough to break up a marriage.
Serious?
Anyway.
Look, I'm telling you, I can't take it anymore. I'm not going to. There's just no living with her, running me down all the time. And you... Look, Ruth, you never said anything about what you thought about Hope, the way she's been acting for some time now. But I knew how you felt.
Now, wait, Nettie. Let's not start that. I was a little worried, upset at the way things were going between you and Hope, but that's all.
Of course, that's all. That's what I meant. Did you ever try and interfere or anything like that? No. But she... Who's that?
I don't know. I'll see.
Hello, Ruth. I'm awfully sorry to come bothering you this time of night.
Oh! What are you doing here?
Looking for you, Nettie. I thought I'd find you here.
Just what did you mean by that?
Oh, nothing, Nettie. I certainly didn't mean there was anything wrong in it. After all, Ruth's your sister.
Won't you come in, Hope?
If you're sure I'm not disturbing you.
Of course not. I was just going upstairs to bed.
Nothing doing, Ruth. If Hope's got anything to say, she can say it right here in front of you.
Oh, certainly, Nettie. I wouldn't be ashamed to say anything in front of Ruth. Oh, I've been in an awful state. I couldn't imagine where you'd gone. And then I thought I'd stay here. And... Oh, it must be a wonderful thing to have someone you can always come to. A friend or a relative. I wish I had somebody. Anybody.
You still haven't said what you wanted, Hope.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't make it so hard for me, Nettie. Not that I blame you, but you just never gave me a chance to explain.
Explain? What was there to explain? Were you packing to get out or not?
Oh, Nettie. Do you really honestly think I would have done that? Just walked out on you?
It sure looked like it.
Well, if you really thought that, then you certainly had a right to do what you did. Walk out on me. And I guess you wouldn't be interested in what I was going to say to you.
Well, let's hear it anyway.
It's not important, Nettie. Not now, anyway. I just wanted to apologize to you, that's all.
Apologize?
Yes. To tell you I was wrong and you were right. After all, you're the man of the family. That's one of the reasons I married you. Because I knew I could rely on you. And if you don't want that old garage, or don't think buying it's a good idea, well, I guess you ought to know more about it than me.
Do you mean that, Hope? Honest and true?
Oh, of course I mean it. Would I have come all the way over here and said so in front of Ruth if I didn't? I can see that it's too late.
It isn't, Hope. It isn't. Can't you see how this makes everything different? I mean, not just that you're going to leave it up to me, but you were willing to admit maybe you were wrong. That shows you're a pretty big person, Hope. It's pretty wonderful. Isn't it, Ruth?
Yes, Nettie, it certainly is.
But even as she says this, looking at Hope's pretty but impassive face, Ruth wonders what's going on in that queer little mind. And now, this message from our sponsor. Listen Monday on this station to Big Sister. This has been a production of Nana Radio. Howard Petrie speaking.
That means Kaiser Frazer. That means Walter Winchell. Walter Winchell is brought to you by the men who sell and service the Kaiser automobile and the Frazer. You can win one of the 145 prizes in the great new Kaiser Frazer contest. Every prize winner will receive $1,000 towards the purchase price of a new 1949 Kaiser or Frazer. Listen closely now. Go to your nearest Kaiser Frazer dealer and examine the new Kaiser. First, look at the low Kaiser price tag. Then, see how much Kaiser gives you for your money. The big 123.5-inch wheelbase, the 10 feet 4 inches of seating space, and the great Kaiser Thunderhead engine with its high compression ratio. Now, ask for your entry blank. On it, you'll find one simple statement for you to complete in 25 words or less. Then, mail your entry as directed. That's all. But act tomorrow. The contest closes in 2 weeks. But now, Kaiser Frazer, builder of cars that make automobile history, presents the reporter of news that makes world history. So who, what, where, when, why, from the man America listens to most, Walter Winchell.
Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. North and South America and all the ships at sea. Let's go to press. The North Pole. The 7 American airmen who crash-landed 350 miles near the pole last Thursday have been rescued. Little Rock, Arkansas. 6 states hit by tornadoes over the weekend counted 28 dead and 200 injured. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The 2-week walkout by the coal miners, which ends at midnight tonight, cost them over $55 million in salaries. Baltimore. Airplane manufacturer Glenn L. Martin reported today that his firm suffered a net loss of over $16 million last year. New York City. The funeral services for Jack Kapp, 47, president of Decca Records, will be held tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock at 87th Street and Park Avenue. Greenwich, Connecticut. It's a baby girl for the Burt Parks at Greenwich Hospital. He's the MC on Stop the Music. Congratulations. New York City. It's a baby boy for the Judge Irving L. Levy's of the Supreme Court. Doctors Hospital, New York. Mrs. Levy is the former Emily Wilkins, the fashion creator. Baltimore. The Tommy Dorsey just telephoned that they will be 3 late in 49. Mrs. Tommy Dorsey is the former Janie New of the Broadway stage. South Bend, Indiana. Irene Dunn of Hollywood, a great moving picture star, received a very great honor today from Notre Dame University. The first actress to receive its medal in 67 years. New York City. Hugo Rogers is expected to resign very soon as the leader of Tammany Hall. There are 3 factions already fighting to appoint his successor. Jacksonville, Florida. Lois DeFee, the tallest of the striptease stars, just reported being robbed of all her gems. Philadelphia. The police have ordered an investigation of all private clubs in Philadelphia because Hubert E. Madden, a prominent automobile executive, was kicked to death in a fight last night. Here is real news. Montreal. Dr. Ernest Eyre of McGill University perfected tests by which cancer can be detected in women 1 year in advance. Behind the international news, Ankara. 9 major changes took place in the Soviet top command during the month of February. Vasilevsky, the conqueror of China, whose presence there was first revealed by Walter Winchell, has ordered a general mobilization of the First Reserves. General Vasilevsky is now the Mr. Big of the Red Army. Moscow. The Russians have put the big squeeze on Sweden. Norway, a member of the Atlantic Pact, will consider the invasion of Sweden an act of war. London. The rumor is very strong tonight that Prime Minister Attlee is in Washington or will soon be on his way there. Paris. David Bruce, according to the diplomatic colony, may be the next ambassador to France. London. Sir Colville Sanford Barclay, son of Lady Van Sittart, and Rosamond Elliot were married here. Bern. Russia is getting ready for a military move of some kind. Most of the intelligence services believe it will be against Tito or Iran. Just as many others, however, in the High Intelligence Command think this is it. The Washington Ticker. The government will shortly break another big spy case. There will be at least 3 big changes by mid-June in the top side of the Department of Justice. As of tonight, the next ambassador to Ireland may be Frank Matthews of Omaha. Treasury Department insiders think that the tax bill will be the same this year as last. Judge Jerome Frank has refused to testify as a character witness for Alger Hiss. American intelligence reports from Berlin, Germany, say that Ilse Koch will be convicted by the German courts. Mr. and Mrs. United States. Well, spring is finally here. Be sure not to miss it. Spring, ladies and gentlemen, is the time of youth. But you have to be a little older before you appreciate it. No matter how many nations scrap their treaties, the Pussy Willows always keep their word to come back in March. No matter how many hobnailed boots have marched across their fields, the brave little crocuses courageously show their colors again. The navies of the world may fight for control of the oceans, but their combined strength and force cannot control the laughter of a brook. The fastest jet plane may measure the might of man, but the first robin of spring is measured only by man's sentiment. The spring is more than a season, and only a man of shortening years can measure spring's lengthening days. The green gloves on the branches, the delicate fingers of the trees, are both a promise and a signal from a power greater than any nation. That, no matter how long the winter, the buds will come again. In that great promise are all men's hopes. No matter how many armies may be in the field, the heart of the world every spring is with the babies in the park. Ladies and gentlemen, I am authorized by several distinguished Americans to make the following offer to Russia's leaders. This is a deadly serious proposal. These distinguished Americans, really interested in world science, will guarantee to post bond in any city in the world for the free passage to the United States as permanent residents of three great men of science. They are named Dr. Orbeli, the physiologist, Dr. Smallhauser, the great chemist, and Professor Dubinin, the renowned biologist. Where are these three great men of science, Mr. Stalin? They are dead, aren't they? For telling the truth. The silence of these three men are the loudest arguments that debunk your stooges, now masquerading as scientists in New York. A reporter's report to the people. Late success. This is the sort of debunking I enjoy doing every now and then because in a very few words, ladies and gentlemen, it exposes, it devastates the phony claims of the Russians as peace lovers. They send over their men of letters and the arts to bring men of goodwill and peace together. That's what they say. But the United Nations has long had a committee called the Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. It was chiefly set up to promote the free flow of information and to create a world alliance on a cultural and educational basis. Now get this. 44 nations joined it. Only one refused. Russia. New York. The New York District Attorney is the talk of our town for his quiet, dignified, unruffled, and efficient manner in which he and his staff have been conducting the wiretapping probe, now before the New York grand jury. The revelations will soon explode from here to California, and certain shysters will wind up in prison. Washington, one of the leading wiretappers in the New York case, by the way, openly boasts that he is not worried about ever being prosecuted. He brags that he has so much on nearly all the lawmakers in Washington that none of them, he says, dare go after him. Well, this is to acquaint him with the very latest news. Sometime this week, Congressman Jack Kennedy of Massachusetts, the son of Joseph P. Kennedy, the former ambassador, will offer a new bill to make any person with unauthorized wiretapping machinery as suspect as one with burglar tools. I don't know how much time this is going to take, but I'm staying on, boys. New York, General Vaughn. General Vaughn, here is what you can call an important medal. The one just pinned on my chest by Russia. Here is the citation, as reported today by United Press, discussing the reception to Shostakovich. The Literary Gazette of Moscow said as follows: the notorious pen gangster from the Hearst Band and the radio liar Walter Winchell long tried to threaten the participants. Winchell hinted that the American Legion and other war veterans should picket the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, and they did. Winchell wrote, and the State Department went into immediate action. Visas were then refused to other cultural leaders. And there you are, General Bourne. There is what you call a real decoration. The Russian government publicly denouncing Walter Winchell. Ho-ho! I'll be back with some tips of the papers on the mystery tune clue. But here is Cy Harris for Kaiser and Fraser cars.
The Kaiser is a big, big car. 123.5-inch wheelbase.
Remember that when you enter the contest.
The Kaiser has more usable seating space than any car.
Remember that when you enter the contest.
It's the most comfortable car on the road and the easiest to handle.
Remember that when you enter the contest.
It's unbelievably economical to operate the Kaiser.
Remember that when you enter the contest.
The Kaiser has the high compression Thunderhead engine.
Remember that when you enter the contest.
And at today's low prices, the Kaiser is one of the great automobile values of all time.
And remember that when you enter the contest.
Enter the $145,000 contest tomorrow.
Get an entry blank at your Kaiser Fraser dealers tomorrow.
Now, back to Walter Winchell.
International news. Get in touch with Park Davis. They have a thrilling story about the girl who discovered chloromycetin, the new drug that may wipe out typhoid fever. Her name is Dr. Mildred Rebstock, 28, a very good-looking blonde, too. New York Mirror. Lila Ernst, the ingenue in the Broadway musicals, was married in Buffalo this week. His name is Vincent Carbone of High Button Shoes, the Broadway hit. To the San Antonio Light. A Texas girl will be married to the son of a very rich London publisher. Her name is Louise Renfro of San Angelo, Texas. She marries Bruce Tuck, the son of Sir Reginald Tuck in London, April 26. L.A. Express. Marion Bell, who is the leading lady in Brigadoon, has filed for divorce in Los Angeles. Her husband is J. Allen Lerner, who was one of the authors of that hit. They were married less than 2 years ago, I believe. Washington Star. Thomas Armour, Jr., the son of the noted golfer, will be married to Joyce Sentner. She's the daughter of the Washington correspondent for the Hearst newspapers. They will be married at the Capitol on June 25. To the survivors of Bataan and Corregidor. The 4th annual reunion wants you at the Hotel President, Atlantic City, New Jersey, April 8th to April 10th. To the New York newspapers, thank you very much for all you are doing to enrich the Damon Runyon Cancer Fund. It will receive the entire gross receipts for the opening performance of the greatest show on earth, the Ringling Brothers Circus at Madison Square Garden, next Saturday night, April the 6th. Here is another little clue to the Stop the Music mystery tune, now worth nearly $21,000. It is based on an English legend about a church and a bridge. And that, ladies and gentlemen, winds up another edition of the Kaiser Fraser News until next Sunday night at the very same time. Until then, I remain your New York correspondent, Walter Winchell, who hopes that Axis Sally is now convinced that the sword of justice is mightier than any stab in the back. Good night.
Walter Winchell is brought to you each Sunday by Kaiser Fraser dealers, who urge you to enter the great Kaiser Fraser $145,000 contest tomorrow. Remember, that means Kaiser Fraser. That means Walter Winchell. Remember to enter the great Kaiser Fraser $145,000 contest tomorrow. Be sure to visit your Kaiser Fraser dealer and get your entry blank from him. This is Cy Harris speaking for Kaiser Fraser. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The bakers of slow-baked Wonder Bread and Hostess Cupcakes present Pretty Kitty Kelly.
Where is Kitty Kelly? We know that she and her girlfriend, Bunny Wilson, have been captured by the mysterious Anamati and her confederate Pablo, that they hold the girls captive in a deserted Indian village within the Everglades, and that Kitty has been drugged. Pursuing a succession of strange clues to the abandoned Indian village upon the discovery that the girls are missing, Mr. and Mrs. Welby and a party of rescuers have found Bunny bound and gagged. But the whereabouts of Kitty herself, we still do not know. In the dimly lit hut, we hear Mrs. Welby asking,
But where's Kathleen? She's nowhere in here.
Bunny can tell us what happened. Wait until they get that gag out of her mouth.
Got a knife? Can't get this knot loose at all.
Oh, what have they done with Kathleen?
But first, many women who are overweight often wish for some magic way that would take ugly fat off their arms and hips and legs at the rate of 1 pound or 2 a day. But your own doctor will tell you how important it is to adopt a safe, sane way to reduce. That's why I wish you would ask your physician about this sensible way of losing extra pounds. Here's a way to lose ugly fat that's so simple, you'll almost laugh at it. Yet, don't laugh till you try it. See if you aren't also convinced that it is the only intelligent way to regain the slender, attractive figure that men admire. Here are the 3 things you do. First, exercise moderately each day. For instance, go dancing. Walk a little more. Second, avoid the richer, fattening foods. Third, avoid all weakening feeling. Keep up your stamina and energy by eating 4 to 6 slices of wheat bread a day. The exercise and the avoidance of fattening foods take the weight off. The bread keeps you feeling great. Try the kind that women everywhere are greeting with cheers. Wonder Wheat Bread. Women everywhere acclaim Wonder Wheat Bread. It hasn't the harsh, dry taste which so many women dislike in whole wheat. To the contrary, Wonder Wheat Bread brings the full, rich flavor of specially selected sun-ripened wheat, scientifically blended exclusively by us to make it light, easy to digest. Why not start regaining an attractive, slender figure today? Remember the 3 things. 1, exercise moderately. 2, avoid rich, fattening foods. 3, eat Wonder Wheat Bread to keep up your energy and pep. Ask for a loaf of Wonder Wheat Bread today.
Now back to Kitty's story. It's about 8 o'clock at night as we join the anxious searching party at the rude hut in the abandoned Indian village. While flashlights play across Bunny's tear-stained, weary face, Major Stender and his henchman, Ginkty Gilio, endeavor to loosen the gag that binds her mouth, while Mr. and Mrs. Welby and Madame Oulette watch impatiently. Major Stender speaks.
I can get her loose now, Gink. Yeah. Couple of ropes around her arms and legs.
Sure, boss. Boy, they got her tied up all right.
Just a minute now, Bunny. I'll have you loose in a minute.
Oh, hurry, Major Stender, hurry.
Yes, the poor child's in agony. Here, Phyllis, hold the flashlight a minute.
Oh, we've got to find out what happened to Kathleen. Oh, I hope she'll be able to tell us.
Now I've got it. Now, wait. It's caught between her teeth.
Can I help you?
Here, I'll hold her head a second. There.
Oh, Bunny. Bunny, where's Kathleen?
Oh, where's Kitty, Bunny? What happened to her?
She's in there.
Where?
There's another room in there.
Over there, Major Stender. I can see the doorway now. Phyllis, you and Madame Oulette stay here with Bunny. Come along, Major.
I think you stay here.
Okay.
Stand over by the front door. That blowgun expert might come back here and try to murder us all. We can't take any chances.
Yeah, sure, Major. Just as soon as I get these ropes off her legs.
Go ahead, Mr. Welby.
Bring the light so that we can see you.
Gink, better give your life to Mrs. Welby.
Okay.
Come on, Mr. Welby.
Door's open. Shine your light in here. Don't see anything in here, do you? I say.
What's that long wicker hamper? Looks like a coffin.
Looks much like the one they brought that man to your house in. Look, Major. There's someone in it. Kathleen.
Great guns. Is she all right?
Kathleen. She's unconscious. She's alive. I can feel her pulse. But she's unconscious.
Good Lord, look. Look at her forehead.
What's that? A circle with the 2 lines through it.
The same mark that Anna has and Pablo.
It's clay. Something of the sort. Look, the mark remains even when I brushed the clay away.
They did this, Anna and Pablo. It must have been Pablo who knocked out my chauffeur and stole my car. Mr. Welby, notice that smell?
What did you say?
Sort of a sickly, sweetish smell. Kitty's been drugged.
Edward, have you found her?
Yes, Phyllis, she's over here.
Oh, Kathleen. Oh, Edward. She's not dead.
No, she's alive for that. She's unconscious.
I think she's been drugged, Mrs. Lovey. You notice that heavy sweet smell in here? It's from some drug, I'm sure.
Look, Phyllis. Look at the mark on her forehead.
Oh, heavens. It's the same mark Anna has on her forehead. Edward, what does it mean?
Well, I'm sure it means that Anna and this chap called Pablo are responsible for what happened to the girls today. As to what other significance it has, I know no more than you do.
What's that she's in?
Seems to be some kind of a hamper. There's the lid for it lying over there on the table. Now, what's that?
What is it, Major Stender?
Well, Mr. Welby. Mrs. Welby, look at this.
What is it, Major Stender?
Hey, do you suppose they were going to ship Kitty away?
What are you talking about?
Look at this label fastened on the lid of the hamper.
To Mr. O.S. Cassane, Rio Claro, Essequibo County, British Guiana, South America. Now, whatever...
Edward, this must be what the old Earl's warning meant. He was in British Guiana.
Now, don't let your imagination run away with you, Mother. Come, let's get Kathleen out of here into the other room, then. Then we can see what Bunny can tell us about all this. Give me a hand, Major Stender.
No, I'll pick her up and carry her out, Mr. Welby. Here, take my flashlight.
Right. All right. Wait, I want that tag off the hamper, too, just for record. Has Bunny said anything to us about what happened?
She hasn't been able to talk, Edward. She's in agony. They had her tied up so tightly.
Yeah, stop the circulation, probably. She'll be all right in a little while. Can I help you, Major Stender?
No, I can carry her very easy, Mr. Welby. Keep the light on the floor so that I don't stumble.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Phyllis. Let's get back to the others. Watch out, Major. Doorway's narrow.
How is Bunny, Mademoiselle? I've been trying to rub her arm to restore circulation. She's getting some color back in her face. I think she'll be all right. I'll be all right. Major Cinder, you'd better put Kathleen out in that cot over there. Is Kid all right? I think she is, Bunny. Now, don't try to move. Hey, doctor.
You better see what you can do to Kathleen, Phyllis.
Edward, Bunny says they did drug Kathleen. We just have to wait until she awakens.
Are you all right, Bunny? Can you tell us what happened?
Just a minute, Miss Welby. You'll have to wait, Mr. Welby. She's worn out.
Of course. I say she should have a drink. Maybe the Major has a flask with him.
Anything going out there, Jing? Don't hear a sound, Major. You scared him off, I guess, with the Roscoe.
How's Bunny, Mademoiselle?
She's better, Major Stender.
Oh, the pins and needles all over me.
That's the blood circulating again. Do you happen to have any brandy with you, Major? She needs a stimulant.
No, I don't, Mr. Welby.
Too bad. We should have thought of it before we started. Think you can talk now, my dear? What happened? Yeah, awfully anxious to hear.
How's Kitty?
Mrs. Welby's looking after her. Now, how is Kathleen, Phyllis?
I can't find anything wrong with her, Edward. No bruises or anything. She's stirring a little, too. I think she'll wake soon.
Hey, boy. Now, what is it?
Wait, the chauffeur's outside. He thinks there's somebody sneaking around the place.
Get him in here. Everybody must stay in here. Turn out the flashlights. We don't want them shooting any more darts at us.
Okay, I'll get him right away. Best thing we better do to get back to Miami right away.
Depends on what Bunny has to tell us. We may want to look around here some more.
There's nothing here. I'm going to check that out and may as well clear out.
It was Anna and that chap Pablo, wasn't it, Bunny?
Yeah. He got all the Major Stender's car somehow. We didn't notice he was driving it when we found out till we was halfway out here. He was locked in the car. Anna was waiting here for us.
Tell you why she kidnapped the two of you?
No.
Hey, boss.
Now, what's the matter now?
It's found our car.
What?
Yes, parked behind one of the other shacks. He's been nosing around outside.
Well, get him in here. Does he want to be murdered?
Well, there's no more noise out there now. Wait thinks he heard an owl or something. Let's get back to Miami, Major Stender. I'll feel safer when we get the girls back home again.
Maybe that's what we'd better do.
Kathleen seems to be breathing more deeply now. I think she'll be waking soon.
Oh, just one thing. This paper, Bunny. Did you see this?
What is it, Mr. Welby?
It's a label addressed to Mr. O.S. Cassane, Rio Claro, Essequibo County, British Guiana.
Oh, gee, I think that was the paper I seen on a print this afternoon.
Yes?
Where'd you find it?
On a large wicker hamper in the next room. They had Kathleen in it.
Oh.
Did they say anything to give you an idea what they were going to do with her, Bunny?
I don't know, Mr. Welby. They tied me up, and then they doped Kitty. Carried her in the other room. Anna and that big fellow with her, Pablo, did an awful lot of arguing, but it was all in Spanish, and I did so much screaming and yelling, they finally gagged me. I fell asleep after that.
What happened to me? When I woke up, it was dark out. And it was both gone. You'd better not try to talk any more now, Miss Wilson. Here, lean against me.
Yes, yes. Save your strength, Bunny. You can tell us the whole story when we get home. Oh, Major Stender, let us stop that for Miami.
I'll have Bert bring the car around. Jim can drive the other one back.
Phyllis, we're going to start back to the hotel. Major Stender can take Kitty.
You'll be awake soon, Everett. He's staring so much.
I just said...
Hey, where are you going?
Gink, who is it?
It's that dame, that Anna. I just saw her run back of one of the shacks.
By Jove, let's cut her and catch her if we can. Phyllis, you and Meadow, let's stay here with the girls. I'll be right back.
Do you think you'll be able to walk the car, Bunny?
Hey, look out! She set the shack on fire! The shack's on fire! Get those women out of there! It's grass! It'll go up like tissue paper!
Phyllis, Bunny, Madam Molette, the shack's on fire! Get out of there!
Oh, no!
Look out, Miss Welby. I'll go in and get Kitty. Turn on one of those flashlights, somebody, so that I can see.
Oh, here we are, Major Stender. Get Kathleen, get Kathleen. You must try to walk, Bunny. I can't do it. I can't. Oh, help me someone. Will you get Kathleen, Major Stender?
Yes, I've got him. Keep that flashlight on. Dink. Yeah? Get in here and get Bunny.
Okay, I'm coming, Major.
Over here.
All right, here, look out. Give it to me. All right. Here you go, girlie. Go on, lady. Get out of here before that roof falls in on us. It's nothing but grass and twigs.
Did you get Bunny? Where's Madam Molette?
I'm coming, Mr. Welby.
All right, I got the other one. Get away from this place. It'll be falling to pieces in another minute.
Carry Bunny right over to the car.
There it is. Okay.
Oh, is Bunny all right?
Here, I got her right here, Mrs. Welby.
Oh.
Look out, will you please, Major, so I can get her in the car?
Oh, you'll be all right, Bunny. Just a minute.
Hey, boss, look. There's that Anna again. Quick, can you get a shot at her? She won't get away this time.
Are you sure that the bread you pay out your good money for is the best bread you can buy? Has it the finest texture, the most tempting fragrance, and the most delicious flavor? To date, more than 500,000 women who wanted to be sure they were serving their family the best bread have taken the time to make the amazing compare-all test at their food store. Actually, 525,000 women compared all good breads for texture, fragrance, and flavor. And an average of 89 out of every 100 women have judged slow-baked Wonder Bread to be the best bread of all. So if you haven't tried Wonder Bread, the slow-baked bread, why not pick up a loaf at your food store today? Notice how tender and fresh it feels. And when you open the wrapper of your loaf of Wonder Bread at home, just notice its rich, wheaty fragrance and grand flavor. Remember, Wonder Bread costs no more. Yet it is absolutely fresh and brings you the 3 extra features of better texture, better fragrance, and better flavor.
Oh, Edward, what's the meaning of it all?
That fire was a desperate act of a madwoman, Phyllis. Anna must realize that her schemes, whatever they are, can never succeed.
Is Mr. Welby right? Has Kitty seen the last of Anna? But what of that mark on Kitty's forehead? Tomorrow, be sure to hear the next episode in the thrilling life story of the beautiful golden-haired Irish girl, Pretty Kitty Kelly.
And now, the romance of Helen Trent. The romance of Helen Trent. The real-life drama of Helen Trent, who, when life mocks her, breaks her hopes, dashes her against the rocks of despair, fights back bravely, successfully, to prove what so many women long to prove in their own lives, that because a woman is 35 or more, romance in life need not be over. That romance can begin at 35. Seeking to reestablish herself in the confidence of the Hollywood Motion Picture Studios, Helen is designing the costumes for a forthcoming Broadway show, and she is sharing her penthouse with Julie Downing, who is to play the ingenue lead in the show. Recently, Michael Fallon, the eminent portrait painter with whom Julie is in love, returned from Ireland. But Michael has brought about a dangerous situation now For from the first moment he met Helen, he has been secretly more interested in her than in Julie, although Julie, blissfully unaware of this as yet, is happy in what she believes to be the security of Michael's affection. It is mid-afternoon today as we look in on Helen's living room where we find her talking with songwriter Ken McKenzie. Listen.
You know, Ken, today almost called for a celebration.
Yeah, how's that, Helen?
This morning I finished my very last costume design. No more drawing.
Well.
No more long hours of being buried in my den in there. From now on, all I have to do is work down to the theater with the costumes themselves.
Well, good for you, neighbor. I know that's a load off your mind.
It is. I feel like heaving one enormous sigh of relief.
I'll bet. Hey, Steve's tickled to death with your costumes, Helen. Yesterday, down at his office, he launched into a long epic of praise about you. Used all the adjectives. You should have heard him.
I'm glad he's pleased. I feel like I've done a good job, Ken. I certainly hope I have.
Mm-hmm. So you're going over to Philadelphia for the opening of the show?
Oh, you bet I am. I'll be right there. And then on opening night here in New York, I'll entertain some people at the theater. Megan, David Willoughby, and Alice Carroll, and Dr. Norris.
Mm-hmm.
Has to do with opening up Brown, you know.
Oh, yes, by all means.
Ken, I've got a sure hunch about that tune called Julie you've written for the show.
Yeah? What's the sure hunch?
Oh, the way everybody down at the theater sings it and hums it all the time, the way they all love it. Ken, that song's going to sweep this country. Like Music Goes Round and Round did, or some of the other songs have just been terrifically popular hits.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be my most famous acquaintance before long, Mr. McKenzie. You know that?
I don't know, Helen.
Well, you are.
You know, I kind of regret calling that song Julie. Wish I'd have made it Susie or most anything else.
Now, why?
Oh, I got ribbed about it pretty much. Well, not that I mind, of course, but by the way, I met the Fallon yesterday.
Did you?
Sadly. He and Julie were walking up 44th Street, and I ran into them.
How did you like Michael, Ken?
Well, if Julie's picked him, I guess he's okay. Hey, look, what goes on, Helen?
What do you mean?
Something about Julie. She's going around in a perpetual glow. For a while after Michael got here, I knew darn well something was wrong, but here lately, Julie's beamingly, blissfully happy. Why the sudden change?
Well, I don't know, Ken. I guess she's just awfully happy for general reasons.
Mm-hmm.
She and Michael seem to...
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi, yourself.
What are y'all doing? Michael's downstairs in the car, and we're going on a picnic. I just ran up to get some things, and I'm in sort of a hurry. Excuse me if I sort of dash in and out.
Steve wants you to phone in, Julie.
Oh, thanks, Helen. I'll call him later. Oh, hello, Miss Anthony.
Oh, hello, Julie. Just sitting here sewing in your room for a while. You know, I think this is the coolest fun in the place this afternoon.
Well, help yourself, Miss Anthony. I've just come in to get a scratch to tie around my hair and get Michael's camera. Oh, I won't be here for dinner tonight, Miss Anthony.
Oh, won't you?
Mm-mm. Michael and I have had the bright idea of a picnic. You know the place about an hour's drive up to Hudson where we can have a little trout season all to ourselves with waterfalls and big rocks to sit on, and he can sketch and I can read, and then we'll have supper. Doesn't it sound marvelous?
Oh, that's fine. Don't you want Lucinda to fix you up some sandwiches?
Oh, no, thanks, darling. Michael had a place downtown fixed up some stuff. And where the dickens did I put my blue scarf? Oh, I think it's in the closet.
Julie, I haven't seen you for the past few days, and I haven't laid eyes on Michael.
I'll tell you a secret, Miss Anthony. Michael and I are... Well, you see, we were away from each other so long while he was over in Ireland that now that we're together again, Michael says he wants to sort of... Well, we make a world that doesn't have anybody in it but us.
Oh, I see.
And we're having such fun being alone and running away from everybody and spending every minute we can together for a while. Oh, it's so grand. Really, I'm so happy. Michael and I have sort of... Well, everything's lovely, Miss Anthony.
Oh, that's mighty fine, Julie.
Oh, the camera. Well, I'll see you tonight. We have to hurry now before the afternoon gets away from us.
Have a good time, Julie.
Oh, thanks.
You know, you're the hurriedest girl I've ever seen, Julie.
Oh, we've got to drive way up to Haverstraw, Ken, or someplace Michael knows. Oh, Helen, I'm not going to bother to call Steve. I don't think it's important.
Well, just as you say, Julie.
How'd you like Michael when you met him yesterday, Ken?
I always applaud your taste in everything, Julie. You know that.
I want you to like Michael. He likes you. Well, I'll see y'all later. Have fun. I will, then. Bye. Bye.
Bye, Julie. You know, Helen, one of these days I'll finally get over that. It just went out the door. And maybe one of these days soon, too.
Well, can I?
So, I don't know why I tell things to you, Helen. I never tell anybody else. I never even tell myself that Julie matters a darn to me. Then I come over here and get to talking with you. Out it all comes.
Maybe that's good for you.
What kind of dope am I, anyway, that I can't get the fact through my thick skull that it's hopeless that Julie will ever belong to me? When you can't accept a fact as obvious as that, you're just a little bit crazy. I wish Julie would go on and marry Fallon. Maybe when I read it in the paper, I'll finally catch on.
Too bad, Ken.
No, it's not too bad, Helen. It's too stupid. It's my own fault if I can't make my feeling for Julie go away. Gosh, Helen, I want Julie to be happy with Michael Fallon or anybody else. But sitting around watching it is... I don't know. I sort of feel like removing the source of irritation and getting out of town for a while. Maybe I'll take a vacation.
I'm sorry about you and Julie, Ken.
Oh, heck, don't be sorry, Helen. I've been asking for this for the last 6 years. I'm not a very bright lad, you know. Well, I guess I'll get on over home. I'm expecting some people to drop in. Helen, if you feel like coming over later on, I'll be looking for you.
Oh, thanks, Ken. I'd like to.
Bye.
Bye-bye, Ken.
Did I hear Ken go, Helen?
Uh-huh. He just left, Agatha.
Certainly it's nice to have Julie happy all the time, isn't it? And not unhappy like she was when Michael first came.
Those two are really staying to themselves. I haven't seen Michael for 3 or 4 days. He never comes into the theater or up here to the apartment. He always waits in the car, and he and Julie rush off somewhere.
Well, when people are in love, they do go to extremes. I guess Julie was wrong about thinking Michael's feelings for her had changed, Helen. Everything certainly seems to be perfect now between the two of them.
Julie wasn't wrong, Agatha.
What?
I say, Julie wasn't wrong about thinking Michael's feeling for her had changed. It has changed.
What do you mean, Helen?
I guess I might as well tell you, dear. I don't know why I haven't before. But Michael told me himself that he doesn't love Julie anymore.
He told you?
Yes. The other night out on the terrace, he asked me if he could see something of me and keep it a secret from Julie.
Helen, he didn't.
Yes, he did. His whole attitude toward Julie was one of anything but love. Said a lot of stuff about being fascinated and intrigued by me and about Julie having no right to possess him and all that.
Helen.
And in addition, he was so conceited as to think that I was attracted to him and that I would willingly cooperate in seeing him behind Julie's back.
Well, of all things. Well, that certainly does disillusion me about Michael, Helen.
It disillusioned me, too, Agatha, very, very much. I was completely shocked by it, and I told Michael so. Then he confided in me that he used to love Julie, but he just doesn't anymore. He doesn't know how to get out of it, and he doesn't want to hurt her.
Why doesn't he love Julie anymore, Helen?
Just said the thrill is sort of gone.
Oh, why on earth is he paying her all this attention lately?
He said that he realized he owes Julie something. That he owes her an effort to try to make the thrill come back. So apparently this world for two they're making is an attempt on Michael's part to be alone with Julie a lot and try to see if he can feel the same about her again. That's the way I figure it out.
Oh, and Julie's so happy, Helen. Why, she thinks that Michael adores her, and that's why he wants to be with her all the time. You suppose he will get back to loving her like he used to again?
I don't suppose, Agatha. I know. And the answer is no. Just as Ken said a minute ago, he can't make his feeling for Julie go away. Michael can't make his come back.
But Julie's so happy, Helen. Maybe Michael will fall in love with her again. Oh, I do hope so.
I can't even hope.